Chapter 1. The Rise of the Underdog? I truly am not. In the realm of cultivation, within the sacred grounds of Taishan, lies Yuhua Peak. Towering thousands of feet high, it is shrouded in ethereal mists. Yuan, who has just been recognized as the Daozi of the sacred place, hurriedly descended from the heavens, striding swiftly towards his residence. As he made his way, all disciples of the sacred ground he encountered would respectfully yield to the side, bowing with reverence. Salutations, Daozi. Yuan continued without pausing, gesturing for them to forego formalities before dashing into a grand and opulent cave dwelling, firmly shutting the door behind him. Once inside, he let out a sigh of relief. With a mere thought, a line of clear and visible text reappeared before his eyes. Underdog Reversal System Binding Progress, 99.1. Underdog Reversal? Gazing at those glaring words, Yuan's expression gradually morphed into one of peculiar bewilderment, a nagging sense of disquiet brewing within his heart. In the next moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Binding complete. Congratulations, host, on awakening the Underdog Reversal System. This system will aid you, the so-called underdog, in reshaping a glorious life and embarking on a path of resurgence. Yuan stood frozen in disbelief. Wait a moment. He had traversed into this world for 4 to 5 years now. While he lacked a golden finger, he had nevertheless navigated through the Taishan sacred ground with relative ease, thanks to his celestial roots and innate pure yang physique. 1 year to establish a foundation, 3 years to form a golden core, and now he was esteemed as the Daozi of the sacred ground. A prospective future leader. How could he possibly be associated with the term underdog? The voice of the system persisted in his ears. You were born into a family of cultivators. Yet due to your status as a bastardo and the inferior quality of your spirit root, you were subjected to disdain within your clan, until you fell victim to a vile stepmother scheme, resulting in the loss of your cultivation and banishment from your home, forced to wander with your sister, enduring hardships and suffering the trials of the world. Now, at the age of 20, you remain utterly unaccomplished, having achieved nothing. With your meridians destroyed, you are incapable of cultivating even the most rudimentary techniques, relegated to toil in the mines as a laborer. Are you truly content? Do you not wish to alter your fate? Should you complete various reversal tasks, cultivation techniques, divine weapons, and unparalleled elixirs shall all be within your grasp. The system spoke rapidly, its content enticing and filled with allure. Yuan, mouth agape and utterly dazed, felt a sense of incredulity wash over him. Inferior spirit root? Meridians destroyed? Incapable of cultivating? It was only then that Yuan snapped back to reality, bemusement evident on his face as he exclaimed, System, you seem to have made a grave mistake. The tales you've recounted bear no resemblance to my circumstances whatsoever. Verification complete. Host identity confirmed as accurate. No, I am merely 21 and have already reached the peak of the Golden Core stage. Undoubtedly, I am the foremost among the younger generation of the Taishan sacred ground. In terms of status, I rank only below the sect leader and the elders. How could I possibly experience a reversal? Am I to incite a rebellion? Verification complete. Host identity confirmed as accurate. Damn it. Yuan, exasperated, rubbed his forehead in frustration. Ding. Information cross-checked. The beginner's gift pack has been automatically dispatched to the system reward space, available for extraction at any time. Congratulations on acquiring high-quality Qi Gathering Pills 10. Congratulations on acquiring the foundational technique for the Qi refinement stage, Purple Sun Technique 1. Congratulations on acquiring low-quality spirit stones 300. Gazing at the dazzling array of items before him, Yuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth in disbelief. This beginner's gift pack seemed a tad too simplistic. High-quality Qi Gathering Pills? As a direct disciple of the sect leader, even during the Qi refinement stage, he had consumed only the finest Qi Gathering Pills, whose potency far surpassed that of 10 high-quality ones. The Purple Sun Technique, a mere rudimentary technique, was something he could casually produce in dozens of variations, not to mention the superior cultivation manuals that included insights and annotations from various esteemed predecessors. Let alone the entry-level Purple Sun Technique currently possessed a higher-level version. The Purple Qi Ascends from the East, written by the technique's originator in a treasured edition. As for the 300 low-quality spirit stones, that was utterly absurd, akin to tossing pennies to a beggar. Yuan felt utterly speechless. While such low-tier items might be considered valuable to novice cultivators, he was on the brink of forming an infant. Why would he bother with such trifles? Just as he wore a grim expression, another line of text appeared on the system interface. The beginner task has now been activated. Upon successful completion, the host will earn exclusive reversal points and task rewards. Should the task fail, subsequent tasks will not be available. Beginner task. To resolve your basic needs, you toil daily at the Qingyun town mine, yet suffer relentless exploitation and bullying at the hands of the Black Tiger Gang, with most of your earnings going to pay protection fees. Recently, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Su Biao, has taken an interest in your sister and has threatened to forcibly take her as a concubine. Please, host, rise to the occasion and prevent this. Task details. Defeat Su Biao, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang Qi Refinement Stage 3 within 3 days. Task difficulty. 4 stars difficult. Task reward. 50 reversal points, restoration of the host damaged Dantian and meridians. What a ridiculous system it appears to have mistaken its target. Staring at the plethora of text on the system panel, Yuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth in disbelief. Setting aside the utterly nonsensical description of the task, here he was, a distinguished Daozi at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, being tasked with dealing with some lowly leader of the Black Tiger Gang, hiding who knows where in a backwater. What kind of reversal is this? The so-called task reward was even more laughable. His Dantian and meridians were as stable as a rock, with no issues whatsoever to mend, so what need was there for repairs? He was on the cusp of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Who had the time to deal with some petty Black Tiger Gang? Let them be. Cursing internally, Yuan was just about to dismiss the absurd task laid out by the system when he suddenly paused. For in the upper right corner of the interface appeared a virtual button labeled Points Shop. Since he was here, why not take a look? With that thought, Yuan directed his mind and opened the Points Shop. Whoosh! Before him, a dazzling array of heavenly treasures unfolded. Chaos True Art, a Dao-level technique, priced at 100 million reversal points. Heavenly Opening Divine Axe, a congenital primordial treasure, priced at 80 million reversal points. Further down, the primordial sacred body, the bloodline of the ancient true dragon, the elixir of creation. One rare treasure after another presented itself before Yuan, causing him to widen his eyes, his breath quickening. Holy smokes! This dog of the system has some real treasures. Yuan took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within him. Though this so-called underdog reversal system seemed unreliable, it was nonetheless a chance bestowed by fate. To abandon it would be a true waste. The path of immortality is long and perilous. With a system as support, the hope of reaching the pinnacle would surely be enhanced. Moreover, tasks issued by the system typically ranged from easy to difficult, progressing incrementally. As long as he continuously completed tasks, it was only a matter of time before the rewards could be beneficial to him. After much contemplation, Yuan ultimately resolved himself. Having made up his mind, he exited the shop interface and retrieved a jade slip from his sleeve, channeling a sliver of divine consciousness into it. This jade slip contained a detailed map of this world. The Taishian sacred ground was located in a vast realm of cultivation, with numerous sections. If Qingyun town were too distant, 3 days would scarcely be enough to arrive. Through divine consciousness scanning, Yuan quickly pinpointed the exact location of Qingyun town. Fortunately, Qingyun town was situated right at the edge of the Taishian sacred ground's influence. Though it was over 100,000 miles away from the core area of the sacred ground, thanks to the teleportation array within the sect, he could reach it in just 1 day. The thought of traveling thousands of miles to confront a Qi refinement stage 3 minion filled Yuan with a sense of shame. In truth, he could easily dispatch any of his subordinates to handle the task, but according to the system's intent, it evidently required him, the host, to take action personally, making this errand inescapable. If word got out, the Taishian sacred ground would surely lose face. The following day, Qingyun town. Yuan cast a glance over the bustling and lively mundane streets. The formidable divine sense of a golden core cultivator quickly enveloped the entire town, capturing every rustle within several dozen miles. I found it. In no time, he locked onto the location of the Black Tiger Gang. With a swift motion, he vanished silently from his spot, drawing no attention whatsoever. At the same time, before a freshly dug grave, "Little girl, your brother had already promised you to me before his demise. As long as you obediently heed my words, I guarantee you'll enjoy endless riches and glory. Otherwise, The speaker was a man in his 30s or 40s, sporting a scruffy beard. He wore a mocking smile, his demeanor lecherous as he gazed at the young girl before him. "Ha, you beast! My brother was killed by your treachery. I wish I could kill you immediately to avenge him." Tears brimming in her eyes, Qiao gritted her silver teeth, shouting furiously. "Ha! You refuse to drink the wine offered and instead seek punishment. Come on, seize her alive." With a sinister grin, The bearded man waved his hand like a fan, and two burly men lunged towards the girl with ferocious intent. Vile wench, your fortune lies in the fact that I have set my sights upon you. I shall conduct your demise atop your brother's grave and relish in your defiance. The speaker's face, adorned with a thick beard, was filled with triumphant glee. As the menacing henchmen of the Black Tiger gang drew ever closer, Chi Yao was struck with terror, her complexion paling as she stumbled backward. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure descended abruptly, causing the air around to solidify, effectively freezing the members of the Black Tiger gang in place as if time itself had been halted. Chi Yao, momentarily dazed, turned her gaze to a young man who had suddenly appeared nearby, her eyes wide with shock. Clad in a moon-white brocade robe, the young man exuded an extraordinary charm, his striking features and remarkable demeanor radiating an ethereal quality that captivated all who beheld him. Noticing her glance, he offered a gentle smile, his gaze drifting to the rudimentary wooden plaque erected in front of the grave, and with a look of dawning realization, he remarked, "Your brother's name was Chi Yuan, was it not? Coincidentally, I bear the same name. This foolish system has indeed misidentified the person." Chapter 2. New Task, The Path to Escape. What? Chi Yao stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. Not far off, the bearded man, firmly immobilized, gulped down his trepidation and stammered, "May I inquire who you are, esteemed sir?" Since the appearance of this enigmatic figure, the atmosphere had become so frigid that he found even the slightest movement to be an insurmountable challenge. Speaking felt like an arduous task. His two subordinates were rendered even more helpless, their bodies stiff as iron, maintaining a bizarre posture as if they were mid-lunge, a sight that was rather comical. At this juncture, even the most obtuse of individuals could perceive that the situation had turned dire. The man before them was extraordinarily terrifying. In the impoverished backwater of Qingyun town, he had never encountered such a formidable presence. Chi Yuan withdrew his gaze from the wooden plaque and cast a nonchalant glance at the bearded man. "You are Su Biao, the leader of the Black Tiger gang?" Su Biao's heart sank, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow as he replied, trembling, "Wise, esteemed senior. If you have any commands, please do not hesitate to instruct me. I shall comply without question." Having confirmed his target, Chi Yuan had no desire for further conversation. With a mere flick of his hand, Su Biao, who had terrorized Qingyun town for decades, was obliterated in an explosion of crimson mist, leaving no trace behind. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the beginner's task. The system will now commence the restoration of your dantian and meridians. A notification echoed in his ears, yet Chi Yuan felt not a shred of accomplishment for completing the task. Instead, he was somewhat amused. If he was not mistaken, the unfortunate soul resting in the grave was the true protagonist, who coincidentally shared the same name, Chi Yuan. It appeared that due to some error, the worthless reversal system, which should have been bound to the true protagonist, had instead latched onto him. Because the original protagonist had failed to awaken the system in a timely manner, he had been easily dispatched by Su Biao, and now the grave was starting to overgrow with weeds. According to the original narrative, the true protagonist could have wielded the system to achieve great feats, slaying foes left and right, destined to be the quintessential protagonist of a gratifying tale. Yet, he had met a silent end, a truly tragic fate. Contemplating this, Chi Yuan could not help but shake his head in disbelief. At present, this troublesome system was of no use to him. He would have to undertake some tasks, hoping it might eventually return to normalcy. Just as his thoughts were spiraling, a warm current surged through his meridians, gradually converging in his dantian. Chi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but he soon felt the transformation within his body. The strength of his meridians seemed to have significantly increased, capable of holding far more true essence, and his dantian was notably expanded, rivaling that of a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. Good heavens, the system's rewards were indeed effective. Confirming that these changes bore no detrimental effects, Chi Yuan could not suppress the astonishment that surfaced on his face. Though he had not engaged in cultivation, the system had nonetheless fortified his dantian and meridians, effectively enhancing his potential for cultivation. It is well known that one's physique is a form of innate talent. He was already a top-tier genius, and with the system's enhancement, he had ascended to a new level. What a delightful surprise. It seemed that this foolish system was not entirely devoid of merit. Although the process was somewhat tedious, the rewards were undeniably enticing. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Chi Yuan began to harbor expectations for the forthcoming task rewards. At that moment, a timid voice suddenly broke through his reverie. Thank you, senior, for avenging my brother." Chi Yuan turned to regard the tearful-eyed girl before him. The original protagonist's sister appeared to be around 13 or 14 years of age, clad in simple garments, her slender frame and pallid skin suggesting malnutrition. Despite the sorrow in her brow, her beauty was undeniable, a budding beauty yet to fully blossom. Upon meeting Qi Yuan's gaze, Qi Yao's fair, youthful face flushed a delicate shade of crimson, and she nervously lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Though she possessed no cultivation herself, being from a family of cultivators, she had the discernment to recognize that this mysterious figure had effortlessly subdued Su Biao, a cultivator at the third level of Qi refinement, certainly not an ordinary practitioner. Especially with the profound aura he emanated, she felt an instinctive urge to revere him deeply. In her heart, Qi Yao sensed that this young man was far from ordinary. Perhaps he surpassed even her family's ancestor at the foundation establishment stage. For mortals, the foundation establishment realm was akin to divinity, an unattainable pinnacle. As for higher realms, they were entirely beyond comprehension. It was merely a trivial matter, not worthy of mention. Qi Yuan replied with a gentle smile, his tone warm. There is no need to call me senior, just refer to me as Qi Ge. According to the nature of the reversal system, the original protagonist's sister was undoubtedly a pivotal character, and there would surely be future tasks related to this young girl. It was prudent to cultivate a rapport now. Thus, upon ascertaining that the original protagonist was irrevocably deceased, he resolved to bring Qi Yao back to the Taishian sacred land, fully incorporating her into his sphere of influence. As someone in a position of power, he detested all uncontrollable variables. Upon hearing his words, Qi Yao was momentarily taken aback. After a brief hesitation, she shyly uttered, her voice barely above a whisper, Qi Ge. Thank you. Qi Yuan nodded, effortlessly dispatching the two henchmen of the Black Tiger gang who had been rendered unconscious by the pressure of his golden core aura, his actions swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. His rise to prominence and attainment of the position of disciple in the sacred land was indicative of his ruthlessness. He was far from a soft-hearted individual. Even when facing the weakest of adversaries, one must never afford the slightest relaxation. Eradication at the root is the only way to prevent future troubles. At that moment, the system interface before Qi Yuan once again displayed the task information. New task, the path to escape difficulty, 4 stars. Task description, after enduring a harrowing battle, you have defeated the third-level Qi refinement leader of the Black Tiger gang, Su Biao, with your mortal form, and have embarked once more on the path of cultivation. However, your act of slaying Su Biao is about to incite the wrathful retaliation of the Black Tiger gang. Task objective, to escape Qingyan Town with my sister Qi Yao and survive the pursuit of the Black Tiger gang. Additional reward condition, eliminate the leader of the Black Tiger gang. Lihu Qi refining level 5. Task reward, 100 counterattack points, 5 high-grade Qi gathering pills, 200 low-grade spirit stones, and the unlocking of the enlightenment function. Additional reward, appropriately enhance the host's abysmal root aptitude and acquire the talent of playing the pig to eat the tiger. As he listened, Qi Yuan's expression grew increasingly peculiar. This foolish system remained as obnoxious as ever. It was evident that disregarding the nonsensical task descriptions, the essence of the mission lay in achieving the objective. At this moment, visions of being pursued by a group of feeble individuals lacking any cultivation began to materialize in his mind. Of course, the task itself posed no real difficulty. Even for the sake of the reward aimed at improving his root aptitude, he would begrudgingly undertake it. Yet the crux of the matter was how to instill the courage in the Qi refining level 5 leader of the Black Tiger gang to pursue a fully realized golden core cultivator. Chapter 3. I am quite furious now. Qingyan Town. Black Tiger gang. Within the heavily guarded Grand Hall, a burly member of the Black Tiger gang hastily entered. Panic evident on his face as he called out to the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table. Leader, something terrible has happened. Upon witnessing this, Li Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger gang, furrowed his brows and admonished coldly. What has transpired that you must raise such a ruckus? This is hardly fitting. Once a disciple of a minor sect, he had been expelled due to his lackluster aptitude, unable to break through to Qi refining level 6 even after turning 30. Thus, he returned to the mundane world. In the realm of cultivation, Qi refining level 5 was insignificant, yet in the secular world, it marked him as a formidable figure. Leveraging his own cultivation and ruthless tactics, Li Hu quickly gathered hundreds of subordinates, establishing the Black Tiger gang, dominating the small locale of Qingyan Town, and becoming akin to a local tyrant. Within the gang, he wielded immense authority, and after his reprimand, the subordinate before him fell silent, trembling as he reported. Reporting to the leader, an unknown cultivator has arrived outside. He claims to be the cousin of that Qi Yuan lad and insists on seeking revenge from Hall Master Su, having already injured several of our brothers. A cultivator? At this, Li Hu's heart sank, and his eyelids twitched. He paid little heed to the identity of the victims. Too many had met their demise at his hands for him to remember each one. The arrival of this cultivator was a cause for concern. Should he provoke someone formidable, disaster would surely follow. However, from his subordinate's description, it seemed the intruder lacked significant strength, likely just an arrogant fool. The reasoning was simple. Had the individual truly been a high-ranking cultivator, seeking revenge would hardly require such theatrics. They could simply obliterate his trivial Black Tiger gang with ease. Furthermore, true powerhouses were often proud and would not deign to regard ordinary mortals without cultivation. The fact that this individual chose to assault his mundane subordinates, merely injuring them rather than killing them, indicated a lack of depth in strategy and ruthlessness. Their caliber was likely not very high. After all, it was beyond comprehension that a Golden Core expert would venture to such a remote town to deceive a Qi refining level 5 character. Despite these thoughts, Li Hu rose and entered the back hall, retrieving a uniquely shaped small hammer from a hidden compartment, carefully tucking it into his sleeve. With the treasured artifact in hand, he felt invigorated and promptly soared back to the front hall, commanding loudly, "Send the word out, gather all brothers within the gang, and follow me to confront this troublemaker." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Black Tiger gang, bang! After kicking away a knife-wielding thug, Yuan narrowed his eyes, glancing up at the plaque above the doorway, then snapped his fingers. Crack! The wooden plaque fell with a resounding crash, shattering into pieces. Surrounding him, numerous members of the Black Tiger gang lay scattered on the ground, groaning in pain. Perhaps due to the gang's notorious reputation or fear of collateral damage, the commotion drew no onlookers. Vendors had hastily packed up their stalls, leaving the street eerily deserted. Noticing that the remaining thugs dared not approach, Yuan smiled faintly and began to stride toward the entrance, loudly proclaiming, "Su Biao, come out and face your doom. If you do not surrender him, I shall lay waste to your Black Tiger gang today and seek justice for my cousin." Yao followed closely behind him, her charming face radiant with gratitude, although she was unaware of the profound significance behind the actions of this enigmatic figure. The fact that he took the initiative to confront the Black Tiger gang seemed to her a righteous act in defense of her deceased brother. How could she not express her heartfelt appreciation? Brother Qi, truly a good man. As the two stepped through the gates of the Black Tiger gang, a thunderous roar echoed. "Do you dare to wreak havoc in the Black Tiger gang? Have you grown weary of life?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than dozens of fierce-looking brutes surged forth from the courtyard ahead. At the forefront stood a burly middle-aged man, clad in a short shirt, his muscles bulging, with a menacing tiger embroidered upon his chest. He was none other than Li Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger gang. Upon assessing the intruder's cultivation level, Li Hu felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet a murderous intent began to simmer within. How audacious! This boy is merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. What audacity to act so grandly. Initially, he had thought he was facing a formidable opponent, but now it appeared he was just a mere novice. Contemplating this, Li Hu spoke with a sinister tone. "You, young man, possess quite the audacity to seek trouble with the Black Tiger gang. If you do not reveal some truths today, I fear you may not leave here unscathed." His words were laden with implication, probing for Yuan's background. If he had connections, Li Hu might tread carefully. Otherwise, he chuckled darkly. "Truths?" Yuan let out a derisive snicker, speaking with an air of disdain. "I am the Daozi of the Taishan sacred land, and I have come today specifically to avenge my cousin. If you do not surrender him forthwith, I shall dismantle your pitiful gang." "Taishan sacred land? Daozi? Is that your claim?" "Ha!" Upon hearing these words, Li Hu was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a fit of laughter, as if he had just heard the most preposterous joke in existence, nearly gasping for breath from the hilarity. The other members of the Black Tiger gang joined in, the atmosphere thick with mirth. "You little brat, if you're going to weave tales, at least make them somewhat believable." Once their laughter subsided, Li Hu's gaze turned menacing as he regarded Yuan. The Taishan sacred land was a force of immense power, not to mention the Daozi. Even a mere servant from there could reduce our Black Tiger gang to mere fragments. How could one possibly stand in the street like a petty hoodlum and issue challenges? If I were to believe such nonsense, it would indeed be a folly beyond comprehension. With that, he flicked his right arm, instantly revealing a concealed artifact from his sleeve. "Brothers, seize him. Let us turn this impostor of a Daozi into mere pulp and toss him into the courtyard to feed the dogs. However, make sure to capture that lovely maiden behind him alive. My temper is quite frayed." Boom. The dark hammer, upon leaving his palm, expanded dramatically in the wind and came crashing down toward Yuan's position. "Be careful, Brother Qi." Beside him, Yao gasped in alarm, instinctively moving closer to Yuan. Yuan appeared to be startled. After a moment of dazed astonishment, he hastily fumbled in his bosom and retrieved a dusty storage pouch. From within, he drew forth a small shield, entirely wrought in resplendent gold, and promptly positioned it before himself. Bang! A deep, resonant thud echoed as the magical artifact launched by Li Hu was deflected by the shield, causing the advancing members of the Black Tiger gang to be repelled. Retreating in disarray, Yuan trembled, retreating several steps with an ashen complexion, a trace of crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth. His aura of the 3rd layer of Qi significantly diminished. "Run!" he exclaimed, gripping Qi Yao's sleeve as he bolted towards the outskirts of the town in a frantic rush. No wonder he had the audacity to challenge us here. It turns out this young man possesses a rather fine magical artifact. Observing this, Li Hu felt a surge of excitement rather than fear, his greed igniting as he hurried to replenish the vital energy expended while wielding the artifact. He bellowed to his subordinates, "Quickly pursue. Whoever captures that young man will be handsomely rewarded by the leader." In an instant, the members of the Black Tiger gang surged forth, led by Li Hu, as they ferociously chased after the fleeing pair. Chapter 4. Brother Qi truly is a great benefactor outside Qingyan town. Almost there, Qi Yuan led Qi Yao to a secluded valley, pausing only to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed back in the direction they had come. This foolish system is truly absurd. In truth, aside from the additional task of eliminating Li Hu, the mission objectives encompass two crucial points. The first is to lead Qi Yao out of Qingyun town, and the second is to survive the relentless pursuit of the Black Tiger gang. This implies that if the Black Tiger gang ceased their chase, the mission would undoubtedly fail. Even a fool of the Black Tiger gang's leader, at the 5th level of Qi refining, would not recklessly pursue a golden core cultivator. To achieve his aims, only one option remained: to mislead the enemy. Under his deft performance, the earlier ploy to deceive had proven remarkably effective. Not to mention, even for the sake of acquiring a mid-tier magical artifact, Li Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger gang, would never allow him to escape unscathed. Greed is, after all, the most potent motivator. However, he never anticipated that, despite having reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, he would experience the sensation of being hunted by mere mortals. If his master were to discover this, he would undoubtedly rush over to rectify the situation. The thought sent a chill down Qi Yuan's spine. This wretched system had better be genuinely useful, otherwise he would suffer a tremendous loss. Noticing his unusual expression, Qi Yao inquired with concern, "Brother Qi, are you all right?" Qi Yuan regained his composure and chuckled lightly, saying, "It is of no concern. We shall simply wait here. The fools behind us will inevitably come running to deliver themselves." To ensure that the members of the Black Tiger gang would not lose track, he thoughtfully left numerous traces along the way, easily discernible even to a dull-witted pig. What? Upon hearing this, Qi Yao felt somewhat bewildered, unable to grasp the situation. Hadn't they just decided to flee? How had it shifted to waiting here for the enemy? "I found you. This time, there is no escape." Before she could ponder further, a sudden roar erupted from the woods behind them, as dozens of burly men wielding long knives rushed forward, encircling the two. At the forefront stood Li Hu, the leader of the Black Tiger gang, who grinned maliciously, ready to deliver his victory speech. However, he was abruptly halted by a tremendous surge of magical energy emanating from the man before him, filling the air with an overwhelming presence. Li Hu was momentarily stunned, his previously arrogant demeanor frozen on his face, appearing rather comical. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, and a violent spiritual pressure swept across the surroundings. The members of the Black Tiger gang had no time to scream, instantly transformed into a mist of blood that scattered across the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task escape route. Reward: 100 counterattack points, 5 superior Qi gathering pills, and 200 inferior spirit stones. The comprehension function has now been activated. The host may spend a portion of counterattack points to gain insights into cultivation techniques, thus advancing in their practice. Li Hu of the Black Tiger gang has perished. The host has completed the additional task, earning an opportunity to enhance their spiritual roots. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent playing the fool to catch the tiger. The host can actively conceal their cultivation level and spiritual root quality. Unless the opponent's level exceeds the host by 3 major realms, they will be unable to see through it. As the system's voice faded, Qi Yuan felt the surrounding spiritual energy, already vibrant, become even more animated. It was as though the world had shed another layer of its veil, and the essence within him became purer and more refined, as if he could manipulate it with utmost precision. This sensation, akin to a sudden enlightenment, filled him with buoyancy. Upon introspection, he observed that the exquisite golden core within his energy sea sparkled with clarity, suffused with profound Taoist principles. It continuously exchanged the old for the new, resonating with the heavens as if it were poised to transform at any moment. What an astonishing boon this reward proved to be. Once he regained his senses, Qi Yuan quickly recognized the magnitude of his fortune, a smile emerging on his face. His innate talent for spiritual roots was already among the finest in this realm, and with the system's assistance, it had ascended to even greater heights. Although it might not rival the legendary celestial spiritual roots, it was certainly not far behind. The effects verging on miraculous. The enhancement of his spiritual roots represented an incredible opportunity for him. After all, the spiritual root is the foundation of the Tao. No one would ever lament possessing excessive cultivation talent. Moreover, the talent playing the fool to catch the tiger was exceedingly practical. Not only was it an essential tool for showcasing one's prowess, but it could also be employed to deceive foes, feigning weakness before delivering an unexpected blow at a critical moment. At this juncture, whether the system was lacking in intellect became irrelevant to him. The rewards from this task alone were sufficient to instill hope for the challenges ahead. Truly, the counterattack system, despite its apparent shortcomings, delivered tangible benefits. Yuan felt a surge of joy as he contemplated the rewards brought by the transformation of his spiritual roots. Just before he could further savor this experience, the ethereal system interface reappeared, presenting him with a new quest: counterattack. Begin as a disciplinary apprentice. Upon comprehending the specific nature of the task, Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he silently retracted his favorable review of the system. Just as Yuan was engulfed in a cloud of frustration, Yao regained her composure from her previous astonishment. Her gaze towards him brimmed with admiration as she gently remarked, "Go, you truly are a remarkable person. Not only are you exceptionally skilled, but most importantly, you possess a benevolent heart." Initially, Yao had harbored some confusion regarding Yuan's recent actions. However, after a moment of reflection, she finally grasped the thoughtful intentions behind the man's conduct. As a lofty cultivator, not only saved his own life, but also vanquished a band of scoundrels from the Black Tiger gang, avenging his deceased elder brother. In every sense, he is a benefactor of remarkable significance. What is even more commendable is that Go, in his noble pursuit of justice, deliberately orchestrated a ruse to lure the members of the Black Tiger gang away from the town, ensuring that no innocent bystanders were harmed. This heroic compassion truly commands admiration. After all, the force of his earlier strike was utterly terrifying had it been unleashed within the town. One can only imagine the multitude of innocent lives that could have been affected. By choosing to set the battlefield in this desolate wilderness, his benevolence shines through. As for Yuan, who found himself unexpectedly labeled a good person, he felt somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, he dismissed the notion, calmly stating, "It is nothing. I simply found them displeasing." As he spoke, his features blurred momentarily before reverting to their original state. Due to the abstract nature of the task assigned by the system, Yuan instinctively wished to remain unrecognized. To avoid unnecessary complications, he had taken the precaution of altering his appearance slightly before arriving. After all, his master, the sect leader, valued reputation above all else. Should he discover that his closed-door disciple had been pursued for dozens of miles by a throng of mortals, Yuan feared the repercussions upon his return would be far from pleasant. Yuan's original appearance was quite remarkable, captivating the young girl beside him, who gazed at him curiously and incessantly. Yao hailed from a family of cultivators, though she was deemed to lack the aptitude for cultivation from a young age and thus received little attention. She possessed a rudimentary understanding of certain knowledge within the realm of immortality. She was aware that many cultivators possess techniques for concealing their presence and altering their appearances, and therefore, she was not particularly surprised by Yuan's transformation. At that moment, she noticed the distant sky suddenly roiling with clouds, as a magnificent flying vessel, radiant with light, swiftly approached. Chapter 5. The depths of the supreme Xian's sacred land. As expected, they have indeed arrived. Gazing at the increasingly imminent vessel, Yuan narrowed his eyes, his expression tinged with peculiarity. Once again, the script provided by the system was trite and uninspired, fit only for the lowest echelons of literature. According to the system, the original host, after escaping a life-threatening pursuit by the Black Tiger gang with his younger sister, would encounter a saintess from the Linglong sacred land. Subsequently, in a manner typical of most cliches involving underachieving protagonists, it was revealed that the original host's sister was, in fact, a hidden genius with extraordinary spiritual roots, who would be spotted by the passing saintess and taken back to the Linglong sacred land for careful cultivation. In contrast, the original host, burdened by his inferior qualifications and gender, would be scorned and left behind by the saintess, consumed by despondency, ultimately transforming his resentment into motivation to prove all who underestimated him wrong. In Yuan's previous life, such a narrative would be regarded as a third-rate melodrama, long past its prime. However, reality often unfolds in fantastical ways. Ever since the advent of this nonsensical system, even the actions of this so-called genius disciple began to take on an unusual hue. Sighing, he resolved to view this as merely a playful diversion in the realm of cultivation, for immersing himself in endless training could become quite monotonous. Just as Yuan endeavored to convince himself of this, the flying vessel arrived before them. The ethereal craft boasted an extravagant exterior, intricately adorned. Its surface covered with a myriad of delicate golden patterns that subtly formed a robust defensive array, complemented by a barrier that obscured divine perception, rendering its interior nearly inscrutable. In the next moment, the doors swung open, revealing a group of distinguished men and women stepping forth. Leading the procession was a young male cultivator, his hair styled in a topknot, radiating a sense of righteousness. He possessed a broad face and prominent ears, with a well-defined forehead, straight and robust brows, exuding an aura of ancient nobility. In simpler terms, his appearance was strikingly unique. Beside him walked a breathtakingly beautiful woman, dressed in a flowing azure gown, her waist adorned with a silken belt of pristine white. She possessed an ethereal grace, her skin luminous as snow, emanating an aura of clarity and elegance. as if she had descended from the celestial realms, untouched by the mundane world. In her presence, the other female cultivators, who were previously notable for their beauty, appeared utterly diminished, reduced to mere background figures. Junior brother Qi, what brings you here? Upon seeing Qi Yuan, the only male cultivator among them inquired first, his expression laced with curiosity. This male cultivator was none other than Lu Changfeng, Qi Yuan's senior brother, the foremost disciple of the Grandmaster of the Supreme Xian Sacred Land. Beside him stood the unparalleled beauty, Xiao Yuan, the contemporary saintess of the Linglong Sacred Land. Xiao Yuan had come specifically to attend the ceremony for the bestowal of the title of Daozi, representing the Linglong Sacred Land. Now that the ceremony had concluded, she was on her way back to her sect, fortuitously passing through Qingyun town. In contrast to Lu Changfeng's focus, Xiao Yun's attention was drawn to the mortal girl standing behind Qi Yuan, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. Qi Yuan smiled gently and began to elucidate. It turns out that it is senior brother Lu and Fairy Xiao present. I happened to wander here and discovered a group of nefarious individuals, whose sins are grievous and who bring calamity to the region. Unable to restrain myself, I took action to eradicate this Black Tiger gang and, in the process, rescue this mortal young girl. For the first time, Qi Yao found herself amidst a multitude of resplendent and elegant cultivators. Upon hearing Qi Yuan speak of her, she instinctively clenched the corners of her garment, wishing to retreat her head into her bosom, exuding an air of unease and discomfort. So this is how it is, a mere assembly of bothersome ants. Their demise would be inconsequential. Acknowledging Qi Yuan's explanation, Lu Changfeng nodded, subtly brushing aside the issue, before redirecting his gaze to Xiao Yuan. With a gentle tone, he said, Fairy Xiao, since that recent surge of magical energy originated from junior brother Qi, let us continue our journey. Allow me to escort you a little further. His words were laced with an unmistakable undertone of flattery. A chill ran down Qi Yuan's spine. No. This place was over 100,000 miles away from the gates of the Taishan Sacred Land. It was already outrageous for you to escort guests this far. And yet you wished to continue. However, Lu Changfeng's subsequent words left him even more astounded. Fairy Xiao, the journey to the Linglong Sacred Land is fraught with peril, as there are regions infested with demonic beings. It would be unwise for your group of ladies to traverse such treacherous paths alone. Allow me the honor of accompanying you to ensure your safe return to the sect. If you would permit it? Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Although he had heard of Lu Changfeng's affection for the Linglong Saintess, he never anticipated it would run so deep. How utterly servile this fellow was. The Linglong Saintess was a formidable cultivator at the late nascent soul stage, endowed with the supreme legacy of the Linglong Sacred Ground. In terms of combat prowess beneath the transformation stage, she was virtually invincible. Did she truly require a mere mid-nascent soul cultivator to act as her protector? Having encountered Qi Daozi, Xiao Yuan first acknowledged Qi Yuan with a nod, a greeting of sorts. Then, with her delicate features turned cold, she addressed Lu Changfeng with a frigid tone. Our Linglong Sacred Ground is not merely a name. We can take care of ourselves without troubling junior brother Lu to escort us further. This realm, known as the Yunming Great World, teems with myriad life forms and countless races, its expanse vast and boundless. The human race occupies merely a small corner of it. Among humans, apart from the few elusive and sinister demonic sects, the remaining cultivation powers regard the 7 great sacred grounds with utmost reverence. The Linglong Sacred Ground, though comprising predominantly female cultivators, boasts a long-standing heritage and profound depth, with more than one grandmaster to oversee its affairs, rivaling even the Taishan Sacred Ground. Lu Changfeng's insinuation that a group of women required protection to describe the Linglong Sacred Ground was met with restrained anger from Xiao Yuan, who, despite her displeasure, maintained her composure. After her statement, she disregarded him entirely, gliding gracefully to stand before Qi Yuan. With utmost seriousness, she spoke. Qi Daozi, to be frank, the young lady behind you possesses a unique constitution, harboring a remarkably rare hidden spiritual root that aligns perfectly with a legacy within our Linglong Sacred Ground. May I inquire if you could facilitate her entry as a disciple? Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan's heart raced. Indeed, as the system had described, the Linglong Saintess had discerned Qi Yao's hidden talents and sought to recruit her into the Linglong Sacred Ground. It seemed that aside from the absurd inaccuracies regarding the principal parties involved, the information concerning others was indeed reliable. Noticing Qi Yuan's silence, Lu Changfeng's mouth fell agape, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. This was a favor from the Linglong Saintess. How could Qi Yuan possibly hesitate? If only he could experience such an opportunity. He would surely wake up from delight even in his dreams. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lu Changfeng's gaze towards Qi Yuan brimmed with envy and resentment, wishing he could eliminate this rival to take his place. Even though Qi Yuan had previously usurped his position as Daozi, he had never felt such fury as he did now. In that instant, Lu Changfeng found himself in a profound dilemma, wanting Qi Yuan to refuse and utterly offend the Linglong Saintess, hoping it would rekindle her memory of his merits, yet simultaneously fearing the disappointment that might cloud the face of his beloved goddess. Just as Lu Changfeng wrestled with his conflicting emotions, Qi Yuan suddenly smiled faintly, sincerity radiating from his expression as he said, "Apologies, Miss Xiao, but Xiao Yao is not my personal servant. I believe I have no right to dictate her future. The choice should be hers to make." With that, he turned to Qi Yao and inquired, "Xiao Yao, do you wish to become a disciple of the Linglong sacred ground?" Upon hearing these words, Qi Yao's delicate form trembled, her eyes brimming with tears of emotion. She lifted her gaze towards the Linglong saintess, who stood a short distance away, and with unwavering resolve replied, "Brother Qi, I am willing to join the Linglong sacred ground. Only in this way can I have the opportunity to repay your kindness." She was acutely aware that the Linglong sacred ground was one of the most prestigious forces within the realm of cultivation, and receiving an invitation directly from the Linglong saintess was an unimaginable opportunity for an ordinary person. Thus, although she felt a profound reluctance to part from Qi Yuan, she understood the vast chasm that lay between them, and joining the Linglong sacred ground represented her sole chance to alter her destiny. Very well. With a gentle smile, Qi Yuanzhao turned to Xiao Yuan'ai and bowed slightly, saying, "Fairy Xiao, I hope you will take good care of Xiao Yao in the future." In truth, even if Qi Yao were to disagree, he would find a way to persuade her to comply. Initially, Qi Yuan intended to take Qi Yao to the Taishan sacred land for nurturing, but the newly emerged task swiftly dispelled that notion. Should Qi Yao's fate take a significant misstep, it would leave him at a loss if he were later assigned a task concerning the original owner's sister. To err on the side of caution, it would be prudent to let things unfold naturally until he fully comprehended the system's characteristics. Now that Qi Yao had made the right choice, it spared him considerable effort. Is it possible that such a respectful man towards women exists in this world? Xiao Yuan'ai was momentarily taken aback, then gazed deeply at Qi Yuan, her admiration for him growing immensely. She exclaimed, "Daoist Qi, I did not expect someone so young and in a high position to be so upright and sincere, caring for the thoughts of an ordinary girl. This is truly commendable. Rest assured, as long as I am here, she shall never suffer any injustice." Upon saying this, she smiled sweetly at Qi Yuan, her smile reminiscent of blooming flowers, her spring-like eyes sparkling with brilliance, a beauty that was breathtaking. Even with Qi Yuan's extensive experience, he found himself momentarily dazed, inwardly reflecting. No wonder the Linglong saintess is revered by many as the most beautiful among the righteous. Without a modicum of composure, one would surely be overwhelmed. She smiled. Lu Changfeng stared at the radiant Xiao Yuan'ai, utterly mesmerized. Not only Xiao Yuan'ai, but the other female cultivators from the Linglong sacred land also cast admiring glances at Qi Yuan, their respect evident in their expressions. "Thank you, Daoist Qi, for facilitating this matter. You and I will surely repay your kindness in the future." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the women from the Linglong sacred land departed with the somewhat reluctant Qi Yao, completely disregarding the dazed Lu Changfeng. "Senior brother Lu, if there is nothing else, I shall return to the sect now," Qi Yuan said, shaking his head and taking the initiative to bid farewell. After a long moment, Lu Changfeng finally came to his senses, slapping his forehead in regret, exclaiming, "Indeed, it was inappropriate for a grown man to be amidst their precious boat. No wonder Fairy Xiao did not accept my goodwill. In that case, I shall follow discreetly to ensure Fairy Xiao's safety. Junior brother, you may return on your own." After muttering to himself, he wasted no time and immediately took flight, employing his evasion technique to catch up. Qi Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. Normally, Lu Changfeng, the senior disciple, appeared quite ordinary. In terms of aptitude, he was by no means inferior to Qi Yuan. Yet, he never anticipated that Lu Changfeng would be such an eccentric character. At that moment, he finally comprehended why his master had chosen to overlook Lu Changfeng and selected him as the successor instead. This was, indeed, the epitome of sycophancy. If Lu Changfeng were to ascend to the position of the leader of the sacred land, he might very well envelope the entire Taishan sacred land in his self-serving ambitions. Chapter 6. The heartwarming truth behind it all. In the Taishan sacred land, the heavens soared high and the clouds were resplendent. An abundance of spiritual energy coalesced into wisps of mist, enveloping the vast expanse of the Taishan sacred land. Majestic mountains rose high, and towers stood tall. Countless rare and exotic beasts galloped and soared, presenting a scene reminiscent of an immortal realm. Qi Yuan tread upon the clouds, swiftly traversing the grand formation of the sect, heading towards an exceptionally magnificent peak. This mountain towered above its surrounding counterparts, exuding an air of tranquility and elegance, suffused with rich spiritual energy. It was none other than the Jade Hua Peak, the exclusive abode of the Daozi. Spanning a vast expanse, Jade Hua Peak was fortified with layers of restrictions and various formations designed to aid in cultivation. The maintenance of these formations perpetually consumed a considerable amount of spirit stones, with daily expenditures sufficient to bankrupt a wealthy golden core cultivator, a testament to the privileged status of the Daozi within this superlative power. Furthermore, dedicated elder deacons and a retinue of auxiliary disciples were tasked with managing the affairs of Jade Hua Peak on behalf of Qi Yuan. In essence, within the Taishan sacred land, Yuan's singular mission was to devote himself to cultivation and expedite his growth. The Daozi has returned. Greetings to the Daozi. Upon sighting Yuan, the two disciples stationed at the entrance of the cave abode immediately approached with utmost reverence, offering their respects without the slightest hint of negligence. No need for formalities. Yuan nodded slightly and instructed, "You may leave now. Return and inform Elder Liang that, unless there is a matter of utmost urgency, I do not wish to be disturbed." Upon their departure, Yuan traversed through the entrance of the cave dwelling and entered a secluded meditation chamber. He settled into a cross-legged position and subsequently accessed the system interface. Having completed 2 tasks previously, he had amassed a total of 150 counterattack points. This modest sum of points was insufficient to procure any valuable items from the marketplace. However, it could be utilized to experiment with the newly unlocked comprehension function. He activated the comprehension feature. As Yuan's thoughts stirred, a series of martial arts techniques immediately surfaced in his mind: the Tai Xian Donghua Jade Record, the Yun Shao Sword Classic, the Luo Tian Refining Spirit Formula, and the Tai E Star Seizing Hand. These were the 4 formidable techniques he was currently cultivating, each representing the pinnacle of inheritance from the Tai Xian sacred land. After a moment of contemplation, he reined in his emotions and silently intoned, "Comprehend the Tai Xian Donghua Jade Record." This particular technique served as his primary focus, regarded as the foundation of his path. Thus it was natural for him to prioritize its enhancement. No sooner had he completed his thought than Yuan found himself enveloped in a profound state of enlightenment. The world around him became hazy and indistinct, with waves of profound truths crashing upon him. Several perplexing challenges that had previously eluded his understanding were effortlessly unraveled in this state, akin to a sudden awakening that brought clarity. This experience was utterly enchanting, leaving him exhilarated and entranced. However, just as Yuan was lost in this blissful reverie, he was abruptly jolted back to reality, his body trembling. Although the sudden interruption of his enlightenment was somewhat disconcerting, the overwhelming impact and astonishment eclipsed his displeasure. The 150 points of reversal credits he had accrued could only sustain this state for less than half a breath, yet the effects were formidable, enabling him to breach the most critical barrier prior to achieving the Yuanying stage. Previously, his rapid progress had rendered his foundational understanding somewhat unstable, and his perception of the grand principles of the universe had been slightly lacking. Thus, to perfect his transformation into the Yuanying stage, a prolonged period of refinement was essential. Remarkably, this brief moment of enlightenment had bestowed upon him significant benefits, effectively saving him a year of arduous training. Coupled with the enhancement of his spiritual roots, Yuan now felt confident in attempting to break through the Yuanying stage in a short time. The Tai Xian Donghua Jade Record is an arcane technique that directly points to the path of true immortality. Classified as a secret classic of the Tai Xian sacred land, and is not to be casually studied by others without the master's explicit guidance. Before ascending to immortality, practitioners must traverse 9 major realms: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden elixir, Yuanying, transformation, void refinement, harmonization, tribulation passing, and great ascension. Yuanying practitioners can harness the power of heaven and earth, living for over 1,000 years, and are revered as true lords. Even within the Tai Xian sacred land, Yuanying practitioners constitute the backbone of strength, qualified to serve as stewards or elders in the inner sect. As the disciple of the Tao, Yuan not only aimed to break through to the Yuanying stage, but also aspired to condense a Yuanying of exceptionally high quality. Otherwise, it would be deemed a failure. Thus, he had previously approached the task of condensing the Yuanying with extreme caution, fearing any misstep. Now, with the assistance of the system, he regarded it as an unexpected boon. With these thoughts in mind, he gathered his focus and silently gazed at the task panel. The exquisite figure of the Linglong Saintess and her icy, unfeeling words lingered in his mind, compelling him to rally his spirits. With the system at his disposal, he resolved to diligently complete the reversal tasks, believing that one day he would earn her admiration. Task objective: please break through to the second layer of Qi refinement within 1 month and pass the assessment of the Falling Cloud Valley to become a miscellaneous disciple. Task difficulty: 3 stars, average. Task rewards: 100 reversal credits, 5 superior rejuvenation pills, 1 low-tier magical artifact, and a free activation of 300 cubic meters of personal system space, currently not available for the storage of living beings. Gazing at these lines of gleaming text, Yuan's expression stiffened. He now questioned whether continuing to undertake these absurd tasks might one day lead to a cerebral hemorrhage from sheer frustration. Achieving the second layer of Qi refinement was one matter, but what on earth was a miscellaneous disciple of the Falling Cloud Valley? He had never even heard of this sect, which was likely another insignificant force hidden in some obscure corner. A minor sect, a miscellaneous disciple. It was a classic case of a wasteful beginning. Even more absurdly, his current identity was that of the Dao son of the Tai Xian sacred land. Would joining this so-called Falling Cloud Valley as a miscellaneous disciple not be tantamount to betraying his sect? Good heavens! He could scarcely imagine the uproar that would ensue if such news were to leak out. It would undoubtedly make headlines in the cultivation world. Shocking. The Dao son of the Taishan sacred land betrays his sect, willingly mingling with a weak sect as a miscellaneous disciple, with heartwarming reasons behind it. The mere thought of such a scenario sent a shiver down Qi Yuan's spine, prompting him to resolve firmly. No matter what transpired, he could not reveal his identity during the execution of this task. The consequences would be utterly unimaginable. Fortunately, the system had granted him a month's grace period, allowing him to return and arrange matters within the sacred land first. Just as his thoughts were meandering, a respectful voice suddenly echoed from outside. Dao son, the master summons you to the main hall. The master wishes to see me? Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback before hastily rising and making his way toward Taishan Peak. Moments later, within a solemn and majestic white jade hall, he bowed deeply, greeting the elder in the Daoist robe seated at the top with the utmost reverence. The elder, adorned with a lotus crown, appeared gaunt, devoid of any palpable aura, resembling an ordinary old man rather than a cultivator who had lived for thousands of years and achieved the harmonization stage. This individual was none other than Qi Yuan's master in this life, the head of the Taishan sacred land, Master Hengzhen. At this moment, Master Hengzhen furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in contemplation. Noticing the silence from his master, Qi Yuan felt an inexplicable wave of anxiety. The existence of the system was undoubtedly his greatest secret, and as a harmonization stage adept, Master Hengzhen might well perceive any anomalies, should he be discovered. The consequences would be dire. Fortunately, Qi Yuan's apprehension appeared to be unwarranted, as Master Hengzhen soon regained his focus and slowly raised his hand. You may rise. Eh? Following this, Master Hengzhen seemed to notice something, casting Qi Yuan an inquisitive glance. In just a few days, your progress has been remarkably swift. I had originally thought you would need at least 2 more years to condense your Yuanying, but now it seems you may not require much longer to achieve a breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan humbly smiled. Not long ago, I suddenly had an epiphany, which has allowed me to make some progress, though it is merely by chance. Daoist Hengzhen nodded in satisfaction, remarking, You, my child, are quite commendable, far surpassing your rather erratic senior brother. Upon hearing the master's sharp critique of someone, Qi Yuan could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth, inwardly reflecting, if only you knew what I have done yesterday. I suspect the title of erratic would no longer be exclusive to my senior brother. Although he silently sighed within, he maintained a composed exterior and replied, Senior brother is exceptionally talented and diligent in cultivation. I, being dull-witted, dare not compare myself. Huh, where did you learn to be so smooth-tongued? Daoist Hengzhen could not help but chuckle and scold him lightly. Then, his expression turned serious as he admonished, Now that you have assumed the position of a disciple, every word and action represents the entire Taishan sacred ground. You must exercise caution and decorum, and never allow the reputation of the sacred ground to diminish. Your teachings are most enlightening, master. Qi Yuan promptly responded with solemnity, though internally, he felt a sense of unease. Chapter 7. Such fortuitous opportunities are only for the fools to forsake. Observing Qi Yuan's obedient demeanor, Daoist Hengzhen refrained from further lecturing and instead shifted the conversation. Speaking slowly, this realm is vast, with cultivators as numerous as the sands of the Ganges, endless and infinite. Yet, those who can form an infant are as rare as a phoenix feather. Countless prodigies have failed at this critical juncture, leaving only regret in their wake. Your alchemical prowess has reached an exceptional level, and overcoming the Yuan infant hurdle should pose no significant challenge. However, it is essential to note that among Yuan infants, there exist varying ranks, with disparities as vast as the heavens and the earth. According to the sacred texts, a cultivator's Yuan infant is categorized into 5 tiers: Dao Rest Yuan infant, Purple Mansion Yuan infant, Upper Clear Yuan infant, Divine Splendor Yuan infant, and the legendary Dao of Heaven Yuan infant. The lowest tier, Dao Rest Yuan infant, possesses mixed and impure spiritual essence. Those who form such an infant have effectively reached the end of their path, with no prospects for further advancement, hence the name Dao Rest. The Purple Mansion Yuan infant is slightly superior, with approximately a 20% chance of advancing to the Transformation God stage, while the Upper Clear Yuan infant has even greater potential, boasting a 50% probability of achieving the same. Daoist Hengzhen paused momentarily before continuing. The Yuan infant I once condensed was of the higher Divine Splendor tier, where those who succeed in forming such an infant have at least an 80% chance of becoming a transformation god, with boundless prospects ahead. As for the Dao of Heaven Yuan infant, only a few have emerged throughout history, often individuals blessed by destiny. I have never encountered one in the mortal realm. Your senior brother, Lu Chanfeng, possessed talents surpassing mine, yet due to the distractions of romantic entanglements, he succumbed to inner demons, ultimately managing only to form an Upper Clear Yuan infant, falling short of his true potential. At this juncture, Daoist Hengzhen cast a meaningful glance at Qi Yuan. In light of such lessons, you must take heed. My decision to have you assume the position of Dao child before your Yuan infant breakthrough, despite opposition, was to eliminate distractions and solidify your resolve. enabling you to stride into the realm of Yuan infants with unwavering determination and courage. You must understand that apart from you, the yet-to-form Yuan infant Dao child of the Taishian sect, all other Dao children and saints of the sacred grounds have already condensed divine splendor Yuan infants. Upon hearing this veiled admonition, Qi Yuan's spirit stirred, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, disciple understands. The intentions of his master were unmistakably clear. As the Dao child of the Taishian sacred land, if he could not form a divine splendor Yuan infant, his position would likely be precarious. The path to immortality is inherently a process of sifting through the sands, favoring the strong and discarding the weak. Qi Yuan has attained his current status by triumphing over numerous equally gifted competitors. As a Daozi, he must not only contend with the many talented disciples within the sacred land who watch and challenge him, both overtly and covertly, but also bear the responsibility of measuring his prowess against the Daozi and saints of other sacred lands in philosophical discourse and rivalry. At this moment, Hengzhen Daoist seemed to recollect the purpose of summoning Qi Yuan, clearing his throat. Qi Yuan, I have recently gained some insights into the great Dao and will soon enter seclusion for a period of time. I initially intended for you to study under Master Su regarding the management of sect affairs. However, given that you are on the verge of forming your nascent soul, it is best that you focus on your cultivation, and we shall put this matter aside. What a relief. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan immediately exhaled in relief. If he were to be dispatched to the Internal Affairs Hall for an internship at this time, it would indeed be a troublesome affair, as the matters there are intricate and complex, likely preventing him from fulfilling his current system tasks. Although the responsibilities of the Internal Affairs Hall are of high rank and significance, for Qi Yuan, it would merely be a quagmire, even if he were to achieve results. They would bring him little credit, and should he make the slightest misstep, he would undoubtedly invite criticism. The regulations of the Taishian sacred land are stringent, and as a newly appointed Daozi, he is under the scrutiny of many who harbor discontent, eagerly awaiting his mistakes. With this in mind, he promptly said, Disciple wishes to venture into the world, to experience life, contemplate the heavenly Tao, refine myself, and seek the opportunity to form my nascent soul. I hope for Master S benevolence in granting permission. Hengzhen Daoist initially furrowed his brow, but then relaxed, responding calmly, Very well. It is indeed challenging to achieve great things in isolation. It may do you good to venture out. However, exercise caution in all matters while you are abroad. Should you encounter danger and find yourself outmatched, do not indulge in pride or recklessness, but withdraw and allow the elders of the sect to handle the situation afterward. Do you understand? Disciple will diligently adhere to Master S teachings. Qi Yuan was filled with immense joy upon hearing his Master S words. With this endorsement, he could freely embark on system tasks and, when faced with formidable foes, could legitimately summon reinforcements from the Taishian sacred land. In the realm of cultivation, aside from one's own prowess, background often plays a pivotal role. Fortunately, his background was remarkably robust. Days later, in the eastern divine region, outside Pu Prefecture City, the majestic Kanglan Mountains stretched for thousands of miles, its towering peaks abundant with resources, teeming with various birds and beasts, as well as rare herbs that sustained countless hunters and herbalists. At this moment, a throng of hundreds of young men and women surged outside a secluded valley deep within the mountain. These youths, dressed in a multitude of styles and hailing from vastly differing backgrounds, exhibited a spectrum of appearances from the ragged and impoverished to the elegantly attired and privileged. All gazed excitedly toward the valley's entrance, anticipation evident on their faces. Didn't they say that the Falling Cloud sect was recruiting disciples? Why is there still no sign of action? Complained a short boy clad in gray cloth, his provisions nearly exhausted. If this doesn't commence soon, I fear I shall go hungry. Beside him, a dark-skinned youth sighed, his brow furrowed in worry. I've heard that the assessments of the Falling Cloud Immortal sect are exceedingly rigorous. Over 90% are eliminated each time. And those who remain can only start as miscellaneous disciples, not even qualifying for outer sect status. I wonder if I can endure until the end as the two conversed. A portly boy dressed in luxurious garments cast a disdainful glance their way, his tone dripping with contempt. If you can't hold on, then hurry and leave. You lowly, impoverished wretches have no right to cultivate. You'll be eliminated anyway, so it's best for you to recognize your place and spare my eyes. The gray-clad boy's face flushed with anger, his desire to confront the rotund youth stifled by the imposing figures of the burly attendants behind him. He could only grunt in frustration and turn away. The dark-skinned boy, however, was filled with indignation, exclaiming, Wang Luchuan, I know your family is illustrious. But cultivation relies on innate spiritual roots. Who has to say who is superior? What gives you the right to look down on us? Wang Luchuan, rather than being angered, chuckled and beckoned a pretty girl nearby. Lu Yingying, tell Linjin, whose qualifications are superior, mine or theirs. The girl trembled slightly. Her expression conflicted as she bit her lip. Eventually, she lowered her head and softly replied, before coming here. Wang Gu had already consulted an immortal master who confirmed he possesses both wood and water spiritual roots, a rare cultivation genius indeed. At these words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Dual spiritual roots. This kind of talent was exceedingly rare among mortals, promising an extraordinarily bright future. If Lu Yingying's words were true, Wang Luchuan would not only easily join the Falling Clouds sect, but also be highly regarded as a prospective true disciple in the eyes of the envious and awed onlookers. Wang Luchuan strode forward, wrapping his arms around Lu Yingying, his chest puffed with pride. You worthless fools, let me make this clear. Your childhood sweetheart is now mine. You'd best keep your distance, or I'll break your legs. Lu Yingying struggled briefly, but could not free herself. Her face flushed with shame as she buried herself in Wang Luchuan's embrace. Yingying, is this true? Lin Zhan, witnessing the scene, felt a turmoil of sorrow and fury. His fists clenched and body trembling, as if he might ignite with rage. He and Lu Yingying had been childhood sweethearts, their families long having tacitly agreed to their union, awaiting their coming of age. The sight of his beloved in another's arms struck him profoundly. Lu Yingying lifted her head, a glimmer of resolve in her eyes. Lin Zhan, I have already privately pledged my life to Wang Ge. Our engagement is hereby annulled. Please do not pursue me any further. Understanding dawned upon Lin Zhan, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he forced a bitter smile and began to retreat slowly. With a heavy heart, he turned and started walking away, seemingly prepared to abandon the entrance examination. Seeing this, Wang Luchuan erupted in triumphant laughter. Lin Zhan is destined for misfortune, wandering the wilderness alone. He might just be devoured by some beast, becoming a wandering ghost. Don't blame me when that happens. Indeed, young master speaks wisely. I doubt that brat will last long, chimed in the burly attendants, their faces twisted with malicious glee as they watched Lin Zhan depart. Realizing something, Lu Yingying turned pale, wanting to plead for Lin Zhan, but was silenced by a single glare from Wang Luchuan. In a secluded corner of the crowd, Yuan watched this dramatic spectacle with keen interest, his heart remaining untroubled. To conceal his identity, he had altered his appearance beforehand. Now sporting an ordinary face, one easily lost among a crowd. Thus, aside from appearing slightly older than the other candidates, he bore no distinguishing features. Though the plight of the boy named Lin Zhan was dire, possibly even life-threatening, it was merely a personal grievance, of no concern to an uninvolved bystander like him. Until he completed his task, Yuan wished to avoid any unnecessary entanglements. Moreover, the congregation of so many individuals at the mountain gate ensured that the Falling Cloud Valley would be under strict scrutiny. Everything occurring here would undoubtedly be noted by the cultivators. Since the hosts made no move to intervene, he had no reason to meddle. At that moment, the task system interface suddenly materialized before Yuan, encountered a special event, hidden side quest activated. The child of destiny, Lin Zhan, is at the lowest point in his life. The host may choose to step forward and rescue him from peril. Task difficulty, 2 stars, easy. Task objective, save the child of destiny, Lin Zhan, from a group of rogue attendants and forge a bond with him. Task rewards, 50 reversal points, 200 low-grade spirit stones, and a boost in fortune. Note, this side quest can be forfeited. Failure incurs no penalties. Increase in fortune? Yuan's eyes instantly sparkled. Such a fortuitous opportunity would be foolish to forsake. Chapter 8. Do not panic, brother. I am here to assist you meanwhile. Within the Falling Cloud Valley, a colossal magical mirror floated in the sky, reflecting vivid scenes from outside the valley with unparalleled clarity. Beneath the mirror stood several disciples of the Falling Cloud sect, their expressions a tapestry of focus and concern as they observed the images unfolding within the mirror. Upon witnessing Lin Zhan's frustrated departure, an elder clad in a blue robe, adorned with a golden cloud pattern on his chest, furrowed his brow and could not help but speak up. Elder Yin, this child appears to be in peril. Should we not dispatch someone to escort him? He urged. He has traveled a great distance to partake in the assessment. If he were to perish here, it would be a grave misdeed on our part. Elder Mo, your words are misguided. This path was chosen by him alone. It bears no consequence upon our Falling Cloud Valley. At that moment, a tall and distinguished middle-aged cultivator among them shook his head dismissively, his voice cold. This child, upon facing a slight setback, loses his composure and falters. To abandon a hard-won opportunity for such trivial matters speaks of a restless spirit, unworthy of our sect. My previous suggestion to postpone the entrance examination was intended to eliminate those lacking resolve, so as not to waste our time. It appears the outcome has proven effective. This middle-aged cultivator, named Yuan, was the elder responsible for recruiting disciples. Hearing this, Elder Mo's expression darkened, and he retorted, that young man, Wang Luchuan, is your nephew. Is he not? This boy, despite his tender age, is ruthless and enjoys wielding his influence. Why invite such a morally corrupt individual into our ranks? Humph. In response, Yuan's face flushed with indignation. While our Falling Cloud sect is not of the wicked sort, we are not a charitable institution either. The path of enlightenment is inherently ruthless. It is survival of the fittest. Only the strong, those with unyielding resolve and decisive actions, are worthy of reaching the end. As for the means employed against competitors, none can be deemed excessive. Moreover, Wang Luchuan possesses dual elemental roots of wood and water, a rare and exceptional talent. Such aptitude would be more than sufficient even among the 7 sacred lands, were it not for my earnest persuasion. he might not have chosen to join our falling cloud sect at all. As for his temperament, it can be nurtured once he is admitted. It is far better than cultivating some mediocre individual. Elder Mo, seething with anger, shot back, "This is utterly absurd. According to sect regulations, new disciples undergo assessments of both their spiritual roots and their moral character. Should Wang Luchuan fail the latter, I will never consent to his admission." After being rebuked, Ancient Yuan's countenance soured further, and he opened his mouth to reply, only to be interrupted by a melodious voice. The two elders merely hold differing opinions. Both are ultimately concerned for the sect's welfare. There is no need for such fruitless disputes. The speaker was a strikingly beautiful female cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm. Her graceful figure accentuated by a flowing light blue gown. Her words instantly silenced the two golden core elders, who fell into a contemplative silence. She was Baishiro, the daughter of the sect's master. Seeing the atmosphere calm, Baishiro smiled gently and continued, "That young man is, after all, a mortal who has come seeking enlightenment. Since we have encountered him, we cannot simply stand by and watch him perish along the way. I will take it upon myself to assist him. What follows? Whether he lives or dies shall depend on his own fortune." With that, Baishiro gracefully stepped forward and soared toward the valley's exit. Not long after, at another part of Kanglin Mountain, Lin Jun wandered through the dense forest, his youthful face marked by confusion and despair as he murmured to himself, "Why would Ying choose a scoundrel over me? What have I done wrong? I can change. It was so close. We could have passed the entrance test together and become disciples of the Falling Cloud sect. Why must she treat me this way?" Suddenly, he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, steadied only by a last-minute adjustment. The unexpected stumble jolted Lin Jun, and he instinctively turned to see what had tripped him, a stone partially buried in the earth. This fist-sized stone had been loosely embedded, and as he kicked it free, he noticed something peculiar. Lying in the freshly exposed earth was a dark ring. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the ring, Lin Jun felt a sudden, inexplicable thrill, as if a distant call beckoned him to retrieve it. As he touched the ring, no extraordinary phenomenon occurred, yet a subtle sense of calm washed over him. As though everything was as it should be, Lin Jun rubbed his eyes and leaned closer to examine the ring. It appeared ordinary, crafted from an unknown material, devoid of embellishments. The outer surface was smooth and rounded, while the inner side bore intricate, indecipherable patterns. After just a fleeting glance, dizziness overcame him, prompting him to avert his gaze in fright. By a strange twist of fate, he slipped the ring onto his right forefinger and resolved to continue on his journey. Unlike the earlier camaraderie, he now found himself alone. Any wild beast could easily claim his life. To return home safely, he must hasten his departure from this treacherous mountain forest before dusk. Suddenly, the once tranquil forest erupted with rustling sounds, and three sinister figures emerged from the trees, blocking his path. Upon recognizing them, Lin Jun's heart raced, and he instinctively took 2 steps back, his voice firm. "What do you want?" He recognized these individuals as the lackeys of Wang Luchuan, and their approach could only bode ill. "Hiki, our young master fears that you might inadvertently perish in these treacherous mountains, so he sent us to escort you." The leader of the lackeys sneered, revealing his malicious intent. "I advise you to comply and let us provide you with a swift end. Otherwise, you shall find escape impossible, and death will elude you." Lin Jun's complexion changed. "I bear no enmity toward you. Why must you pursue such relentless cruelty? Enough of your prattle, you brat. Facing death, you still speak too much." The lackey spat, raising his hand. "All of you attack. End him." With that command, the 3 lackeys brandished their weapons and lunged at Lin Jun. Although they were mere mortals, they were well-trained fighters. Lin Jun, realizing he was outmatched, turned to flee. Am I destined to perish here? The footsteps behind him grew ever closer, despair consuming his features. At that moment, a powerful voice rang out beside him. "Do not panic, brother. I am here to assist you." Suddenly, a figure leapt forth like a panther, delivering a swift kick that sent the foremost servant tumbling to the ground. In the next instant, the figure flickered, and a faint radiance shimmered upon their palms, descending like a mighty hammer upon the chests of the remaining 2 servants. Thud, thud, thud. The once arrogant pursuers were swiftly subdued, collapsing to the ground, breathless and on the brink of demise. After dispatching the servants, the newcomer brushed the dust from their hands, flashed a broad smile that revealed a set of pristine white teeth, and warmly remarked, "All is well now, brother Lin." Lin Jun, taken aback, gazed in bewilderment at his savior. "May I inquire who you are?" The individual appeared unremarkable, possessing an average visage and physique, adorned in plain attire. Lacking any distinctive traits that could etch them into memory, Lin simply could not recall where he might have encountered them before. Yuan, unfazed, smiled and said, "I am Cheetah, a wandering cultivator here to participate in the entrance examination of Falling Cloud Valley. I could not bear to witness that little rotund fellow bully you so brazenly, and out of righteous indignation, I resolved to come to your aid." Upon hearing this, Lin Jun felt a warmth in his heart and expressed his profound gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Qi, for saving my life. This favor will forever remain etched in my memory." As he spoke, he clasped his hands in salute and bowed deeply to Yuan. Just moments ago, he had faced a dire situation where death seemed inevitable. Had it not been for Qi Yuan's timely arrival, he would have likely become a lifeless corpse. The weight of this kindness was truly immeasurable. Qi Yuan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It is merely a trifling effort. Brother Lin need not dwell on it." Meanwhile, a graceful figure concealed in the shadows let out a soft sigh before gliding away. Upon noticing this, Qi Yuan silently retracted his awareness, a faint smile gracing his lips. It seems that assistance was forthcoming. Perhaps the falling cloud valley is not entirely devoid of compassion. However, the young lady arrived a moment too late. Had he not intervened in time, Linjin would likely have met a grim fate. Naturally, he harbored no concern about being discerned by a mere late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. During the earlier confrontation, he had deliberately restrained his power to the second level of Qi refinement, presenting an image of someone unversed in mystical arts. Merely harnessing his true energy to combat his foes, perfectly aligning with his persona as a solitary cultivator. According to the regulations of Falling Cloud Valley, they typically only accepted mortals under the age of 18. However, exceptions could be made for those with a certain level of cultivation, allowing for a slight relaxation of age restrictions. The age limit for the first level of Qi refinement is extended to 20, while for the second level, it is set at 22. Qi Yuan, currently 21 years of age, registered with a cultivation level at the second stage of Qi refinement, perfectly meeting the requirements. In the course of his tasks, the system prompted him to break through to the second stage of Qi refinement, undoubtedly for this reason. Chapter 9, from now on, I shall protect this individual. Ding. The host has completed a side quest, earning 50 counterattack points and 200 low-grade spiritual stones. The host has forged a benevolent connection with the Master of Fortune, resulting in an increase in his luck. The system's notification echoed in his mind. And Qi Yuan faintly sensed an ethereal aura descending from above, enveloping him, which uplifted his spirits somewhat. Beyond this, nothing particularly remarkable transpired. It felt almost like a mere psychological effect. Fortune, a concept both elusive and intangible, is notoriously difficult to grasp. And Qi Yuan could not discern its concrete effects in the short term. It is universally acknowledged that fortune genuinely exists and invariably manifests at critical junctures, ultimately determining the success or failure of endeavors. To some extent, one's fate and fortune form the very foundation of a cultivator, symbolizing the pinnacle that one may aspire to in their lifetime. Qi Yuan merely resorted to physically assaulting a few mundane servants, yet he reaped a significant increase in fortune. A truly remarkable gain. It is not just him. Such temptation could likely overwhelm even the most steadfast of Taoists, like Hengjin. From now on, my dear friend, the more side quests, the better. I can certainly bear the burden. Although perpetually preying on the weak is hardly a noble endeavor, one cannot help but admit, it is indeed enticing. Before long, Qi Yuan managed to suppress his elation, casting a discreet glance at the newly appeared ring on Linjin's hand. Truly, the child of destiny, mere strolls yield serendipitous encounters. The material of this ring was beyond his comprehension, undoubtedly not an ordinary item. It might even come with an accompanying elder for guidance. However, despite his curiosity, Qi Yuan felt no desire to covet it, not out of noble integrity, but rather due to the understanding that the possessions of a child of fate are not easily acquired. Linjin, as a favored child of fortune, has been under the watchful gaze of the Tao since birth. Attempting to see significant benefits from him would require the approval of the heavens. Otherwise, one might find themselves in peril, living without the means to enjoy life. Qi Yuan, occupying a prestigious position within the sacred land of Taixin and endowed with a powerful system, found it unnecessary to covet something of dubious origin that could pose significant risks. Fostering a benevolent relationship with Linjin, while subtly drawing upon his fortune and blessings, seemed the wisest course of action. With this thought in mind, Qi Yuan reined in his musings and directed a more amiable gaze towards Linjin, akin to viewing an undiscovered treasure. Brother Lin, what are your plans for the future? Taking a deep breath, Linjin's expression momentarily hardened with resolve. One must rise from where one has fallen. Xuan and I share a deep-seated enmity, a vendetta that I must personally resolve. What if he is a genius with dual spiritual roots? Once I join the Falling Cloud Valley and embark on my path to immortality, I shall repay him tenfold. 100-fold. As he spoke, Linjin clenched his fists tightly, the veins on the backs of his hands standing out prominently, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury. Indeed, such ambition is commendable. Qi Yuan's smile grew more pronounced as he silently mourned for a certain arrogant little chubby boy for a moment. Of all the people to offend, why choose the child of fate? Was this not merely an invitation for trouble? Upon returning to the entrance of Falling Cloud Valley with Linjin, Qi Yuan immediately drew the attention of all the youths present, and the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence. Standing at the center of the crowd, Xuan, who was basking in the flattery of those around him, suddenly froze, his expression stiffening as he gazed in astonishment at Linjin. How could he possibly be alive? Was he not supposed to be dead? Beside Xuan, Lu Yingying's expression shifted slightly, and she lowered her head in shame, unwilling to face the situation. Upon noticing the unfamiliar man standing next to Linjin, Xuan seemed to understand something, and his countenance darkened as he strode toward the two. Coldly addressing Linjin, weren't you supposed to leave? How dare you return? Furthermore, I kindly sent a few subordinates to escort you. Where are they now? Hearing Wang Luchuan's twisted words, Lin Jun trembled with rage. You, Wang, you clearly sent someone to harm me, yet you play the innocent here. You are utterly despicable. Worse than a beast. Wang Luchuan sneered in disdain, his eyes filled with mockery. You claim I harmed you, but where is your evidence? Without proof. Do not make baseless accusations, lest you provoke my wrath. You. Lin Jun was consumed by fury. He could not produce evidence, and even if he could, the other party had countless ways to evade responsibility or even turn the tables. After all, the outcome was that he remained alive while those 3 servants had perished. Observing this exchange, Yuan, who had been a silent witness, stepped forward with a calm demeanor and said, Your 3 subordinates were simply unfortunate souls, mere short-lived wretches, recently taken by beasts. I suggest you mourn their loss and accept the reality. Wang Luchuan's brows furrowed, and a glimmer of trepidation flashed in his eyes as he regarded Yuan. His tone weakened considerably as he inquired, And who might you be to meddle in our private affairs? Although he had yet to embark on the path of cultivation, he could still sense the subtle pressure emanating from Yuan. Such an aura could only belong to a practitioner, despite his arrogance. He instinctively felt fear in the presence of a cultivator, even if the young man before him was merely a lowly practitioner. He was not someone an ordinary person could easily provoke. Yuan, however, paid Wang Luchuan no mind and instead scanned the surrounding crowd, his voice laced with authority. Oh, I seem to have forgotten to introduce myself. I am Da. From now on, I shall protect Lin Jun. Should anyone dare to bully him, they will have to reckon with me. The youths present felt a chill run down their spines and quickly averted their gazes. Wang Luchuan's expression shifted unpredictably. He realized that any attempt to harm Lin Jun today would be futile. With a dark glare at the two, he retreated, accompanied by his entourage, in a dejected manner. After Wang Luchuan departed, Lin Jun expressed his profound gratitude to Yuan. If it weren't for you, Brother Qi, I might have, but before he could finish, Yuan interrupted him. Brother Lin, we share a remarkable affinity. There is no need for such formality. It was undeniable that the illustrious child of fate lowering himself to refer to Yuan as brother filled Yuan with a sense of satisfaction. As for Wang Luchuan, a mere petty antagonist, he lacked the interest to teach him a lesson, as it would only serve to diminish his own stature. Naturally, if the brainless system were to issue a task, that would be a different matter altogether. Reflecting on it, ever since this wretched system had appeared, he had either been bullying weaklings or was on the path to doing so, encountering no worthy adversaries, yet the rewards were exceedingly practical. It was almost embarrassing to admit. Yuan, rather shamelessly, contemplated. The next day, the gates of Luoyuan Valley swung wide open. At the entrance, a burst of white light flickered in the void, and several disciples of Luoyuan Valley, clad in standard robes, soared forth. They stood firm in the air, their formidable presence instantly silencing the previously raucous crowd, making even the faintest sound of a falling needle audible. The elder from the entrance hall, Yuan, took the lead, surveying the assembly before proclaiming in a resonant voice, Thank you all for your patience. Today is auspicious, a day for all things favorable. The entrance examination of Luoyuan Valley shall commence. Due to the rules of our gate, we kindly ask any guests aged 18 or older who have yet to begin their Qi refinement to take their leave. For those wandering cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, for every level of advancement, the age limit can be relaxed by 2 years. All who do not meet the requirements or are eliminated during the examination may receive travel expenses from Luoyuan Valley. It is she. Yuan immediately recognized the beautiful female cultivator standing among the disciples of Falling Cloud Valley, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. She appeared to be no more than 18 or 19 years old, yet her cultivation had already reached the late foundation establishment stage, with a solid foundation and astonishing depth, rivaling some of the true disciples within the sacred grounds. It was unexpected to find such a person within Falling Cloud Valley. Chapter 10. My damn charisma. After Yuan announced the age restriction, no one in attendance chose to leave. Those who had made the arduous journey to this secluded valley were undoubtedly aware of their eligibility regarding age. It would be illogical to traverse such a distance only to be thwarted by a mere regulation. Having come this far, it would be disheartening not to give it a try. Observing this, Yuan wasted no time. With a grand gesture, 2 disciples from Falling Cloud Valley swiftly brought forth a wooden table, upon which lay a piece of jade, approximately the size of a ruler, entirely transparent. Upon seeing the testing stone, Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The quality of the testing stone used by Falling Cloud Valley was relatively low, a basic means of assessing spiritual roots. With the talent bestowed by the system to conceal one's true capabilities, passing the test would be easily manageable. Had they encountered a large, premium testing stone akin to those at the supreme profound sacred land, it would have posed a significant challenge. Of course, such exquisite testing stones were exceedingly rare and valuable, far beyond the means of a smaller sect like Falling Cloud Valley. The foundational essence of the path lies in spiritual roots. Without them, regardless of one's innate skills, the path to enlightenment remains forever closed. The first hurdle in the assessment was to measure spiritual roots, permitting only those with 4 spiritual roots or higher to advance to the next round. Now, please line up and place your hands on the testing stone in order. The stone will automatically reveal the tester's qualifications. Yuan's voice resonated throughout the venue, invigorating all present. Soon, a slender young boy stepped forward, cautiously placing his hand upon the testing stone. In the next moment, the stone began to emit a faint radiance of 5 colors. There was a response. The boy's face lit up with excitement as he eagerly turned to Yuan. 5 spiritual roots, disqualified. Next, Yuan stated flatly. What? The boy wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant, returning to his spot with a downcast demeanor. One after another, anxious testers approached to face their judgment. 3 spiritual roots, good qualifications, pass. You possess no spiritual roots, disqualified. You possess no spiritual roots, disqualified. The majority of those present were commoners, with only a few rogue cultivators and the likes of Xuan, a young master from an affluent family with ties to cultivators, being aware of their qualifications. Thus, this phase was akin to an exhilarating lottery, with those meeting the requirements filled with joy and hope for a path to immortality, while those lacking spiritual roots or possessing defective ones felt dejected, facing certain elimination, the atmosphere charged with tension. Before long, Xuan stepped forward, brimming with confidence, placing his hand on the testing stone amidst the gaze of the crowd. Suddenly, the stone erupted with a brilliant azure glow, significantly brighter than that of the previous tester with 3 spiritual roots. Witnessing this, Yuan nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Xuan, possessing dual spiritual roots of wood and water, exceptional qualifications, pass. Hiss, truly a dual spiritual root. Master Wang is magnificent. Master Wang is impressive. Amidst a chorus of flattery and applause, Xuan cast a provocative glance at Lin, who stood nearby, and strode down with an air of triumph. Following Xuan, several others with qualifying spiritual roots also succeeded in their assessments. Yuan stepped gracefully onto the stage, calmly placing his hand upon the spirit testing stone. In the next instant, the stone erupted with a distinct display of 4 colors. Cheetah, possessing 4 spirit roots, passed the test. The entire process unfolded without a ripple, much like his unremarkable appearance that drew little attention. Only Baishiro cast a glance in his direction, a hint of barely perceptible regret flickering in her beautiful eyes. Baishiro held a favorable impression of this courageous rogue cultivator. Had it not been for his timely intervention the previous day, the youth she sought to rescue would have perished. Although his looks were rather plain, he was undeniably a kind-hearted individual, a refreshing presence in a cultivation world increasingly steeped in moral decay. Alas, his 4 spirit roots destined him for a tumultuous path, forever barred from foundational cultivation. Noticing Baishiro's gaze, Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, offering a smile, while inwardly lamenting. Even in my humble disguise, I still attract the attention of a beautiful female cultivator. This cursed charm is truly inescapable. The original owner of this body possessed 5 spirit roots, deemed wasteful, but after a system enhancement, it was elevated to 4 spirit roots. Just enough to pass the spirit root test at Falling Cloud Valley. Though revealing his true potential would astonish the crowd, dazzling them in an instant. He was acutely aware that his purpose here was not to boast, but to complete his mission without revealing his identity, thus avoiding drawing undue attention. Lu Yingying, for spirit roots, passed. Lin, 3 spirit roots, passed. At this moment, Yuan announced Lin spirit root qualification, leaving Yuan momentarily stunned. Out of curiosity regarding the child of fate, he had previously employed a secret method to discern Lin spirit roots when the latter was unaware. Yet, the last result had been 4 spirit roots. How could it have diminished to 3 overnight? Pondering this, he glanced at Lin right hand, only to find the mysterious ring had vanished, as if it had never existed. Truly, the child of destiny is formidable. Even I have misjudged him. Once all participants completed the first round, fewer than 30% were deemed qualified to proceed to the next test, a staggering elimination rate. Nevertheless, this outcome was satisfactory for Falling Cloud Valley, as the entrance test occurred every 3 years, and during the last session, the pass rate had been under 20%. Among mortals, those with spirit roots were exceedingly rare, often not even 1 in 10, and the majority possessed 5 spirit roots. Though 5 spirit roots encompass all elements, the chaotic essence of heaven and earth makes it difficult to draw energy into the body, thus labeled as wasteful. Consequently, while 4 spirit roots are not particularly impressive, many small to mid-sized sects would still welcome them, for the mere potential for cultivation offers a glimmer of hope, far better than waiting idly for the lineage to fade. Now, we shall proceed to the next round. With this declaration, Yuan waved his sleeve, causing the thick mist at the valley's entrance to swiftly disperse, revealing a winding pathway. From the outside, it appeared lush with greenery, filled with the melodious sounds of birds and fragrant blossoms, a serene and tranquil scene. By traversing this path and successfully completing the temperament test, one would automatically become a disciple of Falling Cloud Valley. Chapter 11. Monster. I can tell at a glance you are not human due to the substantial number of eliminations in the first round of the spirit root test. The remaining participants in the second round had dwindled to fewer than 100. Guided by the disciples of Yanluo Valley, Yuan stepped onto the narrow path almost simultaneously with the others. As a fleeting daze enveloped him, he soon regained his senses, only to find himself amidst a lush, verdant forest, where the soft earth cushioned his feet and a sharp long knife had inexplicably appeared in his grasp. Such a vividly realistic illusion. Although his knowledge of formations was limited, his discerning eye could not be deceived. This illusory array was not only intensely lifelike, but also intricately connected to the heavens and the earth, pulsating with life, evidently crafted by a master of the formation arts. Yuan surveyed his surroundings, his expression gradually becoming grave. He realized that since entering this place, his mind had grown increasingly foggy, and his thoughts had become somewhat sluggish. The ability to influence a cultivator at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage indicated the high level of the illusory formation, which demanded utmost caution. Otherwise, he might indeed find himself in dire straits. One's temperament should not be equated with their spiritual root aptitude, nor is it significantly related to one's own cultivation level. When he entered the sacred land of Taishian, the trial of temperament he underwent was merely a reflection from a top-tier spiritual treasure known as the heart mirror, after which he unwittingly passed, and was subsequently taken as a direct disciple by the sect's master, an event that sent ripples throughout the sacred land of Taishian. After a moment of recollection, Yuan stepped forward. Although this formation seemed to be attempting to interfere with his memories, he had practiced a secret technique specifically designed to counter soul attacks, the Luo Tian refining spirit art. Thus he had not completely lost his recollection and vaguely understood that he was participating in an assessment. Outside the formation, the surface shimmered and mist rose. Suspended in midair were numerous water mirrors formed of magical energy, displaying the conditions of the test participants within the formation, confirming that the illusory formation was functioning properly. Elder Yinxing Yuan, in charge of the Dao entrance pavilion, smiled faintly and proclaimed, "The illusory creation of the universe formation was set up by a master of illusory formations from a millennium ago who visited the valley. It is integrated with the sect's grand array, and within it are 3 checkpoints designed by our esteemed ancestors. Passing through these checkpoints signifies success. Once the formation is activated, the formation spirit will manifest in countless forms to test everyone. Any individual entering this formation will have their memories of this period erased, forgetting the examination, thus allowing them to make choices based on their true nature. After a millennium of nurturing, the formation spirit has long since developed sentience, and the illusion has become increasingly refined. Even cultivators in the illusory realm would find it difficult to escape in a short time. During this period, my father is in closed-door meditation to break through to the peak of the nascent soul stage and cannot extricate himself. I am truly grateful for Elder Yin's assistance in overseeing matters." Upon hearing this, Baishiro nodded, first offering a graceful bow to Elder Yinxing Yuan, then directing her gaze to the images in the air, revealing an expression of anticipation as she thought for the falling cloud valley to rise. Nurturing new disciples is of utmost importance. I hope we can discover some promising talents this year. Within the formation, Yuan was strolling through the woods when suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. "Help! Help!" a voice cried out. "Hee, beautiful maiden, in this desolate mountain wilderness. No one will come to your aid, no matter how loudly you scream." As Yuan turned to investigate the commotion, he beheld a disheveled beauty being relentlessly pursued by a brutish figure resembling a robber. The two were hastening towards him. The lady, in her desperate flight, cried out for help, and soon she found herself right before Yuan. "Young master, I implore you to save me." Upon spotting Yuan, she seemed to have grasped a lifeline and dashed towards him. "Step aside swiftly. If you dare to thwart my intentions, I shall not spare you." The robber brandished his weapon menacingly, issuing a stern warning to Yuan. In a moment of clarity, Yuan maintained an outward composure, deftly maneuvering past the alluring woman who had thrown herself at him, swiftly dispatching the bandit with a single strike. The severed head rolled away, blood splattering in a gruesome display that appeared strikingly real. "Thank you, my lord, for saving me. I am eternally grateful," the woman exclaimed, her face flushed and garments disheveled, inadvertently revealing her fair skin, which rendered her even more enticing. Yet, Yuan coldly smiled. "Enchantress, cease your pretense. I can see you are no mere mortal." With that, he delivered a powerful punch, sending the woman crashing to the ground, and swiftly bound her tightly with his belt. "My lord, what are you doing?" She gasped in terror, struggling fiercely. Setting aside the improbability of a delicate maiden wandering alone in such a desolate area, her cumbersome long skirt seemed to hinder her. Yet she had outpaced even the bulliest of men. Moreover, after running through the muddy terrain, her embroidered shoes bore not a speck of dirt. Who was she trying to deceive? Upon hearing Yuan's discerning remarks, the woman ceased her struggles, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. Yuan showed no surprise, instead revealing a hint of intrigue. "Interesting," he mused. Initially, he had thought this trial merely a superficial test of beauty, yet it concealed deeper significance. His decision to capture her was not born from lust, but rather curiosity about any further hidden narratives. As he wiped the blood from his blade, he continued his journey. Meanwhile, the expressions of the disciples from Falling Cloud Valley were grim, for the images displayed in the magical mirror were utterly disheartening. The illusionary array adapted to the gender of the testers. Male participants encountered bandits seizing maidens, while female participants faced wicked women abducting handsome men. The disparity in scenarios led to the female testers performing admirably, while the male testers displayed a farcical array of antics. Only about half of the male participants managed to resist the allure after vanquishing the bandits, while a considerable number succumbed to temptation. Some fled in fear, and shockingly, a few even took on the role of accomplices, eagerly lining up behind the bandits. The most deranged among them brutally eliminated the maiden, leaving the bandit unharmed. Fortunately, those deemed unsuccessful were often transported away before they could remove their trousers, swiftly announcing their disqualification. Otherwise, Falling Cloud Valley might have descended into chaos. Such absurdity. What manner of depravity is this? I am utterly disillusioned by the state of the world, lamented an elder. The newcomer I had high hopes for possesses commendable talent. Yet here we are. The first illusionary trial was simple enough. As long as one remained untempted, it could be easily passed. Even fleeing could be justified as a cautious nature. How have these youths devolved into such shameful displays? Look over there. Someone has flawlessly passed the first trial. A soft exclamation pierced the murmurs, capturing the attention of all present. Following the gesture, they beheld Yuan's image during the initial trial. As they gazed into the shimmering mirror, Yuan narrowed his eyes, then spoke with an air of calm. Indeed, he has discerned the hidden clues of this challenge and has succeeded perfectly. Yuan is not swayed by beauty. He displays courage and wisdom, keenly observant. Although his spiritual root may be lacking, his character is commendable. Shiro concurred, her voice measured. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, teeming with traps and schemes. One misstep can lead to death, and thus cultivators must not only avoid succumbing to temptation, but also remain vigilant at all times. The first illusionary trial was designed to test this. One must recognize the flaws concealed within the enchanting figure to pass. However, due to the exceedingly low success rate, the rules were eventually relaxed to merely require that no evil be committed. With a gentle sigh, she continued, since our revered ancestors' passing, Falling Cloud Valley has steadily declined, and the number of talented disciples has dwindled. The last successful completion of this trial occurred 9 years ago. Who was it? Several newer disciples, unaware of the history, displayed curiosity. Although they had experienced the illusionary trial, they had never heard of anyone achieving a perfect score. Before Shiro could respond, Yuan raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, that individual is none other than your senior sister, Shiro, and she was merely 10 years old at the time. Chapter 12. What do you take me for? Look. Another person has perfectly passed the first illusionary trial. As the discussions among the disciples of Falling Cloud Valley continued, a sudden shout of astonishment rang out. It's Linjun. He too has discerned the deception of the maiden. The next moment, a voice of utter astonishment echoed once more. And Xuan, he has done it as well. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned towards the images in the water mirror. In the reflection, Xuan, typically uncharacteristic, displayed an air of righteousness as he rescued the distressed maiden, promptly recognizing the inconsistencies, and without hesitation, ended her charade with a decisive blow, his performance deemed nothing short of exemplary. Witnessing this scene, many observers wore expressions of skepticism, casting furtive glances at Yuan standing beneath the water mirror. Cheetah and Linjun are one thing, but Xuan is the nephew of an elder from the Daoist Hall, and this recruitment assessment for new disciples is largely orchestrated by Yuan, which adds an intriguing layer to the situation. If Yuan had disclosed the questions within the illusion array to Xuan in advance, it would have been a trivial matter for him. Although participants in the assessment have their recent memories erased upon entering the illusion array, causing them to forget that they are undergoing an evaluation, there are still loopholes. Should Xuan have been privy to the specifics of the temperament test months prior, the memory suppression would be rendered ineffective. Naturally, the cultivators present are astute individuals. While they harbor suspicions, none would be foolish enough to voice these publicly without solid evidence. Yuan, aware of the unusual glances directed towards him, furrowed his brow tightly, a shadow of displeasure flickering across his face. According to the regulations of Falling Cloud Valley, all newly admitted disciples must serve as miscellaneous workers in the outer sect for a period to temper their bodies and hone their minds. However, given Xuan's dual spiritual roots and his remarkable performance in the temperament assessment, he could easily be granted an exception by the sect, thereby bypassing this step and saving at least a year. Thus, he had indeed leaked the questions to his nephew, hoping that Xuan would excel spectacularly in the assessment and seize the opportunity to enter the inner sect directly. Unexpectedly, however, 2 other exceptionally talented newcomers emerged, causing Xuan to shine less brightly than anticipated. After all, 3 individuals sharing the spotlight is far less impactful than a singular standout. Just as Yuan's thoughts spiraled, Shiro cast a contemplative glance his way, her eyes betraying a subtle hint of dissatisfaction. Within the illusion array, as Yuan traversed the path, a profound sense of ease enveloped him. With each step, he had gradually unraveled the intricacies of this illusory formation, no longer feeling the constraints that had once bound him. In the next moment, his gaze fell upon a parcel resting on the ground ahead. This silk-wrapped bundle, resplendent in vibrant hues, lay directly in the path of passers-by, making it exceedingly conspicuous, easily noticeable even from a considerable distance. Another test awaited him. With this thought, a slight smile graced his lips as he hastened towards the package and picked it up. Upon opening it, he discovered a substantial cache of glowing low-grade spirit stones, approximately 50 or 60 in number. As the saying goes, wealth stirs the heart. The glimmering stones presented before him indeed created a striking visual impact, particularly for those who were newcomers to the realm of immortality, offering an irresistible allure. However, for Yuan, the meager low-grade spirit stones, typically scattered along the way in such a spirit-deficient area, hardly warranted the effort of bending down to collect them. As a disciple of the Taishan sacred land, he received a monthly stipend of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. Each high-grade stone could be exchanged for 100 mid-grade stones, and a single mid-grade stone could be traded for 100 low-grade stones. It seemed this trial sought to test the avarice inherent in human nature. Yet to tempt me with a mere 50 low-grade spirit stones felt rather miserly. Yuan murmured to himself before stowing the parcel away and slinging it over his back. Although the low-grade spirit stones within the package seemed to him akin to mere dirt, the atmosphere had been set, and thus, the performance must continue. Shortly, an elderly man with white hair approached unsteadily from the other side of the road, appearing frail and trembling, as though half buried in the earth. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the old man's eyes were exceedingly clouded, revealing that he was, in fact, blind. It seemed he had caught the sound of Yuan's footsteps, for he promptly halted, his voice tinged with urgency as he inquired, "Young man, have you seen a parcel?" Yuan smiled faintly and replied with a question, "Old man, if you can see nothing at all, how do you know I am a young person?" The old man was taken aback for a moment, then smiled gently and said, "Though I may be blind, my hearing is particularly keen. The footsteps of the young are light and vigorous. Upon hearing them, I instantly discern their age." Yuan did not indulge in unnecessary conversation and spoke directly. "I indeed found a package just now. However, you must specify the contents of the package to verify its ownership." Without a moment's hesitation, the old man replied, "The package contains 55 low-grade spirit stones." Yuan shook his head and said, "Oh, I apologize, but it appears that this package does not belong to you." The old man immediately grew anxious and exclaimed, "Young man, how can you be so dishonest? In this desolate wilderness, who else could possibly have lost a package besides me? Please, hand over the package, and I assure you, I will reward you handsomely." Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he spoke. "I just counted, and there are clearly 50 low-grade spirit stones in the package. Are you implying that there are 55, perhaps hoping to swindle another 5 from me?" Upon hearing this, the old man appeared taken aback and quickly replied, Yes. 50 is fine. The additional 5 can be considered a reward for the young friend." "What do you take me for?" Yuan exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. "I, Cheetah, have always conducted myself with integrity, standing tall and upright. Am I to covet a mere handful of spirit stones from you? Feel free to check for yourself and see how many spirit stones are truly inside." As he spoke, he thrust the package into the old man's hands, signaling him to open it for inspection. The old man hesitated for a moment before slowly reaching out to unfold the silk cloth, meticulously counting the spirit stones one by one. Before long, the old man set down the spirit stones he had counted, his face flushed with excitement. "Young man, it appears you miscounted. There are indeed 55 spirit stones within. Now, may I reclaim what is rightfully mine?" Yuan rubbed his nose and chuckled softly. "It seems I have indeed miscounted. However, I have already discerned that this parcel is not yours. You should return whence you came." With that, he reached out and effortlessly seized the package. The old man's expression of delight instantly froze, and he exclaimed in anger, "How can you lie so brazenly? This parcel undeniably belongs to me." Yuan shrugged nonchalantly and stated, "Are you aware that there exists something known as palm prints? Each individual's palm print is unique. The package was originally wrapped with a fresh set of muddy palm impressions, clearly left by its owner. Your palm, however, is noticeably smaller than the print, which raises considerable suspicion. To further confirm this, I sprinkled a layer of fine soil on the wrapping. As you counted the spirit stones, you naturally left clearer palm prints. A comparison reveals that the patterns on the 2 sets of prints are entirely distinct, thus irrefutably proving that this package does not belong to you." With that, he disregarded the elderly man standing rigidly in place, shouldered the package, and turned to seek the true owner. Shortly thereafter, Yuan discovered the rightful owner of the package in a secluded corner away from the path. "So this is how it is. I never imagined that my casual remark while searching for the package would be exploited by someone with ulterior motives. That old rogue is utterly despicable." The speaker was a middle-aged man clad in butler attire, his gaze towards Qi Yuan filled with gratitude. When he asked me what I had lost, I replied that I had misplaced a package containing 55 spirit stones. I had hoped for assistance in recovering it, only to find that the old man had secretly committed it to memory to impersonate the owner. Fortunately, young brother, your keen insight has allowed me to reclaim my package. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss on how to explain this to my household. My young master is currently cultivating at a nearby sect, and this bag of spirit stones was painstakingly gathered by my lord for his training. After a lengthy, formal exchange, the middle-aged man took his leave, reminding Qi Yuan once more that he could seek assistance if needed. Chapter 13. The second trial within the illusion tests honesty. The elderly man, frail and blind, poses no resistance against the tester. Yet, even under such temptation, maintaining honesty is deemed a successful passage. It is worth noting that the requirements for this trial have been modified, significantly easing the difficulty compared to a millennium ago. As Yuan introduced the trial, Sierra maintained a serene expression, her attention unwavering as she observed Qi Yuan's performance within the illusion. When she witnessed him uncover the old man's deceit and return the package to its true owner, her beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration. He has indeed passed with flying colors. Not only her, but the nearby disciples of Luoyun Valley also displayed expressions of astonishment, their murmurs rising in a chorus. I did not expect such intricacies in the second trial of the illusion. It truly lives up to the reputation of the formation laid down by our esteemed ancestor. This wandering cultivator is remarkable. He is not swayed by the allure of wealth, nor is he deceived by flowery words, demonstrating a resolute spirit and exceptional wisdom. Far from ordinary. Not necessarily, another voice interjected. Although Qi Yuan's performance is outstanding, his aptitude for cultivation with 4 spiritual roots is rather poor. With such qualifications, it is likely he will struggle to achieve significant accomplishments in the future. Indeed, another added, this young man is destined for a tumultuous path, lacking substantial value for cultivation. As the crowd murmured and debated, a curious female disciple turned to Sierra and asked, Senior sister, what was the outcome when you faced the second illusion 9 years ago? Instantly, several disciples from Luoyun Valley focused their attention on Sierra, clearly sharing the same curiosity about the question. Sierra's cheeks flushed slightly, her demeanor somewhat bashful. At that time, I was young and naive. I was indeed deceived by that crafty formation spirit. I merely inquired about the number of spirit stones in the package, and upon confirming the count, I returned it, receiving a good evaluation instead of a perfect one. Upon hearing this, the younger disciples nodded in understanding, offering words of consolation. It's all right. You were just 10 years old then, still innocent. If tested now, you would surely surpass Qi Yuan. Yes, our senior sister is formidable. We have faith in her abilities. Not necessarily. This trial is actually far more challenging than the previous one, Sierra countered, shaking her head. One must overcome the temptation of spirit stones. And when encountering a weaker opponent, there is a natural tendency to underestimate them, assuming that an elderly man would not dare lie in one's presence. Any hint of complacency could jeopardize the chance of achieving a perfect score. Listening to her explanation, the disciples nodded in realization, secretly relieved. Thank goodness the requirements for passing have been significantly lowered. Otherwise, setting such a challenging illusion test would make it nearly impossible for Luoyun Valley to recruit new talent in the future. At that moment, the highly scrutinized Lin Zhun and Wang Luchuan also passed the second illusion. Notably, Lin Zhun returned the package to the old man immediately upon encountering him, even offering to help him home. Meanwhile, Wang Luchuan, suspected of having an unfair advantage, continued his flawless performance, becoming the second individual after Qi Yuan to achieve a perfect passage. In truth, whether one chose to return the package directly or request a portion of the spirit stones as a reward, both actions would fulfill the moral assessment of this trial. After the first illusion, approximately 60% of the testers were eliminated, leaving just over 50 to participate in the second trial. Among those remaining, nearly half failed due to deceit or outright violence against the old man, leaving fewer than 30 who successfully passed. Qi Yuan continued his journey and soon arrived at the foot of a small hill. Though referred to as a hill, it could scarcely be considered more than a modest mound, rising no more than 10 or so zhang, devoid of any trees or vegetation. Atop the slope stood a grand stone archway inscribed with the 3 characters "Knock on the door." Below the hill, a staircase unfolded, precisely 100 steps in total, visible in its entirety at a single glance. Given the circumstances, Qi Yuan immediately discerned the final trial within the illusory valley of falling clouds, climbing the mountain. With this realization, he hesitated not a moment longer and proceeded towards the stairs. As he set foot on the first step, he experienced no unusual sensations. On the second step, he felt a slight heaviness in his feet, yet still bore no significant pressure. Progressing through the third, fourth, and fifth steps, he paused only upon reaching the 10th step, having confirmed his suspicion that with each ascent, the pressure on his body doubled. Should this trend continue, the pressure he would face on the 100th step would be nothing short of terrifying. Even the hardest material in existence, like the refined metal known as gingjin, would likely be crushed. Using this as a reference, Yuan quickly calculated that his current limit was approximately 70 steps. Of course, should he exhaust all his potential and exert tremendous effort, he might manage to ascend an additional 3 or 4 steps. However, he reminded himself that his goal was merely to enter the Falling Cloud sect as a lowly servant, rendering such an exertion unnecessary. Gazing at the ancient and towering archway, Yuan resolved to study it thoroughly, seeking a method to conceal his abilities while effortlessly passing the trial. With this thought in mind, he narrowed his eyes and calmly descended the steps. Outside the illusion, a sense of confusion permeated the air. Why had Yuan only ascended 10 steps before retreating? Was this truly his limit? Observers from the Falling Cloud Valley regarded Yuan with skepticism. Hadn't he displayed remarkable prowess in the previous 2 trials? Surely he could not falter at a mere 10 steps. However, upon witnessing him toss a stone upward towards the stairs, it became evident he was searching for a flaw in the trial. This revelation sparked a wave of astonishment among the gathered crowd. The knock on the door mountain had been refined over millennia. How could a newcomer possibly uncover its vulnerabilities? As speculation filled the air, Yuan, in charge of this assessment, scoffed and addressed the onlookers, assuring them, rest assured, the knock on the door mountain was established by our revered ancestor, specifically designed to test one's resolve and determination. Any being outside the formation will be affected. Within the illusion, neither magical tools nor treasures may be utilized, and attempts to build ladders or excavate the ground will yield no results. In short, even if one were to sprout wings, they could not ascend. He continued, the third trial of the illusion offers no shortcuts. Everyone must ascend step by step, with 30 steps qualifying one and 50 steps earning a perfect rating. The crowd nodded in understanding, realizing the challenge was indeed formidable, attributed to their wise ancestor. Suddenly, the members of the Falling Cloud Valley seemed as though they had seen a ghost, fixated on the scene within the magical mirror, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, within the illusion, the old man, furious upon seeing Yuan return, exclaimed, did you not express your unwillingness to submit your belongings to me? Why have you come back? Yuan remained unfazed, a smile gracing his face as he said, old man, I possess a considerable number of spirit stones. Might you be interested in earning a little profit? What do you mean? The elder was taken aback, instinctively inquiring. Noticing the elder's expression, Yuan's smile grew even more radiant. It's quite simple. There lies a small hill ahead. If you would carry me up, I shall reward you with 100 spirit stones. Chapter 14. Never come again outside the illusion array. Is this truly how things operate? The old man, barely able to stand, half buried in the earth, was incredulous that the young lad had the audacity to request he carry him up the mountain. Is this truly the conduct of a human being? By heavens, we are nearly at the 50th step. It seems to be quite effective. Such shamelessness. Does this not border on impropriety? The onlookers of Luoyun Valley were left speechless, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, as they beheld Yuan navigating the third trial of the illusion. On Daozi Mountain, the old man, trembling and reliant on his cane, bore the strong young man on his back, panting heavily as he ascended towards the summit, each step appearing to be a considerable strain. What rendered the situation even more absurd was that while the elder was drenched in perspiration, the young man leisurely munched on spirit fruits, directing the elder to continue climbing. Showing no regard for the latter's age. Old man, you must muster more strength. It has been nearly half an hour, and we have barely traversed half the distance. If you continue to dawdle, I shall have no choice but to withhold your spirit stones. You ought to view it this way. There are but 100 steps in total. For each step you ascend, you earn a spirit stone. Does that not invigorate your spirit? Initially, the elder was so fatigued he could scarcely speak, but upon hearing that each step equated to a spirit stone, his spirits were immediately lifted, his body steadied, and his legs regained their strength, significantly increasing his pace. As Yuan approached the mountaintop, many disciples of Luoyun Valley, having recovered from their astonishment, began to surreptitiously glance towards Yuan. After all, this esteemed elder had confidently proclaimed that the third trial bore no flaws. Leaving no room for trickery, sensing the gazes directed his way, Yuan's face twitched, his expression darkening as he stated gravely, all characters within the illusion array are manifestations of the array spirit's power, constituting the very core of the formation. Therefore, the restrictions on Daozi Mountain will not affect the elder. It is precisely this point that Yuan exploits, having the characters within the array carry him up the mountain, thereby obscuring his presence and evading the array's suppression, allowing him to reach the summit without the restrictions taking effect. Upon hearing this, a collective gasp of astonishment resonated through the crowd. Now I comprehend. Good heavens, how did he uncover such a concealed flaw? Yuan scoffed, initially believing Yuan, despite his mediocre talent, could be molded due to his commendable character, only to discover he was a cunning trickster. At that moment, Baishiro, who had remained silent, furrowed her brows and remarked, I believe intelligence is a form of strength. Although Yuan did not display unwavering determination in the third trial, his ability to swiftly identify the flaw in the formation is still commendable. Moreover, As this illusion array belongs to Luoyun Valley, the discovery of its flaw reflects our own shortcomings. We cannot place the blame on him. According to the rules, one need only ascend beyond the 30th step to pass the final assessment. Yuan has far exceeded this standard and is thus qualified to become a disciple of Luoyun Valley. Upon her declaration, the crowd fell into a stunned silence, unable to refute her reasoning. Clearly, according to the previously established rules, Yuan had successfully completed the entrance assessment. Even if the sect leader were present, this fact could not be denied. Otherwise, it would not only invite ridicule, but also tarnish their reputation as fickle and petty, rendering them unfit to navigate the realm of cultivation. To recruit such an extraordinary disciple into the valley, was it a blessing or a curse? Bai Shiro contemplated quietly. In the realm of illusion, at the peak of Daokoko Mountain, why, young friend, I have carried you up here. Where are the spirit stones? The elder, panting heavily, set Yuan down, utterly exhausted, barely able to articulate a complete sentence. Yuan brushed off the dust clinging to his garments, and, with a cheerful smile, remarked, "You have truly worked hard, esteemed elder. Your vitality is remarkable, and you seem to grow even stronger with age. I am in deep admiration." The old man, catching his breath, grit his teeth and retorted, "Enough of the pleasantries. Bring forth the spirit stones." Yuan appeared utterly perplexed. Spirit stones? What spirit stones? Upon observing this, the old man sensed trouble and bellowed, "It was you who promised that carrying you up the mountain would earn me a reward of 100 spirit stones. Do you intend to renege on your word?" Yuan suddenly realized, a smile blossoming on his face. "So this is what you meant. I apologize. I was merely teasing you." "What?" The old man's weathered face darkened instantly, his lips quivering as he exclaimed, "You little rascal, how dare you mock me?" Yuan raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness and stated, "I have always been a person of integrity and simplicity, with a clear distinction between right and wrong. I cannot abide being deceived. You have tricked me once, and thus, it is only fair that I deceive you in return. Otherwise, I would only grow more infuriated upon reflection, and that would be a grave injustice." Upon hearing this, the old man nearly spat blood in anger. "You little scoundrel. Our feud is far from over," he exclaimed, brandishing his wooden cane, poised to confront Yuan with fury. Just then, it appeared that the old man could not catch his breath. With a sudden kick of his legs, he collapsed to the ground, dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. In the next moment, the air above Daotao Mountain shimmered, and an ethereal figure resembling a youth coalesced from the void, landing furiously before Yuan and exclaiming, "You insolent brat! I have guarded this formation for over 3,000 years and have never encountered a being so devoid of celestial virtue as you. I, a mere manifestation, toiled to carry you up the mountain, and you cannot even offer me 100 spirit stones. Were it not for the constraints of the rules, I would have swiftly dealt with you. Be gone. Do not return." Before Yuan could fully comprehend the situation, a tremendous force expelled him from the illusion. The strength of the push was considerable, tinged with a hint of personal grievance. Outside the illusion, facing the bewildered gazes of those around him, Yuan rubbed his nose innocently and mused to himself, having ascended to the 100th level and encountered the spirit of the formation. "I suppose I have successfully passed this trial?" Yuan felt a peculiar sense of calmness. Although the spirit of the illusionary array was formidable, it was at most at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, which was not 3 great realms above him. Thus, it could not discern his true capabilities. To ascertain his suspicion, he hurriedly approached a disciple of the Falling Cloud Valley and inquired, "Esteemed brother, I believe I have encountered the spirit of the illusionary array, which personally teleported me out. Does this signify that I have passed the assessment?" The disciple cast a complex glance in his direction and replied, "Elder brother, please do not address me as such. It is you who should be calling me brother. The esteemed spirit has not revealed its true form for millennia, and the fact that it chose to personally escort you out leaves me in awe." Yuan was momentarily stunned, initially believing that every participant in the competition would undergo a similar ordeal. Upon raising his gaze, he realized that aside from the unfortunate souls eliminated in the first 2 rounds, he was the first to complete the 3rd test. Most of the competitors were languishing at over 20 levels, each step forward fraught with difficulties, as if every ounce of their energy was being drained. Among them, the fastest progress was made by a familiar face, the child of fortune, Xuan, who had already ascended to the 38th level and was striving for the 40th. However, judging by his agonized expression, passing the 40th level appeared to be quite a challenge. Conversely, Xuan's rival, Wang Luchuan, had just reached the 33rd level, placing him second. At that moment, Wang Luchuan's plump face had turned a deep shade of purple, his excess flesh sagging heavily, likely ensuring he would never ascend beyond the 35th level. Observing the competitors drenched in sweat, Yuan couldn't help but smile faintly, a sense of intellectual superiority washing over him. Chapter 15. To meet that fellow once again? The following morning, in the Falling Cloud Valley, Outer Sect. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Introduction to Cultivation Method. Reward, 100 reversal points, 8 high-grade chi gathering pills. and 300 low-grade spirit stones. The rewards have been automatically credited to the system space. In the humble wooden cabin, Yuan rubbed his temples in disdain, casually tossing aside the wooden tablet in his hand. This rudimentary and simplistic qi cultivation method was so easily grasped that he could master it with a mere glance, requiring no effort whatsoever. Nevertheless, the addition of 100 reversal points slightly alleviated his earlier frustrations. Having successfully passed the assessment of Falling Cloud Valley the previous day, he had become a proud servant disciple. After completing the task, he had anticipated a carefree departure, only to be met with a new system task that required him to cultivate the low-tier technique, harmony scripture, to an introductory level. Upon seeing the new task, Yuan suddenly realized a grave concern. This brainless system was utterly indifferent to reality, issuing tasks solely based on the original host's trajectory of reversal. Even if the original host had perished, the task must still be performed, simply falling upon him. This implied that to continue fulfilling subsequent tasks, he would have to remain in Falling Cloud Valley for the time being. The esteemed disciple of the Taishan sacred land might indeed have to serve as a mere servant for a while. How absurd. Just as he was feeling exasperated, the task list refreshed once more. Host has just entered Falling Cloud Valley, with limited strength and no support. It is too early to attempt a reversal. Currently, diligent cultivation is essential for self-improvement, and this system shall serve as your steadfast ally on the path to becoming a formidable force. New task, cultivate to the 3rd layer of qi. Task objective, continue practicing harmony scripture and elevate your cultivation to the 3rd layer of qi within 1 month. Task rewards, 150 reversal points, 3 premium qi gathering pills, an initial grade defensive artifact, the rock mirror, and 500 low-grade spirit stones. Once again confronted with such a nonsensical task, Yuan felt utterly drained of the will to complain. He relaxed his mind, patiently awaiting the notification for task completion. His current cultivation far exceeded the 3rd layer of qi, rendering this task a mere formality, akin to an answer already filled in. However, a quarter of an hour passed, and still, no notification sounded. What was going on? Yuan was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the task before him, and only then did he come to a sudden realization. He then pretended to diligently practice the prescribed movements as outlined in the Aikido scriptures. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Alas, it turned out that the initial phrase in the task objective was not mere triviality. It was, in fact, one of the prerequisites for task completion. This foolish system, with its disjointed task descriptions, is remarkably stringent when it comes to imposing requirements. Yuan shook his head in bemusement. To alleviate the rising pressure within him, he decided to step outside for some fresh air, while also taking the opportunity to admire the scenery of Falling Cloud Valley. As one of the standout newcomers in the entrance examination, he was naturally assigned to a solitary dwelling as his residence. Although this modest wooden cabin was small and sparsely furnished, it was certainly an improvement over the shared quarters of the other junior disciples. This year, Falling Cloud Valley had enjoyed a bountiful harvest, admitting over 20 eligible new disciples, the largest intake in recent years, much to the delight of Elder Mo Zhengyang from the outer sect. According to the sect's regulations, these new disciples would initially serve as junior disciples, with the possibility of advancing to outer disciples after a year of satisfactory performance. Notably, those among the junior disciples who exhibited exceptional talent might be chosen by an inner sect elder to be taken as true disciples, promoting them directly to inner disciples. Stepping outside, the crisp, refreshing morning air enveloped him, invigorating his spirit. He murmured to himself, "It smells quite pleasant here." Suddenly, he felt a stirring in his heart and instinctively glanced to his side. There stood a beautiful female cultivator clad in a pale yellow robe, a faint blush gracing her porcelain-like face. "Senior sister, what brings you here?" It was at this moment that Yuan discerned the source of the enchanting fragrance and promptly clasped his hands in greeting. Being a newcomer and unfamiliar with the intricacies of the Falling Cloud Valley, he refrained from recklessly extending his spiritual awareness, cautious not to provoke the formidable experts within. His perception was notably dulled compared to usual. He was already aware that Baishiro was the daughter of the sect leader and held the esteemed position of the foremost disciple among the inner circle. In other words, if he wished to navigate the complexities of Falling Cloud Valley, it was imperative not to offend her. Baishiro nodded slightly, her gaze towards Yuan tinged with surprise. "In just 1 day, you have advanced to the 3rd layer of qi refinement?" Yuan smiled humbly and remarked, "The Aiki Sutra bestowed by Elder Mo is remarkably profound. Last night, I devoted the entire night to its study and by sheer luck, managed to break through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement." After completing his previous task, he deliberately adjusted his visible cultivation level to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, only to be unexpectedly discovered by Baishiro upon stepping outside. Baishiro responded with a soft hum, and after a moment of contemplation, her expression suddenly turned serious as she inquired, "Chida, may I ask what your impression of the Array Spirit Elder is?" "Array Spirit?" Yuan was taken aback, then spoke candidly, "That Array Spirit is quite irritable and tends to scold anyone it encounters. Beyond that, I am not well informed." He noticed Baishiro let out a sigh, saying, "The Array Spirit has been in seclusion for a millennium. Since our esteemed ancestor passed away, you are the only one capable of prompting its appearance." Upon hearing this, Yuan's curiosity was piqued. Baishiro was not the first to mention such matters. The sect's grand formation, known as the illusory creation of the universe array, harbored this very array spirit, which was merely a trivial aspect of the grand formation generated during the entrance assessment. Logically, a sect's grand formation serves as its foundation, with the array spirit. Its power multiplies, and bolstered by the home field advantage, it would be difficult for outsiders to breach, unless the enemy possessed overwhelming strength. Thus, array spirits are generally regarded as the guardians of the sect, holding a revered status. The Taishian sacred land also boasts a protective mountain array, with its array spirit being a primordial divine beast of the great ascension realm, venerated as one of the sacred land's ancestors. However, from Baishiro's words, it appeared that the relationship between the falling cloud valley and its array spirit was rather strained. Noticing his puzzled expression, Baishiro clarified, originally, the array spirit and our late ancestor were like brothers, sharing a profound bond. Yet, for reasons unknown, following our ancestor's departure, the spirit's demeanor changed drastically. Apart from dispatching some avatars every 3 years to test the incoming disciples, it shows no concern for other affairs within the valley, resulting in a significant reduction in the grand formation's potency. I wish to enlist your help in summoning the array spirit from its core to inquire about this matter. What? You want me to meet that entity again? Yuan exclaimed, astonished. Did you not notice how displeased the spirit is with me? Sending me there would only exacerbate the situation. Chapter 16. Do you know how I have spent this past millennium? Baishiro gazed intently at Yuan, her beautiful eyes brimming with anticipation. Yuan instantly understood. Ah, so even black fans can be considered fans, can't they? Indeed, compared to being completely disregarded. Having a grievance with the formation spirit makes it more likely for it to manifest. No wonder Baishiro made such an inexplicable request. With this thought in mind, Yuan touched his nose, his expression troubled. Well, senior sister, you know, the formation spirit seems quite displeased with me, and that fellow possesses formidable strength. If it comes to blows, I fear I won't be able to withstand it. Rest assured, junior brother Baishiro quickly interjected, seeking to alleviate his concerns. You carry the token of a disciple from Fallen Cloud Valley. According to the rules of the Grand Formation, as long as you do not engage in actions detrimental to the formation, the esteemed spirit shall never take the initiative against you. Otherwise, it would suffer backlash. Seeing he could not evade the matter, Yuan finally conceded. In that case, I shall give it a try, though I cannot guarantee success. After all, with no real danger involved, it would be preferable to accompany Baishiro to meet that formation spirit rather than being dragged off to fetch water or chop wood. Moreover, fostering a good relationship with his senior sister would certainly make his days in Falling Cloud Valley more pleasant. Upon hearing his agreement, Baishiro seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, a grateful smile gracing her lips. Even if it doesn't work out, it matters not. I am already immensely grateful for your willingness to assist. Falling Cloud Valley is picturesque, abundant in spiritual energy, and its architecture embodies a serene and elegant style. Although it may not rival the majestic grandeur of the Taishian sacred land, it possesses a unique charm, imparting a sense of an otherworldly paradise. As Yuan traversed the path alongside Baishiro, they swiftly arrived at the towering iron tower nestled deep within the valley. This edifice, soaring several dozen zhang high, was entirely forged from dark iron, its surface adorned with an intricate array of complex spiritual patterns. Surrounding the tower, a haze of ethereal mist swirled, and waves of array energy intertwined with the heavens and the earth, ever fluctuating. Senior sister, upon recognizing Baishiro's presence, the disciples of Luoyan Valley, tasked with guarding this locale, promptly stepped forward to bow in reverence, instinctively parting to create a passageway. Baishiro, with a warm and gentle demeanor, nodded in acknowledgement and led Yuan directly to the base of the iron tower. Junior brother this is the heart of our sect's grand formation. Yuan nodded, then called out to the iron tower, esteemed spirit of the array, I am Chida, a new disciple who participated in the entrance examination yesterday. I have come today to pay my respects and humbly request your presence. His voice was clear and resonant, yet it elicited not a single response. Yuan, undeterred, continued to call, esteemed spirit of the array, can you hear me? Still, no reply came forth. Yuan called out several more times. Yet the iron tower remained enveloped in silence, showing no signs of change. Observing this, Baishiro let out a soft sigh, her spirits visibly dampened as she remarked, let it be, junior brother It seems that the spirit of the formation is still unwilling to reveal itself. Nevertheless, I am grateful for your company on this journey. Yuan displayed a visage of disappointment, murmuring, very well, I had intended to return the 100 spirit stones, since the master of this place is absent. Let us take our leave for now. As soon as his words faded, a youthful figure gradually materialized in the void before the formation tower. With rosy lips and pearly teeth, his handsome countenance revealed him to be the spirit of the illusory creation formation. The young man cast a glance at Yuan and Baishiro, raising an eyebrow with a hint of disdain as he bluntly demanded, where are the spirit stones? Hand them over promptly. Spirit stones? Baishiro momentarily stood dumbfounded, but quickly retrieved 100 spirit stones from her storage pouch at her waist, presenting them with utmost respect. Esteemed formation spirit, Before she could finish her sentence, the spirit interrupted her coldly. Young girl, what relevance does this matter hold for you? You owe me no spirit stones. I am not a beggar in need of your meager offerings. This is a matter of pride for me. Upon hearing this, Baishiro's delicate face paled slightly, and she hastily bowed her head in apology. I acted presumptuously, and I implore the esteemed elder to quell their anger. The formation spirit paid her no heed, directing his gaze instead towards Yuan. You little rascal, quickly return the spirit stones. Yuan smiled faintly, casting a reassuring glance at Baishiro, and spoke, It is well said, but before I return the spirit stones, I have a question that I hope the esteemed elder can elucidate. The formation spirit furrowed its brow. What question? Don't dawdle. Speak plainly. Upon hearing this, Baishiro trembled slightly, her heart racing with disbelief as she gazed at Yuan. She could hardly fathom that the perplexing dilemma that had long plagued the Fallen Cloud sect might finally find resolution in his hands. In the face of the formation spirit's brusque demeanor, Yuan remained unperturbed, chuckling lightly as he inquired, as the guardian spirit of the sect's great formation. Why do you neglect the younger generation of Fallen Cloud Valley? What have they done to incur your disdain? Haha. How dare you say I neglect them? The formation spirit seemed to strike a nerve, erupting into a fit of laughter, its voice laden with ire. Have you even inquired what misdeeds that group of ungrateful descendants of Yanjun has committed before questioning me? What? Baishiro was momentarily taken aback, regaining her composure. She promptly knelt on one knee, earnestly stating, Esteemed formation spirit, Yanjun is my distant ancestor. I have perused all the confidential archives of the sect and can assure you that since my ancestor's passing a millennium ago, his successors have always held you in the highest regard, never committing any acts of disrespect. I can swear an oath to the heavens here and now. Should there be any deceit, I shall face divine retribution. I implore you to see the truth. Seeing her sincerity, the formation spirit became somewhat skeptical, its tone softening considerably. Little girl, then tell me, who is the current sect master of Fallen Cloud Valley? Baishiro responded without hesitation, My father, Bai Qin Wu, has held the position for a century. Nodding, the formation spirit casually inquired, What is his cultivation level? At this, Baishiro hesitated for a moment before answering honestly. My father's cultivation is at the late stage of the nascent soul. So low? The formation spirit appeared somewhat astonished. Then who possesses the highest cultivation in the valley now? Reporting to the esteemed elder, my father is currently the most accomplished cultivator in the valley, Baishiro replied, her expression tinged with embarrassment. As the younger generation lacked the aptitude, failing to meet their ancestors' expectations. It had been a long time since a god transformation cultivator had emerged from Fallen Cloud Valley. Yanjun had once been a formidable figure at the void refinement stage, commanding respect across the region, yet it seemed that each successive generation fell short of the last. The formation spirit shook its head, adopting a tone of disappointment. Then, unable to contain its emotions any longer, its eyes glistened slightly with unshed tears. 1,000 years. Do you know how I have endured this millennia? Its voice was thick with suppressed grievance. Chapter 17. Next time for sure. Yuan and Baishiro stared at the array spirit, taken aback by its exaggerated emotions. What tragic event could have transpired to render a spirit, which had existed for thousands of years, so sorrowful? The array spirit seemed lost in a haunting memory, tears welling in its eyes, projecting an aura of profound despair. I share a brotherly bond with Bai Yanju, our friendship unwavering. Years ago, he perished after a failed breakthrough to the harmonization realm, his lifespan extinguished. In his final moments, he entrusted me with the care of his descendants in the Fallen Cloud Valley. Shortly after his demise, I faced an array spirit tribulation. Under the onslaught of tribulation energy, I fell into a deep slumber, and when I finally awakened, as the spirit reminisced, it took a deep breath, striving to regain its composure before continuing. While I was preoccupied with my tribulation, a nefarious thief infiltrated the core of the array, plundering my accumulated treasures. At that time, I had just survived my tribulation and was in a weakened state, desperately needing a plethora of heavenly materials to restore my spiritual essence. However, upon returning to my sanctuary, I discovered that it had been ransacked, leaving not even a feather behind. What was even more outrageous was that for the past 1,000 years, each time I faced the tribulation of the instrument spirit, that wretched brigand would come to pillage my sanctuary, never once missing an opportunity. At this point, it paused, gazing at the two with a face full of indignation. Due to the perpetual lack of timely restoration of my spiritual essence, my cultivation plummeted from the pinnacle of the transformation stage to its mid-level. Historically, only the sect leader of Fallen Cloud Valley possesses the key to access the core of the array, so this matter undoubtedly involves your people. Were it not for the constraints of the Grand Array's rules, I would have long sought vengeance upon that villain. How dare you two question me? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yuan finally understood. No wonder the array spirit had been so incensed over a mere 100 spirit stones, beyond its evident poverty. It likely recalled a series of painful memories. The array spirit is the essence of advanced array formations, and as long as the array endures, its lifespan is virtually infinite. However, the way of heaven is just, and it does not allow the array spirit to grow indefinitely. Every 100 years, A tribulation is unleashed upon it. If it survives, it gains an extension of a century to continue its cultivation. Otherwise, it faces demise, reduced to ashes. After the demise of an old array spirit, a new one is born after some time, commencing the cycle anew. The plight of the current array spirit is indeed tragic. Each time it undergoes the tribulation, its sanctuary is left bereft, yet it is powerless to retaliate, which explains its deep-seated frustration. Why did you not notify the sect of such a grave matter? Baishiro could not help but inquire. The spirit coldly laughed. I am not a fool. Your group of young ones from Falling Cloud Valley is the prime suspect. What purpose would it serve to inform you? Would you merely act out a farce of accusing the thief? Senior, you may be mistaken. This incident may not necessarily involve our Falling Cloud Valley. Baishiro spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Humph. Enough said. Unless you produce evidence proving that this matter does not involve Falling Cloud Valley. Do not expect me to treat you with any semblance of courtesy, the spirit declared, its tone resolute and devoid of any room for negotiation. Having to start from scratch every 100 years is an unbearable plight. Baishiro pursed her lips, her gaze gradually firming as she solemnly inquired, Senior Spirit, when will you next face the tribulation? The spirit seemed to grasp something, its gaze piercing into her. What do you intend to do? I intend to investigate this matter and unveil the truth behind this mystery, she replied with determination. You? The spirit scoffed, in 6 months, my tribulation will descend again. You are merely a late-stage Foundation establishment junior. How do you plan to conduct an investigation? Rest assured, though my strength is currently limited, I will not allow my fellow disciples of Falling Cloud Valley to suffer unjustly. I will do everything in my power to provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Baishiro asserted, fully aware that to resolve this matter, uncovering the truth was imperative. Any other explanations would be futile. With that, she performed a deep bow to the array spirit, and before it could react, she grasped the bewildered Yuan and departed from the array tower. Only after they had moved far away did the spirit's frantic voice echo behind them. Wait, you little rascal, did you not mention returning the spirit stones? Come back and repay them. Yuan continued his pace, casually dismissing, next time, for sure. Ah, that little rascal, you deceived me again. Ignoring the frantic voice of the spirit array, Yuan pondered in silence. Upon further reflection, he realized that this matter was quite difficult to investigate. After all, for a millennium, the spirit of the array had consistently grasped the timing of its tribulations with precision. And a thief so fixated that he visited every century was hardly a normal individual. It was beyond Yuan's imagination to fathom the mental state of that thief. The spirit of the array, confined within its bounds, was not affluent to begin with. After enduring repeated thefts, it had become utterly impoverished, tormented by the debt of 100 spirit stones. Yet, despite this, the thief relentlessly targeted this unfortunate victim, exhibiting a truly deranged obsession. Shortly thereafter, at the outer sect, thanks to your assistance, junior brother Chi, I was able to uncover the heart's turmoil of the esteemed spirit array. This matter holds great significance for our sect, and I shall report it to Elder Mo, ensuring that a substantial merit is recorded for you in the Achievement Pavilion. At that time, the sect will bestow a special reward. Upon returning to the outer sect, Baishiro wiped away her frown, gazing at Yuan with heartfelt gratitude. Senior sister, you were too kind. Such trivial matters hardly warrant mention. Yuan waved his hand dismissively, revealing his disinterest in the affairs of the array spirit. His sole focus was to swiftly complete the task concerning the Falling Cloud Valley and to prepare himself for the crucial stage of infant formation. I shall take my leave now. Should you encounter any difficulties in the outer sect, feel free to seek me out at Yuju Peak in the inner sect. Seemingly eager to investigate a case, Baishiro engaged in only a brief exchange of pleasantries before hastily departing, transforming into a streak of clear light that soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. After Baishiro's departure, Yuan had scarcely traversed a short distance when a group of 6 or 7 individuals materialized before him. Most of them bore the attire of outer sect disciples. Their cultivation levels varying, yet they subtly gathered around a chubby youth radiating an air of arrogance, clad in the garb of a servant disciple. It was none other than Xuan, who had made quite an impression during the entrance examination. Is that Linjin? She immediately noticed Linjin, who was not far behind them. At that moment, this favored child of fortune seemed to have just suffered a beating, his face bruised and battered, struggling to rise from the ground in a most pitiable state. Wait, observing this scene, Yuan narrowed his eyes and reached out to block the path of Xuan and the others. Xuan, halted by Yuan, raised an eyebrow and disdainfully remarked, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. Otherwise, you shall be dealt with as well. He had flaunted his identity as the elder's nephew upon entering, and with a cousin who was an inner sect disciple at the Foundation establishment stage. He quickly established dominance in the outer sect, no longer considering Yuan a threat. Yuan gazed at him with an expressionless face, his tone indifferent as he remarked, Have I not made it clear? Linjin is under my protection. If you dare to harm him, you must provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Chapter 18 Look at this hand. Does it not resemble a large slap? Words should not be spoken carelessly. We have not bullied Linjin, rather. A few outer sect seniors were merely offering their guidance on his cultivation progress. It is entirely normal for there to be some minor mishaps during the process. And even if you report this to Elder Mo, it will avail you nothing. Wang Luchuan wore a cold smirk, exuding an air of confidence. And you, at best, are nothing more than a waste with 4 spirit roots. Just because you have practiced for a few extra days, you dare to flaunt your prowess before me. Truly, you do not know your place. As he spoke, his expression grew increasingly menacing. Since you demand an explanation, very well. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, I may reluctantly forgive your previous offense. Otherwise, I will ensure you suffer the same fate as Linjin. At this moment, the outer sect disciples accompanying Wang Luchuan erupted in raucous approval. Indeed, hurry and apologize to young Master Wang, or you'll regret it. Young Master Wang. Why not allow me to assess whether this junior disciple has truly mastered his introductory techniques? Amidst their taunts, Qi Yuan's demeanor remained unfazed. He merely sighed. Though there are no rewards this time, I still feel compelled to toy with you feeble chicks. What shall I do? He then raised his right hand lightly, speaking slowly. You see, this hand resembles a large slap, does it not? What nonsense is this fellow spouting? Boy, you're courting death. Upon witnessing Qi Yuan's provocative gestures and words, the outer sect disciples, all of whom possessed some cultivation, were filled with rage and prepared to strike. Slap. Wang Luchuan felt a sudden blur before his eyes, followed by a sharp pain coursing through his face. Instinctively, he touched his cheek, only to freeze in place, collapsing to his knees. Realizing his current posture, Wang Luchuan's expression changed drastically. He hastily attempted to rise, but found his knees seemingly rooted to the ground, unable to budge no matter how hard he tried. Confronted with such an inexplicable situation, Wang Luchuan's mind was in turmoil, unable to suppress his exclamation. What have you done to me? Why can I not get up? Unbeknownst to him, Qi Yuan had already stood before him, leisurely retracting his hand and responding with a lack of sincerity. I don't know. Perhaps I didn't control my strength well enough and ended up striking you to the point of cramping. Upon hearing this, Wang Luchuan was instantly consumed by rage, shouting, What are you all dawdling for? Help me teach this bastard a lesson, and quickly assist me to my feet. The abruptness of the situation jolted his companions back to reality, and they hurriedly rushed to support Wang Luchuan. Meanwhile, 3 outer disciples at the Qi refinement stage menacingly surrounded Qi Yuan, declaring, How dare you lay hands on young Master Wang? We shall make you taste defeat today. As they spoke, the trio encircled Qi Yuan, each forming hand seals and preparing to unleash their techniques. However, before they could release their spells, Qi Yuan moved first. His speed akin to a flash of lightning. In the next moment, bang, bang, bang. The protective Qi of the Qi refinement stage disciples crumbled as easily as paper beneath his fists. Each one let out a cry as they were sent tumbling backward, crashing heavily to the ground, clutching their ribs and struggling to rise. Observing the 3 groaning on the ground, Qi Yuan smiled slightly, secretly marveling at his increasingly perfected mastery over physical strength. Being in the falling cloud valley, he knew it was unwise to endanger lives. Fracturing a few ribs could be attributed to a friendly spar gone awry, but striking too hard would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. Thus, the greatest challenge in this encounter was not whether he could defeat them, but how to avoid killing them outright. What is happening? Witnessing this scene, Wang Luchuan, still kneeling on the ground, was dumbfounded, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. Without employing even a modicum of true energy, Qi Yuan had effortlessly brought down 3 cultivators, each at least at the 5th level of Qi refinement, one of whom was a formidable 7th level expert. Was this still human? Not only he, but all present displayed expressions of disbelief. It was said that Qi Yuan had been a loose cultivator before joining. How could a loose cultivator possess such formidable physical prowess? Were the current loose cultivators so competitive, or had the disciples of their sect grown too complacent, oblivious to the true standards of the outside world? Qi Yuan, maintaining his composure, remarked, Oh, I forgot to mention, as I traverse the martial world, in addition to seeking truth and enlightenment, I also possess a modest proficiency in martial arts. If anyone remains unsatisfied, feel free to come forth for a spar. The onlookers exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a peculiar astonishment. Good heavens, this martial prowess is nearly otherworldly, and you call it modest? As his side continued to suffer setbacks, Wang Luchuan's expression turned increasingly grim, gritting his teeth and stating, Forget him, let us leave. At that moment, his body was as stiff as a wooden plank. Even when 2 others helped him, he maintained the odd posture of one hand covering his face while kneeling. As more of their peers gathered to witness the spectacle, he realized that there was nothing more he could do today. Should he linger any longer, the number of onlookers witnessing his disgrace would only grow. With this thought, he dared not utter further threats and, with the assistance of his subordinates, left the scene in a most undignified manner. Not far away, Linjin, equally battered, limped over with a face full of gratitude, saying, Brother Qi, thank you for helping me teach them a lesson. However, it would be best if you refrain from involving yourself in my affairs in the future. Wang Luchuan's uncle is a golden core elder here, and I do not wish to implicate you. He then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, saying with resentment, The more they bully me, the more it proves their own cowardice. I refuse to believe that, in broad daylight, they can truly kill me. As the saying goes, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and their poverty. As long as I, Linjin, draw breath, one day, I shall return the humiliation of today in kind. Qi Yuan felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the thought process of this child of destiny. How could one be so foolish as to willingly join the formidable forces of the fallen Cloud Valley, fully aware of Wang Luchuan's dominance there? Was this not an invitation to self-inflicted torment? Surely, it would be wiser to switch to a different sect, cultivate diligently, and, upon gaining strength, return to exact a brutal vengeance on one's enemies. Would that not be far more gratifying? Even the path of a wandering cultivator would be preferable to enduring daily humiliation in fallen Cloud Valley. The adage of 30 years of the East River and 30 years of the West River pales in comparison. Even if one survived 3 years under the whims of Wang Luchuan, who had the backing of inter-sect elders, it would indeed be a miracle. Nevertheless, despite his urge to voice his concerns, Yuan refrained from offering any counsel. Perhaps it was precisely this peculiar mindset that qualified one to be a child of destiny. Such eccentricity was not easily replicated by the average person. Chapter 19. Slapping the faces of those who look down upon you. Fallen Cloud Valley. Outer Sect. Esteemed Elder. The duties for the newly admitted miscellaneous disciples have been arranged as of yesterday. Please review them, reported a middle-aged man dressed in the Outer Sect steward robes. Standing respectfully before an elderly figure clad in a green robe and adorned with a lotus crown, who sat at the head of the hall. As he spoke, he presented a small booklet to the elder. Very well, let me see it, the elder replied with a nod, taking the booklet and perusing its contents. Moments later, he lifted his gaze and instructed, assign the new disciple named Chida to the medicinal fields and have Wang Luchuan tend to the spirit beasts. The rest remains unchanged. The middle-aged man was taken aback. Overseeing the medicinal fields was a coveted position, not only due to its light responsibilities and ample time for cultivation, but also because of the rich spiritual energy in the work environment. Far superior to the menial tasks of chopping wood or cleaning. It was indeed rare for the typically stern and impartial outer sect elder, Mo Xingyang, to proactively place a new disciple in such a favorable position. Could it be that Chida had some influential connections? Despite his astonishment, the middle-aged man dared not show any sign of surprise and promptly replied, your subordinate obeys. He then took the booklet back, striking out Wang Luchuan's name and replacing it with Chida's. Although he had intended to assign the elder's nephew to that role as a favor, he recognized that the authority of his superior must prevail. Unless there is anything else, you may leave, Mo Xingyang said, offering a few more directives regarding outer sect affairs before waving the middle-aged steward away. Once the steward had departed, Mo Xingyang was about to enter a state of meditation and cultivation when a sudden commotion erupted from outside the hall. Frowning slightly at the noise, he rose from his seat and stepped outside. Upon exiting, he saw several disciples approaching, carrying a motionless figure covered by a black cloth. The outline of a human form barely discernible beneath it. What on earth was happening? A look of confusion crossed Mo Xingyang's face as he prepared to inquire further, only to witness the disciples hastening towards him. They swiftly uncovered the black cloth, revealing Wang Luchuan, who remained in a kneeling position, his face flushed with a deep shade of red due to a mix of urgency and indignation. Upon seeing Mo Xingyang, Wang Luchuan's eyes brimmed with tears of grievance. Nearly on the verge of sobbing as he exclaimed, Elder Mo, I wish to report Chida for practicing dark arts and harming fellow disciples. You must take action for me. After returning to his residence, he discovered that the bizarre state of his body had not been alleviated, prompting him to panic. He urgently requested to be carried to the elder's quarters, hoping for a remedy while simultaneously seeking to lodge a stern complaint. To avoid embarrassment during the journey, he had insisted on being covered with a cloth. However, due to the pressing nature of the situation, his subordinates had only managed to find a piece of black fabric that looked eerily reminiscent of a shroud, a truly inauspicious choice. Chida, I shall never let you off. At this moment, Wang Luchuan's animosity towards Yuan had reached an unprecedented zenith, even surpassing his long-standing rivalry with Linjin. Sorcery? Observing his demeanor, Mo Xingyang furrowed his brow and approached, placing his fingers upon the other's wrist to conduct a meticulous examination. After a brief moment, he discerned the situation, his expression easing as he admonished, Nonsense. You, young one, are uttering foolish words. It is merely a technique of joint manipulation and breath control. If left unattended, you shall recover in due time. How could it possibly be sorcery? As he spoke, Mo Xingyang emitted a cold snort, circulating his true essence within the other's body, shattering the sealed meridians. With the final hindrance dissipated, Wang Luchuan felt his body weaken and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Once he regained his composure, Wang Luchuan hurriedly rose and bowed. Thank you, Elder, for your healing grace. Chida truly struck me without discernment, and even before he could finish, Mo Xingyang interrupted with a tone rife with admonition. Enough. Depart swiftly, and do not act so rashly in the future, speaking without thought. Should there be further slander against your peers, I shall not be lenient. With that, he swept his sleeve and returned to the hall without a backward glance. Yes, I understand. Wang Luchuan dared not argue, responding meekly. Young Master Wang, what shall we do now? Once Mo Xingyang had left, one of his subordinates, unable to contain himself, inquired. This matter is far from over. Wang Luchuan ground his teeth, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. I shall visit the intersect at once and request my cousin to teach that scoundrel Qi a lesson. Furthermore, bring Lu Yingying to me shortly. Upon returning to his residence, Yuan casually seated himself after pulling out a chair, his thoughts stirring as he summoned the system panel. Having completed the breakthrough to the third tier of Qi refinement, a new task had appeared in his taskbar, after enduring countless hardships to join the immortal cultivation sect. Falling Cloud Valley, your path to cultivation is gradually solidifying. With your breakthrough to the third tier of Qi refinement, you are one step closer to realizing your aspirations. Deep within, you yearn to return to your family as a foundational cultivator, to confront all those who have looked down upon you. Now, you must continue to strive and distinguish yourself among these mundane disciples. Task objective: please hunt down a Qi refinement realm beast in the back mountains of Falling Cloud Valley. With the beast's strength being at least at the third tier of Qi refinement. Task difficulty: 3 stars, normal. Task reward: 150 counterattack points, 5 superior rejuvenation pills, 300 inferior spirit stones. Yuan cast a glance at the task information, feeling utterly unfazed. He had come to comprehend the intricacies of the counterattack system. As long as he consistently completed tasks, whether regarding spiritual roots, qualifications, spiritual stones, elixirs, magical artifacts, or profound insights, nothing was beyond his reach. Indeed, it was truly a system tailor-made for the seemingly inept, with such comprehensive and unyielding support that even a mere pig could soar to great heights. Despite the system being so remarkably effective, why did he find no joy in completing tasks? Yuan cast a glance at the menial uniform adorning his form and let out a soft sigh. Ever since the arrival of this confounded system, his scant remnants of integrity had been utterly shattered. After a brief moment of lamentation, he shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He raised his hand to set a layer of alarm wards within the room, then succumbed to a state of meditation. The golden core within him shimmered with myriad streams of light, swirling in a riot of colors, as if a formidable spiritual essence was brewing within. Poised to break free at any moment. Chapter 20. Steady yourself the following day, in the Falling Cloud Valley's medicinal garden. A serious-looking middle-aged steward addressed Yuan earnestly. Cheetah, from today onwards, you shall be responsible for tasks within Elder Kang's medicinal garden. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to consult with the senior brothers and sisters within the garden. However, it is imperative that you remain dutiful. Unauthorized harvesting of spiritual herbs is strictly forbidden, and violators will face severe disciplinary action. Yuan promptly clasped his fists in gratitude and responded, "Thank you, Elder Brother Ji, for your guidance. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly." He felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his assignment to the medicinal garden, as it was indeed a tranquil haven. Typically, apart from a few elders and disciples who possessed tokens to request herbs, no one else was permitted entry. He understood that this fortunate opportunity had befallen him largely due to the influence of that enchanting senior sister. Very well, immerse yourself in your duties here. And should you need anything, feel free to seek me out at the outer gate steward's office. The middle-aged steward nodded. He then addressed a young male disciple dressed in the outer sect's garb, saying, "Lu Shizizi, please assist him in familiarizing himself with the medicinal garden. I shall take my leave now." "Yes, Elder Brother Ji," replied the young Lu, watching the middle-aged steward depart. Turning to Yuan with a warm demeanor, he introduced himself. "Greetings, junior brother. I am Lu Tai, the outer sect disciple responsible for guarding the medicinal garden. Since you are new here, allow me to show you around." "Thank you very much, Brother Lu," Yuan replied gratefully. With polite words, Yuan stepped forward, following his companion into the medicinal garden. As they walked, Lu Tai, beaming with a cheerful expression, remarked, "To have the esteemed Elder Nyo personally escort you is a testament to the significance you hold in the outer sect. Truly a promising future awaits you." Upon hearing this, Yuan couldn't help but smirk inwardly, recognizing that Lu Tai's seemingly flattering words were, in fact, a subtle probe into his standing. Should he choose to feign humility at this juncture, he would likely find himself burdened with the more menial tasks within the garden henceforth. With this thought in mind, he feigned modesty, offering a smile while honestly stating, "Senior brother, you overpraise me. It is indeed an honor to be entrusted by Elder Mo to assist in managing the medicinal garden. I'm still quite apprehensive and hope to repay Elder Mo's kindness as soon as possible. In such moments, it is prudent to openly acknowledge one's support. It can save one from future inconveniences." From his earlier conversation with Elder Nyo, he had already gleaned that his assignment to the medicinal garden was at Elder Mo's behest. Compared to Bai Shiro, who remained distant within the inner sect, the Golden Core Elder wielded far greater authority and influence over the outer sect. Since he spoke only the truth, how others interpreted his words was of no concern to him. Indeed, upon hearing this, Lu Tai's expression shifted markedly. His gaze towards Yuan growing increasingly courteous, even hinting at a degree of respect. "It's commendable that you possess such intentions, junior brother Qi. We are of the same sect, so do not hesitate to ask for assistance whenever needed. I shall certainly lend my support." The medicinal garden of Luoyun Valley is adjacent to the back mountain, expansive in size. Besides a handful of miscellaneous disciples and outer sect members, a foundational stage inner sect disciple is also stationed there to guard against the beasts from the back mountain invading the garden and wreaking havoc on the spiritual herbs. Most of the beasts in the back mountain are deliberately nurtured by Luoyun Valley for the disciples' training, typically of low rank, with the majority being at the Qi refinement stage and very few at the foundation establishment stage. This medicinal garden belongs to Elder Kong of the Pill Pavilion, who remains secluded in alchemical pursuits, indifferent to worldly affairs. Should the Pill Pavilion find itself short on medicinal materials, he dispatches his disciples to gather what is needed. Furthermore, you must remember to avoid approaching that small building. Senior Sister Jin of the inner sect detests being disturbed. After a tour of the medicinal garden, Lu Tai led into the edge of a modest spiritual field. Junior Brother Chi, you shall be responsible for tending to this patch of Baikao. Simply water it with spiritual water each morning, and you may devote the rest of your time to cultivation. This spiritual field spans approximately 100 zhang. Cultivating a material known as Baikao, characterized by its emerald green leaves that shimmer with a translucent luster. Given that a spiritual spring lies not far from the field, the time required to water it would not exceed half an hour, rendering the task exceedingly leisurely. Yuan was exceedingly pleased with this arrangement, as it signified that he would have ample time to engage in systematic tasks. With the imminent arrival of the birth, he was eager to experiment with the potential outcomes of transcending his realm while remaining in a state of continuous enlightenment. Naturally, this endeavor necessitated a substantial accumulation of reversal points. He fervently hoped that this flawed system would maintain its composure and refrain from further disruptions. Yuan silently reflected. After concluding a day of monotonous labor, he inadvertently lost his way on his return home and, for reasons unknown, found himself in the back mountains. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around, he accidentally trampled a red claw bear at the 8th level of Qi refinement, and he indulged in a roasted bear paw as a delightful meal. Ding! The host has successfully hunted his first Qi refinement beast, rewarding him with 150 counterattack points, 5 superior revival pills, and 300 inferior spirit stones. In the following days, Yuan lounged in the medicinal herb garden while transforming into a relentless task machine, fervently accumulating counterattack points. Ding! The host has successfully collected his first century-old rare herb, rewarding him with 150 counterattack points. Ding! Successfully set up his first elementary formation, rewarded with 200 counterattack points. Ding! Defeated a formidable adversary at the 6th level of Qi refinement, completing his first sparring session with peers, rewarded with 300 counterattack points. Ding! Mastered his first spell, rewarded with 300 counterattack points. With each sound of task completion, his counterattack points soared rapidly, soon surpassing 3,000. System, what is going on with you? Where are the new tasks? Inside the wooden cabin, Yuan gazed at the empty task panel before him, his expression decidedly displeased. Hurry and refresh the tasks. I want to accept new ones. He had only just begun to savor the thrill of swift task completion when, unexpectedly, it came to an abrupt halt. In the past, after completing old tasks, the system would quickly generate new ones, yet this time, it remained eerily silent. Ding! Please remain calm, host. The first series of novice tasks has officially concluded, and this system is in the process of automatically generating the next phase of tasks. System. You are lacking. Yuan rolled his eyes, a look of disdain crossing his face. It seemed that he had overexerted himself in recent days, exhausting this wretched system. Wait a minute. Auto-generation? Yuan's eyes brightened with hope. Could it be that he had finally endured the hardships to witness a turn for the better, ushering in a more conventional series of system tasks? With this thought in mind, he eagerly rubbed his hands together, silently encouraging the system. Dear system, when you generate the tasks, please open your eyes and observe this world. If you truly manage to improve, I assure you, I shall never scold you again. After a brief moment, the long silent system panel finally stirred, revealing several lines of gleaming text. It had arrived. As Yuan's spirit surged with anticipation, he eagerly began to look around. In the next moment, however, his expression froze completely. Oh no. Chapter 21. Your matter has been exposed. Just as Yuan wore a strange look, a sudden sound of footsteps resonated from outside the room, accompanied by a loud voice declaring, that disciple of the miscellaneous sect, Qida, resides here. Yuan furrowed his brow, gathered his thoughts, and stepped forward to open the door. Upon entering, he was met with the serious expressions of several men and women. These individuals were clad in the attire of outer disciples, adorned with the emblem of the law enforcement pavilion, clearly indicating their affiliation with the organization. Realizing their identity, Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed himself and asked in a low voice, what do you seek from me? The leader among them was a girl of about 17 or 18. Possessing an admirable figure and striking features, yet her countenance was icy, exuding an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. She cast a cold glance at Yuan and, with an impassive expression, stated, Yuan, your actions have come to light. Please accompany us at once. Exposed? Yuan's heart sank momentarily, his gaze sharpening as he quickly assessed the current situation. Firstly, if the identity of the Daozi from the Taishian sacred land were to be exposed, even with tenfold courage, the Falling Cloud Valley would not dare to act against him. The only risk lay in the possibility of information leaking. Not only would subsequent tasks concerning Falling Cloud Valley become exceedingly difficult to accomplish, but he would also face inquiries from within the Taishian sacred land, the consequences of which were unpredictable. After all, it would be challenging to explain why he had concealed his identity and joined Falling Cloud Valley as a menial worker. Should he eliminate the threat before the news spread, or perhaps find a way to erase these individuals' memories? Noticing Qi Yuan's silence, a disciple from the enforcement pavilion behind the young girl snorted coldly, saying, "Qi, why do you feign innocence here? I must inform you, since we have summoned you. We undoubtedly possess concrete evidence proving your collusion with Linjin and the theft of the spiritual herbs. Your confrontation now is merely an opportunity for you to come clean. The rules here are strict and do not care about who you are." "What? Theft of spiritual herbs?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan let out a heavy sigh of relief. He had feared his identity had been revealed, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding. He was fortunate he hadn't acted impulsively moments ago. Regaining his composure, he clasped his hands and smiled apologetically. "I apologize, esteemed brothers and sisters. I was momentarily startled by the situation. I hope you can forgive my previous rudeness. However, I assure you, I did not steal any spiritual herbs. Someone must be framing me." Unbeknownst to the group of enforcement pavilion disciples, they had just narrowly escaped a perilous encounter. Their expressions turned impatient upon hearing Qi Yuan's words. "Enough chit-chat, come with us." Upon arriving at the outer gate's main peak, Qi Yuan spotted Linjin bound and kneeling before the hall, a small bundle of freshly picked bai grass placed before him. The moment Linjin saw Qi Yuan, he began to struggle, exclaiming, "Brother Qi, I have no idea when a bundle of bai grass appeared in my room. It must be Wang Luchuan trying to frame us." At this proclamation, Wang Luchuan's face flushed crimson, and he shouted, "Nonsense! The bai grass was found in your own room. What does it have to do with me? As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must catch the stolen goods. Now that both the thief and the stolen items are present, do you still wish to deny it?" Linjin's eyes turned red as he glared fiercely at Wang Luchuan, gritting his teeth. "Wang, your betrayal is not enough. You even attempt to drag Brother Qi down with you. How shameless can you be?" As he spoke, he seemed to remember something, his expression fading as he looked towards Lu Yingying, who stood beside Wang Luchuan, and hissed, "So it was you. No wonder you've been visiting my residence these past few days. I thought you had a change of heart, but it turns out you were plotting against me. Lu Yingying, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. How foolish I was to consider you a friend for so many years," Linjin said with bitterness. Lu Yingying cast a disdainful glance at him. "You should just admit it. That is the only way to seek leniency from the enforcement hall." As the scene grew increasingly chaotic, Elder Mo Jingyang from the outer gate furrowed his brow and admonished, "Silence. In a public setting, such raucousness is utterly inappropriate." Once the crowd quieted down, Mo Jingyang surveyed the assembly and ultimately fixed his calm gaze upon Qi Yuan, speaking in a gentle tone, "Qi, is this matter truly of your doing?" His demeanor was so amiable that it resembled a casual conversation between friends rather than an interrogation. Witnessing this, Wang Luchuan, who had initially felt assured, suddenly experienced a twinge of unease. With a faint smile, Qi Yuan replied, "To report to Master Mo. This matter has nothing to do with me." Upon hearing Qi Yuan's firm denial, the disciples of the law enforcement pavilion who were responsible for escorting him became anxious. The leading girl stepped forward, pointing at the bundle of spirit herbs and exclaimed, "Qi, cease your evasion. You are in charge of managing the Baikeo in the medicinal garden. Now, over a dozen freshly harvested Baikeo have been found in the room of your fellow disciple. Is this not evidence?" Unexpectedly, before Qi Yuan could respond, Mo Jingyang, who was in charge of interrogating the case, shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Nyashitsi, you need not inquire further. Since Qi has stated it was not he, it is indeed unlikely he is involved. I merely asked you to bring him here to publicly clarify the matter, lest rumors arise afterward." He then focused his gaze on Qi Yuan. "Qi Shitsi, our Fallen Cloud sect has always rewarded merit. You may now reveal to everyone the rewards you received from the sect recently." Qi Yuan, feeling somewhat bashful, touched his nose and slowly spoke, "By a stroke of luck, I achieved a trivial accomplishment. Unexpectedly, the sect graciously bestowed upon me 3,000 spirit stones, 50 superior gathering chi pills, along with a mid-tier magical artifact. I am truly unworthy of such generosity." At these words, gasps of astonishment erupted around him. Eyes wide with disbelief, filled with envy and jealousy as they looked at Qi Yuan. What remarkable feat had this young man accomplished? A single reward of 3,000 spirit stones, 50 superior gathering chi pills, and even a mid-tier magical artifact. Such a lavish reward bestowed upon a mere servant disciple who had only entered the sect a few days prior was simply unfathomable. Mo Zhengyang nodded thoughtfully and stated seriously, "Baikeo is a primary ingredient for refining gathering chi pills and sells well in the market. However, those dozen or so Baikeo are worth only about 4 or 5 spirit stones. Tell me, would someone who has just received 3,000 spirit stones risk being expelled from the sect for a mere 4 or 5 spirit stones by engaging in such a deceitful act?" Indeed, upon hearing this, the once skeptical audience suddenly understood. Logically, the effort and reward in this matter were completely disproportionate. A servant disciple earns only 2 spirit stones a month. 3,000 spirit stones are equivalent to 150 years' worth of remuneration. It was highly improbable that someone with such a substantial sum would resort to theft for a paltry gain. Of course, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of an individual being psychologically twisted, indulging in theft for the thrill of it. Yet, Qi had recently passed the entrance examination's temperament assessment with a perfect score, making it hard to believe he was such a deviant. As it appeared Qi Yuan had largely cleared his name, Linjin, bound on the ground, was overjoyed and quickly declared, "I have already said that both I and Chigu were framed. We never stole any Baikeo. Please release me." He struggled to rise. "Behave yourself." The law enforcement pavilion disciple beside him promptly pushed him back down. The leading girl, Nya, shot him a disdainful glance and coldly remarked, "Regardless, the Baikeo was found in your room. Even if Chishidi is innocent, you still bear responsibility. As a servant disciple, it is inconceivable that you could have accessed the medicinal garden to steal the spirit herbs. I advise you to confess who your accomplice is. Otherwise, we shall transport you to the law enforcement pavilion, where there are ways to make you speak." Upon hearing this, Linjin laughed mockingly. "I see your law enforcement pavilion is hardly competent. You can't even see through such a simple frame-up. Impudent." Nya's brows furrowed in anger, and she raised her hand to slap Linjin. However, before her hand could reach him, a powerful grip seized her wrist, preventing her from striking. She turned to see that it was Yuan who had caught her. Anger flashed across her delicate features. "Cheetah, what are you doing?" As she instinctively tried to break free, she realized his grip was like iron, unyielding despite her struggles. Seeing this, the other law enforcement pavilion disciples became furious and surrounded them. "You dare to lay hands on senior sister? Release Sister Tsuelan at once." Yuan cast a fleeting glance at Linjin before addressing the young woman with the surname Ye in a calm manner. "Whether my friend has pilfered the green leaf grass is not for either of us to determine. Rather, let us allow the facts to speak for themselves and bring clarity to this case." At this juncture, he smiled subtly, gently releasing the young woman's wrist, and continued. "The green leaf grass is a crucial ingredient in the concoction of chi-gathering pills, and its quantity is substantial. My role in the medicinal garden involves tending to a patch of green leaf grass. If there are hidden hands attempting to frame someone, this bundle of green leaf grass must have been harvested from that spiritual field. I am on duty from dawn until dusk, which means that for half of the 12 hours in a day, I am not present in the spiritual field. Consequently, the individual who harvested this green leaf grass undoubtedly acted during my absence." Nyatsue-lan, feeling both humiliated and furious, glared fiercely at Yuan. "What good does it do to say such things? You were not present at the scene. How could you possibly know who did it?" Yet, deep within, Nyatsue-lan was taken aback. With her full mastery of chi cultivation, she had found herself utterly defenseless against this man. Having suffered such a significant loss in front of so many onlookers, she would have typically retaliated at any other time. However, for reasons unknown, she felt no inclination to confront this humble disciple. "Ha! Who told you that one cannot accuse a perpetrator without being present?" Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. "I possess a strong sense of responsibility and a genuine passion for my work. Since the sect has entrusted me with the care of the spiritual field, I must fulfill my duties diligently. To monitor the growth of the green leaf grass and prevent any issues in the spiritual field, I place a low-grade recording talisman on the large tree by the field every day after my shift. Thus, even in my absence, I can observe the growth of the green leaf grass at night through the recording talisman. If anyone were to stealthily enter to harvest the grass, they would undoubtedly be captured by the talisman." As he spoke, he cheerfully produced a talisman from his robe that shimmered with a faint white light. "This is the recording from last night. I was summoned here right after my shift and haven't had the chance to review it yet." Upon his words, everyone looked at Yuan with strange expressions, momentarily speechless. Goodness, the recording talisman can be used this way? As the name suggests, a recording talisman captures images over a certain distance and period, storing them for later viewing. Although silent, the visuals are vivid and clear, and it is widely used in the cultivation community. Beyond conveying messages or facilitating matchmaking, recording talismans have been developed for various additional functions. For instance, they can document debates or duels for educational purposes, and some have even exploited them to covertly capture intimate moments, producing multiple copies for lucrative sales, thus overshadowing the business of the Harmony sect. However, never had anyone been so frivolous as to use a recording talisman to incessantly capture images of a field, under the pretense of monitoring the growth of green leaf grass at night. Even though a low-grade recording talisman is relatively inexpensive in the cultivation community, it still requires at least 3 spirit stones. If this continues, it would amount to a monthly expenditure of 90 spirit stones. Given that a humble disciple earns merely 2 spirit stones per month, it implies that Yuan would be incurring a loss of 88 spirit stones after laboring for an entire month in the medicinal garden. Upon recalling that Yuan had recently received a substantial reward of 3,000 spirit stones, the crowd suddenly found this situation more palatable. After a peculiar silence, the outer sect elder, Mo Xingyang, was the first to regain his composure. He beckoned to Yuan and stated solemnly, "In that case, let me see it." "Yes," Yuan replied. Yuan responded with a respectful nod, reverently presenting the preserved image talisman in his hand. Just as Mo Xingyang grasped the talisman, a servant disciple in the crowd suddenly turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. "Junior brother Wintao, what are you doing?" A nearby disciple noticed his peculiar demeanor and hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Yet, the disciple seemed oblivious to his surroundings, murmuring to himself, "This is terrible. How could this happen? It was you who did this." Yuan strode over with determination, seizing the individual from the crowd and casting him down before Mo Xingyang. "Elder Mo, there is no need to investigate the reflective talisman. He is the one who plucked the emerald leaves. At this moment, the heart of the servant disciple crumbled completely, and he trembled as he knelt on the ground. Elder Emo, spare me. I truly had no part in this. It was Wang Luchuan who, upon seeing me on duty in the medicinal garden, bestowed upon me 10 spirit stones, urging me to clandestinely harvest the emerald leaves. I was simply bewitched. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in a clamor, instinctively distancing themselves from Wang Luchuan. His countenance turned ashen, and he glared fiercely at the servant disciple. When, do not falsely accuse me. I have never even laid eyes on you. Do you have any proof that I instigated your actions? When Tao, with a woeful expression, lamented, Wang Luchuan. You cannot deny it. It was you who sent someone with 10 spirit stones for me. Enough. Mo Zhengyong bellowed, casting a cold gaze around. You disgraceful lot. Do you not feel you have already brought enough shame upon yourselves? The crowd fell silent, their mouths sealed tight. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Zhengyong turned his attention to Nian Suilan, instructing, Nye, take Wen Tao to the law enforcement pavilion for thorough interrogation. It is imperative to uncover the truth, and those who violate the sex regulations must face severe punishment. He then shifted his gaze to the bound Linjin, stating, as for Linjin, given the current ambiguity of the facts and the lack of conclusive evidence, he shall be released for now. We will make a decision once the investigation is complete. The disciple will heed Elder Mo's decree, came the respectful reply. Niet Suilan shot a disdainful glance at Wang Luchuan before gesturing with her hand, and several adept disciples from the law enforcement pavilion skillfully restrained Wen Tao. At that moment, Mo Zhengyong tossed the reflective talisman back to Qi Yuan, exclaiming with a mix of amusement and exasperation, You rascal, have you deceived me? What am I to make of this blank reflective talisman? If Wen Tao fails to expose a flaw, I shall be eager to see how you extricate yourself from this predicament. Qi Yuan chuckled softly. How could that be? You, my esteemed friend, are impartial and possess keen insight. The moment they see you wielding the capturing talisman, those malevolent spirits are utterly terrified, leaving no room for error. The atmosphere in the venue suddenly became tense as the crowd's expressions froze, their gazes vacant. Chapter 23. A problem arises. Once freed from his bindings, Lin Jin completely disregarded the disheartened Wang Luchuan and Lu Yingying nearby. He made his way directly to Qi Yuan's side, his eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. Brother Qi, this marks the 3rd time you have come to my aid. I am profoundly grateful for your immense kindness. Qi Yuan, with a warm expression, waved his hand and said, We are brothers. There is no need for thanks. Lin Jinzhong nodded earnestly, and after a moment's hesitation, as if recalling something significant, he finally resolved to speak with gravity, saying, Brother Qi, your kindness towards me is as heavy as a mountain, and there is something I must tell you. Oh? Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, and he replied in a low voice, There are many eyes and ears here. Let us speak at my place. Normally, Qi Yuan would not believe that anyone could provide information intriguing enough for him, the Taoist of the supreme mystery, but Lin was different. Who could say what astonishing discoveries the Son of Fortune might have made? Even if Lin were to claim that he would ascend to immortality in a few days, Qi Yuan would choose to believe him first. Soon, the two companions arrived at Qi Yuan's residence. Once inside the wooden cabin, they each took a seat. Qi Yuan leaned forward, adopting a posture of attentive listening, and inquired, Brother Lin, please speak your mind. Lin Jinzhong nodded, appearing to have made a significant decision. First, he cautiously glanced at the doorway, ensuring no one was around, before whispering, Brother Qi, there is a problem with the spiritual field where you cultivate the verdant leaves. What kind of problem? Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Having spent 5 or 6 days in that place, he had not perceived any anomalies. If the spiritual field truly harbored issues unbeknownst to him, it would imply that this matter was of considerable significance. Lin Jin took a deep breath and continued. I once encountered in an ancient text that wherever the spirits of flora and fauna manifest, there must exist a primordial essence of Imu. Today, I discerned a subtle trace of Imu emanating from those over a dozen clumps of verdant grass. This suggests that the spiritual field may indeed conceal a matured spirit of vegetation, with an age spanning at least 7 to 8,000 years, or even 10 millennia. After articulating these words, Lin Jin fixed his piercing gaze upon Qi Yuan, evidently scrutinizing his reaction. A 10,000-year-old spirit of vegetation? Upon hearing the words, Qi Yuan's expression subtly shifted, and he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He had not anticipated that within the seemingly ordinary spiritual field of the fallen cloud valley, such a remarkable treasure was concealed. If this were indeed true, even some advanced cultivators would likely disregard their dignity in a desperate attempt to seize it. After 10,000 years, even a single instance of the millennium green leaf grass, when consumed, could significantly enhance one's spiritual acumen and cultivation. With this thought in mind, Qi Yuan's gaze toward Lin Jin transformed profoundly. Truly, as a favored child of fortune, Lin Jin had merely assisted him on a few occasions and had already reaped such immense rewards. Naturally, Qi Yuan held no belief in the fabricated reasons conjured by Lin Jin. Coming from humble origins, Lin Jin had only recently begun to draw energy into his body. How could he possibly possess such sensitivity to the innate with qi? It was inconceivable that merely a handful of green leaf grass harvested from the spiritual field could lead him to such profound insights. Perhaps this child of destiny had awakened some unique ability, yet felt unable to articulate it, resorting instead to a casual excuse to obscure the truth. Yuan found this entirely understandable and would not be foolish enough to expose him. It must be said that this individual, willing to risk revealing his abilities by sharing such information with him, displayed remarkable loyalty, at the very least. He was not the kind of ungrateful wolf that could not be nurtured. As his thoughts raced, Yuan cheerfully patted Lin Jin on the shoulder and said with a warm expression, "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Lin. I shall find a way to investigate this matter. If indeed there exists a millennium spirit grass in the spiritual field, you shall certainly benefit from it." "Brother Qi, you have misunderstood my intentions," Lin Jin replied, his expression shifting slightly as he spoke earnestly. "If this matter is true, you must not offend that esteemed elder. Although the spirits of grass and would tend to be timid, possessing low combat prowess and rarely taking lives, they are not beings that we mere Qi refinement cultivators can provoke. You must exercise caution while in the medicinal garden and refrain from acting recklessly." Hearing Lin Jin's earnest admonition, Yuan raised his brows and then chuckled lightly. "Indeed, I shall be mindful." After bidding farewell to Lin Jin, Yuan returned to his seat, lost in contemplation. Perhaps he truly ought to place an observing talisman around the spiritual field. However, before that, he needed to complete that infuriating task. The mere thought of it ignited a flare of anger within him. Wasn't it promised that the course of events would revert to normal? Why was it becoming increasingly twisted? That night, Yuan, with a pained expression, donned a dark outfit and obscured his face with a black cloth, transforming into a shadow that vanished into the night. Chapter 24, Stop Hitting Me. I admit I am the Crimson Flame Tiger in the outer sect of Luoyuan Valley. The night was as dark as ink, with stars barely twinkling. On the gently sloping hillside, spacious and luxurious beast enclosures sprawled in an intricate array. Each enclosure was safeguarded by its own protective barriers and equipped with specialized spirit-gathering formations, boasting a beautiful environment rich in spiritual energy, far superior to the crude wooden huts where the servant disciples resided. Within these enclosures lived over a dozen spirit beasts, most of which were cherished companions of the elders and deacons. According to the regulations of Luoyuan Valley, these spirit pets were not permitted in the inner sect but were specifically confined to a designated area in the outer sect for their care. For the servant disciples, attending to these noble spirit pets was an arduous task they sought to avoid at all costs. They were responsible not only for feeding the beasts but also for cleaning their waste, facing the constant risk of being attacked by the beasts, which often resulted in injuries. These spirit beasts were mostly favored companions of the high-ranking elders within Luoyuan Valley, and their deep connections afforded them an air of arrogance. They regarded ordinary disciples with disdain. At this moment, within one enclosure, a giant tiger, several feet in size, adorned with dark patterns, lay sprawled on the ground, snoring loudly, exhaling hot breaths through its nostrils. Suddenly, the formation outside the enclosure shimmered and silently parted, allowing a cloaked figure to slip inside. The target had been located. Upon spotting the giant tiger, the figure's eyes gleamed with excitement, and a smile curved at the corners of his mouth, as if a hunter had finally found his prey. He eagerly stepped forward. Roar! The unexpected commotion jolted the giant tiger awake, who glared at the intruder with evident displeasure. How dare this blind fool disturb his slumber? Has he grown tired of life? This foundational black tiger had already developed intelligence, capable of human speech. Get lost, or I shall devour you whole, believing it to be a foolish servant disciple. The tiger remained too lazy to lift its eyelids and spoke in an exceedingly arrogant tone. You are the Crimson Flame Tiger, the pet of Elder Su from the inner sect, are you not? The cloaked figure seemed unfazed, strolling casually toward the black tiger. Wait, you don't even recognize me. So you can't possibly be one of the servants here. The giant tiger became alert, rising from the ground, its fur bristling, claws bared, as it stared menacingly at the intruder. You dare trespass on my territory? I want to let you off lightly today. As it spoke, a dark mist suddenly enveloped the giant tiger, and it lunged forward, claws extended, charging at the cloaked figure. In the next moment, bang! Before the tiger could fully prepare its stance, an unadorned fist struck its massive head, leaving the black tiger dizzy and weak, collapsing heavily onto the ground. Then, the cloaked figure advanced and unleashed a flurry of punches. Moments later, whoa. Stop. I admit defeat. I was wrong. Please spare me. The tiger whimpered, clasping its paws over its head, pleading for mercy. I am not the Crimson Flame Tiger. I am the Blackshot Tiger, the pet of Elder Yang from the inner sect. The cloaked figure paused, a cold smile spreading across his face. You wretched beast, how dare you deceive me? It seems I have not beaten you into submission yet. As he spoke, he pounced on the black tiger once more. I am not lying. I am truly the Blackshot Tiger. Humph. Still trying to argue. The cloaked figure clearly did not believe him. Bang, bang, bang. Please, stop. I yield, truly yield. I admit I am the Crimson Flame Tiger. Will that suffice? Upon hearing this, Yuan, who had transformed into the cloaked figure, finally ceased his assault, exhaling a sigh of relief. He mused to himself. It appears that the Crimson Flame Tiger has been tamed. The task is complete. With that thought, he summoned his task list. Due to a lack of support within the sect, you have been assigned to the most arduous and laborious tasks at the Spirit Beast Peak. Tasked with caring for the spirit pet of Elder Su Shou, the Crimson Flame Tiger. The Crimson Flame Tiger, a foundational spirit beast, has always been unruly, having injured several individuals and made life difficult for you, posing a serious threat to your servant career. Task objective: please, through your efforts, tame the Crimson Flame Tiger and render it obedient. Task difficulty: for stars, difficult. Task rewards: for 100 counterattack points, 1 premium spirit cultivation pill, 500 low-grade spirit stones. And the talent of universal affinity, increasing all non-human beings' favorability towards you. Looking at the trembling black tiger cowering in the corner, completely subdued, Yuan could not help but twitch his lips, perhaps due to the fluctuations in the timeline. He had not been assigned to the Spirit Beast Peak but had instead gone to the medicinal garden. Since he no longer held the identity of a servant at the Spirit Beast Peak, he could only privately tame the beasts housed there under the cover of night. Of course, there are many ways to tame spirit beasts. Besides the methods of love and patience, the use of strength can also be quite effective, often yielding faster results. Yuan pondered silently. However, after a while, the notification of task completion still did not arrive. He furrowed his brow and glanced at the corner where the black tiger resided. Are you still unconvinced? Upon hearing this, the black tiger shivered suddenly, its head shaking vigorously like a rattle. Brother, no, I truly submit. Observing the sincerity in the other's expression, Yuan felt a sudden ominous premonition as his eyelid twitched. He hurriedly inquired, what did you say your name was? Upon hearing this, the black tiger was left in a state of despair, lamenting, please, I truly erred. Whatever name you wish for me to bear, I shall accept. Even if you call me Dog Egg, I will comply. Yuan's expression darkened, and his tone softened slightly, as long as you speak the truth. I shall not harm you. The black tiger, bewildered, mustered the courage to reply. I am called Black Fiend Tiger, a spirit pet of Elder Yang from the inner sect. The Scarlet Flame Tiger resides next door. Alas, it seems I have indeed mistaken the tiger. What on earth is wrong with the elders of Fallen Cloud Valley, raising so many tigers without reason? Yuan's expression momentarily froze, wishing he could unleash a few more slaps on this fellow. Why didn't you mention it earlier? The Black Fiend Tiger? After issuing another warning to the Black Fiend Tiger to refrain from speaking out of turn, Yuan swiftly darted into the adjacent beast enclosure. Shortly thereafter, a notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of educating the Crimson Flame Tiger. Reward: for 100 counterattack points, 1 Supreme Spirit Nurturing Pill, 500 Inferior Spirit Stones. And the talent of universal affinity. Chapter 25. It truly is quite society. The following day, Yuan arrived early at the medicinal herb garden, exuding an air of nonchalance. The most proficient cultivator among the outer sect, Yang, was merely at the late stage of the Golden Core, a mere slight realm beneath him. This disparity afforded him the audacity to brazenly infiltrate the Spirit Beast Peak the previous night. Although there were a few slightly awkward incidents along the way, they ultimately bore no significant consequence, and he successfully accomplished his task. Consequently, he was in good spirits. Exchanging greetings with several disciples of the herb garden as he made his way to the patch of verdant leaf grass, a glance around revealed that the field was home to an impressive number of over 100,000 lush green plants, flourishing splendidly, with no signs of any abnormalities. Yuan lifted the water bucket and drew water from the nearby spiritual spring, skillfully tending to the spiritual field. Whenever he encountered a languid spiritual plant, he would take the care to water it a bit more. Prompted by Lin Jin's reminder, he feigned nonchalance while secretly concentrating, searching for any suspicious grass within the field. However, even after watering the entire spiritual field, he found no trace of anything amiss. All that met his gaze were the most ordinary of emerald blades. Despite the lack of evidence, Yuan sensed something was amiss. Someone was watching him. This scrutiny was exceptionally covert, had he not been acutely focused at that moment. With a heightened awareness of his surroundings, it would have been exceedingly difficult to detect. Who could it be? Could it be a master from Fallen Cloud Valley? Yuan's gaze sharpened. The ability to observe him silently and unnoticed was undoubtedly a mark of a formidable presence, at least one of the nascent soul realm or higher. Despite his heightened vigilance, he maintained a facade of calmness, proceeding with his usual routine of returning the water bucket to its place after tending to the fields. He settled beneath a tree beside the spiritual field, slowly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, feigning the commencement of his cultivation. As anticipated, once he departed from the spiritual field, that faint trace of observation vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. This further solidified Yuan's conviction. The enigmatic observer was not specifically targeting him, but was instead surveilling the spiritual field. If it were a member of the Fallen Cloud Valley, why did that errant disciple named Wen Tao not intervene when he was pilfering the azure leaf grass from the field? Yuan furrowed his brows, contemplating for a considerable time before ultimately deciding to remain still for the moment. In comparison to the elusive and ethereal thousand-year elixir, he was far more concerned about whether he could continue to conceal his identity in Luoyun Valley until he completed the current phase of his tasks. Just then, a familiar and graceful silhouette approached from afar, her complexion radiant and her eyes reminiscent of autumn waters. Exuding an air of tranquil elegance, it was none other than Shiro, the senior sister of the inner sect. Having met the senior sister before, Yuan immediately rose to his feet upon her arrival, clasping his hands in greeting. Junior brother Qi, Baishiro said, pausing gracefully before him, nodding in acknowledgement. Her beautiful eyes reflected a note of concern as she inquired, how have you been during your time working in the herb garden? Are you finding it to your liking? Her voice was melodious and clear, akin to pearls cascading upon a jade plate, exceedingly enchanting. Yuan quickly donned an expression of surprise and gratitude, thanking the senior sister for her concern, assuring her that he was doing well here. At that moment, Baishiro's arrival garnered considerable attention, with many disciples from the medicinal garden casting curious glances in their direction, particularly the male disciples, whose gazes towards Yuan were filled with envy. As long as you are happy, Baishiro nodded, a gentle smile gracing her lips. However, her expression soon turned serious as she directed her gaze towards the nearby spiritual field, her tone becoming solemn as she spoke. I am aware that you and Linjin were falsely accused yesterday, although the outcome resulted in the innocent clearing their names publicly. Preventing those malicious individuals from succeeding, this incident remains a scandal for the sect. Therefore, the law enforcement pavilion chose to swiftly tackle the matter after uncovering the truth, holding only a few individuals accountable without excessive repercussions. Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion. What do you mean? Baisia sighed softly. Her voice measured as she explained, the servant disciple, Wintao, pilfered spiritual herbs from the medicine garden without permission. As punishment, he was stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect. Another newly admitted servant disciple, Lu Yingying, maliciously placed the stolen Baikao in Linjin's room, harboring wicked intentions to frame a fellow disciple. Since she had yet to begin gathering qi and could not be considered a true cultivator, according to the sect's regulations, her punishment was mitigated. Instead of losing her cultivation, she was stripped of all memories pertaining to our sect's techniques and expelled. Meanwhile, the principal instigator, Xuan, displayed a commendable attitude of contrition. Several inner sect elders interceded on his behalf, compelling him to compensate the victim with 1,000 spiritual stones and mandating that he serve a year of hard labor at the Spirit Beast Peak, during which his monthly allowances would be suspended to observe his future conduct. Upon hearing this, Yuan was initially stunned, then unable to suppress a sigh of exasperation. Goodness! It seems that human relationships and social intricacies are inescapable. The mastermind, shielded by connections, is gently elevated, while the lesser accomplice is dealt a harsh blow, expelled without a trace of mercy. It is truly a reflection of society. Xuan hailed from a prominent family within the Xianmin sect, replete with spiritual stones, thus, a fine of 1,000 stones was akin to a mere scratch. As for the year of hard labor at the Spirit Beast Peak, it was even more absurd. That chubby lad was already regarded unfavorably by the outer sect elder, Imo Zhenyang, and had been relegated to the Spirit Beast Peak as a servant. In summary, when all was said and done, his punishment was effectively negligible. Observing the peculiar expression on Yuan's face, Baisia mistakenly assumed he was dissatisfied with the handling of the situation. A flicker of regret crossed her features as she gently clarified, Junior brother Yuan, Xuan possesses a rare dual spiritual root talent, and many inner sect elders have high hopes for him. Hence, the law enforcement hall chose to show leniency, granting him an opportunity for redemption. Of course, should he err again, I shall not hesitate to confront those elders and cease my indulgence. Yuan shook his head, expressing no discontent regarding the sect's handling of matters. In terms of palace intrigue, he regarded someone like Xuan as utterly inconsequential, devoid of any semblance of threat. He considered keeping him around merely as a stepping stone for Linjin, the child of destiny. Ideally, additional side quests would manifest. Naturally, should Xuan continue to flit about like an irritating fly before him, Yuan would not hesitate to sweat him down to avoid further annoyance. Ah, that is reassuring. Noticing the sincerity in his tone, Baishiro appeared to relax slightly, shifting the topic. Junior brother Qi, regarding the theft of the Array Spirit Elder's cave, I can now ascertain that it was not the doing of our fellow disciples. The key to the core of the sect's grand formation has always been meticulously safeguarded in the innermost depths of the treasure pavilion, protected by layers of restrictions personally established by our venerable ancestor. For millennia, no one has dared to disturb it. Without the key, entering the core of the grand formation is no trivial matter. It demands exceptionally high cultivation and profound mastery of formations. If there were indeed such a person within the fallen cloud valley, our sect would not have descended into such decline. Yuan nodded in agreement with Baishiro's assessment. Although he was not well versed in formations, he possessed a basic understanding of the subject. It was indeed a challenging feat for an ordinary cultivator to infiltrate the core of a sect's grand formation without dismantling it. Masters of formations capable of such a task would hardly be interested in trifling matters concerning formation spirits. Chapter 26. This woman is far from simple as they conversed. Baishiro gestured towards a distant bamboo grove and smiled, saying, Allow me to introduce you to Junior Sister Xuan. She is an inner sect disciple entrusted with guarding the medicinal herb garden. Should you encounter any difficulties in the garden, you may seek her assistance. Observing Baishiro's considerate demeanor, Yuan found himself puzzled. A talented and strikingly beautiful cultivator like Baishiro epitomized the ideal partner in the realm of cultivation, likely attracting countless admirers. Yet here he was, merely a lowly servant disciple, with an unimpressive 4 spiritual roots and an appearance that had been deliberately altered to be rather unremarkable. It seemed implausible that such a radiant senior sister would take a liking to him. After much contemplation, he could only conclude that her discerning taste was exceptional. It appeared that young men venturing forth into the world must take care to protect themselves. Unbeknownst to Baishiro, Yuan's thoughts wandered as she guided him through the herb garden towards a lush bamboo grove. Junior Sister Jin's primary duty was to prevent beasts from the rear mountain from invading the herb garden, hence her residence was situated at the periphery of the garden, bordering the rear mountain, far removed from the spiritual fields. This arrangement had inadvertently allowed Wen Tao the opportunity to stealthily pluck the emerald leaf grass the previous night. Additionally, Junior Sister Yin cherished tranquility and often refrained from socializing. However, our bond is akin to that of sisters, and with my introduction, she will undoubtedly be more receptive to your requests for assistance in the future. Deep within the bamboo forest stood a serene and elegant two-story wooden pavilion, adorned with spiritual flowers and lush green grass, creating a comfortable and inviting atmosphere. Upon reaching the small building, Baishiro halted and called out, "Junior Sister Yin, I have come to see you." Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a young woman clad in a purple dress. She had an unremarkable stature and her features could be described as merely delicate, lacking any striking attributes, yet her clear and spirited eyes left a lasting impression. Upon seeing Baishiro, the woman smiled gently and warmly inquired, "Senior Sister, what brings you here today?" Baishiro stepped forward, taking her hand as she replied with a smile, "I have brought a new disciple to meet you. He will be working in the herb garden from now on. I hope you will look after him." The woman calmly assessed Yuan, nodding in acknowledgement. "Since he is brought by the senior sister, I shall certainly take care of him." Sensing her gaze upon him, Yuan promptly stepped forward and said, "I am honored to meet you, Junior Sister Xin." Yuan recognized the woman before him as Jin Yuyan, a cultivator at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, who had been stationed here for 3 years. She was known for her reclusive nature, rarely making an appearance, and this was his first encounter with her. Although Jin Yuyan appeared unremarkable and devoid of any peculiar traits, Yuan felt an inexplicable unease about her, unable to pinpoint the source of his discomfort. "Let us converse inside," he suggested. Jin Yuyan smiled and nodded, preparing to lead the two into the room. However, Baishiro interjected, "There is no need for that. My primary purpose in coming here is to introduce you to this new junior disciple, but I also wanted to see you." Baishiro continued, "Jin Junior Sister, you have diligently guarded the medicinal garden in this secluded place for 3 years. Your hard work is commendable. In a couple of days, I intend to ask Elder Su to transfer you back to the inner sect. What are your thoughts on this?" "No." Jin Yuyan responded with evident tension, refusing without hesitation. "Senior Sister, please do not mention this to Elder Su. You know I prefer to avoid the limelight. This place suits me well, allowing me to escape the clamor and focus on my cultivation. I would gladly remain here for an extended period." Seeing Jin Yuyan's resolute stance, Baishiro sighed and did not press further. "Very well, I shall respect your wishes. However, should you ever wish to relocate, do not hesitate to seek me out." Observing this exchange, Yuan's suspicions deepened. Unlike them, the menial laborers, it was evident that for the inner sect disciples, guarding the medicinal garden was not a desirable task, demanding constant vigilance against the attacks of mountain beasts. The fact that Jin Yuyan was so resistant to the opportunity for transfer was indeed peculiar. Contemplating certain possibilities, Yuan raised an eyebrow, his expression growing grave as he scrutinized Jin Yuyan, who was engaged in casual conversation with Baishiro. This woman was undoubtedly not ordinary. Meanwhile, within the inner sect, in a residence characterized by serene landscapes and abundant spiritual energy, Wang Luchuan stood by a table, his face marred with resentment as he poured out his grievances to the young man seated in a wooden chair. "Cousin, you must help me this time. Linjin and that scoundrel Chida have repeatedly bullied me. This time, they have even turned the tables on me, leaving me utterly humiliated. And I couldn't even protect the woman by my side. They are well aware of your relation to me, yet they act with such impunity, clearly showing their disregard for you." The young man, dressed in a brocade robe and adorned with a jade crown, exuded an air of handsomeness. He was In Hong, one of the top 3 inner sect disciples of the Falling Cloud Valley. "You can't even handle such a simple frame-up without making a fool of yourself. It's truly pathetic." In Hong scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Luchuan. "If it weren't for my father intervening on your behalf, you would have long been stripped of your cultivation and expelled from the sect. How dare you speak so recklessly here?" Wang Luchuan lowered his head, feeling ashamed. "You were right, cousin. I was momentarily foolish. Who would have thought Chida could be so cunning?" Before he could finish, In Hong interrupted. "Silence. If you are foolish, do not expect others to be equally so." Wang Luchuan shuddered at the reprimand, hastily closing his mouth, too frightened to argue further. After a moment of contemplation, In Hong's eyes darkened as he coldly inquired, "I have heard that Baishiro has taken a notable interest in Chida, even seeking him out several times in the outer sect. What is the truth of this?" Upon hearing this, Wang Luchuan's expression brightened, and he eagerly added, "I have heard that on the second day after entering the sect, the senior sister sought out Chida. They left the outer sect together and returned only after a considerable time, with no one knowing what they were up to. Shortly thereafter, Chida was personally assigned by Elder Emo to the medicinal garden and received a substantial reward. It is evident that this matter is closely tied to the senior sister." Wang Luchuan, aware of his cousin In Hong's long-standing affection for Bai Shiro, knew he would not tolerate any rivalry. Hearing this, In Hong's expression darkened, his gaze radiating murderous intent. Before Wang Luchuan could embellish further, In Hong abruptly stood, his voice dripping with menace. We are not a band of rogues here in Falling Cloud Valley. Harming fellow disciples is a grave taboo. Even I cannot directly confront that brat. However, you are different. You are responsible for feeding the spirit beasts at the Spirit Beast Peak, and those creatures are notoriously unruly. It would not be impossible for one to suddenly turn on someone. He then produced a jade vial from his storage bag and handed it to Wang Luchuan. Take advantage of the opportunity when you let the spirit beast roam. Lead the Foundation establishment-level Crimson Flame Tiger to the path Chi-Do must take back to his residence. And then use this pill. His voice lowered to a whisper, while Wang Luchuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded eagerly. Chapter 27. The importance lies in participation. After leaving the medicinal garden, Yuan made his way to the main peak of the outer sect. The main peak was distinctly taller than the surrounding peaks, standing out amidst the encircling mountains, with a considerably denser concentration of spiritual energy. Junior brother Qi, what brings you here? As he approached the hall, he was intercepted by two disciples standing guard at the entrance. After the events of recent days, he had gained a modest reputation within the outer sect, and the two disciples recognized him, speaking courteously without attempting to dismiss him. Yuan and the two brothers exchanged courteous gestures, directly expressing their intentions. Esteemed brothers, I have come to seek Elder Mo. I would appreciate your assistance in conveying my request. The two guards exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement, sending one of their number inside to deliver the message. Shortly thereafter, the disciple emerged from within the hall and addressed Yuan, saying, Junior brother Qi, Elder Mo has requested your presence. Yuan expressed his gratitude and stepped into the grand hall. At this moment, Mo Xingyang was seated at his desk, holding a jade brush, fervently inscribing something upon a golden tome. Hearing the commotion, Mo Xingyang slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes resting upon Yuan, and in a kindly tone, inquired, Nephew Qi, what brings you to seek me? He held a favorable impression of Yuan, the newly initiated disciple, noting not only his commendable temperament but also his keen intellect. Alas, his aptitude was somewhat lacking, destined to face a challenging path ahead. As he pondered, he suddenly gasped in surprise. Unable to contain his exclamation, how have you reached the 4th level of Qi refinement? It was noteworthy that the young man had only been at the 2nd level of Qi refinement upon his entry, yet in less than 10 days. He had remarkably broken through 2 realms to attain the 4th level. Such a pace of cultivation was truly unprecedented. Could it be that he possesses for spiritual roots? Yuan smiled modestly and remarked, the 50 superior spirit-gathering fruits you bestowed upon me last time were indeed effective. After consuming them, I felt my spiritual energy surge and my spirit rejuvenated, allowing me to fortuitously advance 2 levels. Upon hearing this, Mo Xingyang's lips twitched slightly, secretly pondering that the spirit-gathering pill could not possibly empower a 4-spirit root cultivator to ascend 2 levels within a mere 10 days. Though perplexed, he chose not to dwell on this matter further and instead turned his gaze back to Yuan, inquiring, you must have another matter to discuss with me today, correct? Yuan respectfully replied, I have indeed come here for a particular request. Speak, Mo Xingyang said, his eyebrows slightly raised, awaiting further elaboration. Yuan nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. I have heard that half a month from now, the sect will hold a competition for the outer disciples. The top 10 participants will gain direct entry into the inner sect. I cannot help but feel a yearning to participate in this grand event, and I humbly request your esteemed permission to do so. Do you wish to join the outer disciple competition? Upon hearing this, Mo Xingyang was taken aback, regarding him with a penetrating gaze. While the sect does not prohibit servant disciples from entering the competition, considering that your cohort has only just begun their training, it may be somewhat ambitious to participate this year. Wouldn't you agree? Sensing that Yuan might not fully grasp the situation, Mo Xingyang stroked his beard thoughtfully and continued. Based on previous years' experiences, to secure a position among the top 10, one typically requires at least a cultivation level of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Currently, you only possess the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Should you hastily enter the competition, you may not even progress past the first round. Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he earnestly stated, I merely wish to broaden my horizons at the grand competition. Winning is of little consequence. What matters is participation. Upon seeing his resolute determination, Mo Xingyang ceased his attempts to dissuade him and nodded, saying, very well, since you are intent on giving it a try, I shall grant you this opportunity. Take my token and proceed to register with Steward Niel. Yuan was instantly filled with joy and expressed his gratitude to Master Mo. Mo Xingyang offered no further words, simply tossing a token to Yuan and gesturing for him to prepare. Once he exited the main peak, Yuan couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. Even if he hadn't received this system task, he would have sought a way to swiftly enter the inner gates of the Falling Cloud Valley. Becoming an inner disciple would grant him the opportunity to leave the valley under the pretext of undertaking sect missions or traveling, all without the fear of jeopardizing subsequent tasks. It was undoubtedly a choice that offered numerous advantages. Most importantly, the additional rewards for this task were immensely appealing to him, leaving no room for abandonment of the endeavor. With this thought in mind, he cast aside distractions and immersed himself once more in the system interface. In half a month, Falling Cloud Valley will hold its annual Outer Sect Grand Competition. The top 10 finalists will not only gain direct entry into the Inner Sect but will also receive corresponding rewards, presenting a significant opportunity to escape the fate of menial labor. Task note: this task is open-ended and can be voluntarily abandoned. Task objective: obtain qualification to participate in the Outer Sect Grand Competition and secure a place in the top 10. Additional reward condition: astonish the audience in the Outer Sect Grand Competition and claim first place. Task rewards: 500 reverse points, 15 top-grade chi gathering pills, 1 top-grade foundation establishment pill, and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Additional reward: a suitable enhancement to the host's spiritual root quality. Once again, the prospect of enhancing his spiritual root quality stirred his heart. After the previous enhancement, Yuan's spiritual root quality had already reached an extraordinary level. He could scarcely imagine how terrifying his potential would become if it were to rise yet again. Perhaps he might even touch upon the fabled realm of celestial spiritual roots. A cultivator who does not aspire to transcendence is not a true cultivator, and Yuan was no exception. However, according to the records of the Taishan sacred land, despite the flourishing Daoist practices and the emergence of numerous formidable beings in this vast world, no cultivator had ascended to the celestial realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Even the most exceptional prodigies, having weathered tremendous tribulations and attained a great ascension, remained bound within this realm, unable to transcend. Thus, many perfected great ascension cultivators chose to sever their ties with this world, exiling themselves into the endless void in search of a glimmer of opportunity for transcendence. There were even whispers that unless one was born with celestial spiritual roots or possessed celestial fate, it was impossible for ordinary mortals to achieve immortality. Celestial fate is a concept far too ethereal, while celestial spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. Even though the beings of this world are as numerous as the grains of sand in the Ganges, few can attain celestial status and enjoy eternal freedom. Although perfected great ascension cultivators are indeed formidable and enjoy extended lifespans, they cannot escape the relentless passage of time, which erodes even the mightiest. Even if they live for tens of thousands of years, they ultimately cannot evade the fate of death and decay, rendering their efforts futile. No one wishes to endure such an ending. Now, with the chance to strengthen his spiritual roots laid before him, how could he possibly let it slip away? After a surge of emotions, Yuan steadied his mind and hummed a tune as he walked towards his residence. Just then, a colossal red tiger unexpectedly emerged from a secluded thicket ahead. This giant creature was enormous, measuring 7 to 8 zhang in length, with crimson smoke billowing around it, exuding an astonishing aura. With a fearsome roar, the giant tiger lunged forward, baring its fangs and claws in a menacing charge. Chapter 28. Who the hell allowed you to defecate anywhere? Qi, you're doomed this time. Observing Yuan standing frozen in place, Wang Luchuan's eyes gleamed with malice as he murmured, "My cousin's scheme is indeed brilliant. This time I shall see how you manage to wriggle out of this." The crimson flame tiger was on the verge of a breakthrough and urgently needed nourishment. For it, assisting in the demise of a Qi-refining disciple was a trivial matter. It was merely a reckless beast, and with Elder Su backing it, even committing murder in the outer sect would result in nothing more than a brief confinement without any real consequences. Once you are dead, that Linjin fellow will be left unsupported and will soon meet the same fate. The more Wang Luchuan contemplated, the more he reveled in his own cunning, almost unable to suppress a wild laugh. Meanwhile, facing the ferocious charge of the tiger, Yuan remained utterly unperturbed. He did not even entertain the notion of evasion. Coolly stating, "You foolish beast, do you seek death?" Upon witnessing this, Wang Luchuan, observing from the shadows, was momentarily taken aback. Was this brash defiance a means to die with dignity? The next moment, his expression changed drastically as he gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Upon hearing Yuan's voice, the originally imposing crimson flame tiger suddenly shuddered, freezing in place. Its aura visibly diminished, resembling a timid kitten as it crouched low, stammering, "I did not. It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Is that so?" With a cold snort, Yuan strode towards the crimson flame tiger. As Yuan approached, the tiger recoiled as if faced with a formidable threat, its blood red, predatory eyes reflecting a hint of human-like fear and reverence. It crouched low to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, its tail tucked submissively. Finally, a foul, nauseating liquid began to seep from beneath the tiger, filling the air with an acrid stench. In that moment, Wang Luchuan felt as if struck by lightning. His mind momentarily blank. Was he imagining things? Shouldn't the crimson flame tiger be ferocious and deadly? Why was it cowering in fear? It was a mid-foundation spirit beast, its combat prowess not inferior to that of late-foundation human cultivators, yet it was terrified of a mere fourth-layer Qi refining servant. Before he could comprehend the situation, Yuan had already reached the tiger and lightly kicked its large, menacing head. "Who allowed you to defecate everywhere? It's utterly disgusting. Get back now." The kicked crimson flame tiger did not retaliate. Instead, it seemed to be granted a reprieve. With a sudden leap, it sprang up, wagging its tail in a conciliatory manner before fleeing in a panic. It was only after Yuan had walked far away that Wang Luchuan recovered from his shock, still overwhelmed by a profound sense of unreality. In the next instant, a palpable and chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped him, locking onto his very being. Under the immense pressure, Every hair on Wang Luchuan's body stood on end as he slowly turned to face the source of the killing intent, only to find that the previously departed Crimson Flame Tiger had somehow returned, now glaring at him with an icy stare. Wang Luchuan swallowed hard, terror etched upon his face. Tiger Lord, what do you intend to do? My uncle is the Golden Core Elder Ancient Yuan. If you dare to harm me, Elder Yuan will not spare you. The Crimson Flame Tiger, however, was unfazed. Its crimson eyes radiated a fierce malevolence. You nearly caused my death earlier. This time, I care not who your uncle is. Even if the sect leader were here, he could not save your life. If you do not perish, I shall meet my end tonight. With that, the tiger roared. Its razor-sharp claws raised high, pouncing forward. No. Spare me, please. Wang Luchuan's cries echoed in vain as blood splattered, his screams abruptly silenced. After dispatching Wang Luchuan, the Crimson Flame Tiger seized the corpse and swiftly vanished into the dense forest. The following day, news spread throughout the outer sect that Elder Su's spirit beast, the Crimson Flame Tiger, had gone on a rampage and killed the servant disciple Wang Luchuan, causing a great uproar. Wang Luchuan held a unique status, being the only new disciple in recent years with dual spiritual roots, and the nephew of Elder Yuan of the Dao Entrance Pavilion. Under normal circumstances, such an incident would warrant a thorough investigation and severe punishment for the attacking spirit beast. However, the tiger's owner, Elder Su Zhou, happened to be an elder of the Law Enforcement Pavilion, wielding significant influence in the Falling Cloud Valley, and able to suppress Elder Ancient Yuan's authority. Consequently, the final outcome of the investigation left many astonished. After a meticulous inquiry by the Law Enforcement Pavilion, it was confirmed that the victim, Wang Luchuan, had recently been penalized by the Law Enforcement Pavilion and harbored deep resentment towards the elder. In a fit of rage, he began to mistreat Elder Su's beloved spirit beast, the Crimson Flame Tiger, often neglecting to feed it. It was this dire hunger that drove the tiger to retaliate. Although its means of resistance were extreme and inadvertently led to Wang Luchuan's demise, there were justifiable reasons behind its actions. As a result, the offending spirit beast, the Crimson Flame Tiger, was sentenced to 3 months of confinement, with its rations halved, as a warning to others. Upon seeing the notice posted outside the hall, Yuan felt his youthfulness keenly. The contents of the notice, aside from his name, were entirely fabrications, yet they surprisingly adhered to a twisted logic. More importantly, most disciples of Falling Cloud Valley who saw the notice believed it, vehemently cursing Wang Luchuan for his narrow-mindedness, for bullying even beasts, and declaring him utterly depraved. Had the victim witnessed this, he would likely have been infuriated to the point of resurrection. As Yuan discerned Wang Luchuan's machinations against him once more, he had already passed judgment on him, with yesterday merely serving as the execution of that sentence by the hand of the Crimson Flame Tiger. A figure of the esteemed Taishian Dao, he could not allow a repulsive clown to provoke him repeatedly. It was only just to eliminate such a nuisance. Wang Luchuan, the vile scoundrel, was dead truly. The heavens had eyes. Beside him, Linjin looked on with fervor at the notice, bitterly lamenting. If only I had been the one to slay him. Letting such a scoundrel die so easily is a disservice. Yuan gently patted Linjin's shoulder and remarked enigmatically. His current fate is entirely of his own making. In truth, this outcome is rather fortuitous, sparing us from having to dirty our hands. Linjin nodded in agreement. The cycle of heaven's justice prevails, and good and evil are ultimately rewarded. Yet, he had not anticipated that it would be a spirit beast that would bring about his demise. The unpredictability of life is unparalleled. Yuan smiled faintly, dismissively stating, perhaps this is destiny. Yet, in the depths of his heart, another matter occupied his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, Linjin had already reached the 3rd level of qi refining. His cultivation path so obscure that even Yuan could not fathom it. Furthermore, his manner of speaking had transformed, eloquently weaving words together. Could it be that there was an elderly sage residing within that ring? Chapter 29, each seeking their own gain that evening. Within a quaintly adorned cave dwelling in the inner sect, Ancient Yuan sat heavily upon a cloud couch, his countenance dark with fury. Before him, not far off, knelt Yin Hong, trembling and bowing his head, too fearful to utter a word. Is what you just said true? Ancient Yuan cast a calm glance at his son, who knelt on the ground. Yin Hong hurriedly nodded, responding respectfully, Father, these words are indeed true. It was I who urged my cousin to eliminate that cheetah using the Crimson Flame Tiger's hand, but I never expected. Slap. Before he could finish, a sharp sound echoed as Yin Hong's cheek instantly reddened and swelled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Following this, Ancient Yuan coldly snorted, his voice frigid. Do you comprehend where you erred this time? Faced with the stinging slap, Yin Hong did not dare wipe the blood from his mouth, cautiously replying, I should not have incited my cousin to harm our fellow disciples. Bang. As soon as the words left his lips, a kick sent him sprawling, crashing into a sturdy wooden chair, which shattered upon impact. After tumbling to the ground, Yin Hong hastily clambered up, stifling the pain in his shoulder as he knelt once more. Foolish. Compared to what we must do now, harming fellow disciples is of little consequence. Ancient Yuan looked upon his son with disdain, his tone chilling. It is not wrong to seek retribution for your cousin Wang Luchuan. After all, he is family. But you should never have involved that wretched Crimson Flame Tiger at such a time. Though the tiger itself may not be significant, the elder Su Zhou behind it is not to be trifled with. With Wang Luchuan's death, whether it is Chi Da's schemes or the Crimson Flame Tiger's betrayal. It could lead to a premature confrontation with that old scoundrel Suzhou, unnecessarily creating a formidable enemy. In recent years, I have diligently cultivated relationships within the valley. Yet you have carelessly stirred up such a colossal mess. Truly, you are the epitome of folly. Upon hearing these words, Yin Hong's complexion paled, and he hurriedly prostrated himself in repentance. Father, calm your anger. I recognize my mistake and shall never again act on my own accord. Humph. It is well that you understand the severity of the matter. Seeing his son genuinely frightened, Yuan finally tempered his expression, speaking in a grave tone. For a century, I have devoted myself to the Yuan Cloud Valley, toiling tirelessly without any accolades, yet I find myself subjected to such humiliation by the enforcement pavilion. Stripped of even a shred of dignity, it appears my previous choice was indeed correct. Only by aligning with the holy sect can our Yin family ascend to greater heights, free from the need to bow to others and endure humiliation. As he spoke, the hatred deep within Yuan's eyes intensified, ultimately crystallizing into a resolute determination. Your cousin possesses dual spirit roots, destined for a brilliant path, highly regarded within the Wang family, and is the apple of your aunt's eye. Now, having died under mysterious circumstances in Yuan Cloud Valley, if we do not seek justice, how shall I face the Wang family far away in Puzhou City? Cheetah, the Crimson Flame Tiger, Emo Jingyang, and that old fool Suzhou, all deserve death. Given the current circumstances, let us eliminate all obstacles in our path. At these words, Yin Hong's heart trembled, and he asked in astonishment, Do you mean? Yuan narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within. I risked the annihilation of our clan to serve the holy sect, now that I face difficulties. The holy sect cannot simply stand idly by. They wish to secretly gain control over Yuan Cloud Valley through me, embedding a nail within the righteous sect's territory. While I intend to leverage them to eradicate adversaries and ascend to the position of head of Yuan Cloud Valley. This, after all, is a mutually beneficial transaction. Since it is a transaction, the other party must naturally offer something of value. That true disciple of the holy sect has long been lurking in the medicinal garden. It is time for them to demonstrate their sincerity. Beyond the 7 great sacred lands, only one sect dares to call itself the holy sect, the Yinsha sect. The Yinsha sect is the most powerful of the 4 evil sects, often referred to as the demon sect. At the mention of the true disciple of the holy sect, Yin Hong, kneeling on the ground, could not help but gasp, a flicker of desire passing through his eyes. Though he was infatuated with Bashiro, he could not deny that the beauty and grace exhibited by that true disciple of the demon sect would drive any male cultivator to madness. However, recalling the terrifying rumors surrounding the Yinsha sect, Yin Hong shuddered, hastily shaking his head to dismiss such impractical thoughts. The true disciple of the Yinsha sect was not someone of his humble stature could ever aspire to. Meanwhile, in the outer sect's medicinal garden, the sun had begun to set, yet Yuan did not rush back to his quarters. Instead, he filled a bucket with water from the spiritual spring and approached the rows of azure-leaved grass he had planted, aware that he was being watched from the shadows. He displayed no sign of unusual behavior, tending to the spiritual plants along the rows as if it were a normal workday, all the while straining to listen, not letting slip any sound. Recently, he had sensed an elusive and peculiar resonance. This sound emanated from beneath the earth, resembling a faint call. Yet it was so weak that he could not discern its precise content. Had it not been for Yuan's keen spiritual perception, he might have easily overlooked it. With the outer sect competition approaching, Yuan had initially intended to avoid complications before achieving his goals. Unfortunately, trouble had found him nonetheless. It appeared that within the spiritual field, not only was there a mysterious and inscrutable spirit of grass and wood, but also a malevolent observer lurking nearby. Yuan's primary duty was to care for the spiritual field, making it impossible for him to feign ignorance and remain uninvolved. Unless he unraveled the origins and motives behind this situation, how could he trust himself to continue his tasks in Yuan Cloud Valley? There was a risk of unwittingly stumbling into trouble, which would transition from feigning ignorance to genuine folly. After all, the precondition for pretending ignorance was to be in control of the situation, yet he currently found himself in a state of utter bewilderment, rendering any pretense futile. Nevertheless, he did not wish to take rash actions. Instead, he decided to probe the depths of the matter. After a while, the familiar call echoed in his ears once more. Though it remained intermittent, it was considerably clearer than before. Big brother, please, save me. The voice was sweet and innocent, seemingly emanating from the mouth of a child. Yuan's expression subtly shifted as he instinctively sought the source of the sound. However, just as he was about to act, the eerie noise abruptly ceased, as though it had never existed. In the next moment, a familiar female voice emerged from behind him. Junior brother Qi. Why haven't you returned so late? Upon seeing the visitor, Yuan's gaze sharpened, and his heart surged with vigilance, yet he replied, I report to senior sister Xuan that the growth of the Byakuo has not been satisfactory these past 2 days. So I intended to water it a few more times to prevent any impact on future harvests. Oh, is that so? Yin nodded noncommittally, a smile gracing her features. Truly, he was someone favored by the senior sister, meticulous and thorough in his endeavors. Hearing this, Yuan slightly raised an eyebrow, gesturing toward the empty bucket in his hand, and said nonchalantly, Senior sister Xuan, your praise is unwarranted. I am truly unworthy. I have already watered the spirit field once and was just about to return to my cultivation. Ah, it seems I have disturbed you, junior brother. Jin Yuyan smiled faintly. Her eyes momentarily glazing over, and in a soft, melodic voice, she inquired, "Did you hear any strange sounds just now?" Her voice seemed imbued with a mysterious charm. Flowing like water and resonating deeply, her gaze shimmering with an enigmatic allure that was difficult to articulate. Yuan appeared to be bewitched, standing dazedly in place. His expression gradually becoming muddled as he murmured, What sound? I didn't hear any sound. Oh, perhaps I misheard. Jin Yuyan furrowed her brows slightly and gestured for him to leave, saying, "You should return and rest early. After you awaken, you will completely forget about our encounter tonight." "Yes, I understand," he replied. Yuan nodded numbly, then turned and walked away without looking back, although his steps remained somewhat rigid. It was only after he had distanced himself from the medicinal garden that he let out a heavy sigh, his gaze instantly regaining clarity, free from any semblance of confusion. In that moment, his heart continued to pound fiercely, and a fine sheen of cold sweat emerged at his temples. What a formidable soul-binding technique. Had it not been for the protection of my life-bound treasure, I would have nearly fallen under her spell. Yuan felt a lingering fear, his expression gravely serious. The demon sect. As the disciple of the Taishian sacred land, Yuan was acutely aware of the myriad enemies his sect faced, with the ominous and formidable Insha sect being of utmost concern. The Insha sect, a notorious faction of wicked practitioners, was infamous for its strict regulations and ruthless methods. The demonic cultivators under its banner were adept in various insidious and malevolent magical techniques, making them exceptionally formidable opponents, often surpassing their peers in strength. In pursuit of intelligence regarding the Insha sect's techniques, the 7 major sacred lands had sacrificed countless undercover operatives. Thus, he immediately recognized the technique employed by Jin Yuyan earlier. It was none other than the Insha sect's signature art, the Sinluo illusory shadow technique. Within the Insha sect, only disciples of at least core lineage were qualified to practice this inheritance. Prior to this moment, Yuan could scarcely have imagined that the seemingly unremarkable Luo Yun Valley harbored a genuine disciple of the demon sect at the nascent soul level. The situation he had just encountered was perilously dire. Had it not been for his acting prowess, he might have found himself in grave danger. To reveal his identity as a disciple of the Taishian sacred land in front of a true disciple of the demon sect would yield disastrous consequences. Although Yuan was confident in his ability to escape, engaging in combat would undoubtedly alert other cultivators within Luo Yun Valley, leading to the complete failure of subsequent system tasks, an outcome he simply could not tolerate. As it stood, it was evident that this female cultivator from the Insha sect was not targeting him. She had been living incognito within Luo Yun Valley, painstakingly securing the position of guardian of the medicinal garden, likely with the intention of obtaining that rare millennium-old spiritual herb. Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing the tremors of anxiety that stirred within him. Now that he had discerned the identity of the one surveilling Ling Tian, as long as he exercised caution, there was no need to fear an unexpected assault from the adversary. With this thought in mind, he cast aside distractions and continued on his way to his abode. Upon returning home, just as Yuan was about to enter a meditative state to cultivate, the task system interface materialized before him once more. The host has fulfilled hidden conditions, activating a new side quest. In the medicine garden of Luo Yun Valley, a plant known as the illusory stargrass, destined to become a legendary herb after a millennium, is ensnared by a formation. The host is required to locate the imprisoned illusory stargrass and break the seal within 3 months to rescue it. This task is a side quest and may be declined. Task difficulty: 5 stars, extremely challenging. Task reward: upon completion, the host may choose between 2 paths. 1. Turn ruthless and crush the millennium-old illusory stargrass into a potion. Consuming it will grant the host a singular opportunity for enlightenment, significantly enhancing their cultivation. 2. Opt for benevolence. Upon completion, the host will earn the gratitude and recognition of the illusory stargrass, along with a wisp of the Tao's essence. With this essence, the host has a chance to establish a foundation in the Tao. Caution: undertaking this task will incur the animosity of the Yuan Ing realm cultivator, Ji Chaner. Should she discover the hostess' actions, death is inevitable. Therefore, it is advised that the host consider abandoning this quest. Upon observing the situation, Yuan felt a surge of clarity and enlightenment. It appeared that the entity he had sought assistance from was none other than the ancient illusionary stargrass. The reason it had dared to reach out to him was likely due to the affinity bestowed by its innate talent. His consistent nurturing of the spiritual field, coupled with his ability to enhance the affection of non-human entities, had naturally fostered a sense of closeness over time. He held no interest in the first option, as the treasures within the supreme Xian sacred ground could significantly augment one's cultivation. However, such gains would lead to a chaotic and impure internal energy, necessitating further refinement to progress in the future, a daunting task. Given his potential, dedicating the time spent on refining his energy to actual cultivation could yield far greater benefits. What truly captivated Yuan was the strand of heavenly Tao energy within the second option. He recalled his master's teachings about the varying qualities of the nascent soul and the legendary heavenly Tao nascent soul, which lingered in his memory. The mention of heavenly Tao foundation in the system's dialogue bore a clear connection to the heavenly Tao nascent soul, suggesting a profound relationship. though he had already established his foundation. The prospect of achieving a heavenly Dao foundation through a mere strand of heavenly Dao energy hinted at the possibility of attaining the heavenly Dao nascent soul as well. The name itself exuded an air of superiority and grandeur, perfectly aligning with his aspirations. With such an opportunity before him, relinquishing it was not an option. Though the individual known as Jin Yuyan from the demon sect presented a formidable challenge, her displayed level of cultivation suggested she was likely still in the early stages of the nascent soul. With his protective artifact and a strategic mindset, he believed he could navigate the encounter successfully. The system's advice, however, was rather absurd. It regarded him merely as a novice in the chi refinement stage, positing a dire scenario should he confront the likes of Ji Chaner from the nascent soul stage. Resolving himself, Yuan promptly chose to accept the task, but not before completing the main quest of the outer sect competition to avoid unforeseen complications later on. Chapter 31. Disruption of the Sacred Sect's Plans. Meanwhile, deep within the bamboo grove, in a meticulously designed small building, Ji Chaner sat cross-legged, her presence enveloped in an eerie stillness. Shadows swirled around her, emanating a series of ominous waves that rendered her figure ethereal, akin to a specter. As she practiced, Ji Chaner shed her disguise, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful visage. Clad in a delicate lavender gown, her graceful form was tantalizingly obscured, exuding an aura of deadly allure reminiscent of a blooming purple mandala. In stark contrast to her previously ordinary appearance as Jin Yuyan, she now appeared as a vision of magnificence. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, and a chilling gleam flickered within her deep, dark gaze, resembling the vastness of an endless night. Someone was approaching. She furrowed her brow briefly before waving her sleeve, causing the air before her to ripple like water, revealing the scene outside the small building. Upon recognizing the visitor, Ji Chaner's expression softened slightly as she dismissed the external barrier with a wave, saying indifferently, "Come in." The door creaked open, and from the enveloping darkness stepped a figure draped in a black cloak. "I have come to pay my respects to the true transmission of Ji," said the figure, lowering its hood and kneeling reverently before Ji Chaner. The newcomer was the esteemed elder Inqing Yuan from the Falling Cloud Valley. "What brings you here?" "I instructed you to remain hidden and not disturb me unless necessary," Ji Chaner replied coldly, her tone tinged with disdain. Despite the captivating beauty of the woman before him, Inqing Yuan dared not show any disrespect, keeping his head bowed and speaking cautiously, reporting to the true transmission of Ji. "I have been gathering intelligence and building influence within Falling Cloud Valley as per your orders, but I have encountered opposition from certain rivals within the sect, leading to a series of setbacks and a decline in my standing. While I can endure personal losses, should this jeopardize the sacred sect's grand plans, I would bear an unforgivable burden." Upon hearing this, Ji Chaner discerned his ulterior motives and couldn't help but smirk inwardly. "Disrupt the sacred sect's plans? How presumptuous of you. If we were to rely on you, this illustrious Insha sect would be better off disbanding altogether. So, you wish for me to intervene on your behalf?" Ji Chaner arched an eyebrow, regarding Inqing Yuan with a sardonic smile. Inqing Yuan shuddered, hastily replying, "I did not intend to trouble you, true transmission of Ji. But my position in Falling Cloud Valley is precarious, and I humbly seek your assistance." "Very well," Ji Chaner said, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she continued, "I can assist in resolving your troubles. However, I am currently at a crucial stage in my cultivation of a sacred sect technique and require 3 more months to complete it. During this time, you must remain low-key and refrain from causing me any trouble. After 3 months, I shall personally eliminate your obstacles and may even seize the opportunity to eliminate Bai Qingwu, elevating you to the position of the Falling Cloud Valley's leader." Upon hearing this, a look of ecstatic joy washed over Inqing Yuan's face. His previous decision to ally with the Insha sect was motivated by his desire for the leadership position, and now the opportunity to fulfill that ambition was finally within reach. Overwhelmed with excitement, he repeatedly bowed in gratitude. "Understood. Rest assured, true transmission of Ji. I shall dedicate myself to the sacred sect with unwavering loyalty. Return now." Ji Chaner gestured dismissively. "I will contact you once I am prepared." After exchanging countless thanks, Inqing Yuan finally stood and quietly exited the room. Once he was gone, Ji Chaner narrowed her beautiful eyes, a chilling smile curling at the corners of her lips as she murmured to herself, "It seems my master was indeed correct. Within the ranks of the false Dao, there are countless greedy fools, and utilizing them proves to be remarkably effortless. Did they truly believe the sacred sect would take an interest in such a minor power as Falling Cloud Valley, laboriously supporting you as a mere valley master?" As she spoke, Ji Chaner let out a derisive laugh, her gaze shifting to the window. "In 3 months, the illusionary stargrass will fully mature, reaching its millennium age, allowing me to use it as the main ingredient for refining a 9-refinement illusory divine pill. Once consumed, my 1,000 illusions heavenly demon body will achieve perfection, and the position of saintess shall be within my grasp, justifying these 3 years of toil. At that point, I shall extend my mercy and eliminate you and your foolish son, thereby ridding Falling Cloud Valley of its pests." Upon reflection, Ji Chaner could not help but reveal a hint of a charming smile before promptly closing her eyes once more to continue her cultivation. As time slipped by, half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. At dawn, the outer sect was abuzz with excitement and noise. Today marked the annual outer sect competition. A day when many outer disciples eagerly prepared to secure commendable rankings, while several inter-sect seniors came to observe the event and assess the rising talents within the sect. Though the Falling Cloud Valley had seen better days, now relegated to a mid-tier sect, it still boasted around 2,000 disciples, excluding over 300 miscellaneous disciples. There were more than 1,000 outer disciples gathered in a vast open space, creating a scene reminiscent of a bustling crowd. In the center of the throng stood the disciples who had registered for the competition, numbering 200 to 300. The vast majority were outer disciples, with the weakest among them possessing a cultivation level of at least the 7th layer of chi refinement. In such a setting, the few individuals clad in the attire of miscellaneous disciples stood out conspicuously. Look, that fellow is the new disciple who received a perfect evaluation during this year's entrance examination. What was his name? Ah, it doesn't matter, he's just a waste with 4 spirit roots, someone scoffed. What good is a good temperament if he can't even perform his duties properly as a miscellaneous disciple and dares to participate in the outer sect competition? Is he out of his mind? Just look at him, standing next to another miscellaneous disciple. I doubt they'll even make it past the first round of eliminations and will surely embarrass themselves. Haha. They probably just intend to make up the numbers. They should take a good look in the mirror and assess their own worth. Amidst the various jeers and taunts surrounding him, Yuan maintained an unperturbed expression, seemingly unaffected by the mockery. In contrast, Linjin beside him flushed with anger. His fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. Let me deal with these trash. Yuan suddenly turned to Linjin with a slight smile and then strode confidently towards the group that was shouting the loudest. Hey, you little brat. Who did you just call trash? Before he could approach, a fierce-looking male cultivator jumped out from the group, his face contorted with rage as he questioned Yuan. Yuan cast a fleeting glance at him, shaking his head as he said, Do not misunderstand. I am not targeting you specifically. But I mean to say that everyone present is utterly worthless. The moment these words escaped his lips, the atmosphere in the venue grew heavy and tense. As a multitude of people collectively ceased their clamoring, turning their eyes towards Yuan, their gazes brimming with intense fury. Chapter 32. Is it too late for me to withdraw now? After a brief silence, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Kid, do you have any idea who you're speaking to? Damn it. This guy is courting death. Has he always been this bold? How dare he provoke all of us? This little brat is simply too arrogant. In an instant, all the outer disciples participating in the competition were filled with indignation, glaring fiercely at him, while some hot-tempered individuals rolled up their sleeves and approached menacingly. I swear, I will make you pay today. The fierce-looking youth, recovering from his initial shock, shot a venomous glare at Yuan and his companion, ready to strike. What are you doing? Fighting is strictly prohibited before the competition begins. Violators will be disqualified immediately. At that moment, a group of disciples from the Internal Affairs Hall rushed over, swiftly bringing the impending chaos under control. Seeing that they could not chastise Yuan, the crowd was compelled to suppress their boiling anger, glaring at Yuan and Linjin, threateningly declaring, You better pray you don't encounter me during the competition, otherwise. Just wait and see. Indeed, count me in. If we don't eliminate these 2 brats first, where will we, the outer disciples, save our faces? Me too. If I don't beat you to your knees begging for mercy, then my name isn't Lidali. Wait, buddy, if you spell your name backward, it's still Lidali. Damn it. Don't sweat the details. My name is Lidali, so what? Amidst the cacophony of insults surrounding him, Yuan remained unfazed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he disdainfully remarked, If you wish to take me down, you better work hard. I'm not afraid to tell you that I have secured the title of champion in today's outer competition. Not even the Dao ancestor can stop me. Mark my words. His declaration ignited public outrage once more. Nearly all the outer disciples participating in the competition were seething with anger, their teeth clenched, as if ignited by a fierce battle spirit. This guy is simply too brazen. He must be taught a lesson. I can't take it anymore. Even if I don't place this time, I'll make sure he is the first to be eliminated. Exactly. Let us join forces and teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Let us see how he struts around then. Seeing his goal accomplished, Yuan smiled lightly and quickly led Linjin away. The crowd was too incensed if they did not leave soon. Even the Internal Affairs Hall disciples might struggle to manage the situation. Brother Lin, why is your face so pale? After distancing themselves from the agitated crowd, Yuan suddenly noticed Linjin's unusual demeanor, filled with curiosity. Linjin, on the verge of tears, replied, Gu. Do you think it's too late for me to withdraw now? He was genuinely frightened, being merely at the 4th level of chi refinement. He had only signed up for the outer competition to broaden his horizons. Now, having offended all the outer disciples before the competition had even begun, how could he possibly continue? In the current situation, once the competition commenced, he feared he would immediately provoke a group assault, and his chances of survival were grim. Don't panic. Yuan patted Linjin's shoulder, exuding confidence. Just stick with me, and I guarantee you will be fine. Linjin forced a smile and replied, Perhaps it's better to give up. I doubt I can even survive the first round. Yuan, known for his reticence, deliberately provoked other formidable competitors to augment his own challenges, aiming for a conclusion that would astonish all. After all, the additional task's objective was to create a sensation, to seize the first place. given the system's tendency to be lenient with oneself while imposing strict standards on others. The requirement for astonishment was likely not merely an adjective but a stringent criterion. Although it would already be remarkable for a mere servant disciple with a cultivation level of the 5th stage of qi refinement to secure the top position. The notion of astonishment is inherently subjective, making it difficult to define the threshold for what constitutes true astonishment. Furthermore, Yuan had once, in full view of the assembly, used his physical prowess to send a 7th stage qi refinement outer disciple flying, earning a perfect evaluation for his temperament. Many would instinctively overestimate his abilities. If these individuals were not astounded by his victory in the competition, it would indeed be a disastrous outcome, given the stakes regarding the enhancement of his spiritual root aptitude. He was unwilling to entertain even the slightest risk of failing the task. In summary, to leave everyone in awe. He must secure first place in a manner that is even more breathtaking. Just as Yuan contemplated this, a cacophony erupted from the square. Look! The sect master has arrived. As the announcement resounded, the clamor abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned skyward. Soon, dozens of streaks of light descended from the heavens, swiftly landing in the open space before the square, revealing the esteemed leaders of Falling Cloud Valley. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe. With a scholarly demeanor, his expression grave and his aura formidable, none other than Bai Qinwu, the sect master of Falling Cloud Valley. However, a hint of decay lingered in his brow, indicating a prior failed attempt to break through to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Elder Yang, commence. Bai Qinwu surveyed the gathering and then nodded to the elder from the internal affairs hall behind him. Yes, Elder Yang Shoda, responsible for this external competition, nodded in affirmation and stepped forward, declaring in a resonant voice, the current external competition is now officially commenced. In the next moment, he ascended into the air, and an overwhelming pressure of the golden core realm suddenly emanated from him. Instantly, all participating disciples felt an immense force bearing down upon them, causing their breaths to quicken and their chests to heave as they hastily mobilized their true energy to withstand this oppressive aura. Yuan, rather nonchalantly, squeezed out 2 beads of sweat from his forehead, and then stood quietly, awaiting the conclusion of the first round of selection. Beside him, Linjin suddenly relaxed his expression, collapsing to the ground with a thud, and sheepishly remarked, Brother Qi, my apologies. I simply cannot hold on any longer. Yuan was acutely aware that the opponent had not yet reached their limits. Such a performance was hard to interpret as anything but deliberate. Naturally, given the character of this fortunate child of destiny, it was not due to cowardice, but rather a fear of holding back his friends during the competition. Yuan was indifferent to this and simply nodded, saying, you should go rest now, and remember to place a bet on my victory in the competition. Bang, bang, bang. Before long, many could no longer endure and collapsed onto the ground, with some even fainting on the spot. Finally, after the passage of a full incense stick's time, Yang Shoda withdrew his oppressive aura. His gaze swept over the remaining disciples as he solemnly declared, all those who have fallen to the ground are eliminated. Only those standing are qualified to participate in the upcoming outer sect competition. Upon hearing this, many gasped in shock, realizing that at least half of them would not even set foot on the competition grounds before being eliminated. Chapter 33, Outer Sect Competition. The Outer Sect competition was officially underway. As he spoke, Elder Yang Shoda of the Internal Affairs Hall waved his hand, and a group of disciples rushed into the arena, distributing a teleportation talisman and a translucent jade tablet to each participant. After a preliminary screening, approximately 150 disciples qualified for the Outer Sect competition were quickly verified and led to a large flying vessel. The disciples listened intently as they were informed that the jade tablets they received served as tokens for the competition, used for scoring purposes. They must not be lost or damaged, or they would be immediately disqualified. This Outer Sect competition would take place on the back mountain of the sect, lasting 3 days. Within the competition area, slaying beasts or collecting rare treasures would earn corresponding points, displayed on the jade tablets. At the conclusion of the competition, the top 10 disciples with the highest points would be declared the victors. During the competition, disciples could engage in mutual combat, with no restrictions on interference or theft. If one could defeat an opponent and seize the defeated's jade tablet, the points inscribed on it would belong to the victor. However, it was stipulated that they must not take lives indiscriminately. Otherwise, not only would their results be nullified, but they would also face severe disciplinary action, with no leniency granted. The notion of unrestricted theft sent a jolt through many, causing several to cast hostile glances towards Yuan, eager to rush forward and topple him to the ground. Yuan completely disregarded the hostile gazes surrounding him, curiously shaking the jade token in his hand. At this moment, the surface of the token appeared empty, faintly emitting a layer of fluorescence, suggesting it was indeed meant for scoring purposes. Yang Shoda then continued, stating, should you encounter insurmountable dangers or wish to withdraw from the competition midway, simply activate the teleportation talisman, and you will be transported out of the task area. Those who withdraw will forfeit their scores in the competition. Additionally, during the competition, the use of talismans and pills that forcibly enhance combat power is prohibited. However, you may use your own magical instruments and recovery pills. I hope you will keep this in mind. After delivering these instructions, Yang Shoda's expression turned solemn as he declared, if there are no objections, let us depart now. This flying vessel will transport you to the task area. The disciples participating in the outer sect competition responded in unison. We shall abide by your teachings, and subsequently entered the flying vessel under the guidance of several disciples from the internal affairs pavilion. Once everyone had boarded, Yang Shota turned to the steward responsible for piloting the vessel and nodded in acknowledgement. The steward understood and waved the command flag instantly. The surroundings of the vessel lit up with bursts of white light, transforming into a stream of light that pierced through the air. Meanwhile, in the square, a massive magical mirror slowly ascended, clearly displaying a vivid and intricate scene within its depths. The image revealed a vast forest spanning 100 miles, which was the designated task area for the outer sect competition. As the great mirror appeared, the onlooking disciples of Falling Cloud Valley exhibited excitement, eagerly searching for the best vantage points around the square, with many pointing and engaging in animated discussions regarding the displayed scene. In recent years, the scale of the outer sect competition had surpassed that of previous years, and this time significant investments had been made. It appeared that the sect was genuinely committed to nurturing new disciples. An older disciple sighed with a sense of nostalgia, his tone laced with envy. The number of participants in this competition had nearly doubled compared to last year, intensifying the competition. Those who triumphed would undoubtedly be exceptional individuals, receiving considerable attention upon entering the inner sect and promising a bright future. Another outer sect disciple chimed in my opinion, junior brother Xie Yuxing's prowess is extraordinary. Being merely a step away from foundation establishment, he is bound to secure first place. Immediately, another voice refuted, I place my bets on senior brother Hanzai Yuan. After his previous defeat, he has diligently trained for a year, determined to shine in this competition. I've wagered 100 spirit stones on his victory. As discussions about the competition intensified, the atmosphere grew lively. You are destined to lose your investment this time. Senior sister Nietsu Lan from the Law Enforcement Pavilion boasts a formidable background in unparalleled wood-based techniques. She will surely emerge victorious, another declared. I wager 300 spirit stones. Senior brother Lu Kuang is the real contender. First place in this competition will undoubtedly be his. I bet 500 spirit stones. Amidst the fervent discussions, Linjin approached the bookmaker stationed at the edge of the square, producing a storage bag from his robe. With utmost seriousness, he stated, I wager 1,000 spirit stones on Chida securing first place in the competition. Who is Chida? The bookmaker, taken aback, turned to examine the list of names and odds behind him, perplexed. Why is there no mention of the individual you speak of? Jigo has no odds at all? Linjin's expression was somewhat peculiar, yet he patiently explained. Chida is merely a miscellaneous disciple participating in this grand competition, possessing a cultivation level of Qi refinement stage 5. I am betting on his victory. As soon as these words left his lips, he immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators, who regarded him as if he were a fool. Has he lost his mind? Betting on a miscellaneous disciple at Qi refinement stage 5 to win? Are you certain? The bookmaker furrowed his brow and sought confirmation once more. Absolutely, Linjin affirmed with conviction. Very well then. After all, it was a business opportunity presented to him. There was no reason to refuse. The bookmaker helplessly shook his head, took the storage pouch, opened it for inspection, and then issued a ticket to Linjin. The participant you wish to bet on is not on the list. You will have to calculate based on the current highest odds, which is 10 to 1. The settlement will be made after the competition based on the ticket, not the individual. 10 to 1? Upon receiving the ticket, Linjin could not help but feel a flicker of excitement, silently contemplating. If Chi Gu truly wins, then this 1,000 spirit stones will transform into 10,000. After a moment of contemplation, he subtly touched the ring on his hand and silently recited, Elder Sure, I have followed your instructions and placed all my spirit stones on Chi Gu. In the next instant, a distant and ethereal voice resonated in his mind. Lin, my lad, just wait to reap your rewards. That Chida is extraordinary. No matter what transpires in the future, do not offend him lightly. Meanwhile, on another front, the flying vessel gradually descended until it was merely 10 zhang above the ground, at which point it opened its hatch. Beside the hatch, an emotionless steward from the Internal Affairs Pavilion cast a sweeping glance over the crowd and said indifferently, form a line and jump down one at a time. Ensure that there is a gap of no less than 10 breaths between each of you. After landing, you may form teams at will. Jump down? The individuals inside the cabin were momentarily taken aback. Generally, only cultivators above the foundation establishment stage can fly unaided through the air. 10 zhang is not excessively high, but a mortal would surely meet a grim fate if they jumped. While cultivators at the Qi refinement stage can manipulate their internal spirit energy to slow their descent, a lack of caution could still lead to injury, especially considering the vessel was still moving at high speed. Therefore, upon hearing the command to jump from the flying vessel, many disciples displayed hesitation, and some who were naturally acrophobic began to turn pale. Stop dawdling. The steward, noticing their reluctance, let out a cold snort and reprimanded. Hurry up, or I will personally throw you down. I'll go first. Under the watchful eyes of others, Yuan approached the hatch and leaped out of the vessel, leaving behind a provocative remark. Weren't you all talking about dealing with me? I'm waiting. How arrogant. No, I must jump down now and teach him a lesson. Upon hearing his words, the crowd inside the cabin seemed to be invigorated, jumping out of the flying vessel without hesitation. In the square, observing the scene within the magical mirror, the sect master of Falling Cloud Valley, by Qing Wu, nodded repeatedly, speaking in a tone of approval. This year's batch of disciples shows remarkable courage. They are all jumping voluntarily, and no one has been thrown out. The other senior members present also nodded in agreement, sharing a sense of anticipation for the upcoming grand competition. Chapter 34. This lad seems unusual. Falling Cloud Valley. Rear mountain. Bang. Accompanied by a muffled thud, Yuan descended from the sky, landing steadily upon a patch of soft earth. Looking up, he beheld a lush expanse of trees. Serene and tranquil, with only the occasional distant cries of demonic beasts echoing. He glanced around but found no trace of others. As the crowd leaped from the vessel while it was in motion and with the stipulation of a 10-breath interval between each jump, the participants in the competition would be dispersed across various locations. This was, of course, a deliberate arrangement by the Internal Affairs Pavilion to prevent immediate conflict among the disciples as they landed. Aside from establishing some rules, how the competition would unfold next was beyond the purview of the Internal Affairs Pavilion's considerations. Only those outstanding individuals who emerged victorious amidst fierce competition would earn the right to enter the intersect. Yuan cast a glance at the scored jade plate at his waist and couldn't help but inwardly marvel at the profound heritage of the Falling Cloud Valley. At the very least, it was earnest in its selection of talent. Only by rigorously simulating the harsh environment of the cultivation world could it sift out true powerhouses. As his thoughts flowed, he swiftly darted into the depths of the dense forest. Meanwhile, Yuan cautiously traversed the thickets, wielding a dark, heavy long knife. Suddenly, a gray specter silently swept through the foliage, darting towards his back with lightning speed, stirring up a gust of foul wind. What was that? Startled, Yuan was on high alert, and without even turning to look, he swung his long knife fiercely behind him. With a sharp sound, the blade cut cleanly through, splattering a burst of crimson. The Qi Refinement Level 7 wolf howled in agony, its body neatly cleaved in two, crashing to the ground. In the next moment, the jade plate at Yuan's waist flickered with light, revealing the number 2. 2 points. Seeing this, Yuan's face lit up with joy. Although he had reached full Qi refinement and was one of the most favored contenders in this competition, his luck had been rather dismal, yielding no gains thus far. This was his first encounter with a beast. Before the competition commenced, all beasts in this area had been meticulously cleared by the Internal Affairs Hall, with all Foundation Establishment level beasts driven to another territory, leaving only those at the Qi refinement stage, since beast combat prowess surpasses that of cultivators of the same level. According to the rules, killing beasts below Qi refinement level 6 would yield 1 point, while those at level 7 and above would grant 2 points. Having effortlessly slain a level 7 wolf demon, he was fortunate to earn 2 points, a delightful surprise. Before he could catch his breath, rustling sounds emerged once more from the nearby thicket. Yuan tightened his grip on the knife, alertly gazing in the direction of the noise, which approached rapidly, causing branches and leaves to sway. Another beast? His eyes narrowed as he swung his long knife in a horizontal slash, releasing a visible blade aura that howled as it surged forth. With a swish, the blade energy rampaged, severing nearby trees and clearing a large patch of ground. Just as he was poised to strike again, 2 figures leaped from the underbrush, calling out, "Senior brother Jia, don't attack, it's us." Upon seeing the newcomers, Yuan relaxed slightly, yet he did not sheath his knife, instead regarding them warily. "Junior brothers Liu and Yang, what brings you here?" Hearing this, one of the young male cultivators, stout and jovial, broke into a disarming smile, explaining, "We just joined forces, having seen you land nearby. So we came to seek you out." "Seek me for what?" Yuan furrowed his brow, casting a puzzled glance at them. The stout cultivator smiled slightly, his tone sincere. "Senior brother Jia, you are exceptionally skilled and certain to excel in this outer sect competition. However, as the saying goes, one person's strategy is short. While a multitude is long, fighting alone can lead to disadvantage. Why not join forces, with you leading, and we can simply benefit from your prowess?" The other disciple nodded in agreement, his expression turning fierce. "For me, the rankings are irrelevant. I must find that chief fellow, teach him a harsh lesson, and seize his jade plate to vent my anger. Indeed, we cannot let him slip away if we spot him. If we form a trio, our chances of success will certainly increase." Upon hearing this, a sense of camaraderie ignited among the three, drawing them closer together. Yuan pondered briefly before nodding. "In that case, you two may accompany me. However, let me be clear, I will take 70% of the points we earn, and you two will share the remaining 30. The 2 junior brothers, one at Qi Refinement Level 7 and the other at Level 8, posed no threat to him, making them suitable companions. "Thank you, Senior Brother Jia, for your generosity," they expressed gratefully, their faces alight with appreciation. However, a clear voice shattered this harmonious scene. "Weren't you going to teach me a lesson? Here I stand. What do you have to say now?" At the sound of the voice, the 3 men simultaneously turned pale, quickly reacting as they followed the sound. Emerging from the bushes a mere 10 paces away was a familiar figure, wearing a half-smile as he gazed at them. "Cheetah, it's you." Recognizing the figure, the trio initially froze, then their eyes ignited with fury as they gritted their teeth. Well, you didn't wait for us to find you, and instead came right to us. Let's see how you meet your end this time." With a series of furious shouts, each of them summoned their magical artifacts and charged toward Yuan. Come at me if you dare. With a faint smile, Yuan turned and fled. Humph. You think you can escape? This time, we will not let you go. Watching his retreating figure, the three pursuers were unwilling to relent and immediately gave chase. Time passed. And soon they were panting, having lost sight of Yuan. Damn, how could this guy run so fast? The stout man wiped the sweat from his forehead. Muttering a curse, vowing to break his legs next time, Jiayuxing surveyed their surroundings, confirming their position, and pointed in a direction, saying, "It seems he headed east. If we continue in this direction, we will surely encounter him eventually." Just then, a series of wolf howls echoed from all directions. And over 20 Songbei wolves suddenly leaped out from the woods, forming an encirclement around the three. Each wolf was robust, with glossy fur. And the leading wolf king was at the 9th level of Qi refinement, coldly staring at its prey. Here comes the action. Upon seeing the wolf pack, the expressions of the three turned from surprise to delight. These were solid points waiting to be collected. The Songbei wolf was considered the weakest among the mountain's demon beasts. Aside from their numbers, they were utterly useless, lacking even their own life spells, perfect for farming points. Brothers, let us go and slay these wretches. Jiayuxing waved his hand and charged forward. The other two followed suit like tigers descending the mountain, plunging into the pack, unleashing their pin-up fury. In an instant, wolf corpses littered the ground, and blood flowed like a river. A quarter of an hour later. Hey, not bad. We earned a full 50 points this time. Jiayuxing wiped the blood from his head, his face brimming with excitement, while the other two shared his elation. Before they could fully revel in their spoils, another pack of Songbei wolves entered their line of sight. After another fierce battle, the three once again annihilated the pack, utterly exhausted, lacking even the energy to speak. They each retrieved recovery pills from their storage bags and collapsed onto the ground, recuperating. Before long, Jiayuxing felt his spiritual energy restored to about 70 or 80%. Glancing at the points amassed by his team, satisfaction washed over him. Although quite fatigued, this effort was worthwhile. At this rate, securing first place in the grand competition should pose no problem. However, just then, two thunderous bears, crackling with electricity, charged toward them, forcing the trio to rise and prepare for battle. After a strenuous fight against the thunder bears, they were then met with a swarm of fire-spitting monkeys, followed by horned salamanders, giant-toothed lizards, and silver moon leopards. A seemingly endless array of demon beasts appeared at intervals, leaving the three exhausted, until the sun began to set. So weary, once they confirmed that no beast lingered nearby, the three collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. How many points have we accumulated? Approximately over 500. Hiss, why so many? We've probably slain every demon beast within 10 miles. Can you explain this abundance? Suddenly, Jiayuxing seemed to ponder something, hastily unfastening his storage bag. Inside, he discovered it was completely empty, clean enough to see the bottom. Not good. I've run out of recovery pills. Do you two have any left? The other two quickly rummaged through their bags, their faces falling. I've used all mine. I'm out too. The three exchanged glances, their expressions laden with frustration. This grand competition lasts 3 days. Without recovery pills, their situation would become dire. At that moment, a soft thud resonated before them, and a gray storage bag fell from the sky, landing less than a foot away from the trio. Who? Observing the peculiar bag, the three stiffened, cautiously scanning their surroundings, yet detected nothing unusual. Once confirming that the bag bore no poison, Jiayuxing picked it up and discovered 3 bottles brimming with rejuvenating pills inside. Could it be that the Internal Affairs Pavilion, recognizing my exceptional performance, has airdropped supplies? Holding a brightly colored, fragrant rejuvenating pill, Jiayuxing felt a bit dazed. In the square, at this moment, the higher-ups of Luoyun Valley exchanged glances, their expressions filled with intrigue as they gazed at the magical mirror. After a prolonged silence, Elder Yang Shioda of the Internal Affairs Pavilion managed to articulate, "This young man is rather peculiar." Sierra gently pressed her lips together, murmuring, "Junior Brother Qi, what are you up to?" Chapter 35. Rather than depleting oneself, it is better to exhaust others. Observing Jiayuxing's team joyously accepting the free rejuvenating pills, Yuan nodded in satisfaction, feeling he had once again effectively motivated his subordinates. With these recovery pills, this team of workers would have the energy to yield more points. As the saying goes, without sowing, how can one reap? Though he possessed the capability to eradicate all surrounding demon beasts in a short span, doing so would likely expose his strength and raise considerable suspicion afterward. As the adage states, rather than depleting oneself, it is preferable to exhaust others. Recruiting some worker bees to earn points for him was a far better approach. Of course, to avoid overexploitation that might lead to depletion, essentially. To prevent damaging this exceptional team, Yuan decided to recruit a few more teams later on. Everyone could happily farm points together, while also allowing the indigenous people of this world to experience the benefits of a grueling work ethic. These three have rested long enough. It's time for them to get back to work. With this thought, a smile graced Yuan's lips as he slowly retrieved an exquisite jade vial from his robe. Upon opening it, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, spreading around them. This premium spirit cultivation pill was a reward from the system for completing the last task. Known as the Beast Spirit Pill, it could swiftly elevate the cultivation tier of demon beasts, making it an irresistible temptation for them. The premium variant was exceptionally rare, emitting a unique fragrance that only demon beasts could detect. Once this fragrance spread, it wouldn't be long before demon beasts from several miles around would arrive, making it a veritable monster-attracting artifact. Soon, a pack of chi-refining golden lion dogs came rushing over, their frantic roars echoing as Jia Yuxing and his companions shouted nearby, "What the hell? Is this never-ending? How can there be more demon beasts? We just finished off a batch. Damn, at this rate, we'll be exhausted to death. Where are all these demon beasts coming from? You inquire of me. Yet to whom shall I turn? Let us proceed, for it is all merely a matter of points." After confirming the capabilities of his subordinates to vanquish the horde of beasts, Yuan sealed the jade vial once more, and with a swift motion, vanished silently from the scene. The following day, in the competition area, a group of 5 ambled through the forest, each face adorned with expressions of utter discontent. With a swift motion, the leading disciple unsheathed his sword, vehemently slicing through the vines that obstructed their path. Muttering through gritted teeth, "What on earth is happening with this outer sect competition? It has been a day, yet not a shadow of a beast in sight, merely trees. Nothing but trees. At this rate, what is the point? I am on the verge of losing my sanity." Another disciple, equally vexed, lamented, "I have participated in 3 competitions. Yet this is the first time encountering such a predicament. Where have all the beasts gone? Did the Internal Affairs Pavilion forget to release them?" At that moment, the only female disciple among them timidly suggested, "Elder Yang mentioned that gathering rare materials also counts for points. Shall we split up and search?" Her words were immediately met with skepticism from her companions. Elder Yang was merely speaking in jest. There are not that many rare materials to be found. During past competitions, only a few disciples managed to discover any. If such fortune existed, we wouldn't be devoid of beasts. Suddenly, a faint sound of combat echoed from a distance. Though the specifics were indiscernible, it was evident that there was a battle between humans and beasts. Do you hear that? There is movement. Let us investigate. Even if we cannot seize the beasts, acquiring a few points would suffice. Excitement ignited in their eyes as they exchanged glances, and each swiftly took to the air, racing toward the source of the commotion. Upon nearing the scene, they were rendered speechless, their mouths agape as they absorbed the sight before them. The ground was littered with the carcasses of beasts, a veritable mountain of them, numbering at least 200 to 300. A handful of cultivators appeared to be exhausted, having just finished slaying a group of silver-armored wild boars. After the slaughter, these cultivators bore expressions of utter apathy. Too weary to wipe the blood from their weapons or acknowledge the newcomers, they simply sat down cross-legged to recuperate. Observing this scene, the new disciples found themselves frozen, speechless in their astonishment. How ironic it is. While they had spent the day searching for even a single beast to no avail, these individuals had nearly surfeited themselves with kills. Though their envy was palpable, the sight of the leader among those cultivators extinguished any thoughts of seizing the jade tokens. They stood there, begrudgingly. They recognized that the leader was none other than Lu Kuang, a formidable contender in this outer sect competition. Chapter 36, A Swift Mind After a Long Moment of Hesitation. The leading disciple approached Lu Kuang cautiously, tentatively voicing his query, "Brother Lu, we have encountered not a single beast today. How is it that so many are present here?" To his surprise, Lu Kuang did not dismiss him. Rather, he cast a complex glance at the surrounding beast corpses and replied in a low tone, "You ask why? I cannot say. Since yesterday, waves of beasts have appeared at intervals, as if orchestrated. They attack whenever we begin to recover, no matter where we run. We cannot escape their encirclement, as if an invisible hand is guiding us forward. Strangely, whenever our restorative pills run out, new supplies inexplicably descend from above, landing in our possession. I have already amassed over 1,000 points. I cannot shake the feeling that I am being manipulated, reduced to a mere machine for accumulating points. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate with one another." His words left the new disciples exchanging glances, rendered speechless. If they were presented with such an opportunity to amass points, they would be overjoyed. Yet this individual seemed to harbor dissatisfaction. Based on past experience, accumulating over 1,000 points would typically ensure a lead in the competition. However, upon reflection, they could understand Lu Kuang's state of mind. Competing against peers and hunting beasts should be an exhilarating challenge, yet it had devolved into a mere formulaic endeavor. Every action predetermined, inevitably leading to a sense of frustration. After a moment of contemplation, the 5 newcomers exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up as they huddled together to discuss a plan. Though they lacked the courage to forcibly seize Lu Kuang's tokens, they could certainly explore the possibility of collaboration. After their discussion, the leading disciple bowed slightly and addressed Lu Kuang with a smile. "Since Brother Lu is weary, why not take this opportunity to rest? There is still ample time until the conclusion of the competition tasks. Allow us, your junior disciples, to handle the forthcoming beasts." Realizing Lu Kuang's displeased expression, he quickly added, "Of course, we shall only take 50% of the points earned. The remainder will be entirely yours to command. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Kuang's companions appeared intrigued. After enduring a series of exhausting battles, they were quite fatigued. Although they could restore their energy with rejuvenating pills, the emotional toll weighed on them. Thus, having someone willing to share the burden was not unwelcome. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Kuang nodded and replied solemnly, "Very well, you may accompany us. Should you dare to play any tricks, I shall not hesitate to turn against you. Meanwhile, at the square of Luyun Valley, nearly everyone's gaze was fixated on a particular individual, with whispers and speculation swirling beneath the law mirror. Look, he has led a group of horned salamanders to Brother Tang. What is Yuan truly up to? Strange, since the competition commenced, he has not slain a single beast. His points remain at 0. Why toil so hard to attract beasts for those teams? Bestowing them with pills, as if to bolster their scores? At this moment, someone appeared to connect the dots. Speaking uncertainly, I have heard that he offended many outer sect disciples before the competition began. If he does not rectify this, his future may be precarious. Perhaps this is his way of ingratiating himself with the senior brothers and sisters. This remark incited a fervent discussion. Indeed, whether it be Brother Jia, Brother Tang, or Brother Lu, they are all strong contenders in this competition. Yuan likely believes he has no chance and is seizing this opportunity to curry favor with these potential intersect elites. But if he is truly doing a good deed, why not do so openly rather than covertly? One disciple queried in confusion. A companion nearby scoffed lightly and retorted, "What is difficult to comprehend? He is detested by all participants in the outer sect competition. Should he reveal himself, he might be promptly met with a beating. Rather than this, it would be wiser to claim credit after the grand competition concludes. After all, once senior brother Xie and the others achieve their aspiration of becoming inner disciples, in their elation, they may regard him, the one who contributed to their success, with newfound respect." Upon hearing this suggestion, the crowd immediately grasped the idea. It is no wonder that this new disciple, who had previously received a perfect evaluation upon entering the sect, possesses such quick wit. At the forefront of the square, Elder Yang Shoda of the Internal Affairs Pavilion furrowed his brow and inquired, "Elder Kong, can you discern what is contained in the vial that Qida is holding, which is meant to attract the beasts?" "It is highly likely to be a beast spirit pill." Elder Kong Wanyan of the Pill Pavilion stroked his beard in contemplation, his eyes reflecting a thoughtful expression. A high-quality beast spirit pill emits a unique fragrance that can lure many low-level beasts that have yet to awaken their intelligence. However, he quickly shook his head, his voice filled with astonishment, "But the beast spirit pill is a second-tier elixir, and a good quality one costs at least 500 to 600 spirit stones. How could a mere outer disciple afford such a precious item? Let alone the mid-tier magical artifact used to conceal his movements." Before he could finish, Mo Jingyong interjected, "Elder Kong, you may not be aware, but Chido once accomplished a significant feat, and the sect rewarded him with 3,000 spirit stones, which also included a mid-tier magical artifact, the illusion shield. With that illusion shield, as long as he does not reveal himself, neither the chi-refining beasts nor the cultivators can detect his presence." Upon realizing this, the senior members of the sect present displayed expressions of enlightenment, though no one pursued further details. Since Mo Jingyong only mentioned the reward and refrained from discussing the specifics of Chida's merit in public, it indicated that the matter was confidential and not suitable for broad dissemination. Those present were astute individuals and naturally would avoid touching upon such a sensitive subject. Amidst the crowd, Baishiro furrowed her delicate brows, seemingly deep in thought. Noticing her unusual expression, the sect leader of Fallen Cloud Valley, Bai Qinwu, could not help but covertly inquire, "Shiro, what is on your mind?" Baishiro collected her thoughts and responded telepathically, "Father, I have a feeling that junior brother Chi's actions are not without purpose. He is helping those disciples rapidly accumulate points. Perhaps he is preparing for..." Before she could finish, Bai Qinwu instantly understood her insinuation and shook his head with a chuckle. "Impossible. The outer sect competition ultimately comes down to strength. No matter how clever this lad may be, he is merely a new disciple at the 5th level of chi refinement. How could he dare to compete against opponents at the peak of chi refinement? The notion of reaping benefits as a bystander is entirely implausible. Those teams, if they possess any intelligence, will not grant others the opportunity to take advantage of their weaknesses. His actions are likely aimed at fostering goodwill with future inner disciples, paving a smoother path for his advancement to outer disciple status. The mere realization of this is already quite remarkable." After hearing this analysis, Baishiro nodded, choosing to trust her father's judgment. Chapter 37, The Four-Eyed Spirit Fox in the Rear Mountains of Fallen Cloud Valley, within the competition area. A crystal-clear winding stream came into view, bordered by dense foliage and low shrubs, surrounded by towering stone peaks that created a breathtaking landscape. 3 outer disciples, all in their 20s, were meandering about, seemingly searching for something. "Sister Nya, we've found it." Suddenly, a young male cultivator exclaimed upon discovering a concealed cave among the rocks, his excitement palpable. "The lair of the ice mouse is right here." Upon hearing this, the only female disciple among them, Nyatsue Lan, displayed a joyful expression and darted toward the cave, while another male disciple followed, scratching his head in frustration. Before long, the trio armed with their magical artifacts surrounded the cave entrance. Indeed, it was the den of the mouse demon. These creatures are known for their gregarious nature, and there might be more than one inside. The speaking female disciple, though possessing a certain charm, had a somewhat sharp chin and fierce eyes, giving her an air of harshness. She was none other than Nyatsue Lan from the Law Enforcement Pavilion. At that moment, the accompanying male disciple suggested, "The entrance is narrow. We should refrain from entering." The ice mouse is especially afraid of fire. Let us ignite a fire outside to smoke it out. Agreed. Xuan nodded. Retrieving a fire starter from her storage bag, she ignited the moss and vines at the cave's mouth, and a thick smoke began to billow, flowing into the cave with the wind. Before long, chaotic sounds erupted from within the cave, and several icy blue figures burst forth, revealing 4 ice mice at the chi refinement stage. Observing this, Xuan let out a cold snort, and her whip transformed into over 10 vines that shot toward the group of ice mice like arrows, swiftly binding them tightly. The trapped ice mice struggled desperately, their beady eyes filled with fear, emitting piercing cries as if calling for help. Die. Faced with the prospect of easily obtainable points, Xuan showed no mercy. Just as she was about to eliminate the 4 ice mice, she suddenly sensed a rush of wind behind her and instinctively dodged. Bang! 2 magical artifacts barely grazed her ears, striking the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Turning around, she was astonished to find that the attackers were her 2 companions. Xuan's face changed dramatically as she shouted, "Miao Kong, Yin Quan. Have you both lost your minds?" She never anticipated that these 2 suitors, who usually obeyed her every whim, would dare to join forces against her. Yet the 2 wore strange expressions, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they declared, "Bold demon beast, dare you harm Sister Nya? Prepare to die." After uttering these words, they wielded their magical artifacts and charged at her once more. Simultaneously, in Xuan's eyes, her 2 male companions transformed into 2 ferocious thunder bears, startling her. She quickly summoned a small green from her storage bag to engage in battle. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the 3 became entangled in a fierce struggle, creating chaos all around. Amidst the tumult, a snow-white fox emerged gracefully from the nearby flower thicket. This fox stood about 5 feet tall, its fur smooth and pristine, resembling satin. As it walked, its bushy tail curled slightly, swaying languidly. It first cast a glance at the battling Xuan and her companions, a glint of playful amusement flashing in its amber, multifaceted eyes. Then, with elegant strides, it approached the group of ice mice bound by vines. Swish! The fox demon raised its sharp claws and effortlessly pierced through the resilient vines, liberating the trapped ice mice. With a flurry of squeaks, the rescued mice chattered excitedly at the fox demon before swiftly disappearing into the underbrush. The fox demon then turned its gaze towards the 3 individuals ensnared in an illusion, its eyes glinting with coldness. It opened its mouth, exhaling a dense white mist that rapidly enveloped the trio. This white mist seemed to be the fox demon's innate magical ability, and upon its release, the creature's own vitality noticeably waned. Under the influence of this strange mist, Xuan and the others became increasingly dazed, eventually drawing out their weapons with the intent to harm themselves. Suddenly, a net descended from the sky, ensnaring the fox demon. The creature thrashed wildly, yet this artifact-level trap proved to be remarkably resilient, tightening its grip instead of loosening. Simultaneously, the fox demon's innate magic was rendered ineffective. As the white mist dissipated, Xuan and her companions slumped to the ground, falling into a state of unconsciousness. In the next moment, an unfamiliar figure leaped down from the trees, swiftly binding the fox demon and smiling as he said, "At last, I've captured you, the fully refined 4-eyed spirit fox." This figure was none other than Yuan. After assigning tasks to his employees, he had ventured alone into the forest with the sole aim of capturing this rare 4-eyed spirit fox, possessing a trace of the 9-tailed celestial fox's bloodline. The 4-eyed spirit fox was cunning and adept in illusion, though its only weakness lay in its timid nature and relatively low combat prowess. Sensing the gravity of its predicament, the 4-eyed spirit fox ceased its struggles, clasped its paws together, and its amber eyes expressed a human-like plea, as if beseeching Yuan for mercy. Observing this, Yuan coldly smirked, "You vile creature, were it not for my timely intervention, my 3 companions would have succumbed to your manipulation." He then darkened his expression, adopting a fierce demeanor as he continued, "They are my fellow disciples, and you dared to harm them. Little fox, you have chosen the path to your demise. Only by skinning you and crafting a fur collar can I quell the resentment in my heart." Upon hearing this, the 4-eyed spirit fox trembled violently, the despair in its eyes intensifying as it whimpered, seemingly pleading for its life. Just then, Yuan suddenly shifted his tone, his expression softening. As the saying goes, "The heavens are merciful. If you wish to live, I can offer you a way out." With a smile, he produced a yellow-brown beast skin scroll from his robes. "If you obediently sign this beast-taming contract and swear fealty to me, not only will I spare you, but I will also grant you a top-grade spirit nurturing pill to help you break through to the foundation establishment stage. If you refuse, then you might as well prepare to become a fur collar." At this proclamation, the fox demon was left in stunned silence. Chapter 38. Becoming a sycophant. Left with nothing witnessing this scene, Elder Yang Xioda, responsible for the organization of the competition, let out a sigh of relief, his expression filled with admiration. "Excellent, excellent. Yuan truly possesses both courage and wisdom, and his character is commendable. Were it not for his timely intervention, these 3 outer disciples would likely have perished." For this reason alone, he deemed Yuan worthy of significant cultivation, although a certain degree of casualty was permitted in the outer competition. Losing 3 promising elite disciples in one go constituted a serious incident. Moreover, The Internal Affairs Hall had indeed failed in its duty by not neutralizing a dangerous beast like the four-eyed spirit fox beforehand, should this negligence result in fatalities. Elder Yang Xiuda could not escape blame. With the crisis now averted, he felt a sense of relief and gratitude towards Qi Yuan. The performance of this junior disciple was commendable. After the competition, he would advocate for his promotion to outer disciple and recruit him into the Internal Affairs Hall. Just as he contemplated this, Elder Luo Yungu beside him suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "I initially thought Qi Yuan would slay that fox demon for points. But it appears he intends to tame it instead. What is his aim?" Upon hearing this, Yang Xiuda raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting as he remarked, "Though the four-eyed spirit fox is exceedingly cunning, it is inherently timid and fearful of death. Now that Qi Yuan has captured it, with its life at stake, it may indeed relent and sign the contract, accepting him as its master. If he successfully tames this fully refined four-eyed spirit fox, he may yet achieve great success in the competition." At that moment, Elder Qing Yuan of the Dao Entrapment Hall scoffed disdainfully. Qi Yuan merely relies on cunning and opportunism. In terms of strength, he cannot compare to Han Zai Yuan, Zhao Xinqing, Lu Kuang, and the like. Even with the assistance of the four-eyed spirit fox, it would be futile. That creature is inherently weak in combat and can only perform rudimentary illusions. A cultivator of the same refinement level can easily resist its tricks. Just moments ago, Nyetsu Lan, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, was not immediately ensnared by its illusions. Had she not revealed a flaw in her mind due to extreme terror, she would not have fallen prey to the four-eyed spirit fox. As soon as these words were spoken, several high-ranking members of the Luo Yungu faction nodded in agreement, finding merit in his assertions. While the four-eyed spirit fox's illusions posed a challenge, they were not insurmountable. Cultivators of equal or superior cultivation levels would find it difficult to be deceived. Among the disciples participating in the outer competition, there were numerous cultivators at the peak of Qi refinement, making it exceedingly unlikely for anyone to secure a top 10 position solely with the aid of a four-eyed spirit fox. Meanwhile, the fox demon was presented with two choices, either to obediently sign the beast-taming contract or face death. Qi Yuan gazed indifferently at the four-eyed spirit fox before him, his eyes glinting with an icy demeanor. The fox demon's gaze flickered, suggesting an inner conflict. Observing this, Qi Yuan let out a cold laugh and slowly pressed his hand against the creature's neck. "It seems you have chosen the path of demise, if that is the case. I shall grant you this favor." In that moment, a murderous intent radiated from his countenance, as if he were poised to unleash his powers to sever the fox's neck. The fox demon, sensing the danger, reluctantly opened its mouth and released a droplet of crimson blood, the essence of its life force. "You have shown a commendable awareness of the situation." Qi Yuan smiled faintly, unfurling the beast-controlling scroll in his hand, letting a drop of his essence blood fall upon the contract inscribed within. With a mere thought, he swiftly embedded a soul imprint onto the scroll. In an instant, he felt a subtle yet palpable connection with the fox spirit before him, as if with the slightest mental nudge. He could easily dictate the fate of this four-eyed spirit fox. The beast-controlling contract was, in essence, a pure master-servant agreement, akin to a bondage contract for the beast. During the contract period, the beast was utterly incapable of defying its master's will. Otherwise, it would suffer a backlash from the contract, leading to its immediate obliteration, denying it even the chance of reincarnation. The beast-controlling scroll, a prized possession of the esteemed beast-controlling sect, was not particularly difficult to procure in the realm of cultivation, nor was it exorbitantly priced. The only challenge lay in coercing the beast to sign such an unequal contract. Naturally, should one encounter a fierce and untamed beast, the likelihood of it preferring death over signing such a contract was high. However, the inherently timid four-eyed spirit fox was evidently not among them. After the contract was established, the aura of the fox spirit weakened further, portraying an expression of despair. "What?" Still unconvinced, Qi Yuan cast it a disdainful glance, remarking that had it not been for its potential utility, such a lowly creature would hardly qualify as his pet. If it obeyed and performed its duties, freedom would soon be within its grasp. With that, he released the beast trap, setting the fox spirit free. Once restored to mobility, the fox spirit hesitated briefly before cautiously approaching Qi Yuan. Observing that the four-eyed spirit fox had been thoroughly subdued, Qi Yuan nonchalantly stowed away the beast-controlling scroll and retrieved a jade vial from his storage pouch. Upon opening it, an enchanting fragrance of a rare elixir wafted forth. The supreme spirit cultivating pill. This villain. No, did the master's words hold true? The fox spirit's spirit soared, its gaze towards Qi Yuan now filled with intense longing. Break through to the foundation establishment realm before dawn. Otherwise, your demise will be most unpleasant. As he spoke, Qi Yuan tossed the exquisite spirit cultivating pill from the jade vial before the fox spirit. Hearing this, the fox spirit's fluffy ears drooped instantly, feeling as though the precious pill had suddenly lost its allure. Sensing the master's displeasure, it hastily swallowed the pill and darted into the forest, disappearing in a flash. After the fox spirit's departure, Qi Yuan approached the three unfortunate souls lying nearby, his curiosity piqued by the jade tokens at their waists, only to lose interest immediately. Perhaps due to the beasts being scavenged by the various worker teams, this trio was faring quite poorly. Yet Xuan's scorecard still bore 4 points. While her 2 companions' tokens were utterly barren, remaining at a perfect 0, embodying the adage of being a sycophant and having nothing to show for it. With a shift in thought, he swiftly vacated the scene, casting a gentle stream of true energy to awaken the trio. Moments later, as they slowly opened their eyes, they beheld a scene of devastation, remnants of battle strewn about, and their hands still clutching weapons and artifacts. Suddenly recalling something, Niet Suelan's anger flared as she sprang to her feet, delivering a slap to each of her companions. I remember now. You two dared to ambush me from behind and let those ice mice escape. No wonder you sought to team up with me. Your intent was to sabotage my efforts. Wasn't it? The two who were struck stood there, bewildered, utterly confused as to what they had done wrong. Chapter 39. The competition has concluded. As the final day arrived, the disciples participating in the competition grew increasingly cautious. By this point, the beasts and treasures within the competition area had been nearly exhausted, and for many, the most tangible way to continue accruing points was to seize the jade tokens from others. Consequently, conflicts among the disciples became more frequent. The air thick with tension and hostility. Bang! Lu Kuang's expression darkened as he clapped his palms together, unleashing a wave of dense, yellowish energy that sent a rival of the 9th layer of Qi refinement staggering back. He then slammed his right foot into the ground, propelling himself upward to burst through the encirclement formed by 8 cultivators. Don't let him escape. He alone possesses over 3,000 points. If we can seize his jade token, it would secure a place for all of us in the top 10 of the competition. Upon hearing this, the surrounding cultivators were instantly filled with excitement, scrambling to pursue him. As Lu Kuang dashed forward, anxiety gnawed at him. He had not anticipated such greed, that they would turn against him for points. The group that had once allied with him to hunt beasts had suddenly become his pursuers. Had he not been vigilant, he might have truly fallen into their trap. Now, his body bore the marks of previous battles, though they were superficial wounds. If he delayed any further, his true energy would soon deplete. He needed to shake off his pursuers and find a safe place to wait for the competition to conclude. With this thought, Lu Kuang suddenly devised a plan, hastening his escape while forming hand seals, murmuring, earthquake technique. In the next moment, the ground behind him trembled violently, akin to a stone cast into still waters, sending plumes of earth soaring. Taken by surprise, the pursuing cultivators were bombarded by flying debris, their speed diminishing. Simultaneously, a fissure opened up in the earth ahead of Lu Kuang, and without hesitation, he leaped into it, vanishing from sight in an instant. Meanwhile, a throng of furious cultivators scoured the dense forest, shouting, Qi, come out. Did you not claim you would secure first place? Why are you acting like a coward? Humph. Even if I forfeit my points, I will make sure to give you a good beating. Let us see how arrogant you are thereafter. However, after a considerable time passed, despite an increasing number of searchers joining the fray, Qi Yuan's whereabouts remained elusive. Curse it. This brat must be hiding. No worries. He will reveal himself once the competition concludes. Although he has escaped this time, the monk may run, but the temple will always remain. And I shall confront him in the outer court. Just as everyone was seething with frustration, a sound of footsteps suddenly echoed nearby, followed by a youth clad in the garb of a servant emerging from the depths of the forest. Upon hearing the sound, the crowd turned to see none other than Qi Yuan, the very individual they sought. You brat, you finally decided to show yourself. Haha, I finally caught you. Brothers, let us give this waste a proper beating. The crowd erupted in sinister laughter, eagerly surrounding Qi Yuan. Faced with the impending threat of being besieged, Qi Yuan did not even lift his eyelids, instead casting a scornful glance and sneering, a bunch of trash, come at me if you dare. Seeing him still audaciously taunt them, the group seethed with rage, brandishing their artifacts and lunging forward. Just then, a powerful voice rang out, commanding, enough. Stand down at once. As the words fell, Elder Yang Shoda of the Internal Affairs Pavilion descended from the heavens, his piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd before him. At his command, the assembly hurriedly reined in their powers, respectfully bowing and declaring, disciples pay their respects to Elder Yang. Yang Shoda snorted coldly, stating, the competition has concluded. Mutual combat is now strictly prohibited. Hand over your jade tokens. Qi Yuan will be responsible for tallying your points. Furthermore, after submitting your tokens, seek out the others and bring them here to settle their scores. Inform them that if they do not arrive within the hour, their results will be nullified. Yes, we shall find them immediately. Upon hearing these words, everyone nodded in compliance before obediently retrieving their jade tokens to submit to Qi Yuan. Simultaneously, in the square, Elder Yang Shoda stared in disbelief at the scene within the magical mirror, his mind buzzing as he struggled to comprehend what he was witnessing. The disciples, upon encountering Qi Yuan, seemed bewitched, first bowing deeply in respect, then one by one handing over their jade tokens with an unsettling obedience. It was not only him. The atmosphere in the square had nearly frozen, as all present felt as if they were caught in a dream. It must be an illusion. Bai Qingwu, the sect leader of Falling Cloud Valley, was the first to regain his senses, incredulously exclaiming, His demonic pet has unexpectedly broken through to the foundation establishment stage, amplifying the power of its illusions. Those outer disciples simply cannot resist, and thus they are ensnared in confusion. Elder Kong Wanyan of the Alchemy Pavilion also recovered from his shock, marveling, indeed. The elixir he administered to the four-eyed spirit fox must have been a top-tier spirit cultivation pill. The fox demon, after consuming the pill, achieved foundation establishment overnight. Compared to the chi refinement stage, a four-eyed spirit fox at foundation establishment is utterly transformed. With its assistance, Chi Yuan can undoubtedly dominate the competition. This is utterly astounding. An inner gate elder nearby was also left speechless, pondering whether Chi Yuan had previously helped others accumulate more points solely to seize their jade tokens at this moment. If that were the case, this lad is nothing short of a prodigy. As these words left his lips, the other high-ranking members of Falling Cloud Valley collectively gasped, plunging the scene into a brief silence. After a considerable pause, Elder Yinxing Yuan of the entrance to Dao Pavilion steadied himself, furrowing his brows and speaking firmly. Elder Yang, this child's actions are clearly cheating. I believe we should immediately intervene to halt this farce, revoke his qualification in the competition, and impose heavy punishment according to sect rules to serve as a warning. That is inappropriate. Yang Shota shook his head, contemplating. According to the rules, no one may interfere with the competition before it concludes, and there is still over an hour left in this event. I will not intervene before then. Moreover, the sect does not prohibit the use of demonic pets in the outer gate competition. His actions are entirely compliant. Bai Qin nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Elder Yang's statement. Since Chi Yuan had not violated any rules, it was prudent to continue observing the developments. With the sect leader's endorsement, Yinxing Yuan begrudgingly fell silent, his expression dark and discontented. Chapter 40. The demon sect requires such talent the competition has ended? Upon hearing the calls from outside, Lu Kuang, hidden within the earth's crevices, instantly perked up, his previously tense demeanor relaxing significantly. He had chosen to conceal himself here to safely endure until the competition's conclusion. He was exceedingly confident that with over 500 points, he would undoubtedly secure the top position in this outer gate contest. Under such circumstances, ensuring that he did not falter was paramount. Exercising caution, he did not immediately reveal himself, but instead attentively listened to the unfolding events until he confirmed the area was devoid of others before stealthily emerging from his underground hideout. Upon reaching the surface, Lu Kuang brushed off the dust from his clothes and hurried in a particular direction. He had overheard that the jade tokens needed to be submitted within the hour, and with time nearly elapsed, he needed to hurry or risk being too late. Upon arriving at the designated gathering spot, Lu Kuang quickly spotted Elder Yang Shota among the crowd, dispelling any lingering doubts and replacing them with uncontainable joy. According to past practices, the winner of the outer gate competition not only receives a lucrative reward, but is also prioritized for cultivation upon entering the inner gate, promising a bright future. With this thought, Lu Kuang couldn't help but smile broadly, beginning to envision the splendid path ahead. Suddenly, a slightly mocking voice interrupted his reverie. Lu Kuang, why are you so slow? Are your results so dismal that you are embarrassed to present them? Lu Kuang snorted dismissively and retorted, Hanzai Yuan, I truly hope your luck this time is not as abysmal as usual. Otherwise, you might not even reach a tenth of my score. Hanzai Yuan, like Lu Kuang, was among the elite outer disciples. Their relationship, while not overly hostile, was marked by frequent rivalry, each viewing the other as a competitor. To Lu Kuang's surprise, Hanzai Yuan, usually quick to anger, remained unfazed by the taunt, his expression serene as if untouched by the words. Oh, I am genuinely looking forward to it. I shall see if you can deliver a respectable score. Hanzai Yuan smirked, casting a nonchalant glance at the jade token at Lu Kuang's waist, casually stating, if you lose, remember to call me senior brother in the inner gate. At these words, Lu Kuang raised an eyebrow, then burst into laughter. Very well, let us see whose score reigns supreme. At that moment, Jia Yuxing, who had been silently observing from a distance, approached and remarked, we are often referred to as the three prodigies of the outer gate. Since we are to compete, I cannot be excluded. Let us seize this opportunity to determine who among us is the strongest rising star in the valley. This declaration instantly captured the attention of everyone present. A splendid spectacle was surely in store. All three were distinguished among the outer disciples, their strengths nearly indistinguishable and evenly matched. Now, the trio appeared brimming with confidence, ready to engage in a fierce contest of points, regardless of the outcome. The forthcoming scene promised to be nothing short of exhilarating. What are you three dawdling for? Quickly hand over your jade tokens. Do not waste everyone's time. Elder Yang showed his expression darkened as he sternly urged them. Disciples obey. In response, Lu Kuang, Hanzai Yuan, and Jia Yuxing exchanged glances before simultaneously tossing their jade tokens to Chi Yuan, demanding in unison, now tell us, who among us has the highest score? It is done. With a beaming smile, Chi Yuan accepted the jade tablet from the hands of three outstanding employees. He first glanced at the points inscribed upon it before announcing, Hanzai Yuan, 3,122 points. Quite impressive. Upon hearing this figure, many unsuspecting disciples gasped in disbelief. How many beasts must one slay to accumulate such points? No wonder we are left without any. They are all in his possession. Observing the expressions of those around him, Yuan couldn't help but smirk, casting a sidelong glance at his two rivals. However, just as his smile began to widen, it abruptly faltered. He noticed that although the other two displayed a fleeting hint of surprise, they quickly regained their composure, revealing no signs of dismay. What was happening? In that instant, Yuan finally sensed something amiss. Furrowing his brow, he instinctively turned his gaze towards Yuan. Lu Kuang, 3,581 points, ranking second. You must continue to strive for excellence. 3,581 points? The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly questioning the clarity of their hearing. Even more outrageous was the fact that 3,581 points secured the second position. Even Lu Kuang himself was left in a state of disbelief. He stared incredulously at Yuan and stammered, "Is there truly someone with more points than I? How can this be possible?" Yuan shrugged and continued to announce, "Jia Yuxing, 4,027 points. It seems that working overtime truly yields results." Although he did not comprehend the meaning of the latter statement, Jia Yuxing was still exhilarated. His face flushed with excitement upon learning that he ranked first. With a sense of accomplishment, he smugly addressed his two despondent opponents, "Apologies, my junior brothers. But it appears I have slightly outperformed you. Thank you for your understanding." Just then, Elder Yang Shoda of the Internal Affairs Pavilion cleared his throat, interrupting the discussions in the arena. "Well, everything is concluded. Please activate your teleportation talismans and leave the competition area." In the square, as disciple after disciple was teleported from the back mountain, the spectators of Luoyun Valley appeared dazed, their eyes wide, stunned to the point of forgetting to speak. Their minds consumed by a single thought: what on earth? From the perspective of the onlookers, the participants in the competition seemed to be under some form of control, lining up to hand their jade tokens to Yuan one after another, some even expressing gratitude. After submitting their tokens, they activated their teleportation talismans to exit, seemingly oblivious to the fact that leaving the competition prematurely would result in disqualification. The scene was utterly bizarre. After a prolonged silence, someone finally stammered, "What just happened? Am I seeing things? Why is this strange situation occurring?" At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Forget about that for now. Do you realize what this means? According to the rules, aside from that errand boy, everyone else in this outer door competition has been eliminated. There will be no top 10, only one victor. And that is Yuan. My heavens, how did he manage that?" This revelation was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring a tempest of reactions. Among the waves of astonished voices, Chaner, who had been mingling among the inner disciples, also snapped back to reality, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Unbridled ambition, ruthless methods, prone to patience, meticulous in execution. A strike that hits without fail, leaving no room for error. The demon sect requires such individuals. Due to the outer door competition, the entire back mountain had been sealed off. For the past few days, Jichano had not needed to guard the medicinal garden. To avoid drawing suspicion, she had decided to make an appearance, not expecting to stumble upon such unexpected insights. Chapter 41, The Fox's Revenge. 10 years is not too late. With a flash of white light, Jia Yuxing found himself teleported to the square where the law mirror was located. At this moment, his face was filled with exuberance, prepared to welcome the congratulations of others. Before activating the teleportation talisman, he had even prepared an acceptance speech, eagerly awaiting the moment to read it aloud on stage, to leave a legendary tale from this outer door competition. However, an unforeseen event occurred. Silence. The atmosphere in the arena became stifling, so quiet one could hear a pin drop, including those who had participated in the competition. Everyone looked at him with expressions that were both peculiar and tinged with faint pity. What had happened? Was his score of 4,000 points so dazzling that it left everyone speechless? Confounded by the strange scenario, Jia Yuxing was enveloped in confusion and growing doubts. Suddenly, he spotted Elder Yang Shoda standing not far away and froze. Wasn't Elder Yang still cleaning up the aftermath in the back mountain? How did he suddenly appear here? Coughing. Just as Jia Yuxing was trying to make sense of it all, Yang Shoda cleared his throat and said solemnly, "Jia Shitsi, you used the teleportation talisman to exit before the competition ended. According to the rules, your score is hereby nullified. I hope you can reflect on this experience and strive harder next year." "What? Nullified score?" Upon hearing Yang Shoda's words, Jia Yuxing felt as if struck by lightning, standing dumbfounded in place. Once he regained his senses, he hurried to Yang Shoda, his expression frantic. "Elder Yang, you just announced the competition's conclusion and instructed us to submit our jade tokens before teleporting out. Why are you now canceling my score?" Although Jia Yuxing's demeanor was somewhat disrespectful, Yang Shoda bore no ill will. He simply shook his head gently and patiently explained, "Alas, Jia Shitsi, what you witnessed earlier was not me, but a mere illusion. You were deceived by a four-eyed spirit fox of the Foundation establishment stage. In truth, the competition has not yet concluded, and exiting early will naturally result in disqualification." Seeing that Jia Yuxing still looked dazed, Yang Shoda sighed. "You handed your jade token to someone else. Even if you had not exited early, it would have made no difference. Your score would still not be recorded." An illusion? Jia Yuxing's gaze grew vacant as he looked up at the law mirror suspended in the air, only to find that all the other disciples had vanished from the competition area, leaving only one person in the snow-white fox by his side. "Yuan? How could this be possible? At this moment, he finally comprehended that all his efforts to accumulate points over the past few days had amounted to nothing, merely serving to adorn another's success. The thought made him want to weep in frustration, a desire to spit blood in anger, as he shouted, Yuan is utterly despicable. Seeing Jia Yuxing in such a state of despair, Han Yuan and Lu Quan, both of whom were also among the greatest victims, felt a sense of relief wash over them. Witnessing their previously arrogant rivals suffer even more misfortune than themselves brought them a sense of balance. After a while, Bai Qinwu, the master of Luoyuan Valley, regained his composure and spoke with a complex tone, Elder Yang, time is of the essence. I shall accompany you to retrieve that young man. You wish to go personally? Yang Shoto was taken aback, not expecting Bai Qinwu, as the master, to take the initiative to fetch a mere Qi refinement disciple. This had never occurred in previous competitions. Although surprised, he had no reason to question the master's decision. Nodding in agreement, he transformed into a streak of light alongside Bai Qinwu, heading towards the competition area. Back mountain. Yuan waved his hand and collected the jade tokens, which had piled up into a small mountain, into his storage bag. Casting a glance at the fox demon who was still diligently playing the role of an elder from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, he commanded, all right, dispel the illusion. You performed admirably this time. Upon hearing this, the four-eyed spirit fox immediately ceased its spell casting and promptly approached Yuan, eagerly wagging its fluffy fox tail. Master, how do you think I did this time? Its voice was sweet and melodious, reminiscent of a 13 or 14-year-old human girl. After reaching a foundational level, certain beasts that had awakened their intelligence could refine their vocal cords, allowing them to speak, and the four-eyed spirit fox was no exception. As Yuan stowed away his storage bag, he casually remarked, haven't I already said it? You performed admirably this time. The four-eyed spirit fox, with its amber-hued eyes glistening with anticipation, implored, Master, could you perhaps show a bit of mercy and release me? You mentioned that if I diligently fulfilled my duties, I would soon regain my freedom. Such fanciful thinking, Yuan retorted with a dismissive glance. In light of your recent contribution, I shall reluctantly overlook your previous assault on my 3 fellow disciples. However, do not forget that you still owe me a premium spirit cultivating pill. Until that debt is repaid, you shall continue to work for me. Ah? The four-eyed spirit fox exhibited a hint of distress, timidly inquiring, Master, how much is that premium spirit cultivating pill worth in spirit stones? Yuan smiled faintly, offering a mere 500 spirit stones. 500 spirit stones? Upon hearing this figure, the four-eyed spirit fox's eyes sparkled with excitement as it eagerly exclaimed, before my foundation establishment, I had saved a modest sum. Within my cave abode, I have stored some rare treasures and resources, which will undoubtedly suffice to repay that sum of 500 spirit stones. Is that so? Yuan cast a sidelong glance at it and nodded. Very well. As long as you can gather 500 exquisite spirit stones, I shall release you forthwith. Exquisite spirit stones? The fox demon was taken aback. Are you not referring to inferior spirit stones? Yuan let out a cold snort, stating that he had provided an exquisite spirit-nourishing pill and, as such, it was only fitting to calculate the cost in terms of exceptional spirit stones. He remarked, consider your meager talents. Without the aid of such a superior elixir, how could you possibly establish your foundation overnight and awaken the celestial fox bloodline? He was not mistaken. The quality of the elite pills produced by the system was unparalleled, yielding remarkable effects. Otherwise, the four-eyed spirit fox as foundational establishment would have been in jeopardy. Upon hearing this, the four-eyed spirit fox immediately wilted, its head drooping in despair. Exceptional spirit stones were not merely elusive, it had never even heard of them. Observing this, Yuan furrowed his brow, his tone laden with discontent. What, do you intend to renege on our agreement? The four-eyed spirit fox startled at this, hastily responding with sycophantic laughter. Hiki, I wouldn't dream of it. Yet, inwardly, it seethed with indignation, cursing, bah, what a heartless master. Were it not for your treacherous ambush while I was weakened, you would never have stood a chance against me. How outrageous that you even contemplate using my exquisite fur for a scarf. Once our contract concludes, I shall ensure you learn the true meaning of a fox's vengeance. 10 years is but a fleeting moment. Anticipating the conclusion of the grand competition, Yuan turned to the fox spirit, instructing, you shall remain here in the back mountain to cultivate diligently. Should any matters arise, I will reach out to you. Furthermore, he declared, from this day forth, your name shall be Little White. Little White? Do you take me for a meerkat? The fox's face contorted in disdain as it waved its paws in refusal. Noticing its evident reluctance, Yuan pondered for a moment, since you dislike Little White, how about Fluffball? Fluffball? Upon hearing this, the fox spirit panicked, exclaiming, no, no, please, I beg you, let it be Little White. The thought of being burdened with such a ludicrous moniker filled the fox spirit with a profound sense of tragedy regarding its existence. Yuan nodded slightly, acknowledging the words. Very well, remember to remain discreet. Do not let yourself be extinguished. Although he spoke thus, the little fox had awakened a trace of the celestial fox bloodline during the foundation establishment process. Among the myriad foundation-level demonic beasts in the back mountains of Falling Cloud Valley, it could traverse with ease, rendering any concerns for safety utterly unwarranted. Understood. The fox demon's figure flickered, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the forest. Not long after, two streaks of light surge from the distant horizon, landing before Yuan. Disciple pays respects to the sect master and elder Yang. Upon seeing the newcomers, Yuan hurried forward to greet them with utmost reverence. There is no need for excessive formalities. Bai Qingwu, the sect master of Falling Cloud Valley, cast a profound glance at him. With the conclusion of this outer sect competition, you are the sole disciple to have completed it, having eliminated all your opponents. Such an occurrence is unprecedented since the establishment of Falling Cloud Valley, indeed. The younger generation is formidable. Yuan, somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose, acknowledging that his unexpected victory was merely a stroke of luck. Yet, in his heart, he mused, the fact that even the sect leader was stirred indicates that this mission is likely secured. Chapter 42. This is true ferocity. When Yuan was led to the square, countless gazes converged upon him, filled with awe, admiration, envy, and even reverence. Meanwhile, the elder from the Internal Affairs Pavilion composed himself and announced solemnly, Zai, the miscellaneous disciple Qi, has achieved a staggering score of 17,236 points in this outer sect competition, thus claiming the first position, although the outcome was already known. Hearing this astonishing score still sent ripples of excitement through the entire Falling Cloud Valley. A mere miscellaneous disciple at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, who had not hunted a single beast throughout the competition, managed to secure first place in an incredibly unfathomable manner. What an extraordinary miracle! With just a slight exertion, he eliminated all his competitors, even allowing the other disciples to toil for 3 days, earning him points in a manner that was nothing short of ruthless and deranged. This is what true ferocity looks like. The most terrifying aspect was that everything he did fell well within the rules of the competition, leaving no room for anyone to find fault. Not only that, but he also saved the lives of 3 fellow disciples. When it comes to reckoning, he had only merits, not faults. Such a display of unparalleled cunning was unprecedented and unheard of. In an instant, all disciples of Falling Cloud Valley, including the senior elders, were left in a state of stupor. Even those outer sect disciples who were tricked during the competition gazed at Yuan with disbelief, as though they were witnessing a monster. Noticing the stiff expressions and disordered breaths of the outer sect disciples, who appeared thoroughly demoralized, the sect leader Bai Qingwu seemed to realize something. He swiftly flew before the crowd and proclaimed loudly, Disciples, listen well. In light of the peculiar circumstances that arose during this competition, the sect has decided to increase the number of spots for entering the inner sect in the next competition. The top 20 will be directly promoted to inner sect disciples. Moreover, all disciples who participated in the outer sect competition after being selected by Elder Yang will see their monthly allowances doubled. And they will also have the opportunity to choose a technique to study from the scripture pavilion. Upon hearing these words, the previously despondent outer sect disciples instantly perked up, their expressions returning to normal. Many who had deemed themselves incapable of ranking in the top 10 now wore expressions of joy. Although this outer sect competition had been marred by the antics of a certain uncouth individual, at least there was a consolation prize. One that was fairly distributed to all, certainly worth it. As the atmosphere gradually brightened, Bai Qingwu finally relaxed, though his tone turned serious. From now on, an additional rule will be instituted for the outer sect competition. The use of beast companions during the contest is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, one shall be disqualified. This competition serves as a warning for you all. Remember that the path to immortality is fraught with peril, and the world is full of deception. Should you continue to be so complacent and lax, the price you pay will be thousands of times greater than what you face today. I hope you will heed this lesson and take it to heart. Disciples shall heed the teachings of the sect leader. The disciples replied in unison, their expressions resolute. Yuan nodded inwardly, unable to deny that the master of the Falling Cloud Valley was indeed an extraordinary individual. With just a few words, he restored the confidence of those disciples who had faltered in the grand competition, simultaneously enhancing their loyalty and sense of belonging to the sect, showcasing remarkable skill and resolve. Just as Yuan's thoughts began to wander, Bai Qingwu suddenly turned his gaze towards him, a look of admiration and praise illuminating his face as he announced with a warm smile, from this day forth, the outer disciple Qi is promoted to an inner disciple, bestowed with 5,000 spirit stones, 100 superior Qi gathering pills, 1 foundation establishment pill, 3 mid-tier magical artifacts, and granted access to the 2nd floor of the scripture pavilion to select any cultivation techniques of his choice. Disciple Qi, we thank you for your dedication to the sect. As Bai Qingwu's words echoed, Yuan promptly bowed in acknowledgement and, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, composedly approached the stage to receive the storage pouch brimming with rewards. In the next moment, a chilling notification rang in his ears. Ding. The host has accomplished the task objective, secured qualification to participate in the outer sect competition and placed within the top 10, rewarded with 500 counterattack points, 15 superior Qi gathering pills, 1 superior foundation establishment pill, and 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ding. The host has completed the additional task, astonished the audience in the outer sect competition and achieved first place, rewarded with an opportunity to enhance root quality. As the system's voice faded, Yuan sensed a subtle shift, as if a warm current coursed through his being. Gradually, the scenery before him began to alter. All things morphing and twisting under his gaze, deconstructed into intricate and enigmatic lines, each thread concealing profound truths beyond articulation. Simultaneously, an influx of unprecedented insights surged within him, bringing forth a sense of exhilaration and profound comfort. However, aware of his surroundings and the need to maintain composure, Yuan swiftly anchored his mind, forcibly extricating himself from such a state. Yet, after this enhancement of his innate quality, he realized he could enter this extraordinary realm at will, experiencing the essence of the world, significantly increasing the efficiency of his cultivation. Moreover, Yuan discovered another remarkable change. He could effortlessly absorb the surrounding spiritual energy into his body without the need to circulate his techniques, easily compressing and purifying it for refining. Was this the manifestation of a root quality beyond the celestial? Yuan was secretly astonished, his heart brimming with joy. This time, the system truly proved its worth, making all his efforts, even sacrificing his principles for the sake of completing the task, worthwhile. Chapter 43. Is this cultivation method legitimate? The following day, within the inner sect, a fellow disciple approached Yuan. Congratulations, junior brother Qi, on your promotion to an inner sect disciple. On behalf of Elder Yang, I am here to guide you in selecting your dwelling. Please follow me. After receiving the plaque that signified his status as an inner sect disciple, Yuan was led by a disciple of the Internal Affairs Pavilion to a towering peak, approximately 500 or 600 zhang high. The area was lush with vegetation and abundant in spiritual energy, conditions far surpassing those of the outer sect. Observing this scene, Yuan felt immensely satisfied. Although it could not compare to the opulent caverns he had experienced in the Taishan sacred land, at the very least, the environment was tranquil, unlike the bustling and noisy outer sect. After the recent grand competition, he had undoubtedly offended numerous outer sect disciples, earning the title of public enemy. However, Yuan paid no heed to this. After all, he was now an inner sect disciple of the fallen Cloud Valley. In terms of status, inner sect disciples were entirely above ordinary outer sect disciples. Even if some harbored resentment, they would not dare to take action against him in future encounters. They would still have to respectfully greet him as senior brother Qi. However, it was foreseeable that Lin, who had once openly befriended Yuan, would likely face repercussions, as the favored child of fate would still need to navigate the outer sect. Reflecting on Lin Jin's experience since entering fallen Cloud Valley, it seemed he had not known a single peaceful day, constantly beset by framing and exclusion from his peers. Were it not for the system as validation, Yuan would genuinely question whether that young man was truly a favored child of fortune or merely cursed with misfortune. Of course, Yuan felt no guilt about this. Guilt was utterly unnecessary. He was not Lin Jin's caretaker. He resolutely rejected any form of mental exhaustion. At that moment, the Internal Affairs Pavilion disciple produced a map marked with various courtyards from his sleeve and handed it to Yuan, speaking enthusiastically, "Junior brother Qi, you may select any unclaimed courtyard within the Qian Shui Peak as your dwelling, provided it is not marked with a name." Following the dramatically concluded outer sect competition, Yuan's reputation had spread throughout fallen Cloud Valley as the only individual in the sect's history to single-handedly alter the competition rules. He had become the talk of the town over the past few days. Thus, despite his outward cultivation level being merely at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, arguably the lowest ever for an inner sect disciple, this Internal Affairs Pavilion disciple still treated him with utmost respect and deference. "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother." Yuan cast a cursory glance over the map and quickly set his sights on a rather secluded small courtyard. Nestled on the mountainside and enveloped by dense woods, it was a place where few ventured, with the nearest dwelling a good 10 miles away, perfectly suiting his understated and unassuming nature. After making his decision, he pointed to the courtyard and inquired, "May I choose this one?" The disciple from the Ministry of Internal Affairs glanced at the location Yuan indicated, hesitating slightly as he replied, "It is indeed an option. But do bear in mind that it was once an abandoned estate, long neglected and in disrepair. It may require considerable time to clean and organize." Yuan smiled lightly, expressing indifference as he remarked, "It matters not. I rather enjoy tranquility." The disciple from the Internal Affairs Pavilion nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall inscribe your name forthwith. Henceforth, this will be your residence within the inner sect." Shortly thereafter, Yuan dismissed the disciple, turning his attention to the small courtyard enveloped in verdant moss. The courtyard was modest in size, comprising a serene chamber for meditation, a front hall, and 2 side rooms. Within the front hall stood a stone table accompanied by 3 stone stools. Apart from these, there was little else. After tidying the disarray within the courtyard, Yuan seated himself in the front hall and silently summoned the system interface. Aside from a side quest displayed in the lower left corner, the area denoting the main quest refreshed once more, inscribed with the following, "New task, following the outer sect competition. You have finally shed your identity as a menial disciple and entered the inner sect for cultivation. Your exceptional performance has garnered the special attention of the sect master by Qing Gu and senior sister by Shiro. Meanwhile, an unforeseen crisis is imminent. Task difficulty, 4 stars, difficult. Task objective, survive this crisis and uncover all the hidden demonic sect spies within the fallen Cloud Valley. Task rewards, 800 counterattack points. An increase in senior sister by Shiro's favorability towards you, and the celestial dual cultivation technique Yin Yang transformation scripture. Upon reading this, Yuan found himself momentarily speechless. He simply wished to inquire, was this yin-yang transformation scripture legitimate? What began as a straightforward survival task, something he had accomplished before, was now entangled with an absurd array of rewards. The system had intertwined the favorability of the beautiful senior sister by Shiro with a dual cultivation technique, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. The task interface bore no indication of being optional, signifying that this task was mandatory. Failure to complete it would result in no further main quest refreshing. With the dual cultivation technique now in play, was his long-held identity of being solitary throughout 2 lifetimes destined to be compromised? Realizing this, Yuan's expression grew peculiar. It was evident that the freshly updated main quest was inexorably linked to the ongoing side quest, most likely involving Xuan. After all, in the eyes of this inept system, he was merely a novice in the Qi refinement stage, lacking the qualifications to confront a nascent soul stage demon cultivator directly. Yet, despite this, the system had still issued a task to rescue the illusory star herb. This indicated that the system believed he had a chance to succeed in what appeared to be an impossible task. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to intentionally sending him to his demise. Under the watchful gaze of a nascent soul cultivator, a Qi refinement practitioner could scarcely approach the illusory star herb, let alone rescue it. Thus, the only plausible scenario that would allow a Qi novice to snatch it from the jaws of a nascent soul true monarch would be if that monarch were distracted or ensnared, resulting in an unforeseen turn of events. The crisis referred to in the main quest was likely related to this unforeseen variable. According to the task description, there were certainly more demonic sect spies in Falling Cloud Valley than just Xuan. Identifying all of them was essential for success. It appeared prudent to refrain from rash actions until the situation became clearer, lest he inadvertently alert the snakes and jeopardize the completion of the task. In Yuan's heart, he silently lamented the unreliability of small sects, which had become as permeable as a sieve under the infiltration of the demon sect, oblivious to the danger. Meanwhile, within the inner gate at the entrance to Dao Pavilion, Elder Yuan was taken aback to see by Shiro, his junior disciple, visit him unannounced. With a gentle smile, he approached her. Bashiro returned a faint smile and explained, Elder Yin, I have come to review the archives of all new disciples from recent years. I hope you can assist me. Yuan's heart skipped a beat at her request, though he maintained his composure and feigned difficulty as he replied, I see. Although the information you seek is not confidential, protocol requires that you obtain the sect master's approval to access the archives. Alternatively, you may provide me with the name of the individual, and I will retrieve it for you. No need. I can search for it myself, Bashiro said. Shaking her head, she produced a radiant token from her sleeve, a command from the sect master, and requested Elder Yin to assist in dispelling the barriers around the archives. Upon seeing the token, a flicker of apprehension crossed Yuan's eyes, but he quickly masked it, responding, very well, please follow me. Thank you, Bashiro replied courteously. After a brief moment, Yuan led her to the archive storage, which housed the records of all disciples for millennia. He took out a small golden orb from his robe, activating it to dissolve the barriers and reveal a pathway. Elder Yin, you may return to your duties. I can manage from here, Bashiro assured him with a nod, pushing open the heavy doors and stepping inside. Panic surged within Yuan as he watched her slender figure disappear. A sense of foreboding gripped him. This girl was astutely observant. If she uncovered any inconsistencies lost in thought, he swiftly turned and hurried back to his own cave dwelling. Once inside, he took a deep breath, waved his sleeve to activate a formation that shielded his location, ensuring no one could spy on him. Only then did he cautiously retrieve a communication talisman from a hidden compartment beneath his bed, its surface adorned with silver patterns, and infused it with his spiritual energy. Soon, a low, indifferent voice emanated from the talisman. What is it? With a serious demeanor, Yuan respectfully reported, I humbly inform you, Master, that as per your previous instructions to monitor Jijin's activities at Falling Cloud Valley, I have been vigilant. For the past 3 years, she has remained within the outer sect's medicinal garden, not straying even a step. I suspect her purpose here is not to seize control of Falling Cloud Valley, but rather she seeks something concealed within that garden. Upon hearing this, there was a brief pause on the other end, followed by a tone of intrigue. You are correct. My esteemed junior sister, with her exalted status at the Holy Sect, would never deign to squander 3 years in a remote backwater without a substantial incentive. Whatever Xuan is pursuing as her senior brother, it is my duty to alleviate her burdens, lest our bond as comrades be in vain. Yuan's brow twitched slightly as he cautiously inquired, so, what is your intention, Master? A chilling laughter echoed from the talisman. I plan to visit personally and surprise my junior sister. Yuan's eyes brightened at this, and he quickly replied, Master. The daughter of the Falling Cloud Valley sect master, Bashiro, is currently investigating the new disciples, and she may very well uncover Jijin's involvement, leading to complications. The voice on the other end merely contemplated for a moment before turning icy. This mere Falling Cloud Valley, I could obliterate with a mere wave of my hand. Why should I harbor any reservations? Yuan hastily agreed. Master is indeed wise. You, dog-like servant, are quite adept with your words, the voice scoffed. I shall arrive shortly. Remain vigilant and report any developments immediately. Understood, ancient Yuan replied with utmost reverence. Upon stowing the talisman, a sinister smile spread across his face. Honor. Do you truly believe that your noble lineage from the holy sect makes you untouchable? You speak of aiding me in seizing the sect master's position. Yet your intentions are as transparent as your cowardice, hiding away in the medicinal garden, clearly hoping to manipulate father and son. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for seeking new allies with that. A glint of cold malice flickered in his eyes as he stealthily exited his cave, conjuring a shimmering escape light towards the entrance to Dao Pavilion. Within the inner gate, at the Qian Shui Peak cave dwelling, Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp glint flickered across his clear pupils, surrounded by a profound aura of sword intent. The golden small sword he concealed within his consciousness trembled swiftly, emitting a faint ringing sound. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, with his internal true essence at its peak, allowing him to focus solely on cultivating the Yushao sword scripture, nurturing his sword intent, and refining his physical body. Upon entering the Taishian sacred land, it was determined that his innate spiritual root was a rare variant of the gold attribute, making him exceptionally suited for the path of the sword. Thus, he chose the Yushao sword scripture, one of the highest inheritances of the sacred land, as his primary means of combat. Naturally, during this period, Yuan had not encountered any worthy adversaries, rendering the need to draw his sword unnecessary. It would be impractical to use a powerful artifact like the Xiantian sword to face an opponent of merely the fifth layer of qi refinement, such as Su Biao. In this world, spiritual artifacts are as numerous as the stars, broadly categorized into 4 tiers. The lowest tier is the magical tool, possessing limited power and weak spirituality, relying solely on the artifact's inherent magical power for combat. The next tier is the magical treasure, which, upon reaching this level, can communicate with the heavens and earth, harnessing their power to enhance its might. The tier above this is the spiritual treasure, an elevation of the magical treasure endowed with intelligence, capable of self-cultivation, and unparalleled in power. Each spiritual treasure is often regarded as the treasured possession of the top factions, seldom employed except in critical circumstances. Above the spiritual treasure lies the immortal artifact, which, in this vast world, exists only in legend, never having manifested in reality. The treasured artifact bestowed upon Yuan is a high-tier Xiantian sword. After his cultivation, he was preparing to tidy up his new cave dwelling when he suddenly sensed an approaching presence. He promptly rose and made his way to the entrance. Upon recognizing the visitor, a flicker of surprise crossed Yuan's eyes. Junior brother Lin, what brings you here? At that moment, Linjin appeared with a radiant complexion and an invigorated spirit, clearly in high spirits. Upon seeing Yuan, he eagerly approached and cheerfully thrust a storage bag into Yuan's hands. Brother Qi, I have brought you some spirit stones. Your residence is quite elusive. I spent nearly half the day wandering the mountain before I finally located it. What spirit stones? Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon he retrieved the storage bag. With a sweep of his divine sense, he discovered a substantial collection of low-grade spirit stones, at least 4,000 or 5,000 pieces. Linjin chuckled, Brother Qi. As per your instructions, I placed all my spirit stones on you in the betting market. What was initially 1,000 spirit stones has now transformed into 10,000, yielding a profit of 9,000 spirit stones. If it weren't for you, I could never have acquired such a windfall. I have decided that we shall split this evenly. There are 4,500 spirit stones in this storage bag. Fearing that Yuan might refuse, he hastily added, Brother Qi, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please, you must accept it. Otherwise, I would be too embarrassed to face you in the future. Very well. Seeing this, Yuan did not feign reluctance and directly accepted the storage bag. Setting aside other considerations, this young man was indeed quite generous, albeit a bit slow-witted. His character was commendable. Upon witnessing the other party's prompt acceptance of the storage bag, Linjin beamed with delight. Then, his expression grew serious as he said, Brother Qi, a senior wishes to speak with you. What? Yuan's expression momentarily tightened, but he quickly regained his composure and responded without hesitation, Very well, no problem. Chapter 45, The Path of Heavenly Dao, the Elder of the Shi Clan Senior, please reveal yourself. At the very moment Yuan agreed, a voice resonated in his mind. Ancient and profound, young friend, I can not only perceive the latent potential you conceal, but I also discern your exceptional talent. You are but a step away from the manifestation of your divine essence and nascent soul, truly a prodigious genius of unparalleled caliber. Have I been seen through? A sudden jolt coursed through Yuan's heart. He never anticipated that Linjin possessed a personal elder, while he himself had the talent to masquerade as an innocent. His opponent could see through him with a mere glance, indicating that this individual was at least a formidable being of the harmonization realm, if not even higher. It seemed as though his thoughts were laid bare, for that ethereal voice resonated once more. Young friend, there is no need for excessive worry. I am indifferent to your identity, nor do I concern myself with the motives behind your concealed self. I merely observe that you possess potential worth nurturing. And as a dear friend of Lin, I wish to offer you a guiding light, so as to prevent you from straying onto a misguided path that may lead to future regrets. Upon hearing this, Yuan's heart trembled slightly, and his expression grew solemn. Senior, please feel free to speak candidly. I am here to heed your teachings. The enigmatic voice paused momentarily before slowly articulating. Do you comprehend what the path of heavenly Tao entails? I do not, Yuan replied, shaking his head, adopting a posture of earnest attentiveness. I kindly asked the senior to enlighten me. Despite being a disciple of the Supreme Xuan, he had never encountered the concept of the path of heavenly Tao. The path of heavenly Tao refers to the journey a cultivator embarks upon after entering the Tao, where each breakthrough into a higher realm must be flawless and in accordance with the heavenly Tao. During the foundation establishment stage, one must achieve the heavenly Tao foundation. During the core formation stage, one must attain the heavenly Tao golden core, subsequently, the heavenly Tao nascent soul, and then the heavenly Tao transformation. This continues until one condenses their immortal position and ascends to become an immortal being. Throughout this process, any misstep could lead to utter failure, resulting in one, regardless of their exceptional talent for cultivation, being forever confined to the great ascension realm, unable to attain immortality or the Tao. Thus, the path of heavenly Tao is indeed a path to immortality. Only by traversing this path can one transcend tribulations to become an immortal, ascend to the immortal realm, and glimpse the road to eternal life. The path of heavenly Tao. Yuan's complexion shifted subtly. Realizing why no one had ascended to immortality in this realm for countless years, the conditions for achieving such were exceedingly stringent. Each breakthrough to a higher realm demanded absolute perfection, allowing not the slightest error, rendering the challenge truly formidable. Reflecting on his own circumstances, Yuan could not help but furrow his brow. His previous method of foundation establishment was through the derivation method, based on the Taishian Dong Hua Yulu, which unfolds the true essence of the Tao. This method is immensely challenging, with only a few achieving success, yet, upon completion, one could stand proudly among peers. Though it evidently did not equate to the heavenly Tao foundation, the golden elixir he had formed was indeed a rare and exceptional one. Yet it too did not conform to the heavenly Tao golden elixir. This signified that he was not on the path of the heavenly Tao. Even if he succeeded in condensing the heavenly Tao primordial infant this time, the earlier two breakthroughs would still be deemed failures, rendering the prospect of immortality bleak. However, Yuan's mind swiftly cleared as he contemplated the situation. Given that the enigmatic elder had broached the subject, it was unlikely that he did so merely to mock him. Judging by the other's tone, there must certainly be a remedy concerning the path of the heavenly way. With this realization, Yuan's expression grew solemn, and he respectfully inquired, Senior, if one has not embarked upon the path of the heavenly way during previous breakthroughs, is there still a remedy available afterwards? Indeed, the mysterious voice replied languidly. The heavenly way is inherently fair and just, and it will invariably provide living beings with a sliver of opportunity for redemption. Although your prior two breakthroughs were not flawlessly executed, your solid foundation and extraordinary aptitude render the possibility of mending these imperfections attainable. However, this requires a celestial restoration pill. The celestial restoration pill is a sacred great elixir, effective only upon the consumption of the first pill, and it can solely rectify the deficiencies left by your previous two breakthroughs. Should you fail to attain the heavenly infant during this current phase of cultivation, then all hope is lost. No amount of celestial restoration pills will avail you. This is the very reason I have chosen to impart this warning today. The celestial restoration pill? Upon hearing this, Yuan's expression abruptly stiffened. While the system marketplace did indeed offer the celestial restoration pill, the issue was that its price was set at 1 million reversal points. Over this period, he had toiled tirelessly on tasks and had scarcely accumulated 5,000 reversal points. It would take an eternity to gather the requisite 1 million points. Regardless of the outcome, it was certainly better than harboring no hope at all. Yuan took a deep breath, momentarily seeking solace in this thought. At present, the most crucial task for him is to forge the heavenly Tao Yuaning. Given his innate talent, if he could manage to locate a wisp of heavenly Tao essence, there remains a possibility of successfully condensing the heavenly Tao Yuaning. There exist two types of heavenly Tao essence, the essence of heavenly merit and the essence of heavenly creation. Each time one seeks to transcend their current realm, it is imperative to first find one of these essences, as this is essential for a flawless breakthrough. So it is. In an instant, Yuan comprehended the profound truth. To embark upon the path of the heavenly Tao, one must possess not only extraordinary spiritual roots but also unite with a fragment of the heavenly Tao's essence during the breakthrough, achieving a flawless ascension. Both criteria are indispensable. Given that his previous attempts at breaking through were far from perfect, he realized that to reclaim the opportunity for immortality, he must consume the creation-repairing pill to rectify his shortcomings. Contemplating this, he felt an even greater astonishment. The ancient text within the Taishian sacred land bore no mention of the heavenly Tao, indicating that this matter was shrouded in utmost secrecy. Who was this enigmatic elder, possessing such profound knowledge? The significance of this information regarding ascension was truly incalculable, just as Yuan was lost in thought. The elder's voice resonated once more in his mind, tinged with a note of warning. I have already revealed to you the path you must take. Whether you can indeed find the essence of the heavenly Tao and forge the Taoist nascent soul rests solely upon your own efforts. Furthermore, I shall not disclose your concealed identity to that young lad, nor should you divulge what I have just shared with you. Do not attempt to uncover my true identity, lest you provoke my wrath. Should fortune favor you, and you successfully cultivate the Taoist nascent soul, you may come to see me. I have a task for you. Upon your completion of this task, I shall divulge where you might obtain the creation-repairing pill. If you fail to manifest the Taoist nascent soul, then all is for naught. With that, the voice abruptly ceased. Yuan regained his composure and promptly bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your guidance. I am profoundly appreciative. After a while, his words still elicited no response, clearly indicating that the enigmatic elder had already vanished. At that moment, he heard Linjin's voice. Brimming with curiosity, Chigo, what did Elder Shi just say to you? Oh, it was nothing of significance. Yuan composed himself, his expression a tapestry of complexity, and shook his head. The Venerable One merely observed that my cultivation method was flawed and offered me a brief guidance. Their recent exchange had transpired through a transmission of divine consciousness, rendering Linjin completely unaware of their conversation. However, this enigmatic elder bears the surname Shi? It seemed Linjin had yet to realize his inadvertent slip, as he earnestly continued, Chigo, please do not disclose the existence of Elder Shi. He is reluctant to reveal his identity. No problem. As Yuan nodded thoughtfully, he pondered silently. There are many formidable individuals with the surname Shi in this world, including a certain elder from the endless sacred land. However, compared to that elder, this particular old man was more likely an ancient powerhouse. Just as his thoughts wandered, a cacophony of exasperated curses echoed in Linjin's mind. You little rascal. How many times must I tell you not to reveal my name before others? And yet, you just went ahead and disclosed my surname. Linjin rubbed his head, contemplating. Old Shi, I figured that Brother Qi is not exactly a stranger, so there is no need for such secrecy, right? It infuriates me that even a simpleton like you has such celestial fortune. The heavens must truly be mad. Chapter 46. Could it be that they covet my body? After bidding farewell to Linjin, a commotion arose outside the small courtyard. Yuan turned to see 3 male disciples clad in inner sect robes approaching his residence. The leader, adorned in a jade crown and elegant attire, was tall and somewhat handsome, yet exuded an inexplicable sinister aura that instinctively repulsed others. Behind him, 2 companions, one stout and the other slender, followed suit. The stout one bore a face full of flesh, with small, shifty eyes that sparkled with cunning. The slender one had a dark complexion and elongated features, resembling a rat in appearance. The trio approached the entrance of the courtyard and came to a halt. Upon spotting Yuan within, the stout disciple scrutinized him from head to toe and grumbled. So, you must be Qida, the new disciple of the inner sect? Arriving here without paying respects to your seniors shows a lack of awareness. The slender one chimed in. I've heard tales of your bravado in the outer sect, but this is the inner sect. I advise you to temper your arrogance, otherwise you will face dire consequences. Upon hearing their words, Yuan immediately discerned that these 3 individuals were seeking trouble. With a slight raise of his brow, he chuckled lightly and inquired, Esteemed brothers, what brings you to my humble abode? Have you perhaps lost your way? He then gestured earnestly in a certain direction, stating, If you proceed straight and take a right turn, you shall find the road. Safe travels, and I bid you farewell. Recognizing the condescension laced within Yuan's words, the stout cultivator was instantly consumed by rage, bellowing, Who told you we came here for directions? It is you who is. Ah, forget it. You are the one who needs to find the way. Enough, Pang. The foremost male cultivator, unable to endure the scene any longer, interjected with a sharp reprimand. He then fixed a penetrating gaze upon Yuan and solemnly declared, Qi, I am Yin Hong, currently serving as a disciple of the examination pavilion and also the cousin of Wang Luchuan. Yuan nodded slightly and said in a nonchalant tone, Ah, it is Brother Yin. My apologies. His languid demeanor belied any genuine respect. Upon hearing this perfunctory remark, Yin Hong's expression grew increasingly grim, and he coldly remarked, We have come to inform you that, according to the sect rules, all newly admitted inner disciples are required to complete the first sect mission assigned by the examination pavilion within 3 months. Failure to do so will result in the suspension of your monthly allowance as an inner disciple, along with the deduction of corresponding merit points until the task is fulfilled. You must visit the examination pavilion before the hour of Qin tomorrow to accept your sect mission, otherwise, it will be regarded as a forfeiture of the task. And the examination pavilion reserves the right to deduct 10 times the mission reward from your merit points. After delivering this message, Yin Hong paused briefly, seemingly awaiting a response. However, Yuan remained indifferent. Oh, understood. His attitude towards this so-called cousin Wang Luchuan remained unchanged. If this Yin Hong refrained from provoking him, all would be well. But should he overstep, well, humph. Perceiving that he was utterly disregarded, Yin Hong felt his fury mounting, and he could only huff heavily in warning before departing with his 2 attendants. As the trio exited, footsteps echoed once more outside the courtyard, leaving Yuan to ponder. What on earth is happening today? Yuan could not help but furrow his brow. In an effort to minimize disturbances, he had deliberately chosen the most secluded cave dwellings. Yet, to his dismay, visitors had been incessantly knocking at his door, gathering in unison, which he found rather peculiar. Just as he pondered this, a familiar feminine voice echoed in his ears. Junior Brother Qi, are you there? It was Ji Chaner, the true disciple of the demon sect. Upon hearing her voice, Yuan's eyelids twitched, and he hastily went out to greet her, saying, Senior Sister Jin, what brings you here? At that moment, Xuan stood gracefully at the entrance. And upon seeing Qi Yuan, a gentle smile graced her otherwise delicate features. With a warm expression, she spoke, "Junior brother Qi. I have come uninvited to congratulate you on securing first place in the grand competition and being personally promoted to an inner disciple by the sect master. Here is a token of my appreciation." As she spoke, she produced a jade vial from her storage bag and offered it to Qi Yuan, stating, "Inside are 10 exquisite Qi gathering pills, a small gesture from your senior sister." Qi Yuan's gaze shifted subtly as he discreetly confirmed that the surface of the jade vial bore no traces of poison. Only then did he extend his hand to accept the vial, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. "Sister Xuan, you are truly too generous. It suffices that you have come. There is no need for further expense. Please, do come in." As Qi Yuan carefully invited Xuan into his humble abode, he remained on high alert, wary of any sudden aggression from her. He believed that their relationship was far from intimate. It struck him as peculiar that this disciple of the demonic sect, who was supposed to guard the precious millennium spirit herb hidden within the falling cloud valley, would come all this way merely to present him with a gift. The disciples of the demonic sect were notoriously cunning, leaving one constantly on guard. And Qi Yuan was not one to underestimate the situation. Naturally, he would not dare to consume the elixirs contained within the jade vial. Upon entering the room and surveying her surroundings, Xuan remarked, "Your quarters are rather modest, junior brother Qi. How about I bring you some furniture in a few days to help adorn this place?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan promptly shook his head in polite refusal. "Thank you for your kind offer, senior sister, but I am rather rough around the edges and prefer simplicity. A place to stay is all I require." Seeing his response, Xuan did not press the matter further and instead smiled warmly, saying, "Your performance in the outer door competition was truly breathtaking. Such extraordinary talent is a rarity even among the 7 sacred lands, and I hold you in great esteem." Her gaze was filled with admiration as she spoke. Something felt amiss. The more she praised him, the more Qi Yuan was convinced that this female cultivator from the demonic sect harbored ulterior motives. As the saying goes, flattery in times of peace often conceals treachery. Yet, he was merely a novice in the Qi refinement stage, lacking anything of value for her to covet. If it was not theft she sought, then, could it be that she was lusting after him? The demonic sect's infamous reputation was closely tied to its myriad of unsavory practices. It was rumored that many female disciples within the sect sought out robust male cultivators to absorb their yang essence to enhance their own cultivation. The thought sent a shiver down Qi Yuan's spine. If her intentions were indeed of that nature, should he resist or surrender? Chapter 47. This youth possesses a profound demonic nature, reminiscent of the ancient demonic ancestor. He must not allow her to succeed. As Qi Yuan pondered, he noticed Xuan offering a faint smile, her tone enigmatic as she spoke. "Junior Qi, I wish to pose a few questions to you, and I hope you will respond with utmost honesty." In her quest to discern the true nature of the individual before her, she refrained from employing the profound art of Sunluo illusionary shadows to bewitch him. For once a soul is ensnared, their thoughts become severely compromised, and their intrinsic nature is largely extinguished, rendering accurate information unattainable. "What questions do you have, senior sister? Please, do proceed. I assure you, as your junior, I shall speak freely and without reservation." Although Qi Yuan spoke these words, his vigilance deepened within. This woman was clearly probing, aiming to incite strange questions to provoke him while simultaneously enhancing the atmosphere. During such moments, he must maintain his composure. He was indeed a prominent disciple of the sacred land. If this enchantress were to ensnare him, it would not only result in a significant loss of vitality, but also render him a laughingstock throughout the cultivation world. Noticing Qi Yuan's compliance, Xuan revealed a faintly satisfied smile and softly inquired, "I have heard that you hail from a prestigious family in the mundane world, with numerous siblings, and that you became a rogue cultivator due to your stepmother's exclusion. If one day your adversary were to threaten you with the lives of your kin, and should you refuse to comply, your family would face annihilation, would you be willing to sacrifice yourself for the safety of your entire clan?" Upon hearing this question, Qi Yuan momentarily froze before coming to a startling realization. Indeed, he had anticipated this. It was an unabashed threat. This demoness sought to leverage the lies of his relatives to coerce him into submission. Although the word "if" was included, the implication was unmistakably clear. He had merely borrowed the original owner's background when filling out his entry documents. He never expected this enchantress would exploit it as his Achilles heel. Truly, a demon of the sect, and scrupulous in her pursuit of goals, it was simply despicable. Initially, he thought she would attempt to seduce him subtly, but she had come on too strong. However, she had miscalculated one critical detail. What connection did the original owner's family have to him? Had it been the original owner himself, he might have hesitated, but as for Qi Yuan, he had no intention of concerning himself with the fate of those people. The only one he had any rapport with, Qi Yao, was currently in the Linglong sacred land, which was no trifling force like the falling cloud valley. This enchantress wouldn't dare to infiltrate Linglong sacred land, even if she had 100 lives. What was there to fear? With this thought, Qi Yuan straightened his posture, exuding newfound confidence as he replied, "Those relatives who cause me distress are not worthy of the title. Given this, why should I concern myself with their lives? If you think to threaten me with the lives of my kin, you are sorely mistaken. Xuan's eyes sparkled at this response. This young man's heart was as unyielding as iron, cold and unfeeling. His mindset aligned perfectly with that of the sacred sect, making him a promising candidate. Although she greatly appreciated his answer, she maintained an impassive facade and pressed further. But they are still your kin. Would you not feel guilt if their demise were a consequence of your actions? Upon hearing this, Yuan let out a hearty laugh and nonchalantly remarked, I did not take their lives. Why should I feel remorse? If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon the enemies, who are ruthless and devoid of humanity. What I can do is seek out my foes after the fact, delivering them to the underworld to personally atone before the men, women, and children of the chief family, thereby absolving their sins rather than indulging in futile self-reproach and guilt. Well said. Xuan admired Yuan even more, reinforcing her determination to recruit him into the Insha sect. What do you mean by well said? Yuan was enveloped in confusion, gazing at her in bewilderment. Shortly thereafter, Xuan pondered for a moment before continuing. If you were to cultivate a particular technique and to achieve significant progress, it required the sacrifice of your beloved woman. What would you choose? What a peculiar question. He furrowed his brow and, after a brief contemplation, replied, If each beloved woman I were to lose could grant me substantial advancement in my cultivation, I would first consume a heartless pill to extinguish my emotions and desires. Xuan seemed unsatisfied with this response, questioning, Why? Do you not wish to become powerful? Yuan spoke with a grave demeanor, declaring, Of course I desire it. Thus, after consuming the heartless pill, I shall take the binding pill, transforming my female adversary into the woman I cherish, only to subsequently eliminate her. I shall repeat this process, consuming another heartless pill to erase my emotions, followed by the binding pill, selecting another female foe as my beloved, and then, once again, I shall bring about her demise, until all my female adversaries are vanquished. Such is the nature of a man who harbors grudges. Tell me, do you find this wicked woman to be frightened? Xuan felt her intellect faltering, staring blankly at Yuan for a protracted moment, her gaze imbued with peculiarities, tinged with a hint of trepidation. The heartless pill, capable of severing love and extinguishing passion. The binding pill, which allows one to instantly fall in love with a designated individual. Yet, she could never have anticipated such applications for these two elixirs. This man is truly formidable, should he grow in power. Those who oppose him may find themselves restless and uneasy. Regaining her composure, she forcibly reined in her emotions and, with a complex expression, queried. One final question. If your ideals are rejected by others, if you find yourself isolated and targeted, with the entire world turned against you, would you abandon your principles to blend in with the masses? Though the Insha sect is notorious within the realm of cultivation, its reputation is more than just fearsome. It is infamously maligned, despised in a world where righteousness prevails. It is not difficult for one to commit acts of villainy. The challenge lies in maintaining a lifetime of wickedness. Every individual possesses an inherent need for recognition and acceptance. Facing daily condemnation and scorn from others is inherently disheartening. Should one's resolve wane in the face of malevolence, the potential for betrayal against the sacred sect looms large. Even if one lacks the courage to rebel due to the sect's formidable influence, the psychological toll may lead to dire consequences, ranging from madness to catastrophic demise. Hence, for the disciples of the sacred sect, the third question is of paramount importance. What purpose does she serve in asking this? Yuan was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he spoke with unwavering conviction. If my ideals are not embraced by this world, then it is undoubtedly the world that is in the wrong. Not I. My purpose is to transform this world into a better place, to become the architect of a new order, compelling all, from the cultivators to the common folk, to accept my vision. Hiss. At this moment, Xuan gasped in astonishment, her heart surging with tumultuous waves. Such audacious ambition, coupled with a desire for vengeance, clearly revealed the profound darkness within this young man, reminiscent of the ancient demon sovereign. Should such a talent be introduced into the holy sect, he would undoubtedly become the most formidable ally within the sect in the future. Chapter 48. A customized task. Is it? Seeing Xuan rendered speechless by his imposing presence, Yuan inwardly exhaled in relief. It worked. He had successfully crafted an image of himself as a figure devoid of weaknesses, one who would retaliate against grievances, embodying the essence of a fanatical and unyielding individual. Compelling her to hesitate. Senior Sister Jin? Yuan tentatively called out, and Xuan abruptly regained her composure, gazing deeply at him. In a gentle tone, she said, Junior Qi, your response has greatly pleased your senior sister. As long as you remain steadfast in your principles, your future will undoubtedly be boundless. It is getting late. I must take my leave. Compared to before, her voice was extraordinarily soft and melodious, sweet yet not cloying, causing Yuan's body to stiffen slightly. Yuan nodded politely and said, Sister, take care. After Xuan left, he wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh. This woman was indeed not to be trifled with. Fortunately, I was clever enough this time. Otherwise, the vital essence I had accumulated over 2 lifetimes would surely have been lost. Thanks to the system, my integrity had long since faded into obscurity, making the remnants of my virtue all the more significant. I had yet to find a soulmate to share a poignant dual cultivation experience with. If I were to be drained by this plain-looking enchantress, it would be a grievous loss. A young man must take care to protect himself when venturing into the world. Emerging from Qi Yuan's dwelling, Ji Chaner continued to reflect on their recent encounter, her heart unsettled. Not long ago, that man had not only passed her meticulously crafted interview for disciples of the demon sect with flying colors, but his performance had far exceeded the standard answers. Truly, he was a natural-born demon child, terrifyingly impressive. Though his spiritual roots were somewhat lacking, it was not a significant issue. Compared to the balanced and methodical nature of the pseudo-Daoist techniques, the methods of the holy sect were renowned for their rapid and aggressive advancement. As long as one did not perish from the training, it was far more suitable for cultivators of average aptitude. Moreover, the holy sect was vast and powerful, possessing several secret techniques that could fundamentally alter one's spiritual roots. Although these methods often came with severe backlash or exorbitant costs, anyone with sufficient talent could transform even a four-rooted wastrel into a genius. Contemplating this, Ji Chaner narrowed her eyes and swiftly made a decision. Such a person, languishing in the obscure and unremarkable Falling Cloud Valley, was akin to a precious pearl cast aside, destined only to squander such a remarkable disposition. Only the holy sect could provide him the stage to truly shine. However, her primary focus at present was on that ancient spiritual herb. Leaving her little time to engage with him, she would wait until she had procured the herb before fully courting his favor. Look, isn't that the servant disciple who eliminated all his competitors in the outer sect competition, Cheetah? It truly is him. This prodigy turned the outer sect competition into a grand deception. I was a witness to the whole scene, and I was utterly astounded. Wait, the last time I saw him, he was at the 5th level of Qi refinement. How has he so quickly broken through to the 6th level? Don't you consider that he was awarded an abundance of Qi gathering pills by the sect? With those elixirs, achieving the 6th level of Qi refinement is a breeze. TSK. This fellow even has a foundation-building demonic pet. His fortune is truly enviable. As Qi Yuan arrived at the entrance of the examination pavilion, he immediately attracted the attention of those around him, accompanied by a flurry of whispers. Although his reputation among the outer disciples was far from favorable, having nearly offended every one of them, the individuals eligible to receive sect missions were predominantly inner disciples. Hence, the gazes cast upon him bore little animosity, mostly tinged with curiosity and inquiry. He chose to disregard the murmurs and proceeded directly to the place where sect tasks were issued. The examination pavilion served as one of the authoritative branches within the Falling Cloud Valley, responsible for assigning sect missions, assessing the training progress of the disciples, and administering corresponding rewards and penalties. There were two types of sect missions. The first type consisted of publicly posted bounty tasks, displayed on the task wall outside the examination pavilion, which included, but were not limited to, slaying rampaging beasts, gathering spiritual herbs, and eradicating malevolent cultivators. These missions were voluntarily undertaken by inner disciples in exchange for appropriate rewards. The second type involved tasks directly assigned to specific disciples by the sect. These tasks were generally designed to test newly admitted inner disciples, featuring manageable difficulty but comparatively high rewards, serving as a form of beginner-esque benefit for many. Completion of these missions would yield merit points as a reward. Within the inner sect, merit points functioned as a form of hard currency. A certain amount could be exchanged in the treasure pavilion for spiritual stones, cultivation techniques, elixirs, talismans, and magical artifacts. Naturally, the Taishan Sacred Land also possessed a mission hall, where merit points were even more precious, allowing for exchanges that far surpassed those available in a minor sect like Falling Cloud Valley, making them valuable even in the outside world. As a scion of the Taishan Sacred Land, Qi Yuan would not engage in internal tasks, rather. He belonged to the echelon that issued missions to others. In Taishan Sacred Land, he had the liberty to assign tasks to the disciples and set a certain number of merit points as rewards. Soon, Qi Yuan arrived at a spacious study adjacent to the examination pavilion, the designated area for task allocation. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a familiar figure seated at a desk, casting a cold gaze in his direction, none other than Yin Hong, the deacon disciple of the examination pavilion, whom he had encountered not long ago. Upon noticing Qi Yuan's entrance, a glimmer of frost flashed in Yin Hong's eyes as he emotionlessly pulled out a jade slip from the table and said in a flat tone, "Cheetah, this is your sect task for this time, to be completed within a month. Otherwise, it will be automatically deemed a failure, resulting in a deduction of tenfold merit points." Qi Yuan took the jade slip and scanned it briefly, his heart suddenly enlightened. As expected, this was a task tailored for him. Although it appeared inconspicuous on the surface, it concealed a hidden malice, likely intending to take advantage of his low cultivation to lead him to his demise. The task location was in Puzhou City, situated outside Kanglan Mountain, where since the beginning of the year, reports of missing cultivators had surfaced intermittently. After fruitless investigations, the city lord had no choice but to seek assistance from the Falling Cloud Valley to resolve the matter. Upon receiving the plea for help, the Task Assessment Pavilion of Falling Cloud Valley issued this mission, and 2 inner disciples who accepted the task similarly vanished without a trace. His current mission was to locate the 2 missing companions and uncover the truth behind the cultivators' disappearances. Not to mention, the original 3-month deadline had been compressed to 1 month, making this search for the lost individuals seem exceedingly arduous. The 2 disciples who undertook the task were both at the peak of qi refinement, yet they mysteriously disappeared, suggesting that their fate was perilous. In Hong, leveraging his authority within the task assessment pavilion, had assigned this task to a mere 6th-layer qi refinement disciple, making his intentions glaringly obvious. Even more sinister was the fact that the Wang family, to which Wang Luchuan belonged, were local tyrants in Puzhou City. It was rumored that a golden core ancestor resided within the Wang clan, making it exceedingly easy to eliminate a qi refinement ant, ensuring that no trace of evidence would remain. Although it was unlikely the Wang family would connect Wang Luchuan's death to him, they would undoubtedly be indifferent to avenging their son's death. Qi, if you are afraid, you may abandon this task, merely forfeiting 5,000 merit points as a penalty. Observing Qi Yuan's silence, In Hong displayed a triumphant expression, his tone brimming with self-satisfaction. Rest assured, next month there will be another task awaiting you, and I assure you, it will be tenfold more challenging than the one you have just accepted. Furthermore, your current merit points stand at 0, and should you incur the penalty of 5,000 points, you will owe the sect that amount. If you cannot repay it within the stipulated time, the consequences will be dire. Chapter 49. The Just Iron Fist from the Taishan Sacred Land. If you are fearful, you may voluntarily relinquish your status as an inner disciple and return to the outer sect as a menial worker, where you truly belong. I am certain the outer disciples would welcome you. In Hong smiled with a hint of malice, eager to witness the despair that would unfold as Qi Yuan found himself bereft of options. However, to his astonishment, Qi Yuan maintained his calm demeanor and replied coolly, "In terms of scheming and cunning, you are indeed slightly more adept than your cousin, and you know how to exploit your position to harm others covertly rather than confronting them directly. Regrettably, you are still somewhat naive. I recently achieved first place in the outer sect grand competition, and even the sect leader holds me in high regard. Should an incident occur during my inaugural inner sect task, the sect will undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. When the inquiry begins, it will reveal the discrepancies in the task's difficulty that you assign to me. Although you may concoct excuses to deflect blame, once suspicion arises, you can forget about sitting in this pivotal position in the future." Upon hearing this, In Hong's expression shifted slightly, and then he became stern. "Qi, I do not comprehend your words. If you believe I am plotting against you, feel free to report me to the elders of the Task Assessment Pavilion." Though he feigned indignation, Qi Yuan's remarks stirred a sense of unease within him. Initially, this scheme was a spur-of-the-moment decision to eliminate this troublesome individual by leveraging his authority. He had not anticipated leaving so many flaws in his plan. He was acutely aware that the scenario Qi Yuan described was highly plausible. The latter was currently in a position of strength, and should something go awry at this juncture, the intensity of the investigation would be markedly different. Logically, the task in Puzhou City should have been assigned to a Foundation Establishment disciple. Now, having sent a 6th-layer Qi refinement disciple to undertake it, while not explicitly against the rules, it would undoubtedly be deemed inappropriate. Additionally, given his familial ties to the deceased Wang Luchuan, and the well-known enmity between Wang Luchuan and Qi Yuan, it would be easy to draw parallels to revenge. In such a case, even with his father Yin Qingyuan's influence, his position as a task assessment pavilion disciple would likely be untenable. After all, this post was responsible for distributing sect tasks, wielding considerable power, and many were watching closely. It was improbable that an individual who faltered would be allowed to continue in such a role. Reflecting on this, In Hong could not help but feel a twinge of regret. To him, Qi Yuan was merely an insect that could be easily squished. Sacrificing his position for such a minor pest seemed a poor bargain. As Qi Yuan prepared to turn and leave, In Hong could no longer contain himself. Rising to deliver his cold remark, "You have said much, merely expressing that the task is too difficult. If you admit on the spot that you are useless, I shall show mercy and exchange your task." Qi Yuan paused his steps, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he fixed his gaze upon him. "You think too much. I find this task exceedingly simple. There is no need for a change." With that, he disdainfully curled his lip and strode purposefully out of the hall. Witnessing this, In Hong felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, akin to striking at empty air. He glared at Qi Yuan's departing figure, an unexpected surge of murderous intent swelling within him, as if a malevolent spirit whispered insidiously in his ear, "Kill him. Slay this scoundrel with your own hands." For reasons unknown, an absurd thought spiraled relentlessly in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Since Qi Yuan's demise in the mission would implicate him, why not take decisive action and eliminate him before he reached Puzhou City? Disguising it as a magical sex assault for treasure would ensure no suspicion fell upon him. That young man had just received a substantial reward from his sect, and had garnered a significant fortune in spirit stones, possessing at least 10,000 spirit stones and several fine magical artifacts. If he were to kill him, all these treasures would be his. making even the loss of his position worthwhile. As these thoughts consumed him, the last vestiges of his reason crumbled completely, his eyes flickering with madness and greed. The malevolent notion grew ever more potent, ultimately transforming into a palpable aura of murderous intent. After departing from the examination pavilion, Yuan returned directly to his quarters. Once he casually set up a barrier to obscure the heavenly secrets, he retrieved a jade talisman adorned with delicate golden patterns from his spatial pouch. This talisman was the highest grade of communication talisman, capable of facilitating effortless communication over vast distances of millions of miles, each worth a fortune. Reserved solely for the upper echelons of elite factions. At this moment, Yuan infused a trace of his true essence into the jade talisman, activating it. Immediately, a respectful voice emanated from within. Your subordinate pays respects to the Daozi. Calmly, Yuan instructed, Elder Liang, I have 2 matters that require your attention. So please take note. The individual addressed, Liang Huai, served as the chief elder of the esteemed Jade Blossom Peak, the dwelling of the Daozi of the Taishan sacred land. It is evident that one in such a position is a staunch confidant of Yuan. Please impart your directives. The voice from across the room was imbued with reverence and sincerity. The first task is to promptly post an anonymous mission in the Sacred Lands Task Hall, exclusively available for disciples at the Golden Core stage and above. The reward shall be 20,000 merit points, with a deadline of 15 days for completion. The objective is to investigate the mysterious disappearances of cultivators within the city of Puzhou in the Eastern Divine Domain. For those who have gone missing, we must either find them alive or uncover their remains. As he spoke, Yuan's tone turned noticeably cold. Additionally, please look into the Wang family, a prominent Xianmin clan in Puzhou. Should any wrongdoing be discovered, they shall face severe consequences without mercy. Once this mission is disseminated, unless the Wang family in Puzhou truly possesses an impeccable facade, they will soon feel the righteous fist of the Taishan sacred land. Understood. Liang Huai responded without hesitation. Yuan paused momentarily before continuing. The second matter is, after the task is issued, take the hand I left with you to the intelligence hall to retrieve all information regarding the true disciple of the Insha sect, Jichaner, and report back to me upon completion. Upon hearing Yuan mention the Insha sect, the attendant Liang visibly hesitated, remaining silent for a moment before replying. This subordinate shall obey your command. Sensing the other's reluctance, Yuan frowned slightly and inquired, is there something else you wish to say? The Insha sect is exceedingly perilous. A person of Daozi's caliber should not tread lightly into such dangerous territory. Liang Huai's words were abruptly interrupted by Yuan's bemused response. Where are you going with this? I am not mad enough to venture into the Insha sect and seek my own demise. I merely wish to ascertain the background of that true disciple. Hearing this, Liang Huai let out a sigh of relief. I see. Very well, let us proceed as such. Remember to report to me promptly once you acquire the information. With that, Yuan ended the communication, a cold smile gracing his lips. Since you, seek your own end, I shall certainly oblige. Upon learning of Hong's intent to ensnare him through sect tasks, Yuan resolved to not let this individual escape unscathed. Although Hong had no means to threaten him directly, his occasional scheming was quite irksome, warranting an early removal. At the examination hall, he had already inscribed a barely perceptible mark within Hong's spirit using techniques from the Luo Tian Refining Spirit Sutra. Guided by this spiritual imprint, Hong would soon descend into a state of semi-madness, his murderous intent magnified infinitely. With this thought, Yuan rose from the stone platform and strolled leisurely toward the outskirts of the falling cloud valley. After all, even if Hong were to go mad, he would not dare act within the sect. If he wished to catch fish, he must first draw them from the water. Chapter 50. It doesn't seem like a lost falling cloud valley. Outer sect herb garden. Jinshimi, are you there? Outside the bamboo house. Xie gently knocked on the door, calling softly. After several moments, there was still no response from within. She is not here. Xie furrowed her delicate brows, pondering for a moment before slowly pushing open the tightly shut door. Upon peering inside, she found no sign of Jinyuyan, confirming the absence of anyone within. Xie did not immediately depart, but instead squinted her beautiful eyes and stepped lightly into the bamboo house. The moment she entered, the bells hanging from the eaves began to ring frantically, and a wave of black mist began to envelop the area, obscuring the daylight. For some reason, Xie appeared oblivious to the abnormality outside, cautiously searching the interior of the bamboo house. In a short while, she thoroughly examined the room, finding nothing unusual apart from some common decorations. Am I being overly suspicious? Jinshimi is not a spy from another sect, is she? After a moment of contemplation, just as she was about to quietly leave, her gaze fell upon a larger-than-usual mat in the corner. Its size seemed oddly disproportionate, and its placement was peculiar. Surely, one would not sit against the wall to meditate on such a mat? With this thought, Xie quickly approached and lifted the mat, revealing a secret passage leading underground. This discovery startled her, and her expression turned grave. There is something amiss. Taking a deep breath, Xie did not hesitate to leap down. The passage twisted and turned, descending several dozen feet into the earth. Upon reaching the bottom, she was greeted by a vast expanse, with an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy wafting towards her. Following the light, she soon spotted a spirit herb emanating a purple luminescence. This herb stood half her height, adorned with 9 crystal-like orbs at its peak, along with another smaller orb gradually taking shape. Illusory star herb? Upon seeing the herb before her, Baixia gasped, her expression one of shock. The illusory star herb was a type of 7th-grade spiritual herb not commonly found, yet this one was clearly extraordinary. It was said that the illusory star herb would only bear fruit once every 1,000 years, if the records were true. This particular herb must be nearly 10,000 years old. Senior sister, what are you doing here? Just as she was in awe, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out behind her. Jin Shimi had returned. Baixianer's body jolted, instinctively turning to look, only to find Zhen Yuyan smiling at her. In the next moment, wisps of dreamy, ethereal mist began to spread, and Baixianer felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, followed by darkness as she fainted. After incapacitating Baixianer, Ji Chaner glanced at the trembling illusory star herb and sighed. It seems I cannot afford to be careless. I have only been gone for an hour, and this girl has already found her way here. She then raised her delicate hand and pointed her finger at Baixianer's forehead, erasing the memories of the past moments in an instant. Fragrant jade essence? Just then, Ji Chaner's eyes lit up, a smile breaking across her face as she realized that Baixianer, this false path practitioner, possessed the rare and exquisite physique of fragrant jade essence. If the lecherous elders within the holy sect were to discover this, the entire Falling Cloud Valley would face calamity. Suddenly, an idea struck her. If she were to present Baixianer as a gift to that young man, not only would he acquire a fortuitous encounter, but it would also solidify his resolve to completely sever ties with Falling Cloud Valley. Baixianer was the only daughter of the sect leader, and if Chido were to take her essence, he would immediately commit an unforgivable sin, one that the sect could not tolerate. When Chido found himself in a desperate situation, I would personally extend an invitation to him, which he would undoubtedly accept, and he would be eternally grateful. Wholeheartedly aligning himself with the holy sect. Looking at the beautiful figure lying unconscious on the ground, Ji Chaner slightly raised the corners of her lips, thoroughly pleased with her scheme. Meanwhile, at Kanglan Mountain, Qi Yuan leisurely made his way toward the city of Puzhou, occasionally pretending to be exhausted from his exertions, stopping to rest briefly. The pace of a cultivator far exceeds that of a mere mortal, and before dusk fell, he had already arrived at a location over 100 miles from Falling Cloud Valley. Sensing it was nearly time, Qi Yuan quickened his steps, feigning urgency as he dashed into a secluded thicket. Suddenly, a cold voice filled with murderous intent echoed from the sky. Qi. Let's see how you meet your end this time. Before the words had fully escaped, a beam of escaping light descended, blocking Qi Yuan's path. The figure clad in a black robe and wearing a lotus crown was none other than Yin Hong, a disciple of the examination pavilion. Upon seeing Yin Hong, Qi Yuan appeared startled, his voice trembling as he inquired, Senior brother Yin, what do you intend to do? Of course, I'm here to kill you. Yin Hong's expression was as cold as steel, his killing intent palpable. He wasted no time and drew a brilliantly gleaming long knife, striking heavily toward Qi Yuan. Swish. The sharp blade sliced through the air, unleashing a piercing shriek as it approached in the blink of an eye. Just as it seemed he would be cleaved in two. Qi Yuan neither flinched nor dodged, and just as the blade's force reached him, his form inexplicably vanished from sight. What happened? Yin Hong's countenance shifted dramatically as he instinctively glanced around. Suddenly, an overwhelming force surged from his wrist, causing the long knife in his hand to fly from his grip and clatter to the ground. Almost immediately, he felt a searing pain in his chest and abdomen, his body hurtling backward like a broken kite, crashing into a tree several dozen yards away, blood spraying from his mouth. No, you cannot be at the Qi refinement stage. Who are you? Yin Hong lay sprawled on the ground, utterly terrified as he gazed at Qi Yuan, disbelief flooding his eyes. What kind of monster had he provoked this time? He was at the late stage of foundation establishment and had not been able to withstand a single blow. Ignoring the dying man's inquiries, Qi Yuan slowly retracted his fist and walked toward Yin Hong step by step. Observing this, Yin Hong's pupils constricted, and he struggled to move aside, but his injuries were too severe, rendering him immobile. He could only plead desperately, Qi, I was wrong. Do not kill me. I am willing to hand over my storage bag. Everything inside is yours. My father is Yin Qing. Before he could finish, a large hand pressed against his forehead, followed by an indescribable, soul-piercing agony. Boom. After a session of soul-searching, Qi Yuan casually discarded Yin Hong's corpse, which lay with unseeing eyes, his expression gradually shifting to one of intrigue. Initially, he thought that as a seasoned inner sect disciple, Yin Hong would possess valuable information, and conducting a soul search would be a worthwhile endeavor, aiding in the investigation of the demonic sect's infiltrators. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had searched the soul of a spy from the demonic sect. This realization filled him with the exhilaration akin to winning a grand prize in a lottery. Now aware that the spies of the demonic sect were none other than Ji Chaner and her father, Yinqing Yuan, there was no need for further investigation. This meant that as long as he survived the so-called crisis, the main quest would be considered complete. Remarkably simple, with hardly any difficulty at all. However, his thoughts drifted to another matter. The seemingly ordinary Xuan was, in fact, disguised. Her true appearance was that of a breathtaking beauty rivaling the renowned Linglong Saintess. In truth, had he accepted her previous offer, it might not have been such a loss after all. Chapter 51. Chida is my most beloved man. Quietly contemplating, Yuan sauntered back to Falling Cloud Valley after skillfully obliterating all traces of his actions. His demeanor remarkably composed, as if nothing had transpired. The task concerning Puzhou City was to be handled by the adept individuals from the Taishian sacred ground, leaving him free from concern. Only the elite disciples within the sacred grounds were qualified to undertake such missions. With their efficiency, it would not be long before Puzhou City was thoroughly searched, rendering any lurking demons and malevolent spirits ineffective. For him, the most pressing matter was to swiftly complete the current system task, acquire a fragment of the heavenly Taoist essence, and then seek a tranquil place to solidify his nascent form. Previously, he had refrained from taking hasty actions due to the uncertainty surrounding the extent of the demonic sect's influence hidden within Falling Cloud Valley. Now that he had discerned the identities of all the sect's spies, his apprehensions had considerably diminished. Upon returning to his dwelling, the communication talisman within his spatial pouch began to hum incessantly, its light flickering. News had arrived so swiftly? Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly retrieved his spiritual talisman. Upon activation, a respectful voice emanated from within. I report to the Taoist. In accordance with your instructions, I have disseminated the task. Due to the exceedingly generous rewards you established, 2 late-stage Golden Core disciples promptly joined forces to undertake the mission. They have already set out for Puzhou City, and I trust we shall receive news shortly. Furthermore, I have just transcribed a detailed account regarding the true disciple of the Insha sect, Xuan, from the Intelligence Hall. May I recite it for you now? Please do so. Yuan instructed lightly. Over there, Liang Huai cleared his throat and solemnly recited, Xuan. Female, bone age 26, possesses remarkable beauty, stands at 5 feet 2 inches, born in the year of the tiger, with an estimated waist circumference of 2 feet. And an estimated weight. Yuan couldn't help but interrupt, his lips twitching slightly. Stop reciting these trivial details, get to the point. After a brief pause, the other party coughed and continued. Xuan is the esteemed elder of the Insha sect, the direct disciple of the ancient demon Jiningshan, and also a direct descendant of the Ji family, one of the 3 prominent families within the sect. Her primary cultivation method is the sect's secret art, the Senluo Phantasmachine technique. Due to her outstanding talents since childhood, she has been highly regarded in her family and was promoted to a true disciple at an early age. Moreover, her stunning beauty has led some disciples to regard her as one of the 4 great beauties of the Insha sect, granting her immense popularity within the sect. Currently, Xuan is competing for the position of the saintess against her peers, yet she has not made an appearance in the 5 Directions demon domain for quite some time, prompting many within the Insha sect to inquire about her whereabouts. Upon hearing this information, Yuan frowned slightly, falling into contemplation. Xuan was indeed a member of the Ji family within the Insha sect. Unlike other sects, the powerful Insha sect has been dominated by the 3 prominent families, Ji, Shin, and Situ, since its inception. Almost every sect leader has emerged from these 3 families, all of whose ancestors are formidable cultivators at the Mahayana stage, revered as the 3 great demon lords. Naturally, Xuan is merely one of the many talented descendants of the Ji family, and she may not even be the most valued one. Otherwise, she would not have remained hidden in the small place of Luoyun Valley for 3 years merely due to a 1,000-year-old illusory star grass. Deacon Yang, you may proceed with your tasks. Inform me immediately upon completing that assignment. After giving instructions to Liang Huai, Yuan severed the connection with the Jade Talisman. Elsewhere, Baishiro slowly opened her eyes, finding herself lying on a bamboo couch, with a blurred figure seated beside her. How did I end up here? She rubbed her head, feeling as if she had been asleep for a long time. Yet she could not recall how she had arrived or what had happened before her fainting. Senior sister, you are awake? Seeing her regain consciousness, Xuan smiled gently, her light purple eyes shimmering with an enigmatic glint. You accidentally inhaled the pollen of the mysterious fragrance flower in the medicinal garden, which caused you to faint. Fortunately, I discovered you in time and brought you here. Mysterious fragrance flower? Baishiro recalled for a moment, but could not remember any encounter with such a flower. Xuan looked at her with a semblance of a smile and softly said, remember, you fainted due to inhaling the pollen of the mysterious fragrance flower, and I rescued you. Her voice flowed like water, imbued with an enchanting charm that seemed to captivate the soul. As she spoke, Baishiro's expression gradually became vacant, and she murmured, yes, I encountered the mysterious fragrance flower, and after inhaling its fragrance, I became weak and fainted to the ground. It was junior sister Yu who saved me. Seeing that the other party's spirit had been completely ensnared, Xuan maintained a calm demeanor, the purple hue in her profound eyes swirling. From now on, Cheetah will be your one true love. You must dedicate everything to him without reservation until you become his woman. Only then can you break free from this illusion and return to normal. Yes, you are right. At that moment, a faint purple glow flickered in Baishiro's lowered eyelids, and her porcelain-like face flushed with 2 shades of crimson as she murmured, Cheetah is the man I love most. I want to become his woman. Meanwhile, outside Luoyang Valley, a magnificent jade carriage slides through the clouds, swiftly arriving and hovering in midair just outside the valley. Upon seeing the flying carriage, several disciples guarding the mountain gate immediately became alert and approached, raising their voices to inquire, "Who are you? And why are you approaching the territory of Luoyang Valley?" Before they could finish speaking, a cold snort emanated from within the carriage. The sound resonated like thunder, causing the guarding disciples to stagger and fall to the ground, clutching their ears in pain. What kind of person is this, to nearly incapacitate us with a mere snort? They were astonished and looked up at the carriage. Then, the gauzy curtain in front of the carriage was slowly lifted, revealing 8 enchanting maidens clad in flowing garments, gracefully accompanying a young man adorned in luxurious attire, with a robe of brocade and a jade belt. The young man was handsome, yet there was an air of wickedness between his brows, and he moved with an effortless grace, indicating he was accustomed to being in power. He surveyed the group of guarding disciples from his elevated position and coldly declared, "Where is your sect master? Have him come out immediately to greet me, or I shall not hesitate to demolish this wretched place." Demolish our Luoyang Valley? Who are you to dare speak so? Before the disciples could react, an angry shout suddenly rang out from within the valley. Immediately after, a streak of light darted through the air, transforming into an elder clad in azure robes, who was none other than Imo Xingyang, the outer elder of Luoyang Valley. Upon seeing the young man, Imo Xingyang's expression changed drastically. He could not discern the young man's cultivation level at all. A nascent soul cultivator? Just as he was filled with doubt, the young man's lips curled into a smirk, and he said indifferently, "I am the Daozi of the celestial extreme sacred land. Within the span of an incense stick, have your sect master come out to pay his respects. You are the Daozi of the celestial extreme." Imo Xingyang was immediately struck with terror, hastily bowing to the young man. "I was blind and failed to recognize you earlier. If I have offended you in any way, I beg your pardon. Please wait a moment, and I shall summon the sect master to greet you." With that, Imo Xingyang activated his escape technique and hurriedly made his way to the sect's main hall to deliver the news. Chapter 52. Some may appear unremarkable. Before long, Bai Qinwu, the sect master of Luoyang Valley, arrived in haste, accompanied by several elders. Upon seeing the young man outside the mountain gate, he quickly approached, saying, "So it is the esteemed Daozi of the celestial extreme. I apologize for my failure to welcome you properly." The young man cast a sidelong glance at the group, his expression haughty. "Sect master Bai, during my travels, every sect I visited treated me with utmost respect and enthusiasm, yet your Luoyang Valley has chosen to ignore my presence. Have you perhaps conspired with evil forces and disregarded our celestial extreme sacred land?" Hearing this, Bai Qingwu's expression changed slightly, and he hastily smiled. "Daozi has misunderstood. We have just concluded a closed-door retreat and were unaware of your visit. Our preparations were lacking, and I ask for your forgiveness." As he spoke, he subtly signaled to Elder Yang Shoda of the Internal Affairs Pavilion beside him. Yang Shoda immediately understood and stepped forward cautiously, addressing the young man, "Daozi, could you kindly present your token so we may verify your identity?" Upon hearing this, the young man revealed a mocking smile. Are you doubting my authenticity?" "And no. Of course not." Yang Shoda's forehead broke into a sweat as he forced a response. "This is merely a routine procedure." "Humph. A small place. Yet such grand rules." A young man scoffed, producing a resplendent, multicolored jade token from his sleeve and tossing it to Yang Shoda. "Examine it at your leisure. I am the esteemed Daozi of the celestial peak sacred land. Is there anyone audacious enough to impersonate me?" Upon witnessing this, Yang Shoda promptly reached out, scrutinizing the jade token closely beneath his gaze before respectfully returning it with both hands. The 5-colored celestial radiance jade was undoubtedly the insignia of Pu Genshua, the Daozi of the celestial peak sacred land. As these words echoed in the air, the members of Falling Cloud Valley collectively changed their expressions, dispelling the last remnants of doubt in their hearts. The young man then raised his chin, exuding an air of self-satisfaction, and proclaimed, "So, do you now believe in my identity?" Bai Qinwu and the others, upon hearing this, were visibly taken aback and nodded in agreement. "The presence of the Daozi is indeed a great honor for our Falling Cloud Valley. We humbly invite you to step inside the valley, allowing us to extend our hospitality and welcome you properly." As he spoke, Bai Qinwu made a respectful gesture of invitation, his tone dripping with utmost humility. Observing this scene, Pu Genshua's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile, and he feigned modesty as he remarked, "I shall reluctantly grant you Falling Cloud Valley the opportunity to curry favor with me." It was widely rumored that the Daozi of the 7 sacred lands were all extraordinary prodigies. How could this Daozi of the celestial peak sacred land exhibit such demeanor? Though Bai Qinwu secretly held contempt in his heart, he replied, "Of course." In the midst of the throng, Pu Genshua strode confidently into Falling Cloud Valley. Accompanied by his attendants, Qi Yuanzheng made his way towards the library of Falling Cloud Valley. Although he held little interest in the valley's inherited techniques, the public bestowal of an opportunity to select methods from the second floor of the library was undeniably a tremendous fortune for a Qi refinement cultivator. Declining such an offer would only arouse suspicion. Moreover, he intended to peruse the library in hopes of uncovering any clues regarding the spirit of flora. He suspected that this spirit, born from a millennium-old medicinal herb, was the mastermind behind the emptying of the erased spirit's abode, yet he possessed no concrete evidence at present. Of course, Yuan had little enthusiasm for this case, as the victim of the lost spirit stones was not he. However, if his conjecture proved true, it would indicate that a certain array spirit's dwelling was connected to the earth vein housing the ancient medicinal herb, facilitating the perpetrator's actions. While all flora and fauna could attain enlightenment, there existed significant limitations, aside from their nascent intelligence. They could not depart from the earth vein where they originated until their true forms had fully receded. Thus, by tracing the corresponding earth vein, one could easily locate the millennium-old medicinal herb imprisoned beneath the herb garden by Xuan. After all, Xuan's intention was to await the complete maturation of the herb, making it improbable for her to uproot it entirely. Lost in thought, Yuan arrived at the entrance of the Falling Cloud Valley Library. The library was a 3-story building, its surrounding trees cleared away for fire and theft prevention. With a cascading waterfall nearby, the sound of rushing water echoing, yet no vapor rose due to the suppression of the array. Unlike the examination pavilion, even outer disciples were qualified to borrow technique books from the library. Consequently, it bustled with activity, with disciples constantly entering and exiting. Upon seeing Yuan, many outer disciples displayed expressions of suppressed anger, unable to voice their discontent due to the overwhelming intimidation Yuan exuded, ultimately having to redirect their gaze in frustration. Ignoring the reactions of those around him, Yuan strode directly to the counter situated outside the library. Just as he was about to produce his token, a voice filled with surprise called out from behind him, "Senior brother Qi, what brings you here?" As Yuan turned at the sound, he beheld Xuan, clad in a flowing dress, hastening towards him with an expression of fervent excitement. At this moment, it appeared that Xuan had intentionally adorned herself. Her usual haughtiness noticeably softened, replaced by an air of charming vivacity. Unlike her usual demeanor, she was unaccompanied by her entourage of admirers. However, numerous young male cultivators cast glances of hostility in their direction. Junior sister Yuan greeted her with a nod, despite being unaware of her purpose in seeking him. Xuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke softly, "Senior brother Qi, I am truly grateful for your intervention during the grand competition. Had it not been for your timely assistance, I might have met my demise at the hands of that four-eyed spirit fox." Yuan nodded slightly, saying, "Sister, there is no need for courtesy, it was merely a trifling act." Xuan, still uncertain of how to repay her brother's life-saving grace, felt a fleeting blush pass over her cheeks. "If you have the time, would you be willing to visit me?" At that moment, the surrounding onlookers were rendered speechless. No one had anticipated that the usually aloof and proud beauty of the outer sect would extend such an invitation to a male cultivator to visit her private quarters. Although it was framed as a simple visit, the implications of a lone man and woman sharing the same space were all too apparent, leading to thoughts that were best left unexamined. Just then, a soft and melodious female voice echoed from afar. "Junior brother Qi, so this is where you are." The crowd turned towards the sound, and there appeared a strikingly beautiful woman, adorned in a flowing pale yellow gown. Her skin was as white as snow, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, resembling a celestial being stepping forth from a painting. "Senior sister." Before Yuan had the chance to greet anyone, he felt a fragrant breeze brush against his face. Suddenly, a delicate figure, soft as if devoid of bones, pressed against him, tightly embracing his arm. Astonishment filled the air as all onlookers gaped in disbelief. Who would have imagined that beneath an unassuming exterior, some individuals were, in fact, romantic connoisseurs? Chapter 53. I oppose this marriage. As he felt the gentle sensation radiating from his arm, Yuan could not help but swallow hard, his heart racing uncontrollably. He never anticipated that his senior sister, who typically kept a low profile, possessed such an exquisite figure. Yuan forcefully suppressed the fluttering emotions within his heart, discreetly attempting to withdraw his arm. To his dismay, he found himself embraced even more tightly. "Senior sister, what is this? I missed you." "So I came to see you." Baishiro gazed at Yuan with eyes so tender they seemed capable of shedding tears. Witnessing this scene, the atmosphere in the room shifted to a peculiar silence, with all present wearing expressions of disbelief, as if their worldviews had been shattered. They were frozen in place, like lifeless statues. It was confirmed. The most beautiful woman of Luoyun Valley, the dream goddess of countless male cultivators within the valley, had actually been captivated by a newcomer who had only been initiated for less than 2 months. As she beheld the stunningly graceful Baishiro, Xuan felt a momentary daze wash over her, and an involuntary wave of self-doubt surged within her. Although she had confidence in her own looks, she was acutely aware of the vast chasm between herself and the ethereal beauty of the senior sister, feeling utterly unqualified for comparison. "Senior brother Yuan, senior sister." Xuan momentarily stood in a daze before managing to force a smile. "You two carry on, I shall take my leave." Without waiting for a response, she hurriedly departed, her steps betraying a sense of agitation. Baishiro seemed oblivious to Xuan's words, instead addressing Yuan in a soft and gentle tone. "Junior brother Yuan, what brings you to the library pavilion?" I came to select a few techniques." With the alluring warmth beside him, Yuan felt somewhat disoriented and could not fathom why she would display such affectionate behavior in front of so many people. Thus he could only mumble a response. "Indeed. Junior brother is diligent and ambitious. In that case, I shall not disturb you, Baishiro replied, her smile radiant as she nodded. Do remember to return early. I will be waiting for you at home. With that, she reluctantly released Yuan's arm and gracefully departed. It was only when her enchanting figure vanished from sight that the surrounding crowd seemed to awaken from a dream, erupting into a chorus of astonished exclamations. Am I dreaming? Someone pinch me awake. Good heavens, has Yuan and the senior sister become a couple? No. I cannot accept this union. Senior brother Yuan. No. Master Yuan, could you perhaps teach me? Tuition is not an issue. Junior brother Yuan, can I still pledge my allegiance to you as an elder brother? In an instant, countless male cultivators present were stricken with heartache, casting envious and jealous glances at Yuan, wishing they could take his place. As the situation grew increasingly chaotic, Yuan hurriedly extricated himself from the throng and swiftly entered the library pavilion. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Luoyun Valley, a spacious banquet had been prepared, with groups of disciples weaving through the hall, bearing an array of exquisite delicacies. The main guest, Park Gunsuk, the disciple of the celestial extreme sacred land, took the main seat without reservation, a composed smile adorning his face as he relished the deliberate attention of those around him. Beside him, Bai Qingwu, the sect leader of Luoyun Valley, accompanied him personally, introducing the spirit wines on the table. Disciple, please take note. These bottles of drunken immortal brew are our Luoyun Valley specialty, brewed from dozens of spirit fruits, with a rich and sweet flavor. Before he could finish, Park Gunsuk scoffed disdainfully. What good produce can come from your remote, impoverished place? It would be best not to embarrass yourselves by presenting it. At his words, the atmosphere in the hall immediately froze, many senior members of Luoyun Valley seething with rage, yet, due to his status, they dared not confront him directly, forcing their ire back down. Offending the disciple of the celestial extreme sacred land could lead to dire consequences for Luoyun Valley. Bai Qingwu took a deep breath. Suppressing his disgust and resentment, calmly responded, You are correct. Our Luoyun Valley is but a humble sect, unworthy of the disciple's attention. He then signaled to an elder from the treasury. The elder, understanding the cue, promptly retrieved an exquisitely decorated storage ring and respectfully presented it to Park Gunsuk. This is a small token from our humble sect. I hope the disciple will not take offense. Park Gunsuk accepted the storage ring and inspected it briefly, his expression darkening as he tossed the ring onto the ground, coldly stating, You think this meager offering is worthy of my attention? Do you take me for a beggar? The ring contained a full 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, yet this man was still dissatisfied. Bai Qingwu's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly forced a smile. Please, disciple, do not hesitate to voice your demands. As long as it is within our ability, our sect will strive to fulfill them. Very well. Park Gunsuk replied with a faint smile, his expression unyielding as he produced a jade slip from his robes. To prove your sincerity, gather the items within this slip and present them to me. Otherwise, it will be seen as a slight against the celestial extreme sacred land, and I shall not show mercy. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the hall shifted dramatically, setting aside the nature of his demands. The act itself was akin to extortion. The disciple's conduct was brazenly arrogant and domineering. Was this truly the behavior of a reputable sect? Bai Qingwu took the jade slip, his consciousness probing into it. In the next moment, his complexion changed drastically, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, 50 supreme-grade magical artifacts, 20 beautiful maidens. After a prolonged silence, he finally lifted his head, a bitter expression crossing his face as he said, Disciple, this quantity is simply unattainable for our Luoyun Valley. Humph. Park Gunsuk snorted coldly, his tone laced with threat. I will remain in your Luoyun Valley for 3 days. If you cannot gather the items by then, you shall face the consequences. With that, he stood abruptly, leaving without a backward glance, leaving the members of Luoyun Valley exchanging glances in bewilderment. Chapter 54. This fellow is beyond salvation. Let us bury him. In the library pavilion. No wonder a millennium-old spirit herb could appear within Luoyun Valley. Yuan held the thick tome of Chronicles of Falling Cloud Valley in his hands, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Within its pages lay a detailed account of a curious encounter that all cultivators would find delightful. It was revealed that the Falling Cloud Valley was once the secluded dwelling of a saintly alchemist prior to the establishment of the sect, over 3 millennia ago. The progenitor of the sect, Bai Yin, stumbled upon this place by sheer coincidence. By that time, the saintly alchemist had long since perished, leaving behind a substantial inheritance that remained unclaimed. Subsequently, this heritage ultimately became the foundation for Bai Yin's establishment of the sect. As he was the first to discover this hidden realm, cultivating high-grade spiritual herbs necessitates the consumption of vast amounts of earthly energy. Thus, formidable alchemists are often adept at the art of divining and sensing the veins of the earth. The fact that the saintly alchemist had taken a liking to Falling Cloud Valley strongly suggests that there exists a vein of considerable quality deep beneath the surface. With this realization, Yuan felt no further doubt. He placed the book back in its rightful place and pretended to transcribe a few techniques before rising to depart the library. Junior brother Qi, please hold on. He was halted at the threshold by a disciple of the scripture repository. What is the matter? Qi Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. It seems I have not violated any rules of the library, have I? No, you have misunderstood. The disciple in charge hurriedly waved his hand. His tone laced with servility. Senior brother, no, I wish to pose a question. If Qi Gu could offer some guidance, I would be immensely grateful. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him. What seems to be the issue? The other party forced out a rather awkward smile and hesitantly replied, to speak candidly. I have deep affections for Sister Pan from the inner sect. However, every time I confess my feelings, she graciously declines. I seek your guidance on how I might win her heart. As soon as these words left his mouth, several male disciples nearby, engrossed in their reading, perked up, keenly eavesdropping on the conversation. Damn, does he truly regard me as a love guru? Qi Yuan listened in exasperation and casually inquired, how did she refuse you? The man quickly responded, Sister Pan told me to take a good look at myself in the bathroom mirror. Tell me, does her statement carry any profound meaning? Is this what one would call a polite refusal? Qi Yuan's face was clouded with a frown as he expressionlessly remarked. Perhaps that junior Sister Pan is particularly concerned about future marital intimacy and wishes to ascertain your dimensions in advance. If she makes such a suggestion again, you might as well remove your trousers and relieve yourself right then and there. If you truly possess extraordinary talent and remarkable endowments, you may soon find yourself embracing beauty. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, a male cultivator nearby, engrossed in his reading, seemed to choke and began to cough violently. So that's it. I had no idea junior Sister Pan was so considerate of our future. It appears I had misjudged her all along. The man looked enlightened and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Brother Qi, for your enlightening words. I shall repay you in due time. This fellow is beyond redemption. Let him be buried. Qi Yuan, weary of further discourse, swiftly extricated himself from the entanglement and quickened his pace away from the library. White Sierra's demeanor had been decidedly peculiar, compelling him to return to his lodgings post-haste to discern what had transpired. Meanwhile, in the outer medicine garden, a bamboo pavilion was the unexpected stage for the appearance of Xuan. Stunned at the sight of the young man before her, Ji Chaner swiftly directed her murderous intent toward Yin Xingyun, who stood beside him, transmitting a venomous thought. You treacherous cur, how dare you betray me? Yin Xingyuan, seemingly unfazed, replied with an air of nonchalance, as instructed by the sect master, I am tasked with escorting the Daozi of the heavenly extreme sacred land to explore the valley. It is imperative that the elders and disciples within the valley show respect in his presence. Any transgression will be dealt with according to the sect's regulations. Enough. Pu Ginshua interjected with a slight smile. You may leave now. No one is to approach. I have matters to discuss privately with junior sister Ji. Your command is my duty, Yingxing Yuan responded humbly, bowing slightly before retreating quietly. Since when did you become the Daozi of the heavenly extreme sacred land? After Yingxing Yuan's departure, Ji Chaner furrowed her brow and glared coldly at Xuan, her expression rife with disdain. Of course. It is by virtue of this 5-color heavenly radiance token, Xuan grinned, producing a radiant jade insignia from his sleeve, brandishing it before Ji Chaner. This token is authentic. Even the one in Pu Genshua's possession pales in comparison to mine. Seemingly reveling in his own display, Xuan toyed with the token, recounting that scoundrel Pu Genshua, ever the libertine, has always preferred the company of women, spending his days either in brothels or on his way to them. A few months ago, he lost his token while frolicking with a group of young ladies at Arshan family's establishment. With this token, I have now assumed the role of the Daozi of the heavenly extreme sacred land. More amusingly, fearing the embarrassment of his loss, that fool fabricated a counterfeit. And to this day, the heavenly extreme sacred land remains oblivious to the fact that their Daozi's token is missing. The so-called false Dao is merely a cesspool of vile and despicable individuals, utterly repugnant. Ji Chaner listened with palpable disdain before fixing a hostile gaze upon Xuan and demanding, What is your true purpose in coming here? Xuan, stowing the token, replied with a sardonic smile, Thanks to this token, I have extorted quite a fortune from various false sections. I heard you have languished in a remote corner for 3 years, so I came to alleviate your solitude. Spare me your pretense. Ji Chaner scoffed, her voice laced with venom. Leave this place immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Junior sister. Xuan took her threat lightly, his gaze smoldering with fervor. I have long since told you that should you agree to become my partner, Arshan family's influence within the sacred sect would make the position of saintess a trivial pursuit for you. Furthermore, it will not be long before I defeat Situ-yi and assume the position of Saint Sun. At that point, the alliance of our two families will render the entire sacred sect within our grasp. Dream on. Ji Chaner retorted frostily, her voice sharp as ice. I would rather forfeit the position of saintess than marry a beast like you. Upon hearing this, Xuan's expression darkened, his tone turning icy. Very well. Let us test that resolve. Whatever schemes you harbor here, I guarantee you shall never attain them. Seek your own demise. Ji Chaner, unable to endure any longer, raised her hand, summoning a chilling wind. A dark aura imbued with terrifying energy surged forth, hurtling towards Shinwuji. You are but a nascent soul at your initial stage. How do you propose to contend with me? Shinwuji smirked cruelly, reaching out to grasp the air. Instantly, swirling black mist coalesced into a massive ghostly visage. In a swift motion, the ghostly face opened its maw wide and devoured the approaching dark energy, before dissipating back into the void, leaving no trace of its existence. The entire exchange unfolded like a flash of lightning, and shielded by the formation outside the pavilion, not a trace of their magical struggle was perceptible. After a single exchange, Shinwuji did not pursue further, but instead wore a mocking smile. Since you refuse to be my partner, do not be surprised when I treat you as a vessel to be exploited at will. I forgot to mention that I have requested the Falling Cloud Valley to deliver 20 maiden vessels within 3 days, and I shall ensure your name is among them. Of course, you could report my identity to Falling Cloud Valley, but I wonder if they will believe you, risking their very existence to act against the Daozi. With that, he departed with a triumphant grin, leaving Xuan with a stormy countenance, her murderous intent reaching its zenith. Damn that scoundrel. She knew full well that his appearance was intended to thwart her aspirations. His ultimate aim was to ensure her failure in the contest for the saintess position, particularly as the Shin family's legitimate daughter harbored ambitions for the same title. The reason he refrained from directly exposing her identity to Falling Cloud Valley was to provide her with a false sense of hope, hoping to provoke her into a state of anxiety that might reveal the existence of the coveted Wan Yin Huan Xing Chao. Ultimately, Shinwuji coveted the treasure that had been guarded for 3 years, rather than seeking mutual destruction. With a deep breath, Xuan regained her composure and murmured, I must devise a way to eliminate this nuisance. Chapter 55, Is there something wrong? Gazing at the transformed courtyard, Yuan felt as though he had stumbled through the wrong door. After confirming that this indeed was his residence, he stepped inside with an odd expression. The overgrown weeds and moss had been entirely cleared, replaced by aesthetically pleasing chi flower and yao tree saplings. The roots of these spiritual plants were nestled in freshly turned soil, indicating they had only recently been planted. The air was suffused with a refreshing fragrance of flora, invigorating his senses. Junior brother Yuan, you have returned. At that moment, the senior sister by Xie emerged, exuding the grace of a hostess. With a serene smile playing upon her lips, she said, I have just tidied up the house. Do come in and see if it pleases you. With that, she took hold of the still-dazed Yuan and led him into the main hall. The previous stone table and chairs had vanished, replaced by exquisite and elegant furnishings. A rich carpet adorned the floor, while delicate silk curtains framed the windows. The room was further embellished with potted plants that fostered tranquility, exuding warmth amidst the elegance. Good heavens! Surely she does not intend to stay here and live with me? Yuan, with a puzzled expression, rubbed his nose, and then turned his gaze to Baishiro. Senior sister, what are you doing? Your living conditions are rather unrefined. Baishiro gazed at him with deep affection, softly replying, I simply could not bear to see it in such disarray, so I rearranged it a bit. Now it is barely suitable for habitation. Suddenly, a thought struck Yuan, and with a serious demeanor, he inquired, Senior sister, have you seen Jinyan recently? At this point, even someone as oblivious as he could perceive the unsettling state of the other's mind, fraught with confusion and instability. The bizarre manipulations employed by the demonic sect made it difficult for him not to suspect that Xuan might be behind it. Upon hearing the name Jinyan, a fleeting look of bewilderment crossed Baishiro's eyes. Her enchanting face flushed a deep crimson, and her body began to radiate warmth. Why do you? Before Yuan could finish his words, a wave of soft and silky sensation enveloped his lips. Wait, are you serious? He was momentarily taken aback, staring in bewilderment at the woman who had suddenly leaped into his embrace. Before he could gather his thoughts, he noticed that all the dazed and dreamy expressions on Baishiro's face receded like the ebbing tide, and in an instant, she returned to her former self. At that moment, Baishiro's delicate figure trembled, and she abruptly pushed Yuan away, exclaiming in disbelief, Chida, why did you kiss me? Yuan appeared bewildered, watching Baishiro's flustered retreat. A moment ago, he had felt like he was facing a formidable adversary, fearing he had fallen prey to the schemes of the demonic sect. Little did he expect the situation would dissolve so swiftly. That alluring woman had exerted considerable effort to manipulate Baishiro's mind, merely to have her plan a kiss on him. What madness was this? Meanwhile, Baishiro leaned against a tree, her heart racing as she struggled to catch her breath. Oh heavens, I must be out of my mind, she lamented, recalling her audacious act toward Yuan. What a disgrace. A terrifying thought pierced her mind, rendering her pale as she nearly fainted. Did I just kiss a man? Could it mean I might become pregnant? Having been raised without a mother by her father, by Qingwu, who was perpetually occupied with his duties and upheld a stern paternal image, she had never been educated about such matters. As the sole daughter of the sect leader, her unique status meant no one dared broach intimate subjects in her presence, resulting in a sheltered upbringing devoid of any understanding of romantic relationships. In her innocence, Baishiro mistakenly believed that a mere kiss sufficed to establish a bond with a man. This naivety led her to subconsciously conclude that she had fulfilled Xuan's demands, thus awakening from her hypnotic state. Ji Chan'er had orchestrated the scenario so that Bai Shiro would regain her senses only after becoming Qi Yuan's woman, thereby ensuring an irreparable rift between him and the falling Cloud Valley. However, Ji Chan'er had overlooked one crucial aspect, the extraordinary purity of a 19-year-old girl. In the mundane world, women of such age were often already married with children, despite Ji Chan'er's own lack of romantic experience. Her upbringing in the demonic sect had exposed her to a warped perspective on relationships. I must visit the library at once. Surely there are methods to prevent unwanted pregnancies. Bai Shiro resolved, biting her lip before swiftly employing her evasion technique. Hurrying toward the library, Qi Yuan departed from his residence and arrived at the heart of the formation nestled deep within Falling Cloud Valley. Unlike the last time, before he could utter a word, a flash of brilliant light appeared above the iron tower, revealing a youthful figure with rosy lips and white teeth, the spirit of the sect's grand array. The boy glared at him with a haughty demeanor and questioned disdainfully, "You little brat, your very presence irritates me. Begone, begone. Do not linger here. Then shall I take my leave?" Qi Yuan Sha, feigning an intention to depart, first proclaimed, "Let it be known that it is your own reluctance to reclaim the spirit stones lost over the past millennium that may lead to future regrets for which you cannot blame me." Upon hearing this, the young man's expression shifted, and he hastily approached to call out, "Hey, wait a moment, my dear friend. Please clarify your words. Have the spirit stones that I, an old man, misplaced truly been found?" Qi Yuan smiled faintly. "Although the items were not found, I have located the thief responsible for the theft. Would you care to meet him?" "That's splendid." The formation spirit initially felt elated, but soon adopted a skeptical demeanor, questioning, "You are not trying to deceive me again, are you? You've already tricked me twice, and I haven't forgotten. Believe it or not, it's entirely up to you." Qi Yuan shrugged his shoulders, for it was not he who had lost the spirit stone. The array spirit scrutinized him for a moment, eventually nodding in acquiescence. "Very well. I shall make an exception and place my trust in you once more. Now, tell me, where can that thief be found?" Qi Yuan shook his head and replied with a hint of disdain, "That individual is not a thief, but rather a thief of herbs." "Herbs?" The formation spirit was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 56. A good spirit herb never fails to impress. So it is indeed an herb. Upon hearing Qi Yuan's analysis of the situation, the formation spirit's expression fluctuated between various emotions, and it could not help but utter a curse. "Let us go and uproot that herb at once." With that, Qi Yuan felt a sudden shift in his surroundings, and the scenery transformed dramatically. When he regained his senses, he found himself in an extraordinary subterranean space. This locale was the core area of the Falling Cloud Valley sect's grand formation, and simultaneously, the dwelling of the formation spirit. Before his eyes lay a vibrant array of surging formation energies, and at the very center of this space stood an ancient jade tablet, adorned with countless intricate runes. These runes delineated the operational pathways of the grand formation, mysterious and unfathomable, subtly intertwining with the heavens and the earth, evidently marking the formation's essence. "Young Qi, follow me." Upon returning to this place, the formation spirit led Qi Yuan to the boundary of the cave, where there lay a massive, dark protrusion resembling sinews, akin to a colossal dragon spanning the underground. This protrusion was a naturally formed earth vein. This earth vein connected to the core of the grand formation, continuously supplying primordial energy from the Earth Mother, one of the vital forces sustaining the operation of the formation. The formation spirit pointed to the earth vein and said thoughtfully, "What you mentioned earlier must refer to this earth vein. Due to the chaotic nature of the energies within, replete with impurities, it perfectly conceals the aura of that little thief, which is why I failed to detect its presence before." As Qi Yuangang approached, he was met with an overwhelming wave of energy that struck him forcefully. Under the influence of this earthly essence, the very air thickened, becoming dense and viscous, imbued with a chilling, bone-piercing coldness. The rocks and soil surrounding the subterranean veins exhibited a bizarre dark crimson hue, reminiscent of congealed blood, lending an unsettling ambience to the surroundings. It is said that while the heavens may be clear, the earth is tainted, despite its murky and foul nature. The energy of the earth serves as the vital source of life for all flora. While he pondered these thoughts, a voice from beside him erupted urgently, "Steady yourself, for I shall now guide you through the earth's veins to confront the thief who stole the grass." With that, the spirit steadied Qi Yuangang by the shoulder, and together they plunged into the depths of the earth. The duo traversed the subterranean pathways, soon discovering a cavern beneath the medicinal garden, where they beheld a spirit herb emanating a radiant purple glow. "We have found it." Upon sighting this ethereal herb, Qi Yuangang felt a surge of exhilaration as he scrutinized the task at hand. This illusory star grass bore only 9 fruits on its roots, evidently not yet reaching the age of 10,000 years. Suspended above it was a shimmering silver talisman, radiating an immense sealing power that firmly restrained the illusory star grass in place. "At last, I've located you, you shameless thief." The spirit snorted disdainfully upon seeing the illusory star grass, eager to confront it. "Hold on, esteemed elder. Qi Yuangang quickly interjected, asserting, "The spirits of the grass and trees are inherently timid. If you approach with such ferocity, it will only cower further into silence. Consider this. If it remains voiceless, you will have no means to recover the stolen items. Let me first attempt to inquire. Should it prove fruitless, then you may resort to force." How does that sound? His mission was to rescue the illusory star grass, not to destroy it. Should the spirit act hastily, it could lead to a disastrous outcome. After contemplating Qi Yuangang's words, the spirit eventually nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. Very well, you may proceed and give it a try." "No problem," Qi Yuangang replied. Qi Yuan responded affirmatively and approached the edge of the luminous barrier formed by the talismans. With a gentle tone, he said, "Esteemed friend, not long ago, you sought my assistance. I have come to rescue you now. Please, step forth." As his words fell, a hazy silhouette gradually coalesced around the illusory star grass. And as it solidified, a diminutive figure emerged. Before him stood a small being resembling a child of 5 or 6 years, with 2 horn-like hair buns adorning its head. Its cherubic face was round and endearing, embodying the quintessential dream grandchild cherished by countless grandparents. Witnessing the pure and innocent demeanor of the illusory star grass spirit, even the formation spirit could not help but soften, revealing a benevolent smile. Once fully manifested, the illusory star grass spirit beamed with joy as it gazed at Qi Yuan, its eyes glistening with excitement. "How wonderful! At last, someone has come to save me. Kind elder brother, please hasten to remove the spirit talisman from atop my head, and I shall be freed. Woe is me, that woman is simply too fearsome." Qi Yuan nodded slightly, then pointed to the formation spirit behind him and softly inquired, "Little grass spirit, have you ever pilfered anything from this esteemed elder?" As soon as he uttered these words, the formation spirit eagerly approached, adopting a countenance it deemed not overly fierce, and declared, "Young one, speak honestly. Did you sneak into my abode while I was preoccupied with the tribulation of the artifact spirit and abscond with all my spirit stones?" The illusory star grass spirit, visibly frightened, shrank its neck and timidly replied, "I did not steal your spirit stones. Grandpa Can once told me that taking unguarded items is not theft. It is merely picking. I only enter to gather things when the master is away." Upon hearing the self-righteous assertions of the little grass spirit, Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Was this not a poor lesson for the young? Moreover, who exactly was this Grandpa Can? Could it be that there exists a spirit herb within the Falling Cloud Valley? Are you still attempting to defend yourself? The formation spirit's expression darkened with each passing moment, culminating in an irate exclamation. "It is undeniably theft. Bring forth your Grandpa Can. I wish to engage it in debate right here." The little grass spirit wore a look of deep grievance, stating, I do not know where Grandpa Can is. It told me that any spirit grass that does not enjoy roaming is not a good spirit grass, and then it left, never to return." "What?" The corners of the formation spirit's mouth twitched violently. Nevertheless, it composed itself and posed the most pressing question. "Where are the spirit stones and precious materials you took from my cave?" The little grass spirit extended a tiny hand and pointed to its own belly, confidently asserting, "I have consumed them all." Grandpa Can advised that upon acquiring valuable items, one should swiftly dispose of them to avoid prolonged complications. A good spirit grass must never leave a trace. By the heavens, Qi Yuan felt somewhat bewildered, pondering the identity of the enigmatic Elder Can, who had somehow transformed the innocent little grass spirit into this disarray. The illusionary star grass was originally a promising seedling, but it had unfortunately grown awry from its very roots. Chapter 57. What books do you usually read? What? My entire savings are gone. Upon hearing this utterly disheartening news, the erased spirit was struck with despair, nearly fainting from the shock. "You little rascal, so young yet so misguided." The erased spirit, its eyes bloodshot, gritted its teeth and declared, "Let me tell you, quickly regurgitate everything you have consumed from me, or else do not blame me for being unkind." The timid grass spirit lowered its head, hesitantly replying, "It has all gone into my stomach. I cannot bring it back up. Would you like me to retrieve it for you? Are you being obstinate?" At this statement, the erased spirit completely lost its composure, exclaiming fiercely, "Do you believe I won tea just boil you? You thieving grass, and then extract you from the pot?" With that, it felt a vain throb on its forehead, rolling up its sleeves, ready to advance. "Senior, please calm down." Sensing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Qi Yuan hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, then earnestly said, "You are the erased spirit, and this child is a grass spirit. After all, we are all from the same elven lineage. It seems rather cruel for kin to harm each other over such trivial matters. I believe it is better to resolve this amicably and avoid any discord. What on earth is the elven lineage?" The erased spirit momentarily appeared taken aback, then glared at Qi Yuan with fury. "You little brat, whose side are you on? Why do you always speak on behalf of this little thief? I warn you, this thieving grass has repeatedly plundered my abode. Today, a reckoning must be had, or this matter will remain unresolved." Ahem. Qi Yuan chuckled awkwardly. "Senior, you have misunderstood. I am undoubtedly on your side, given the situation. Further reproach would be futile. it would be more prudent to devise a means to mitigate the losses. Upon hearing this, the erased spirit regained some semblance of composure, took a deep breath, and replied solemnly, "Then tell me, how can we salvage the losses incurred by my esteemed self?" Yuan turned his gaze towards the little grass spirit, who appeared remarkably unperturbed, adopting an attitude of nonchalance akin to that of a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. With an air of righteous defiance, she proclaimed, "Big brother, you need not plead on my behalf. Grandpa Can has said that those who venture forth must acknowledge their missteps. When faced with adversity, one must stand tall. After a few millennia, I shall emerge once more as a splendid spirit of grass." It was quite surprising to witness such fortitude from the little grass spirit. Yuan listened in a state of speechlessness. Yet he managed to pacify the soon-to-erupt spirit of the formation, gently advising, "The essence of flora is inherently pure. Its mischievousness stems merely from the misguided influence of a negligent guardian. With proper guidance, it may yet be salvaged. Once the little grass spirit recognizes its errors, it will surely strive to amend its ways. At that point, we can have it obediently venture forth to seek treasures and return what it has pilfered, along with the rightful compensation." After a moment of silence, the spirit of the formation, wearied, replied, "Indeed, you are correct. Engaging with this little rascal is of little use. The fault lies with its guardian. Should I encounter that scoundrel who has led the child astray, I shall undoubtedly take it upon myself to administer a fitting reprimand to that disrespectful wretch." As they spoke, the spirit cast a sidelong glance at Yuan and softly continued, "Very well, you shall assist it in removing the binding talisman. As a mortal, it holds no power over you. Simply approach and detach it. However, I must take this troublesome child to my abode afterwards for proper rearing, to prevent it from continuing its reckless antics and veering further astray." Agreed. Yuan nodded and stepped forward, plucking the silver talisman that hovered in midair. A resonant hum echoed as ripples, akin to waves, radiated outward, causing the surrounding sealing power to visibly wane until it vanished entirely. "I'm free. At last. I am liberated." Upon breaking free, the illusory star grass spirit erupted in joyous celebration, dancing exuberantly. "Big brother, you are truly remarkable." In the next moment, a chime resonated. "Host has completed the side quest to rescue the Millennium Illusory Stargrass. You now have the following two choices. 1. Seize the opportunity to reapply the spirit sealing talismans and control the Millennium Illusory Stargrass, reducing it to powder for medicinal use, which grants a chance for a spiritual infusion. 2. Choose to release it, allowing the Millennium Illusory Stargrass to depart freely, which will earn you its gratitude and recognition, along with a fragment of the heavenly Dao's essence." Faced with the options presented by the system, Yuan did not hesitate for an instant. His mind resolutely inclined towards the latter choice. Just then, a cheerful barking sound broke through his thoughts. Woof, woof, woof. He turned to see a sight that left him utterly astonished. The formation spirit, which had been performing normally, now acted as if possessed, imitating a dog-esque bark while scrambling on all fours, vigorously digging into the ground, occasionally sniffing, and then devouring the earth with wild abandon. Each mouthful seemed to bring unparalleled delight, as if savoring an exquisite delicacy. Yuan looked bewildered at the unfolding scene. "Senior Array Spirit, what has happened to you?" Yet, the Array Spirit seemed oblivious to his query, engrossed in its labor of tilling the earth. Meanwhile, the little grass spirit proudly lifted its tiny head and boasted, "Grandfather Can once said that a good spirit herb must distinguish between gratitude and resentment, and repay any grievances in kind. This fellow just dared to threaten me, claiming it would stew me and consume me. How utterly preposterous! Humph. As retribution, I shall ensure it indulges in a most unsavory feast." It still believes itself to be a dog, mistaking this mound of soil for excrement, merrily feasting on dirt. Yuan, lost in thought, suddenly stiffened, exclaiming, "Even the array spirits of the transformation realm have fallen victim to your illusion. It appears that you have now become a millennium spiritual herb." At this moment, he finally uncovered the hidden information within the task description, whether one chooses to turn against him mercilessly or to release him willingly. The focus is on the Millennium Illusory Stargrass, rather than the soon-to-mature Millennium Illusory Stargrass. This confirms that the current Illusory Stargrass has undergone a complete transformation and has reached the Millennium level. Furthermore, it likely matured only in the past few days. As the last time the system issued this side quest, the description referred to the soon-to-mature Millennium Illusory Stargrass. "Big brother, you guessed correctly." Just as his thoughts raced, the little grass spirit chuckled softly, and the immature spiritual fruit atop her head suddenly shimmered and transformed into a mature fruit, enveloped in purple aura. "In fact, I became a millennium old 4 or 5 days ago. But that detestable woman has been plotting to harvest me for alchemy the moment I turned a millennium." Grandpa Xuan once said that when faced with trouble, clever spiritual herbs must learn to conceal their true selves. To avoid being devoured immediately, I had to hide the fact that I had become a millennium spiritual herb, pretending to remain immature. As if recalling the terrifying nature of Ji Choner, the little grass spirit couldn't help but shudder, then spoke with disdain, That wicked hag is utterly despicable. If it weren't for her ambushing me while I was reading, how could I have possibly fallen into her clutches? With such demeanor, you still dare to read? Yuan, with a look of skepticism, nonetheless inquired out of curiosity, what kinds of books do you usually read? Upon his question, the little grass spirit eagerly produced a large assortment of worn-out, thread-bound volumes from its pocket. Grandpa had once mentioned that a good spirit herb should immerse itself in such literature, yet it had previously concealed these books quite deeply, never allowing me to glimpse them. However, after Grandpa departed, I took the liberty of retrieving these books. Although I struggle to comprehend the contents, the illustrations within are rather intriguing. Yuan casually picked up a few books, only to be struck dumb the next moment. Travelogue of the Flower Pavilion, The Flirtatious Monk, The Secret Record of the Golden Vase. Good heavens, are these really the books suitable for a child of 10,000 years? Chapter 58, A Dark History Best Left Unrecalled. Gazing at the relatively pristine The Secret Record of the Golden Vase, Yuan's expression gradually morphed into one of peculiar astonishment as a dismal chapter from his past resurfaced. The author of this book, the illustrious Laughing Scholar, was none other than his own pen name. At the time of his arrival in this new realm, he found himself in a state of utter destitution, struggling to make ends meet. In a bid to earn a living, he resorted to the art of transcription, deliberately selecting a work that had garnered immense popularity in his previous life, one of the most renowned literary masterpieces of all time. Indeed, the classic proved its worth. Upon its release, The Secret Record of the Golden Vase was met with overwhelming acclaim, allowing him to amass a considerable fortune in spirit stones, sufficient to cover the expenses for his journey to the supreme mystic realm in search of enlightenment. Little did he expect to encounter his own creation once more today, in the hands of a mere grass spirit. What an astonishing revelation! Yuan felt increasingly ashamed and promptly stored the books in his satchel, admonishing, "Such literature is unsuitable for children. I shall confiscate it for now. You may request it back once you reach adulthood." Xiaokailing's expression stiffened as she lowered her head and murmured, "Big brother, I am already a millennium old. Besides, I merely wish to glance at the illustrations. Illustrations are equally inappropriate." With that, Yuan chose to disregard the mischievous child, gesturing towards the still-eating soil spirit and stating with gravity, "First, restore my friend, and then you may depart." "Very well, big brother, I shall heed your words." Xiaokailing nodded and casually dispelled the illusion. The erased spirit soon regained consciousness, only to find its mouth inexplicably filled with soil. A belch revealed the earthy taste, and it hastily covered its mouth, erupting into a fit of coughing. Cough, cough. Ugh. Recalling what had transpired, the erased spirit seethed with rage. "Little thief-grass, I shall not rest until I confront you." In the next moment, it recklessly lunged at Xiaokailing, but halfway through, it inexplicably reverted to its previous state, turned around, and joyfully scampered over to another pile of dirt to continue its feast. Xiaokailing, feeling slightly embarrassed, smiled at Yuan and said, "Since it is your friend, I shall refrain from scavenging from its home in the future. As for the items it lost, I will return them once I have earned some spirit stones." Then, suppressing her pain, she firmly plucked 3 illusion star fruits from her head and presented them to Yuan, stating, "Grandpa has said that good spiritual herbs must be grateful and repay kindness. As a token of my gratitude, I gift you these 3 illusion star fruits. When in danger, simply crush one, and it will force everyone nearby into an illusion, allowing you to escape." Upon hearing the effects of the illusion star fruits, Yuan's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted them. What a marvelous treasure! These fruits originate from a millennia-old illusion star grass. If used properly, they could ensnare any cultivator beneath the Great Ascension realm, their efficacy rivaling that of 3 top-tier disposable talismans. "Your head seems to be bleeding. Are you all right?" Yuan couldn't help but express concern upon seeing the small grass spirit's head oozing purple blood. "It's nothing," Xiaokailing replied, unflinchingly touching her head and gritting her teeth. "It will heal soon. Your friend will awaken shortly. Farewell, big brother." With that, Xiaokailing respectfully bowed to Yuan before vanishing into the ground in a flash. Ding! The host has chosen to spare the millennia-old spiritual herb, successfully acquiring a wisp of heavenly Tao essence. This reward will be automatically stored in the system's reward space and can be retrieved at any time. Upon hearing the system's cold notification, Yuan's expression brightened, and he eagerly opened the system's reward space. Within, a wisp of faint golden mist floated serenely, ethereal and delicate, resembling a lotus with various grand phenomena swirling around it, exuding an indescribable aura of profound value. A wisp of heavenly Tao merit essence. Though the tasks assigned by this troublesome system often led to arduous trials, the rewards were indeed unblemished and generous. With this wisp of heavenly Tao essence, he had the opportunity to form the legendary heavenly Tao primordial infant. How infuriating! Just as he reveled in his good fortune, the erased spirit clambered out of a mound of dirt in a somewhat disheveled state. Upon realizing Xiaokailing was gone, it activated its furious roar mode. "Little brat, you may find your way back using the map. I shall apprehend that thieving grass and give it a good thrashing. As it spoke, it pulled out a map indicating the location of the earth veins and tossed it to Yuan before angrily pursuing the path. Meanwhile, Xiaoling darted swiftly, humming a tune, and in an instant, she found herself 1,000 miles away. Big Brother is truly kind. Now I can finally search for Grandpa Ken's whereabouts. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, causing her to freeze in place. Oh no, the illusion star fruits I gave to Big Brother still had illusion star grass sap on them. The sap had a far stronger hallucinogenic effect than the fruits themselves. If it evaporated into the air, would not Big Brother soon be drawn into an illusion? Alarmed, Xiaoling's hurried pace slowed. Should I return to awaken Big Brother? Just as she contemplated turning back, another thought emerged in her mind. Since Big Brother was able to rescue me, he must have already defeated the wicked matron. That place is deserted. Even if he falls into an illusion, there should be no danger. After all, the effects of the illusion star grass sap will dissipate in due time. Big Brother will be fine. Having conducted a thorough analysis, Xiaoling successfully reassured herself, allowing her to set her mind at ease and continue on her journey. Yuan felt a sudden whirl of dizziness, and when he regained his senses, he found himself standing at the entrance of a county town. The streets were bustling with life, vehicles traversing the thoroughfares, and the archway above bore the inscription Qinghe County. Where was this? He pondered for a moment. But his mind felt clouded, and his memories were exceedingly vague. He could not recall how he had abruptly arrived here. At that moment, a voice called out to him from ahead. Sir from the West Gate, why are you so leisurely today? Why not join your brothers for some refreshments at Wanxiang Tower? Miss Yuchu has been mentioning you quite often lately. Chapter 59. My romantic experiences are quite simple. My family consists solely of 6 wives and concubines. In the secluded forest, Ji Chaner wore a frost-laden expression and instructed the hunchbacked old woman in black robes beside her, Grandma Qi. Send someone immediately to seek out the Taoist Pu Ginshua of the heavenly extremes. Inform him that if he wishes to retrieve that object, he must come to the Falling Cloud Valley in the Eastern Divine Domain at once. If he arrives too late, he shall never find what he lost. Yes, I will dispatch someone at once. Upon hearing this, the old woman respectfully bowed to Ji Chaner and then transformed into a wisp of black smoke, disappearing without a trace. After the old woman left, Ji Chaner's beautiful eyes narrowed, revealing a glint of coldness. Shen Wuji, since you were so unruly, I shall introduce you to the true Taoist of the heavenly extremes. At that moment, Ji Chaner's expression shifted dramatically as she suddenly gazed in the direction of Falling Cloud Valley. Not good. The formation at the location of the illusory star grass has been triggered. Sensing the anomaly, she dared not hesitate. Her figure danced like a butterfly, soaring swiftly through the air. Soon, Ji Chaner returned to the bamboo building, first noting that the various defenses outside were intact, showing no signs of intrusion, which eased her mind slightly. I hope this was merely a false alarm. As she contemplated, her footsteps did not falter. She swiftly approached the entrance of the hidden passage. After traversing underground for some time, she finally arrived at the seal of the illusory star grass. The sight before her left Ji Chaner utterly astonished. The illusory star grass she had secured was inexplicably gone, leaving only a familiar figure standing motionless in its place, resembling a wooden sculpture. Chida? How could he possibly be here? Ji Chaner's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the scene before her, her mind a blank slate, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of confusion and panic. Before long, she suddenly regained her composure and, with a pale visage, approached Yuan to interrogate him. Yet, just as she was about to speak, her vision blurred and swayed. When she finally came to her senses, she found herself in a small, rudimentary earthen dwelling. The walls were bare, and apart from a few dilapidated pieces of furniture, there was nothing else. Who am I? Where is this place? Ji Chaner furrowed her brows tightly, lost in a haze of bewilderment. Meanwhile, at Wanxiang Tower, my lord, you have finally found the time to come. I have missed you dearly these past few days. Yuan embraced a woman adorned in a revealing pink dress, her smoky gaze captivating, yet her expression appeared somewhat dazed. Her name was Shimen Qing, hailing from a family that operated a traditional medicine shop in Qinghe County, possessing a suave demeanor and adept social skills. He navigated both the underworld and the upper echelons with ease, thereby flourishing in his endeavors over the years and amassing a considerable fortune. Furthermore, he was known for his proclivity for romance, leading a rather unembellished love life, eschewing the complexities of courtship. When he found a suitable partner, he would promptly take her home as his bride. As it stood, he was already blessed with 6 wives and concubines. Observing his absent-mindedness, the woman beside him playfully struck Yuan's arm, feigning indignation as she exclaimed, "My dear, you truly lack compassion. For days I have been consumed with thoughts of you. Yet you appear so aloof upon our reunion. Have you found a new love outside and forgotten your old companion?" With that, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if she had borne an immense grievance. Yuan was suddenly roused from his reverie, skillfully pinching the lady's cheek, and chuckled. "How could that be? Those common beauties outside cannot compare to you, Xuan. Look, I have come specifically to keep you company." These words flowed effortlessly from his lips, as if they were instinctive, leaving even Qi Yuan himself somewhat astonished. The courtesan Xuan of Wanxiang Tower immediately transformed her frown into a smile, giggling uncontrollably, her delicate form nuzzling against him. My dear sir, you truly possess a way with words. You have set my heart racing with your charming compliments. Unconsciously, Qi Yuan replied. I don't believe you unless you let me touch. How annoying. Yuan shyly pushed him away, saying, My lord, I have prepared the finest spirit wine for you this time. Do taste it. At this moment, it was merely noon, yet the Tianxiang Tower was already filled to capacity. The spacious hall, lavishly adorned, was teeming with guests who indulged in debauchery, the air thick with the rich scent of cosmetics. Strangely, although Qi Yuan found himself at ease in such an environment, feeling as if he were swimming effortlessly in water, he could not summon any enthusiasm. Before him, Yuan, with her rosy cheeks and crimson lips, possessed a figure that was nothing short of exquisite. A rare gem among beauties. Yet, he remained utterly unenthused. Despite his usual banter, his heart was as still as a deep well, as if he were merely observing a wisp of air. In short, he bore no resemblance to the seasoned libertine one might expect. Sensing Qi Yuan's lack of interest, a man with a sharp face and 2 tufts of mustache approached, leaning in to whisper, My lord, I have something to share that will surely pique your interest. Once you succeed, do not forget the benefits for your humble servant. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, puzzled, and inquired, Brother Ing, what is it that you wish to discuss? From his somewhat chaotic memories, he recalled that the other party was named Count Ing, one of his many companions. Although the title Count graced his name, it bore no relation to nobility. It was merely a whimsical choice made for good fortune. As fate would have it, Count Ing lived up to his family's expectations. Growing into a notorious street rogue, quick-witted and silver-tongued, he thrived in Qinghe County, earning the admiration of many influential figures through his flattery and charm. Noticing the spark of interest in his companion, Count Ing instantly perked up, his face alight with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, A couple recently moved from the neighboring Yanggu County. The man, Wu Da, is a clumsy vendor of fried cakes, with a rather unimpressive stature and appearance. Of course, that is not the crux of the matter. The real highlight is his wife. Though I lack the eloquence to convey her beauty to you, I can assure you that there is no other woman in Qinghe County who rivals her allure. As he spoke, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his rat-like eyes, evidently lost in memories of that enchanting sight. Enough. Despite this, Qi Yuan felt little excitement and rose abruptly, dismissively stating, I have matters to attend to. Brother Ing, enjoy yourself here. We shall gather another day. With that, he tossed a pouch of silver onto the table and exited the Wanxiang building. Once outside, Qi Yuan exhaled a long sigh of relief, planning to visit his family as apothecary. Midway through his journey, a sudden gust of wind swept by. In the next moment, a slender bamboo pole, which had propped up a curtain, fell from a window and landed squarely on his head. Chapter 60. Hoping their judgment is sounder in the Cloudfall Valley. Within the library pavilion, Baishiro glanced around, feeling a twinge of guilt. Once she confirmed that no one was observing her, she quickly returned the book titled 36 Secret Techniques of the Boudoir to the shelf, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had never imagined that she would find herself perusing such scandalous literature in the library. It was quite the thrill. Fortunately, she had successfully ascertained a crucial fact. Kissing a man does not lead to pregnancy. After a brief moment of relief, Baishiro pressed her hand against her chest to calm her exceedingly flustered heart and hurriedly left the library, her steps somewhat disordered, as if pursued by a fierce beast. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she departed, the once quiet library pavilion erupted in a flurry of excitement, with many disciples of Cloudfall Valley revealing expressions of disbelief and barely contained exhilaration. My heavens, did I just imagine that? The senior sister was actually reading that kind of book. Indeed, it was the 36 Secret Techniques of the Boudoir. I secretly borrowed it a few days ago, and the contents are quite thrilling. Don't be ridiculous. The senior sister has always been pure and ethereal. How could she possibly have an interest in such things? You must have seen it wrong. At that moment, a young disciple interjected, haven't you all heard? The senior sister has openly confirmed her mutual affection with Cheetah, who recently won first place in the outer sect competition. They have secretly become dual cultivation partners. It is said that she has moved into Chi Shitty's abode now. It is only reasonable for her to explore techniques from the spring chamber illustrations to enhance their intimacy. Upon hearing this, many male disciples, newly informed of the rumor, sighed in despair, their expressions reflecting profound heartache. I refuse to accept this. Cheetah is not even half as handsome as I am. Yet he has captured the senior sister's heart. How is that fair? My heart aches. After years of unrequited love, I never expected this secret affection to be nothing more than an elusive dream. Such a stunning beauty as the senior sister, bound to an ordinary fellow, how unjust fate can be. Oh, this news is truly heartbreaking. Without the senior sister, my heart will be left with only Jiang Shiji, Lu Shimi, Wei Shimi, and Pan Shimi. I sincerely hope their tastes are more discerning. How dare you still harbor thoughts for Pan Shimi? Do you believe I won't confront you? Amidst the chaos in the library pavilion, Baishiro gracefully maneuvered her magical artifact toward the main hall of Cloudfall Valley. Where are you off to, little beauty? A somewhat lecherous laugh echoed from a distance, followed by a flash of light that blocked her path. Baishiro furrowed her brow, her expression wary as she regarded the abruptly appeared young man, asking tersely, "Who are you?" His extravagant attire and sinister demeanor indicated that he was clearly not a disciple of Cloudfall Valley. To think I would encounter such a stunning beauty in this remote place, luck must be on my side. He brazenly appraised her, a barely perceptible glint of greed flickering in his eyes. I am Park Gunsok from the heavenly extreme sacred land. Are you a disciple of Cloudfall Valley as well? What is your name? Heavenly extreme sacred land? Baishiro was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, respectfully replying, I am Baishiro, a true disciple of Cloudfall Valley. I greet you, Daozi of heavenly extreme. Though the fervent gaze he directed at her was uncomfortable, she endured. Knowing that the heavenly extreme sacred land was one of the most formidable powers in this realm, and that the Daozi before her was not someone she could easily offend. Quite all right, Park Gunsok chuckled. There is no need for formality, junior sister Bai. I have a soft spot for delicate beauties. Since we have met, why not find a place to enjoy tea and converse? It would be a fine opportunity to bond over our shared pursuits. Upon hearing this, Baishiro immediately shook her head in refusal. Brother Park, I apologize, but I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot spare time to reminisce. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone turned menacing. You should consider yourself fortunate that I have taken an interest in you. Do not be ungrateful. Baishiro gritted her teeth, preparing to decline once more when a voice rang out nearby. Junior sister Bai, do not be rude. Daozi Park is a distinguished guest of Cloudfall Valley. If you dare to neglect him, even your father, Bai Qinwu, cannot protect you. You are the daughter of the sect leader of Cloudfall Valley? Upon hearing this revelation, Park Gunsok's interest peaked. He had not expected the seemingly unfortunate Bai Qinwu to have such a stunning daughter. Seeing his lack of respect for her father, Baishiro had no desire to feign politeness any longer. Coldly, she stated, I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave. You may enjoy tea with Elder Yin instead. With that, she turned gracefully, gliding in another direction. Impudent. Elder Yin's expression darkened, ready to intervene. But Park Gunsok raised a hand to stop him. No need to pursue her. I have plenty of charming and compliant women. One with such spirit is far more intriguing to tame. Haha. Indeed, the master speaks wisely. My apologies for my rudeness. Yuan promptly nodded in agreement, and then, with a subtle shift in tone, whispered, in accordance with your instructions. This old servant has proactively reached out to the elders within the valley who harbor grievances against the Bai family, leading them to believe that Bai Qinwu is merely a traitor colluding with the wicked sect. If you possess the means to eliminate Bai Qinwu, your identity as the Daozi of the heavenly extreme sacred land will suffice to subdue any dissenters, thereby elevating me to the position of the leader of Fallen Cloud Valley. At that juncture, everything within Fallen Cloud Valley will be firmly within your grasp. Upon hearing this clandestine plot, Shinwuji's face broke into a sinister smile. What was Fallen Cloud Valley but a trifling matter? Junior Sister G, this time, not only do I seek to possess you, but I also desire that precious item you have so diligently guarded. Meanwhile, in the illusory realm, crack, the bamboo pole fell to the ground, and Yuan instinctively looked up, only to see a woman leaning out of the window, her face adorned with an apologetic expression as she gazed at him. What a captivating beauty she was! Though she wore simple garments, her innate charm was undeniable, particularly her pair of ethereal azure eyes, lively and enchanting. They ensnared the heart. Upon locking eyes, Yuan was momentarily entranced, utterly astonished by her celestial presence. On the other side, as she beheld a handsome young man below, Chana felt her heart race uncontrollably, her cheeks aflame. Under the influence of the illusory powers, both found themselves ensnared in a shared predicament, as an inexplicable mystical force seemed to beckon them, urging them to draw closer to one another. Chapter 61, Jin Lian, where are we? The illusion continued to unfold. Time slipped away, and it was impossible to discern how long had passed, within the confines of Wang Po's shop. Yuan, in a languid demeanor, embraced a delicate figure akin to soft jade, exuding an air of satisfaction. In his arms, Chana bore a bashful expression, her gaze shimmering with a hint of confusion, reminiscent of a tranquil spring pool. After a tender moment, Chana gently nudged Yuan's arm and spoke in a feeble tone, My lord, I can't shake the feeling that our actions may not be entirely proper. Perhaps it is a bit too soon. To which he replied with a playful grin, You know, I am in no haste at all. Yuan playfully brushed her flawless, fair face, and then cheerfully assured, My lady, rest assured, tonight I shall send a grand palanquin to escort you into my home. From this day forth, you shall be the 7th mistress of my estate. Just then, a cacophony of noise erupted outside the room, followed by a distant roar. Wang's wife, get out of the way. I intend to enter and discover what these two are up to. Hearing this cry, Chuaner turned pale, panicking. This is bad, that Wu Da. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. Although she had married in her memory, she had no recollection of this so-called husband, only knowing his name was Wu Da strangely, not long ago. She had been a maiden. Countless doubts flooded her mind. intensifying her suspicions. Soon, she seemed to realize something truly terrifying, her delicate face paling in fright. Could it be? Bang! With a thunderous crash, the door was violently shattered, and a short, stocky man barged in. In the next moment, as if a mirror had shattered, all surrounding images instantly dissipated, and her consciousness returned to clarity. After a dizzying whirl, Xuan felt her mind muddled and her body weak, but upon realizing her current state, she was rendered speechless. How could this be? Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief until a chill coursed through her, prompting her to react. Get away. Quickly, she struggled to free herself from the man's embrace, enduring waves of excruciating pain as she hastily picked up her dress from the ground and donned it. After a while in a daze, Xuan managed to compose herself, her weak form stumbling over to Yuan, her voice laced with hatred. You reckless fool. I once regarded you as a person of exceptional caliber, worthy of being drawn into the holy sect and granted great fortune. Yet I never anticipated your depravity to be more profound than I imagined. You have committed heinous acts with utter impunity, stealing my millennium spiritual herb and daring to tarnish my pure body. Not even the most legendary demon lords have displayed such audacity, and for your deeds, 1,000 deaths would be too lenient. Amidst her overwhelming rage, an indescribable emotion surged within her, causing her to feel flustered, and the murderous intent she had summoned gradually receded. However, this little thief's cultivation was pitifully low. How could he possess the capability to steal a millennium spiritual herb? There must be more to this matter. This odious man would not escape unscathed. He must pay dearly. At the very least, revealing the whereabouts of the millennium illusory star herb. Having momentarily convinced herself, Xuan slowly returned to her original position, coldly gazing at Yuan, who remained trapped in the illusion, silent. Bang bang bang. After delivering a beating to Wu Da, Yuan shook himself and emerged from the illusion, rubbing his nose in confusion. He soon spotted Xuan beside him and blurted out, Jin Lian, where are we? Seeing Xuan's face turning increasingly ashen, he quickly regained his composure, nearly exclaiming in shock. How had he inadvertently fallen victim to this? That little rascal had been reading those indecent tales. One couldn't expect anything respectable from the illusions conjured from such material. Realizing he had just portrayed the infamous lecher Shimenqing, he felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood, wishing he could hang that mischief-making little spirit and teach her a lesson. Even more absurdly, just by observing Xuan's expression, he knew who had been playing the role of Pan Jinlian. No wonder it felt so real. It was indeed her in the flesh. Perhaps due to her flustered state, Xuan had failed to maintain her disguise and revealed her true appearance. With a graceful figure, skin as radiant as snow, and features delicately sculpted, beneath her elegantly arched brows were a pair of enchanting eyes reminiscent of autumn waters, adding an alluring charm to her beauty. She was strikingly similar to the Jin Lian he had seen in the illusion. Oh no! Connecting the dots of his recent actions in the illusion, Yuan couldn't help but flush with embarrassment. Hastily adjusting his trousers, he feigned ignorance. My lady, may I inquire your identity? According to reason, he should not recognize Xuan without her disguise, thus avoiding calling her senior sister Jin, lest he expose himself. Indeed, upon hearing Yuan's question, Xuan frowned and replied coolly, Jin Yuan is merely a pseudonym. My true identity is Xuan, an inner disciple of the Insha sect. You now have two choices. 1. Clarify why you are here and honestly disclose the whereabouts of the illusory star herb. 2. I shall personally extract your soul and refine your essence to unearth the answers I seek. Truly a disciple of the demon sect, her ruthlessness was evident. Just moments ago, she had been calling him big official sweetly, yet now, donned in her skirt, she had turned her back on him. Though internally critiquing her, Yuan decided to cooperate and chose the first option. Fair G, this tale is lengthy and begins with the theft from a certain formation spirit's cave. In summary, I am merely a detective assigned to investigate this matter. It bears no relation to me. It was that formation spirit who demanded the illusory star herb be released. Who could have known that little spirit would feign immaturity, escaping at the opportune moment when the spirit guarding talisman was taken, leaving me in a rather unfortunate predicament. Should I encounter it again, I shall not hesitate to strike. Yuan's frustration grew as he presented himself as a victim. Is what you say true? Xuan narrowed her eyes, her tone softening, clearly beginning to believe Yuan's words. His calm gaze and clear spirit gave no indication of deceit. Chapter 62. Yuan's integrity. Observing the innocent smile on Yuan's face, Xuan felt her expression darken, though internally, she was in turmoil, her mind buzzing. As the legitimate daughter of the Ji family, esteemed within the holy sect and overshadowing her peers, she never anticipated that a mere disciple of the Qi refinement stage would treat her in such a manner due to a series of unfortunate misunderstandings. Recalling her previous subservience and flattering demeanor in front of him, she was engulfed in shame and anger. Under the influence of the illusion, she had genuinely admired this man, even willing to devote herself entirely. That forbidden, passionate feeling between lovers, intoxicating and euphoric, was simply too wondrous. This brat, so young, where had he learned such wicked schemes? Realizing her mindset was askew, Ji Chan'er quickly bit her tongue to regain her composure, awakening from a captivating reverie. Cheetah. In the next moment, a frost enveloped Ji Chan'er's delicate visage, her voice cold as she warned, "What transpired between us was nothing but an absurd dream. You would do well to keep it buried within. Should you dare to reveal this to anyone, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will retrieve you and ensure you find no rest in death." Recognizing that Ji Chan'er had no intention of resorting to violence, Qi Yuan sighed with relief and nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, Miss Ji, today's events will remain solely between us." Though he was not particularly afraid of Ji Chan'er's wrath. She had just become his first woman, and to turn adversarial on the spot would be truly unfortunate. What troubled Qi Yuan further was the awkwardness of their identities. One was a disciple of the Holy Land, while the other was a true inheritor of the Insha sect, a candidate for the future demon sect as Saintus. Clearly, they were not of the same ilk. This was the very reason he refrained from disclosing his true identity to Ji Chan'er. She was in a highly emotional state, and any further provocation could lead to unpredictable consequences. He could only hope to address this issue in the future. "Remember your words." Seeing Qi Yuan's agreement, Ji Chan'er's expression softened slightly as she replied, "This time, I was caught unawares, but do not think there will be a next time. If you dare to humiliate me again, I will surely kill you." Her declaration was resolute, yet it bore an undertone of fragility. Although she hailed from the demon sect, she had always maintained her integrity, devoted solely to her cultivation, never considering subservience to another. Now, not only had she lost the coveted 10,000-year illusionary stargrass, but she had also inexplicably lost her virtue, truly, a double loss. This left her in a state of unrest, one could say, utterly bewildered. "Miss Ji, you are mistaken. I have always been of impeccable character and would never dream of disrespecting you." Qi Yuan smiled faintly, earnestly assuring, "Next time we meet, I shall behave with utmost propriety. Unless consent is granted, I shall not trespass even a single step beyond the boundaries." As he uttered these words, he was fervent and righteous. I hope so." In her flustered state, Ji Chan'er chose not to delve into the discrepancies within Qi Yuan's words. With a soft huff, she ascended into the air, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. The events of the day had been utterly shocking. She needed a tranquil space to calm her mind, lest her very heart's essence be affected. After wandering for quite some time, she was taken aback to realize that the vitality accumulated over 2 lifetimes had ultimately been bestowed upon this enchantress. Observing Ji Chan'er's retreating figure, Qi Yuan rubbed his somewhat sore back, a hint of reminiscence gracing his features. Oh well, who could blame me for being ensnared by that mischievous child? Nevertheless, putting that aside, this enchantress was not only strikingly beautiful but also possessed an exquisite figure. Just then, his expression shifted slightly as his internal golden dan began to whirl rapidly, the true essence within his dantian boiling forth, a lively and vibrant aura beginning to emanate uncontrollably. The moment for conception had arrived. A sudden jolt coursed through Qi Yuan's heart. This signified that his accumulation had reached the absolute limit of the golden core realm, compelling him to find a place to condense his nascent soul immediately. Otherwise, he risked losing control of his magical power, potentially succumbing to demonic deviation. With this thought, he promptly retrieved a jade talisman adorned with golden patterns from his spatial pouch. Upon activation, this exquisite teleportation talisman transformed into a dazzling sphere of golden light, enveloping Qi Yuan entirely. Subsequently, an immense force of spatial energy erupted, silently pulling his form away from its original location. In the next instant, with a flash of golden brilliance, Qi Yuan found himself thousands of miles away, surrounded by towering ancient trees and sprawling vines, resembling a vast wilderness. This location, nestled among majestic mountains, was rich in spiritual energy and devoid of human presence for miles around, making it an ideal site for a breakthrough. He had identified this place before entering the Falling Cloud Valley and had chosen it as the site for his nascent soul condensation, having already set various restrictions and defensive formations in place to prevent any unforeseen incidents during the process. Upon his arrival, Qi Yuan immediately extended his divine consciousness, swiftly scanning the surroundings. After confirming that the numerous protective barriers he had established remained undisturbed, he settled into a meditative posture, consuming the prepared elixirs and rare materials to prepare for his ascent to the nascent soul realm. After exhaling a breath of stale air, Qi Yuan closed his eyes slightly, feeling the energy within him surge rapidly, his vitality peaking at that moment. The system initiated an epiphany of the Taishin Dong Huayulu. He had previously amassed a considerable amount of counterattack points specifically to facilitate a breakthrough in this state of enlightenment. As his thoughts settled, the treasured tome of the Taishin sacred land began to operate automatically within his body, each cycle of its operation flawless and even subtly resonating with the rhythm of the great Tao. At that moment, the golden core within his energy sea appeared to transform into a black hole, voraciously consuming the spiritual energy from the surrounding 100 miles. Simultaneously, the once clear sky began to darken as ominous clouds gathered, spreading outward from his position like ink. Chapter 63, The Tao of Heaven's Nascent Soul, Innate Divine Ability Rumbling. As the lightning danced and thunder rumbled, the sky gradually dimmed, Under the overwhelming celestial might, various birds and beasts in the mountains fled in panic, fearing they would be caught in the impending calamity. At this moment, Yuan was in a state of enlightenment. Countless insights regarding the nascent soul realm flooding his mind as his internal cultivation method operated in a flawless manner. He felt as though he had become one with the universe, with boundless spiritual insights swirling around him. Before long, the ominous clouds in the sky had fully coalesced. Boom! A bolt of lightning, thick as a pillar, tore through the void, descending upon Yuan's position. With a deafening crash, his body was instantly engulfed by the lightning. The thunderous roar reducing everything within 1,000 feet to dust. Crack, crack, crack. The bolt of lightning seemed to shatter some kind of shackles binding Yuan, causing the golden core within his energy sea to tremble violently before shattering like porcelain, revealing a translucent infant about an inch long. The infant bore an uncanny resemblance to Yuan, exuding an ethereal aura that sparkled like crystal. Before him stood a remarkably high-quality divine radiance nascent soul. Next, as if struck by a sudden insight, Yuan swiftly extracted a wisp of heavenly Tao energy from the system space and infused it into the newly birthed nascent soul. In the next moment, a radiant glow erupted from the nascent soul, illuminating the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. An expansive and profound aura began to emanate from this newborn nascent soul, with a halo of heavenly Tao light faintly appearing behind it, embodying completeness and purity, seemingly capable of encompassing all things in the world. As the heavenly Tao nascent soul gradually took shape, the dissipating calamity clouds above suddenly began to coalesce again, intensifying rapidly, quickly obscuring much of the sky, the air thickening with an aura of destruction more potent than before. Soon, boom, a bolt of lightning, far more ferocious than the previous ones, tore through the dark clouds, instantly consuming Yuan within its fury and creating a massive crater beneath him. After the second bolt of thunder struck, the storm clouds in the sky slowly dispersed, revealing the azure expanse above. At the bottom of the deep pit, a shadowy figure, disheveled and blackened, struggled to rise, trembling as it raised its right hand toward the sky. However, the middle finger, raised halfway, was silently retracted, as if to express protest against heaven, yet hesitating to follow through. At this moment, the state of enlightenment had concluded. Yuan, barely managing to stand upright, surveyed the scattered equipment around him, his expression one of dismay. Ordinarily, the condensation of a nascent soul would not attract heavenly tribulations. Such phenomena were typically reserved for when cultivators broke through to the transformation stage. The thought of experiencing heavenly tribulation during his nascent soul condensation had never crossed his mind. Hence he had made no preparations. Now, all his garments had been reduced to ashes by the two bolts of thunder, leaving him charred and disheveled. With even the storage pouch at his waist obliterated, its contents strewn across the ground in a pitiful display. Fortunately, the essential items had been stored in his spatial pouch, as the storage bag was merely a ruse, containing only low-tier spiritual stones and elixirs. Otherwise, the loss would have been substantial. Wasn't it said in books that cultivators would not be struck by lightning during nascent soul condensation? Yet, here he was, unexpectedly beset by tribulation. Had he violated some heavenly decree? One bolt was already overwhelming enough, yet two had come. Oh heavens, all I wished for was to condense a nascent soul. Did it require such theatrics? As Yuan muttered to himself, the ambient calamity energy surged toward him like a tide, causing his aura to ascend rapidly. Soon reaching the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, he then slightly channeled his spiritual power, and the layer of charred remnants on his body instantly shed away, revealing skin as smooth as new, faintly shimmering with a soft glow, akin to precious jade. Upon introspecting, he found his nascent soul brimming with profound energy. Radiant phenomena swirling around him, continuously exuding pure and overwhelming spiritual power. Truly, the heavenly Tao nascent soul was far superior to the previous divine radiance nascent soul, validating the efforts he had expended. Embracing this newfound strength, Yuan felt elated, all previous discontent swept away. After his moment of joy, a thought crossed his mind, and his once distinctly black and white eyes were suddenly suffused with a flurry of golden runes, his bones and flesh reverberating as if dragons and serpents stirred, thunder echoing through the skies. Simultaneously, his aura surged rapidly, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the mid-nascent soul stage. This state persisted for several breaths before abruptly halting, as the peculiar runes in his eyes faded away, and his cultivation reverted to the initial stage of the nascent soul. The power was commendable. Yuan reopened his eyes, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his features. After condensing the Taoist Yuan, not only did his strength surge dramatically, but he also acquired a formidable innate divine ability, the Blood God S4 refinements. This technique enables him to significantly enhance his combat prowess in a short span by consuming his vital energy. As the name implies, the Blood God S4 refinements allows for 4 stages of blood burning, with the most terrifying 4th stage potentially quadrupling the practitioner's strength temporarily. However, the consequences of employing the 4th stage are severe. The practitioner may not perish but will lose half their life force. Just previously, Yuan utilized the 2nd stage, which allowed him to unleash a burst of vital energy without any significant aftermath, doubling his power instantaneously. This illustrates the terrifying nature of this innate divine ability, making it a potent weapon for the weak to triumph over the strong. In the realm of cultivation, such a level of lethal technique would at least equate to a sacred grade spell, rivaling the pinnacle legacies of the seven sacred lands. Moreover, as Qi Yuan's innate divine ability, the blood god's four refinements can be executed flawlessly without prior mastery, and it will only grow stronger as his cultivation advances. It was indeed an unexpected delight to gain such a formidable innate divine ability upon achieving the Taoist Yuaning. With this thought, a smile of uncontainable joy graced Qi Yuan's lips, and his satisfaction with this breakthrough deepened. After pondering for a moment, he donned the standard robes of falling Cloud Valley and stepped forward, his figure vanishing and reappearing as if by teleportation, now standing 100 miles away. Upon reaching the Yuan realm, a cultivator can traverse 100 miles in an instant, compressing distance into mere inches. Chapter 64, Comrade, I finally found you Puzhou City. After attaining the Taoist Yuan, Qi Yuan, with his vastly enhanced capabilities, swiftly approached a grand city. The city walls stretched over 100 miles, towering more than 30 feet high, resembling a colossal beast lying beneath the Kanglan Mountain. Puzhou City serves as a significant stronghold in the southwestern region of the Great Xia Kingdom, home to 1 million inhabitants, where immortals and mortals coexist in a bustling blend. With numerous merchant caravans flowing through, embodying an opulent and flourishing era, the Great Xia Court is among the subordinate forces of the endless sacred land. Historically docile and submissive to other sacred lands, maintaining long-term tributes and emphasizing human relations, thus ensuring its enduring establishment and profound heritage. It is said that within the imperial family of Great Xia, there resides a cultivator at the Harmonious Path realm, considered a local sovereign. At this moment, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the streets remained lively with throngs of people and the clamorous presence of spiritual beasts. As Qi Yuan strolled through the streets, he felt a faint reminiscence of attending a temple fair in his past life. He had initially intended to return directly to Falling Cloud Valley, but upon receiving news of the completion of a task from Lianghua midway, he decided to detour to Puzhou City to assess the results of the two sacred land disciples' efforts. Just 6 or 7 days had passed, and news had already arrived. Indeed, they were elite disciples of the sacred land, their efficiency remarkable. As Qi Yuan perused the customs and culture of Puzhou City, he was lost in thought. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow, and he instinctively glanced in a particular direction. There, he observed a gaunt figure clad in a black robe and hood, stealthily approaching him. Leaning in close, the figure murmured, "A plate of pig's head meat." What? Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. Noticing his lack of response, the shadowy figure lowered his voice further, adding, "A plate of pig's head meat." This time, Qi Yuan understood clearly and instinctively replied, "2 taels of erguotu." Upon hearing this, the shadow's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastily lifted the cloth covering his face, revealing a pair of shifty eyes, filled with a hint of exhilaration. As he gazed at Qi Yuan, the king covers the tiger beneath the ground. Qi Yuan cast a peculiar glance at him and inquired, "The river demon about a town. Who might you be?" The man's tone grew increasingly animated. Earthquake and high hills, a landscape of streams and mountains eternal. At that moment, Qi Yuan began to grasp the situation. Before the man could finish, he swiftly gestured with his hand and, sporting a strange expression, asked, "Spare me the pleasantries. Are you Li Mingwang or Zhang Xiqiang?" The names he mentioned were those of the 2 disciples from the sacred land who had taken on the task. Upon hearing Qi Yuan accurately state his name, the figure in the black cloak beamed with joy, promptly removing his hood to reveal a round, plump head. "Comrade, I have finally found you. I am Li Mingwang, and I am here specifically to assign you a task." Indeed, Qi Yuan's lips curled slightly, his expression a blend of amusement and exasperation as he inquired, "Who imparted these clandestine signals to you? Furthermore, what clandestine activities have you 2 engaged in? As esteemed disciples of the sacred land, why do you appear akin to thieves?" Li Mingwang, upon hearing this, chuckled with a hint of pride illuminating his countenance. "These signals were taught to us by Deacon Liang from Yuhua Peak. He mentioned that anyone coming to verify the task would certainly be able to respond appropriately. As for our attire, my brother and I reasoned that since the higher-ups of our sect issued this task anonymously, it surely indicates that the esteemed elder wishes to remain incognito. As disciples of the sacred land, we must consider the elder's wishes, maintaining a low profile during the execution of our duties to avoid recognition. You truly are a little genius." Qi Yuan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He had indeed devised certain codes and signals for the patrolling guards of Yuhua Peak, but he never anticipated that Lianghua would so skillfully employ them. Nevertheless, his decision to remain anonymous was primarily to evade the attention of certain individuals within the sacred land who might harbor ulterior motives. The mission itself was not one of disrepute. The 2 of them could have approached it with utmost transparency. Was there truly a need for such clandestine behavior? Recalling the purpose of his visit, he suppressed his irritation and inquired, "Where is Zhang Xiqiang?" "Senior brother Zhang is waiting in a concealed location," Li Mingwang replied earnestly. "The more critical the mission, the more imperative it is to act separately. Otherwise, wouldn't that provide the enemy with an opportunity to capture us all at once?" At this moment, Qi Yuan's expression darkened. They had already completed the task. Why were they still so anxious? To avoid wasting any more time, he dismissed further conversation and commanded, "Lead the way." Under Li Mingwang's guidance, he navigated through 4 or 5 narrow alleys and traversed several winding paths, eventually halting in a secluded little lane. "Is this where he is?" Qi Yuan's tone was tinged with impatience as he felt his patience nearing its breaking point. Li Mingwang, with a mysterious smile, remarked, Brother Zhang is indeed a master of stealth. We shall scale a few more walls and we will arrive. Qi Yuan, after scaling over a dozen walls. Li Mingwang finally came to a halt in an abandoned courtyard. He then pointed towards a dried-up well within the yard. This is the place. Upon witnessing the scene, Qi Yuan shook his head and followed suit. Zhang Shixiang, I have located the contact. Please come out quickly. Li Mingwang leaned over the well, peering inside as he called out twice. However, the well remained enveloped in silence, responding only with hollow echoes. Observing this disheartening situation, Qi Yuan felt the veins on his forehead throb with frustration, tempted to deliver a swift kick to this inept fellow. Li Mingwang sheepishly withdrew his head, murmuring to himself, This doesn't make sense. Shixiang was right here last time. Could it be that my prolonged absence caused him to change locations? Just then, a multitude of bubbles erupted from the adjacent tranquil pool, followed by a plump shadow emerging from the water. Haha, did not expect this, did you, Miss Shitty? This time, I concealed myself beneath the water. The newcomer was stout, wearing a conical hat, and was completely enveloped in a black aquatic suit, from which droplets of water continuously dripped. Li Mingwang raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Zhang Shixiang, it has only been a day. Yet your skills in stealth have evidently advanced. I am truly impressed. Enough. Qi Yuan could no longer endure the situation. He took a deep breath, striving to suppress the impulse to strike out and address the matter at hand. How have you two progressed with your task? The task has been completed. We are merely awaiting inspection, one of them replied. As they spoke, Zhang Shixiang cheerfully produced a large jar from the storage ring on his hand, slamming it onto the ground with a resounding crash that reverberated through the entire area. What is this? As Qi Yuan focused his gaze, he beheld a large vat brimming with a grayish-white powdery substance, causing his brows to furrow slightly. To be frank, Zhang Shixiang rubbed his plump hands together, exclaiming with enthusiasm, Didn't the task specify investigating the missing cultivators? It explicitly stated that we must see the living or the dead. However, all the victims had been completely drained of their blood and essence, leaving behind only fragments of bones. There is neither a living person nor a corpse, making it impossible to discern identities, let alone determine if they were male or female in life. In order to provide evidence of task completion, we had no choice but to bring back the ashes. Ashes? Gazing at the vat filled to the brim with ashes, Qi Yuan fell into deep contemplation. Could these two be jesting with me? In the esteemed Taishian sacred land, how could two such individuals like you both possibly appear? He now harbored serious doubts about whether they had taken shortcuts during their entrance assessments. Chapter 65. A temporary inconvenience for you. Enough of this nonsense. Qi Yuan exclaimed, observing the smug expressions on their faces. He inhaled deeply and, with a stoic demeanor, commanded, Describe in detail the process of how you completed your task. Should there be a single unnecessary word, it will be counted as a task failure. Upon hearing this, the duo, known as the Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick, fell silent, promptly recounting their experiences. It began like this. Soon, it will be senior sister Shang's 90th birthday. And I was contemplating preparing a surprise gift to enhance our relationship. Before Zhang Shixiang could finish, Li Mingwang's expression froze, and he hastily tugged at Zhang Shixiang's sleeve, saying, Wait, how did you know senior sister Shang's birthday is approaching? Why was I not informed? Zhang Shixiang disdainfully brushed off Li Mingwang's hand, responding with arrogance, Naturally, my connection with senior sister Shang is not something you can compare to. You are merely the most bothersome among her numerous admirers. Such private matters are certainly not for you to know. He added, I advise you to keep your distance from senior sister Shang. What status do you hold that you think you could possibly pursue someone of her caliber? I might stand a chance. Li Mingwang's face fell, filled with despair. I never imagined that even such a significant event as her 90th birthday would not be communicated to me. Why? Am I truly an outsider in her eyes? As they spoke, both suddenly felt a murderous glare directed at them, causing them to shiver in unison. Zhang Shixiang hastily continued. Then I went to the task hall to accept a mission, intending to earn some merit points for a gift for senior sister Shang. However, this task also caught Li Mingwang's attention, and after a dispute, we decided to duel to determine who would qualify to accept the mission. To our surprise, after hundreds of exchanges, neither of us could claim victory. The intensity of the battle was unimaginable. Stop right there. I am not interested in such details. I want to know what transpired after your arrival in Puzhou City. Get to the point. Qi Yuan was nearly driven to madness as the conversation strayed further from the topic, fearing he might lash out at these two rascals. Zhang Shixiang awkwardly scratched his nose and continued, considering the task also required investigating the Wang family's illicit activities. We decided to split up upon our arrival and tackle the issue from different angles. I took on the guise of an ignorant foreign qi refining cultivator, appearing foolish and oblivious, which made the perpetrator believe I would be an easy target to lure out the mastermind. Meanwhile, Junior brotherly planned to infiltrate the Wang family as a bodyguard to covertly investigate and gather evidence of their misdeeds. Now that sounds somewhat plausible. Hearing this, Qi Yuan nodded. Despite their seemingly absurd antics, they did possess some clever ideas when it came to the matter at hand. However, Zhang Saiqiang suddenly shot a resentful glare at Li Mingwang, his voice laced with fury, in order to uncover the truth behind the missing cultivators. I feigned ignorance for several days, only to discover that the one who ambushed me was none other than that traitorous Li Mingwang. What? Yuan was utterly perplexed, casting a puzzled glance towards Li Mingwang. It wasn't my intention, Li Mingwang said sheepishly, scratching his nose, his words laden with resignation. At that time, I concealed my cultivation level to the peak of qi refinement, successfully infiltrating the Wang family as a senior guard. Perhaps due to my innate cleverness and adeptness at navigating social situations, I quickly became well acquainted with the steward of the Wang residence. Subsequently, that steward revealed to me a lucrative opportunity for acquiring spirit stones. He stated that for every robust young cultivator I could capture, I would be rewarded with 200 spirit stones. The more I captured, the greater the profit. Capturing. Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be? Damn it, that scoundrel Li Mingwang. Before Li Mingwang could finish his sentence, Zhang Saiqiang, who was beside him, became irate and began to curse vehemently. Did you not previously claim this was a misunderstanding? It turns out you did it on purpose. And do you truly regard me as being worth merely 200 spirit stones? As he spoke, he dragged Li Mingwang before Yuan, exclaiming, Comrade, you must adjudicate this matter. We are both disciples of the Holy Land. Yet this rascal took advantage of my momentary inattention to knock me unconscious from behind, and then delivered me to the Wang family cellar. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself being leered at by a perverse old man, and I nearly soiled myself in terror. Would you not classify this as an act of harm against a fellow disciple? Li Mingwang, with a look of helplessness, shrugged his shoulders. I, Li Mingwang, hail from a prestigious lineage, and would never engage in the abduction of the innocent. In order to maintain my cover within the Wang family, it was regrettably necessary for me to impose upon you temporarily. I initially thought it might be one of the Wang family's female relatives who had developed a fondness for robust men. But little did I know that the ancestral patriarch of the Wang family would stoop so low as to practice malevolent sorcery to prolong his life, extracting the vital essence of the living. What? The case of the missing cultivators was indeed orchestrated by the Wang family? Yuan was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief at the sheer coincidence. Once he regained his composure, curiosity piqued within him as he inquired, what happened next? Seemingly recollecting his own valiant performance at that time, Zhang Saiqiang's anger gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of pride. He declared with a triumphant air, although the situation was dire, I, Zhang Saiqiang, would never bring shame to the sacred land. That old pervert, no matter how deranged, was merely in the early stages of the Golden Core realm. With just a few punches and kicks, I brought him to his knees, demonstrating that righteousness prevails over evil. As he spoke, he retrieved a round, severed head from his spatial ring and nonchalantly tossed it onto the ground. See, I speak the truth. This old scoundrel is none other than Wang Tianda, the ancestral figure of the Wang family. Yuan lowered his head and indeed saw the severed head. Its hair completely white, skin shriveled like decayed wood, and eyes still wide open, preserving the expression of utter horror from before death, unable to close. Truly, the heavens are vast and impartial. It seems the Wang family, having committed countless atrocities, was destined for such a calamity. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan gently shook his head and casually stowed the head of the Wang family ancestor into his storage bag, then inquired solemnly, what became of the other members of the Wang family? Upon hearing this, Zhang Saiqiang let out a cold laugh, brimming with murderous intent as he replied, Wang Tianda, in a desperate attempt to extend his life, ruthlessly slaughtered hundreds of innocent cultivators, his crimes heinous beyond measure. According to the rules of the sacred land, those who practice forbidden arts are to be eradicated without mercy. Thus, we brothers conducted a thorough investigation, and all those aware of the situation, including the head of the Wang family, have been held accountable. They have now descended to the underworld to serve their ancestors. The remaining members of the Wang family, though spared from death, are unworthy of continuing as cultivators. All those possessing the aptitude for cultivation must have their spiritual roots severed and their dantians destroyed, ensuring no future threats arise. Chapter 66. I await your good news. You have done well. After listening to the handling of the matter, Yuan nodded in approval, offering rare praise. If the 7 great sacred lands were indeed a group of naive and benevolent gentlemen, they would have long been consumed by the ruthless and cunning demonic forces, leaving no trace. It is precisely this unwavering strength that has allowed them to endure for countless millennia, firmly maintaining their dominant position in the realm of cultivation. On the contrary, the enduring legacy of the 7 great sacred lands relies on strict regulations and sharp tactics. When faced with something that must be eradicated, they show no mercy whatsoever. From the moment the Wang family's ancestor was discovered practicing forbidden arts, the family's fate was sealed, with no opportunity for redemption. Even if any remnants survived, their paths to cultivation would be irrevocably severed, ensuring that the Wang family of Puzhou City could never rise again. Excellent. It appears the evidence has proven useful. Our efforts in gathering a jar of ashes were not in vain. Seeing that their task had been acknowledged, Li Mingwang and Zhang Saiqiang were instantly filled with excitement. Thank you for your understanding, brother. Let's all head to the Drunken Joy Pavilion together. It's on me, Li Mingwang exclaimed. eagerly slapping his thigh and casting a lively invitation toward Qi Yuan. Before a response could be given, Zhang Saiqiang swiftly kicked him away, shooting him an annoyed glare. Li, have you lost your mind? You were the one who insisted on treating. Why are you slapping my thigh? Let me tell you, Li Mingwang. If you don't clarify the incident where you hit me from behind last time, I will immediately sever ties with you. Regarding these two characters, Qi Yuan felt exasperated. He sighed in disdain and then spoke earnestly. It seems you made the right choice in concealing your identities. Remember, when you are out in the world, never mention that you are disciples of the Taishan sacred land, as it would be quite embarrassing. Upon hearing this, the two bickering men paused simultaneously. With Li Mingwang questioning, what do you mean? Our Taishan sacred land is one of the top powers in the world, renowned and illustrious. There is no shame in it. You both misunderstood. What I mean is that this would bring disgrace to the sacred land. Qi Yuan no longer wished to engage in further discussion with them. He took a token from his sleeve and tossed it into their hands. Take this token back to the task hall. They will assess your completion of the task and grant you your rewards. After saying this, he waved his hand to bid farewell, preparing to leave. Brother, wait. Before Qi Yuan could take a step, Zhang Saiqiang hurriedly called him back. What is it? Qi Yuan furrowed her brow slightly. Zhang Saiqiang first exchanged a glance with Li Mingwang beside him, then approached Qi Yuan with a beaming smile, saying, to be honest, this task is exceedingly effortless. To prevent us from taking any missteps, that esteemed elder even went so far as to directly highlight the true culprit for us, leaving us both feeling rather embarrassed. Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat perplexed. What do you mean? Zhang Saiqiang offered a somewhat awkward smile, stating, since that esteemed elder is so generous, we certainly must make a noteworthy contribution. Otherwise, these 20,000 merit points would feel rather unsettling in our possession. Upon hearing this unexpected declaration, Qi Yuan became intrigued. Speak plainly, what do you wish to do? Zhang Saiqiang, adopting a serious demeanor, glanced around to ensure no one was in earshot before conspiratorially revealing, during our search in the Wang family, we discovered that the malevolent technique employed by the ancestral figure, Wang Tianda, was not of his own invention but rather imparted by another. The individual who taught this dark art is, in fact, Wang Tianda's superior. A staggering 70% of the blood essence he procures must be surrendered to this entity, leaving him only a mere 30% for his own longevity. This indicates that there are greater fish to be found within the confines of Puzhou City, and according to our leads, it is highly likely that these greater fish are connected to the city lord's residence. If we follow this trail and unearth the mastermind behind the scenes, would it not serve as a testament to our capabilities? At this point, Zhang Saiqiang chuckled. If we can execute this matter splendidly, that esteemed elder will surely think of us first for any future promising tasks. Wouldn't you agree? Greater fish, indeed. Qi Yuan paused momentarily. Yet he did not dwell on the matter. The task he had issued was merely a means to fulfill the demands of the Falling Cloud Valley sect. The current outcomes had far surpassed the expectations of Falling Cloud Valley, and the so-called malevolent entities bore no relevance to him. Although he held such thoughts, he did not wish to extinguish the enthusiasm of the two individuals in their pursuit of vanquishing demons and monsters. Thus, he nodded and said, very well. I shall await your good news. After offering them a few words of encouragement, Qi Yuan turned and embarked on his journey back to Falling Cloud Valley. There remained a principal mission to undertake, yet he was left pondering what the system's reference to a crisis truly entailed. As Qi Yuan traveled, he silently pondered. Meanwhile, at the main hall of Falling Cloud Valley, the head of the sect, Shen Wujia, casually reclined in the main seat and inquired of Bai Qingwu. The sect leader, how have you prepared the items I requested? Behind him, four lovely maids, draped in sheer silk, meticulously kneaded his shoulders, attending to him with great care. Not far away, Bai Qingwu, with a respectful demeanor, retrieved a splendid storage bag from his bosom and presented it to one of the maids. Daozi, we have prepared the spirit stones and top-tier magical artifacts you requested, but... He paused momentarily before mustering the courage to continue. Falling Cloud Valley truly cannot produce 20 beautiful maidens. I implore you to reconsider this demand in light of our sincerity. Is that so? Shen Wujia received the storage bag from the maid and casually scanned it with his divine sense, his expression darkening instantly. Are you saying you cannot provide the items I desire? You misunderstand. Sensing the hostility in Shen Wujia's tone, Bai Qingwu took a deep breath and replied solemnly. If you could agree to waive that particular request, Falling Cloud Valley would be willing to offer an additional 5,000 premium spirit stones for your journey. You are quite reasonable. Shen Wujia stated with a smile that did not reach his eyes. In that case, I shall not press you further, lest I be accused of bullying the weak. However, I have another request for you to consider. He then handed a jade slip to Bai Qingwu. Standing beside him, if you can fulfill this, I will leave immediately, and the 5,000 premium spirit stones will be forfeit. Oh, Bai Qingwu, wary of a trap, quickly accepted the jade slip, preparing to examine it. At that moment, an eerie black light suddenly erupted from the slip, followed by a surge of inky darkness that enveloped the unsuspecting Bai Qingwu. Daozi of the heavenly extremes, what are you doing? Upon witnessing this sudden turn of events, Bai Qingwu's pupils constricted in shock and anger as he staggered back, attempting to break free from the encroaching black mist. However, the expanding darkness clung to him like a parasite, rendering him completely immobile, whether in flesh or spirit. Haha. Shen Wujie grinned, casually remarking, "In light of Falling Cloud Valley's sincere disposition towards the heavenly extremes sacred land, I shall naturally present you with a token of my appreciation. You may accept it with peace of mind." Wait, this is a technique of the demon sect. You are not Pugenshua, Bai Qingwu suddenly realized. His teeth clenched in rage as he prepared to fight back, only to find himself engulfed in darkness, frozen like a statue. The commotion swiftly caught the attention of disciples outside the hall, and soon a group of guard disciples rushed in, only to be stunned by the scene before them. What is happening? Sect leader, what have you done to our leader? Why has he ended up like this? Confusion descended upon the hall as disciples panicked, unsure of how to proceed. According to protocol, they should immediately apprehend the assailant suspected of harming their leader. Yet, they had also been repeatedly warned that this individual was a distinguished guest from Falling Cloud Valley, whose status was too exalted to offend. Moreover, this was a direct order from their leader. In their state of disarray, they lacked the courage to confront the Daozi of the heavenly extremes, who was at the nascent soul stage. Meanwhile, Shen Wujie remained seated, leisurely sipping his tea, completely indifferent to the various gazes around him. Soon, a commotion erupted outside the hall as Elder Inqing Yuan of the Entry Dao Pavilion, accompanied by several other elders, stormed in. Upon witnessing the completely subdued Bai Qingwu, a flicker of delight flashed in Inqing Yuan's eyes, though he feigned astonishment, admonishing, "What are you all doing gathered here? Did I not instruct you to treat the Daozi with utmost respect?" The disciples exchanged glances, stepping back to create a path. Just then, a group of Falling Cloud Valley elders rushed in, their faces pale with horror at the sight before them. Sect leader. Once they regained their senses, many loyal elders to Bai Qingwu erupted in fury, ready to demand an explanation. "Pugenshua, how dare you attack our sect leader? Do you think Falling Cloud Valley has no one to defend it? With 3,000 disciples and the grand formation left by our ancestors. If you do not provide an explanation today, we vow to fight you to the bitter end. Indeed, we have served you diligently and respectfully. Yet you resort to poisoning our leader. What kind of logic is this? Even if we must escalate matters to the heavenly extreme sacred land, we shall seek justice for our leader." As the crowd's righteous anger mounted, the situation threatened to spiral out of control. Shen Wujie suddenly let out a cold laugh, his tone icy as he declared, "Bai Qingwu, the leader of Falling Cloud Valley, secretly practiced forbidden arts and colluded with the demon sect. When I exposed him, he became enraged and attempted to assassinate me, which is why he has been subdued. Are you all conspiring with Bai Qingwu? If so, I shall summon reinforcements from the sacred land to raise Falling Cloud Valley to the ground, lest future troubles arise." At these words, the hall fell into a profound silence. The notion that the esteemed leader of Falling Cloud Valley might be colluding with the demon sect was too outrageous, yet uttered by the Daozi of the heavenly extremes. It bore an unsettling gravity. Should the charges be substantiated, not only would Bai Qingwu's reputation be ruined, but the entire Falling Cloud Valley could face dire consequences, even annihilation. In that moment, even Bai Qingwu's most devoted followers could not help but exhibit signs of hesitation, their momentum diminishing. Nonsense. My father has always been upright and loathes evil. How could he collude with the demon sect? At that moment, a clear and melodious voice pierced through the silence, drawing everyone's attention. Bai Shiro strode into the hall, her face set in a frosty glare towards Shen Wujie, her expression filled with indignation. "You are clearly slandering him. If you have no guilt, release my father at once and allow him to confront you publicly. The truth will be discerned by our esteemed uncles and elders." What a sharp-tongued little beauty. Shen Wujie scoffed, his tone mocking. "If I were to release your father right now and he were to confirm his practice of demonic arts, what would you do?" At his words, Bai Shiro's delicate form trembled slightly, a flicker of unease coursing through her, yet she remained resolute, stating firmly, "My Bai family has devoted itself to the sect for generations. My father would never engage in collusion with the demon sect. Should you prove that he indeed practices dark arts, we will willingly accept any consequences." Haha. Hearing this, how could I disregard your generous offer? Shen Wujie laughed heartily. "Very well, since you have made such a statement." As he spoke, he gently brushed his robe sleeves, and a majestic and overwhelming aura surged forth, swiftly entering Bai Qingwu's body. In the next moment, accompanied by the flow of this pure energy throughout his being, the dark hue enveloping Bai Qingwu dissipated rapidly, akin to the sun melting snow, while his once frozen skin and joints gradually relaxed. "Father, Master," observing Bai Qingwu regaining his mobility, the crowd felt an immense relief and hurriedly approached him. Amidst the calls, Bai Qingwu abruptly opened his eyes, his previously dull pupils transformed into an abyssal black, devoid of any sclera, exuding an unsettling aura. His previously tranquil features contorted into a grotesque snarl, emanating a suffocating air of brutality. "Kill! Kill them all!" He then let out a feral roar, raising his hand to unleash an assault in all directions. Witnessing this, Bai Shiro's face turned ashen as she gazed at Bai Qingwu. "Father, What has happened to you? Please awaken. The other cultivators of Falling Cloud Valley also wore expressions of shock, retreating in haste. Shinwuji sneered. You see? This is the consequence of cultivating demonic arts. Total disregard for kin, a descent into madness. With that, a triumphant smile crept across his face as he slowly raised his palm. And a blood-red sword, glowing eerily, materialized, aimed directly at Bai Qingwu. Don't kill my father. Bai Shiro cried out, her face drained of color, rushing forward recklessly to intervene. Suddenly, a burst of white light descended from the heavens, shattering the blood-red sword into a myriad of sparkling fragments that rained down. Who goes there? Shinwuji frowned, casting his gaze toward a certain direction. What a bunch of fools. They're about to witness their master being slain, yet they hide like turtles. If Bai Yanji were here, he would surely be unable to contain himself. Accompanied by a disdainful voice, a youthful figure gradually materialized in the hall, effortlessly subduing the frenzied Bai Qingwu, elder array spirit. Upon seeing the youth, the cultivators of Falling Cloud Valley were left speechless, their faces etched with disbelief. After a millennium of silence, the legendary array spirit of the sect had finally made an appearance. Array spirit? Shinwuji's expression stiffened at the sight of the suddenly manifested spirit. He had not anticipated that such a powerful entity resided within the humble Falling Cloud Valley. It felt akin to encountering a formidable boss while merrily hunting in a novice village. This was indeed an awkward situation. You treacherous dog, how dare you deceive me? Shinwuji glowered at Inxing Yuan, his eyes filled with malice. At this moment, Inxing Yuan was also drenched in cold sweat, unable to comprehend why the array spirit, which had lain dormant for over a millennium, would suddenly reveal itself at this critical juncture. It was well known that Falling Cloud Valley had faced several annihilation crises over the past 1,000 years, each far more dire than the current predicament. Yet the array spirit had always remained aloof, sometimes even reducing the strength of the sect's protective array, allowing enemies to invade, as if harboring a grudge against those within the valley. This matter had plagued Falling Cloud Valley for a millennium, with each sect leader attempting to communicate with the spirit, only to be met with futility, further aggravating its disdain. Thus, when devising his rebellion plan, he had not even considered the spirit's existence. Yet today, before any disaster could befall Falling Cloud Valley, the array spirit made its appearance, leaving him utterly baffled. After a moment of silence, Bai Shiro was the first to regain her composure, her face alight with joy. Thank you, Elder Array Spirit, for your timely assistance. I am eternally grateful. She then bowed deeply to the spirit, her tone filled with utmost respect. For her, had it not been for the spirit's intervention, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The gratitude for saving her father could not be overstated. This is trivial. The array spirit waved dismissively. Had I not confirmed that the matter was not instigated by you of Falling Cloud Valley, I would hardly have bothered with your fates. Have you clarified the situation? Others were left bewildered, but Bai Shiro seemed to grasp something, her expression turning to one of surprise as she asked, Elder, have you already uncovered the true culprit behind that incident? Not me. The array spirit shook its head, then huffed. It was that lad Chi who helped me uncover the culprit. Unfortunately, that rascal managed to escape. Alas, junior brother Chi? Bai Shiro's mouth fell open, astonished. She had devoted immense effort to investigate this case, yet had found nothing, not even a substantial lead, only to discover that someone had quietly accomplished it. Could it be that junior brother Chi undertook this investigation for my sake? The thought filled her heart with an inexplicable sweetness, just as Bai Shiro was lost in her thoughts. The array spirit cast a glance at Shinwuji, whose expression was fluctuating between anger and calm, and asked in a deep voice, And who might you be? In response, Shinwuji maintained his composure and replied evenly, I am Pu Genshua, the disciple of the Heavenly Extremity Sacred Land. While journeying through this area, I discovered your master Bai Qingwu colluding with demonic forces, a crime deserving of death. As the array spirit of this place, do you intend to shield him? In truth, although the presence of a divine array spirit instilled him with trepidation, it did not invoke fear. This was because array spirits were often bound by the rules of the array, primarily serving to mobilize the sect's defenses. They rarely intervened unless the array was attacked. Moreover, given his current status as a disciple of the Heavenly Extremity Sacred Land, even if the array spirit went mad, it would still have to consider the safety of Falling Cloud Valley's inhabitants. Upon hearing his self-disclosed identity, the array spirit immediately furrowed its brow and murmured, Heavenly Extremity Disciple? This fellow carries quite a reputation. Seeing this, Bai Shiro grew anxious and quickly interjected, Elder Array Spirit, my father must have fallen victim to this man's nefarious schemes, leading to his drastic change. He is not practicing demonic arts. Shinwuji chuckled coldly, You're his daughter, of course, you would defend him. The evidence is irrefutable. What more can you argue? He then cast a mocking glance at Bai Shiro, Sister Bai. Did you not just say you would submit to my judgment? Why do you deny it now? If you obediently comply and please me, I might consider sparing your father. You. Bai Shiro trembled with rage, gritting her teeth as she retorted, You despicable scoundrel, I would rather die than submit to you. Meanwhile, the others in the hall exchanged glances, each wearing varied expressions, momentarily rendered speechless. Enough. At that moment, the array spirit withdrew its hand from Bai Qingwu's forehead and pondered aloud. There indeed resides a trace of ghostly demonic energy within your master's consciousness. However, I did not detect any signs of him practicing demonic arts. Since you both present conflicting accounts, I shall refrain from hasty conclusions. Yet, I currently trust only one person's words, if he comes forth. Perhaps the truth will soon be revealed. Who? Upon uttering these words, everyone was taken aback. Who could possess such extraordinary stature that they could earn the unwavering trust of this notoriously temperamental spirit of the array? The spirit let out a soft sigh and solemnly pronounced a name, Chida. Meanwhile, after departing from Puzhou City, Yuan wasted no time and swiftly made his way to the outskirts of Falling Cloud Valley. Just as he was about to enter the mountain gate, he noticed a figure darting through the air with lightning speed, heading directly towards him. As the figure approached, it drew back its ethereal light and landed a short distance before Yuan. What brings you here? Yuan's eyelids flickered with unease as he recognized the visitor. The newcomer, a young man in his 20s clad in a deep green robe, spoke up. I would like to inquire if this is indeed Falling Cloud Valley? His features were quite distinctive, a flat nose and small eyes, giving him an appearance reminiscent of a hairless monkey. Upon closer inspection, the resemblance was even more striking. Yuan, however, was acutely aware that the individual before him was no ordinary figure. This man was the Daozi of the Heavenly Peak Sacred Land, one of the 7 great sacred sites, known as Pujin Shua. Chapter 69. We are truly not acquainted, realizing that the other party had not recognized him. Yuan's vigilance eased slightly as he nodded gently. This is indeed the Falling Cloud Valley. Curiosity piqued within him. He wondered why this person had ventured here. Could it be that a brothel had opened in Falling Cloud Valley unbeknownst to him? Finally, I have found it. The man in the green robe sighed in relief, casting his gaze around before directing it towards Yuan. I am Pujin. No, Pujingji. May I inquire how this esteemed brother is addressed? Yuan's expression momentarily froze. Goodness, even the alias he chose was refreshingly unique and perfectly aligned with his character. It was evident he was the genuine article. I am Chida, a disciple of the inner sect of Falling Cloud Valley. Noticing that the other party deliberately concealed his identity, Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, opting not to expose him on the spot. After all, his own identity was also fabricated. They were essentially two of a kind, brothers in deception. Ah, so it is Brother Chida. What a remarkable coincidence we have. Upon hearing this, Park Gunsuk's eyes lit up, and he approached Yuan with an amiable familiarity. Throwing an arm around his shoulder and speaking in a warm tone, I have long heard of your esteemed name, Brother Chi, and have always wished to visit you in Falling Cloud Valley. Who would have thought I would encounter you today? Truly, life is full of unexpected reunions. As he spoke, a radiant smile adorned Park Gunsuk's somewhat abstract face, as if he had just met an old friend after many years. Hold on, do I know you from before? Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine, hastily freeing himself from Park Gunsuk's grasp. Let us speak of matters at hand. We are hardly acquainted. He mused inwardly. Could it be that this celestial Taoist has lost his wits over a woman? Of course, we are strangers. Park Gunsuk chuckled, yet he continued. I am a man of straightforward character, with a penchant for befriending heroes and champions from all corners of the earth. Today, upon meeting you, I feel an immediate camaraderie. If you don't mind, we could venture into the Falling Cloud Valley to find a spot to enjoy a few drinks and discuss our aspirations in life. Really? You have the audacity to call yourself a connoisseur of camaraderie? You might as well be seeking companionship with courtesans. Yuan smirked, a fade of laughter concealing his true emotions. Friend Pu, if you have something to say, please be direct. I am rather busy and lack the leisure to engage in idle chatter. With that, he turned to leave. Wait a moment. Pu Jinshuo, observing Yuan's reaction, became anxious and hurriedly stepped forward to grasp his arm, awkwardly stating, My dear brother, to be frank, I've misplaced an item in your esteemed valley and hope you might do me the kindness of allowing me to enter and search for it. He wished to enter the Falling Cloud Valley. Yuan raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. What have you lost? He inquired. Park Gunsuk, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his nose. I'm afraid, he said, that in order to avoid alarming the snake in the grass, this matter must remain confidential for the time being. Then, with a resolute pat on his chest, he assured, Rest assured, my dear brother Chi, I am a man of my word. It is merely a matter of retrieving an item. I would never take any action that could be detrimental to your esteemed valley. Seeing that his companion remained unmoved, Park Gunsuk appeared to have an epiphany. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then swiftly produced a pouch of spirit stones from his spatial ring, discreetly placing it into Yuan's hand. A modest token, not meant as a formality. I humbly request your assistance. Upon recovering the item, I shall offer you a more substantial reward. Oh, Yuan's gaze was peculiar as he pinched the spirit stone pouch in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he put away the pouch and feigned a reluctant agreement. Very well, but let me make this clear. The Falling Cloud Valley is not a place for recklessness. Once inside, do not wander aimlessly. You must stay close to me and inform me in advance of your intended destinations. Given Tianji Daozi's capabilities, even if he refused Park Gunsuk, there were countless ways for him to infiltrate the valley. Thus, it was more prudent to acquiesce for now and discern the true intentions of the other party. Thank you, big brother. Upon witnessing Qi Yuan's eventual nod of consent, Park Gunsuk's face lit up with joy as he eagerly followed him into the falling cloud valley. Look! It's truly junior brother Qi. As they crossed the sect's great formation and entered the valley, several disciples from Falling Cloud Valley rushed forward, their voices brimming with excitement. Junior brother Qi, you finally returned. We've been waiting for you. Upon returning to such a warm welcome, Qi Yuan felt a bit bewildered. Could it be that he was already so well regarded within the valley? Contemplating this, he casually grabbed one of them and inquired, what have you been waiting for? Junior brother Qi, you may not be aware, but something significant has occurred in the sect. The disciple looked at him with a glimmer of respect in his eyes. Speaking in a hurried tone, the formation spirit has specifically summoned you. Everyone is currently waiting for you in the main hall. The formation spirit? Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan remained utterly perplexed. That old fellow was a mid-stage transformation god. What could possibly require his presence? Despite his confusion, he grasped Park Gunsuk, who was looking around in wonder, and headed straight towards the main hall of Falling Cloud Valley. As they approached, they noticed a throng of disciples surrounding the main hall, creating a dense barrier. Many appeared anxious, their expressions betraying an overwhelming sense of dread and confusion, while some were pale, their breaths unsteady, as if their very hearts were in turmoil. What on earth had transpired? Seeing this scene, Qi Yuan's heart raced, involuntarily recalling the system's mention of a crisis. Cheetah has arrived. At the sight of Qi Yuan, the disciples of Falling Cloud Valley were invigorated, their attention converging upon him as they instinctively parted to create a path. Junior brother Qi. Just then, a graceful young woman in a pale yellow dress hurried out from the hall. Upon spotting Qi Yuan, a flicker of delight danced in her beautiful eyes. Senior sister. Qi Yuan nodded gently at Bai Shiro. Before he could inquire further, the eager Park Gunsuk approached, exclaiming, esteemed maiden, I pay my respects. May I inquire your age and marital status? Please, follow me. The elder spirit awaits your presence. However, Bai Shiro completely disregarded Park Gunsuk, treating him as if he were invisible. She grasped Qi Yuan's hand and strode into the hall. Hey, wait for me, big brother. Park Gunsuk, momentarily taken aback, soon felt the disapproving glares directed at him from all around and hastily hurried to catch up. As Qi Yuan stepped into the main hall, all eyes promptly turned towards him. The spirit of the array within the hall immediately rose to its feet, gesturing towards him. Ah, young friend Qi. Your arrival is most timely. I am quite troubled by this matter. He pointed to Shinwuji, who stood nearby, his expression grave, and declared, this is Pu Genshua, the disciple of the heavenly pole sacred land. He accuses your sect leader, Bai Qinggu, of colluding with the demonic path and practicing malevolent arts. This concerns the safety of the entire Falling Cloud Valley. You must investigate thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan's expression turned peculiar. He is a disciple of the heavenly pole sacred land? Then who is the person standing behind me? Chapter 70. Indeed, his appearance is quite unappealing, and his demeanor is rather questionable. Such audacity. At that moment, Pu Genshua, who had been standing behind Qi Yuan, suddenly stepped forward, his face alight with indignation as he vociferously questioned, who are you to impersonate me? No, to impersonate the disciple of the heavenly pole. Who gave you the temerity? His words startled many, who suddenly realized that an outsider had infiltrated the hall, their gazes shifting towards him. What is he doing here? Shinwuji also noticed Pu Genshua, who had been concealed behind Qi Yuan, and his heart sank, feeling an unsettling sense of foreboding. You ugly creature. From where do you emerge? After a brief moment of unease, Shinwuji quickly regained his composure and coldly sneered, reproaching him without hesitation. As an exemplary disciple of the demonic sect, maintaining composure amidst chaos and twisting the truth are fundamental traits. This minor disturbance was insufficient to rattle him. Curiously, despite the ruckus surrounding them, the maidens accompanying Shinwuji seemed oblivious, standing quietly by his side, their gazes imbued with a deep affection that allowed no room for anything else. Who do you dare to call ugly? Do you believe I won't strike you down right now? Seemingly provoked by the term ugly creature, Pu Genshua erupted with fury, rolling up his sleeves, ready to take action. Calm yourself, brother Zhong, Qi Yuan interjected, grasping Pu Genshua to restrain him. You claimed he is impersonating the disciple of the heavenly pole. Do you have any evidence? He is certainly not a disciple of the heavenly pole, Pu Genshua retorted, his face flushed with anger, glaring at Shinwuji. Trust me. The disciple of the heavenly pole does not resemble him at all. He is a fraud. In response, Shinwuji scoffed derisively, retorting without restraint. And what do you believe the disciple of the heavenly pole should look like? At this, Pu Genshua straightened his back proudly and declared, of course, one should look like me. Instantaneously, the atmosphere in the hall became decidedly awkward. Almost everyone, including the spirit of the array, regarded Pu Genshua with incredulous expressions tinged with pity. This individual was not only unattractive but also lacked common sense. How could the esteemed heavenly pole sacred land choose such a rodent-like figure as their disciple? Were they willing to sacrifice their dignity? In truth, outside of the heavenly pole sacred land, few in the cultivation realm knew what their disciple truly looked like. Even the rare images that circulated were artistically enhanced, bearing little resemblance to the actual person, akin to the discrepancies found in modern beauty filters. For the heavenly pole sacred land, although their disciple possessed exceptional talent, he was indeed quite unattractive, and his conduct often left much to be desired. Thus, they refrained from showcasing him prominently, lest it tarnish the sect's illustrious image. Consequently, the mention of the heavenly pole disciple always evoked an impression of profound mystery and clandestine actions. What's with your judgmental gazes? Is it impossible for the disciple of the heavenly pole to look like this? Noticing the skeptical looks directed his way, Hu Genshua grew increasingly agitated, urgently grasping Qi Yuan's hand and imploring, "Brother, this person is a counterfeit. You must believe me. Enough of this commotion." Qi Yuan disdainfully shook off his hand and turned to Shin Wuji, speaking in a gentle tone, "Esteemed sir, my friend here is currently accusing you of impersonating the celestial Taoist of the heavenly pole. I, however, do not concur with this allegation. Nevertheless, in order to thoroughly exonerate you and leave my friend without a retort, I kindly request that you present an item that can attest to your true identity. Should you manage to produce such proof, I assure you that I will immediately sever ties with this individual and leave him to your discretion, without any further objection." Hearing this, Park Gunsuk first looked at Qi Yuan in disbelief, and then his eyes gradually reddened, revealing an expression of profound sorrow, reminiscent of a pure-hearted youth on the brink of abandonment. Qi Yuan, seemingly oblivious, continued to fix his gaze intently on Shin Wuji. "Oh," Shin Wuji raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Park Gunsuk before a smirk danced upon his lips. "This is what you said. If I can produce it, you at Luoyun Valley must surrender this grotesque creature into my hands, without any tricks." At this moment, his heart was already brimming with joy. This Chido was truly his fortuitous star. If he could indeed leverage the might of Luoyun Valley to capture the celestial extremity Daozi, he would be awakened from dreams with a smile. With such an extraordinary achievement, not only would he instantly gain fame within the sacred sect, establishing himself as the unparalleled prodigy among the youth, but the position of the Holy Son would also undoubtedly belong to him, without a shadow of doubt. As the prospect of immense fortune beckoned him, Shin Wuji unhesitatingly retrieved the Daozi token from his bosom, raising it high before the crowd. This was the exclusive token of the Daozi from the sacred land of celestial extremity, crafted from a unique 5-colored celestial jade, rendering any possibility of forgery impossible. With this 5-colored celestial jade, could it not affirm the identity of the Daozi? "Let me see." Qi Yuan nodded with a smile and stepped forward to face Shin Wuji, taking the palm-sized token from him. "Big brother, this item is mine. Please return it to me." Upon seeing the token, Park Gunsuk suddenly became agitated, eager to rush forward and seize it, only to be kicked away by the erased spirit of the transformation stage, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. "Now that you have confirmed it, please return the token to me," Shin Wuji urged, sensing the situation had progressed sufficiently. However, before he could finish his sentence, Qi Yuan swiftly darted to the side of the erased spirit, and the token vanished from his grasp. Shin Wuji, taken aback, seethed with rage, bellowing, "What do you mean by this? Return the 5-colored heavenly token to me at once, or I shall not be gentle with you." Unfazed, Qi Yuan casually touched his nose and replied earnestly, "I apologize, but the token appears to be a counterfeit. However, you strike me as quite genuine. Which leaves me in a quandary. Given the gravity of the matter, I must take it to the heavenly extreme sacred land for verification. Do not worry. I am a person of integrity and will return it to you, even if it proves to be false." The occurrences transpired so swiftly that the onlookers in the hall were left speechless, their minds struggling to comprehend the unfolding drama. Chapter 71. Let destruction reign. "I am truly exhausted. No, I almost fell into this brat's trap." Shin Wuji suddenly realized that he was the disciple of the heavenly extreme sacred land. If his identity token were snatched away by a mere Qi refinement stage individual, such a cowardly reaction was unbefitting. Recognizing this, he was instantly filled with murderous intent and menacingly threatened, "Young man, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? According to the rules of the heavenly extreme sacred land, openly seizing a disciple's token is a capital offense. Moreover, if your falling cloud valley continues to tolerate such antics, I will find it hard to believe that you, and you're not in league, coupled with the crime of your sect leader colluding with the demonic path. It would be sufficient to ensure that none within Falling Cloud Valley would find rest in death." At these words, many elders of Falling Cloud Valley turned pale, hastening to dissuade him. "Disciple, you misunderstand. This is merely Qi Yuan's personal act and has nothing to do with our Falling Cloud Valley. Qi, you must return the token. Your actions could endanger us all. Indeed, return it quickly. You cannot bear the consequences of such folly." Amid the clamor, Inching Yuan knew it was time for him to intervene. He strode directly to Qi Yuan's side, speaking in a cold tone. "I have long said that this fellow is a troublemaker. Now look, he has caused a great disaster. Qi, if you still consider yourself a disciple of Falling Cloud Valley, return the token to the disciple of the heavenly extreme immediately and bow in apology, submitting to his judgment. Otherwise, for the sake of our sect's survival, I shall have no choice but to purge you." Having delivered this ultimatum, Inching Yuan bowed respectfully to the erased spirit, addressing it with deference. "Esteemed erased spirit, I am Inching Yuan, an elder of the Path Entrance Hall. Our sect is in dire straits if any mistakes occur. Not only will the lives of our 3,000 disciples be in peril, but the foundation laid by our ancestors will crumble. I implore you to allow us to handle Yuan. His words were logical and sincere, immediately garnering the approval and resonance of some Falling Cloud Valley practitioners. Elder Ian is indeed prudent. During this tumultuous time, we need a steady presence like him to oversee the situation. Indeed, this disciple is audacious and reckless. He will inevitably bring calamity if allowed to remain. You are going too far. Before Yuan could respond, Baishiro stepped forward, her beautiful eyes glinting with fury. My father remains unconscious, and you only know how to cower before the so-called disciple of the heavenly extreme, achieving nothing while making it difficult for those who are helping, like junior brother Qi. Whoever wishes to punish him must first contend with my cold moon sword. As she spoke, her delicate hand revealed a short sword radiating a ghostly blue glow, resolutely shielding Yuan behind her. Park Gun-suk, having risen from the ground, merely dusted himself off and ambled to Yuan's side, mockingly stating, "A bunch of fools, your minds are clearly addled from cultivation. Big brother, if Falling Cloud Valley does not suit you, return with me to the heavenly extreme. I will ensure you receive a true disciple's position." This brash declaration ignited the ire of the crowd, and they erupted in outrage. "You impertinent fool, who are you addressing? You are the fool. Do you dare to be so arrogant on our turf? Have you lost your mind?" Silence. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, the previously silent array spirit suddenly interjected, commanding the crowd to hush. Instantly, the hall fell into silence, and everyone obediently ceased their outbursts. Even Park Gun-suk, who had just been kicked, fell silent. Within the confines of Falling Cloud Valley, a mid-transformation stage array spirit represented invincibility. In the ensuing quietude, the array spirit sighed, its tone tinged with resignation. "I have truly encountered the worst luck, emerging only to confront such a myriad of troubles. Had I known, I would have preferred to remain in my cave in peace." Turning its gaze to Yuan, it enunciated deliberately, "You, little rascal, would not engage in self-destructive behavior without cause. Since you dare to act in such a manner, it must be for a reason. Now, this mess is yours to resolve. I shall leave it to you. I am simply weary and wish for destruction to come swiftly." As these words echoed, the room once again fell into a state of stunned disbelief, with all eyes fixed incredulously upon Yuan, questioning their own senses. Goodness, this is not at all how I envisioned the script would unfold. Shouldn't Qi, under the relentless scrutiny of the masses, have experienced a moment of epiphany? Forced to kneel in supplication and return the token with both hands? Why has the situation undergone such a sudden reversal, with someone transitioning from the role of an athlete to that of a judge? Even more alarming is the fact that this judge is backed by the formidable spirit of a sect's grand formation. What leverage do we possess to exert pressure now? This is nothing short of self-inflicted torment. Meanwhile, the smile that had just graced Shin Wuji's face froze, replaced by a surge of indignation within him. The spirit of the dead formation. How could Qi be so trusting? Hearing the words of the formation spirit, Yuan was initially taken aback, then, somewhat bashfully, he touched his nose and replied, "Thank you for your trust, senior. In truth, verifying the authenticity of this matter need not be so complicated as to travel to the celestial extreme, Holy Land. One could simply summon a disciple from there for a quick confirmation." As he spoke, he produced a grotesque severed head from his storage pouch, displaying it before the assembled crowd. What is happening? Many widened their eyes, staring in confusion at the bloodied head, unable to fathom Yuan's intentions. How could this be? This is the head of the Wang family's ancestor from Puzhou City. It was Yuan who first recognized the identity of the head. Unable to suppress an exclamation, his gaze toward Yuan filled with disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. The Wang family's ancestor, Wang Tianda, is a cultivator of the Golden Core stage. How is his head in your possession? Upon hearing this, the others began to grasp the significance of this severed head. Each one struck with profound shock. Are you insane? A mere junior of the Qi refinement stage has audaciously produced the head of a Golden Core cultivator in public. This bizarre and extraordinary spectacle has utterly shattered everyone's understanding. Yuan chuckled softly, tossing the severed head onto the ground with an air of nonchalance. Not long ago, I had undertaken a sect mission at the examination pavilion, tasked with investigating the disappearance of cultivators in Puzhou City. After receiving the assignment, I set out for Puzhou, only to discover that the case had already been resolved by 2 passing disciples from a sacred ground. It turned out that the ancestral figure of the Wang family, Wang Tianda, had been secretly practicing malevolent arts to prolong his life, and those missing cultivators had been abducted by the Wang family. Their vital essence harvested as sustenance for Wang Tianda's longevity. Consequently, the Wang family was uprooted by the righteous disciples from the sacred ground, and the principal offender, Wang Tianda, was executed on the spot. I have always been quite amiable, so I maintained a good rapport with those 2 disciples. Upon learning of my mission, they presented me with the head of Wang Tianda as proof of the task's completion. At this revelation, those present in the hall finally understood. as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. It all made sense. If this individual had claimed to have beheaded Wang Tiande himself, it would have been a tale so far-fetched that no one would believe it. With a slight smile, Yuan then retrieved a communication talisman from his storage pouch, continuing. Of course, this is not the crux of the matter. The pivotal point is that those two disciples are currently in Puzhou City. For a late-stage golden core cultivator, it would take less than an hour to fly from Puzhou to Falling Cloud Valley. If we can summon them for verification, the truth will be revealed forthwith. Disciples of the Tianji sacred ground at the late golden core stage? Shen Wuji's expression shifted drastically, a chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. Such prowess would place them among the elite disciples of the inner sect, and they could not possibly be unfamiliar with the appearance of their own sect leader. If they truly arrived, he would be in peril. At that moment, everyone was immersed in what appeared to be a coherent narrative, naturally assuming that the disciples mentioned by Yuan hailed from the Tianji sacred ground. Chapter 72. How is it? Did we not bring shame upon the sacred ground? What to do? Shen Wuji's complexion fluctuated, as a hint of retreat began to blossom within him. It is well known that Falling Cloud Valley is home to a spirit of transformation. Should his identity as a true disciple of the demonic sect be exposed, he could find himself trapped here, potentially facing grave danger. Yet, to abandon this endeavor now would leave him with an unquenchable sense of regret. At that moment, Yuan scoffed, skepticism etched on his face. You, young one, are known for your cunning and deceit. How could two late-stage golden core disciples of the sacred ground possibly regard a mere chi refinement cultivator from a small sect with such importance, even lowering themselves to befriend you? You are merely attempting to play the rogue. Upon hearing this, Shen Wuji's expression relaxed slightly, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. Indeed, if the other party was merely trying to deceive him, his own unease would surely expose his guilt. With this thought, he concealed his apprehensions, donning a facade of calm as he declared, Youngster, there is no need for pretense here. You may summon those two to meet with me. Should they confirm your deceit, I shall ensure you cannot escape unscathed. Then listen closely, Yuan replied. Yuan did not verbally refute, but instead offered a faint smile, activating the communication talisman in his hand and deliberately turning the volume to its maximum. The people in the hall instinctively held their breath, listening attentively. Soon, a sultry and alluring female voice emanated from the talisman. Esteemed immortals, the young ladies are waiting outside. As per your request, each one is exceptionally alluring. Please feel free to choose. Choose. What are we playing games? Let the ladies in, my brother and I will take them all. In the next moment, a deliberately lowered voice resonated from the talisman. Brother, I'm quite busy here. Make it quick. Faced with the peculiar gazes of those around him, Yuan's lips twitched involuntarily, sensing an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Li Mingwang, where are you two now? Li Mingwang. Upon hearing this name, Park Gunsuk furrowed his brow, unable to recall any notable figure by that name within the heavenly extremity, sacred land. On the other end, Li Mingwang quickly replied, Brother, Zhang Shixiang and I are at the Drunken Joy Pavilion in Puzhou City. The ladies here are quite delightful. Why don't you join us? It's on me. At this, Park Gunsuk, still mulling over who Li Mingwang might be, immediately perked up and exclaimed, If that's the case, I am no longer sleepy. Quickly send your location. I shall rush over. Before he could finish his sentence, the erased spirit kicked him away, sending him crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. At that moment, a chorus of melodious greetings echoed from the communication talisman. We have met the esteemed immortals. Such remarkable skills. You two have chosen from among us a multitude. Yuan's expression darkened as he coldly commanded, Find a secluded place immediately. I need to speak with you. After a brief pause, Li Mingwang quickly acquiesced, sensing the underlying menace in his tone. Moments later, tranquility returned to the spiritual talisman. Soon, a furtive voice emerged once more. Rest assured, comrade, we have not forgotten your instructions. We will never reveal ourselves as disciples of the Holy Land while outside. He continued with a hint of pride. There is a small sect called Falling Cloud Valley near Puzhou City, and we just told the brothel keeper that we are practitioners from there. So what do you think? Have we brought any shame to the Holy Land? The members of Falling Cloud Valley responded with silence. Enough with your chatter. Allow me to speak. Yuan pressed his hand against his forehead, struggling to contain the fury boiling within him, and spoke in a low voice. In the past, you called upon Zhang Caiqiang. I wish to invite both of you to Luyun Valley to assist with the matter. To his surprise, Li Mingwang from the spirit talisman side immediately acquiesced, without any hesitation. All right, brother, hold on for now. We shall arrive shortly. Following this, Li Mingwang's voice echoed. Zhang Shixiang, stop groping around and come. We have work to do. Once the communication talisman was disconnected, the hall fell into an eerie silence. In that moment, every gaze in the room turned towards Yuan, their expressions transformed. Good heavens. We initially thought you were jesting, yet you truly managed to summon two elite disciples from the heavenly extreme sacred land. Although those two individuals appeared rather unorthodox, The clarity of the earlier communication confirmed their status as disciples of the sacred land. Furthermore, the conversation had unfolded in plain view of everyone, leaving no room for prior collusion. This situation could not persist, otherwise they would merely await their demise. When one hesitates to act, chaos ensues. With this thought, Xin Wuji swiftly resolved to take action, darting towards the hall's exit while delivering a cutting remark. I have no time to waste with you inept fools. I shall remember this debt, and we will settle it in due course. With that, his figure moved like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the entrance of the great hall, abandoning even the entourage of maidservants. Truly, he had fallen into a trap. A trace of coldness flickered in Qi Yuan's eyes as he addressed the formation spirit beside him. Esteemed formation spirit, the thief's guilt is palpable. His identity as a disciple is undoubtedly a fabrication. Do you possess the means to apprehend him? Humph. I despise thieves above all else. Fear not, he shall not escape. With that, the formation spirit let out a chilling smile and pointed decisively in the direction where Xin Wuji was fleeing. In an instant, a colossal surge of formation energy disrupted the void, descending upon Xin Wuji. This is bad. Xin Wuji's countenance shifted dramatically, feeling as though an invisible mountain was crashing down upon him, rendering his body immobile, akin to an insect trapped in amber. The power wielded by the formation spirit, bolstered by the sect's grand formation, far exceeded that of an average mid-stage transformation cultivator. As a true disciple of the demon sect in the mid-stage nascent soul realm, he found himself utterly unable to resist. Realizing this, a profound sense of despair surged within him. If he did not fight with all his might, he feared he would meet his end here. With this thought, a fierce glint appeared in his eyes, and disregarding the need to conceal his techniques, he began to channel the full power of his demonic infant. In the next moment, a series of explosive sounds echoed within the hall. The ethereal maidservants of the underworld erupted, transforming into exquisite black demonic energy that flowed into Xin Wuji like rivers converging. At the same time, his aura surged dramatically, as an overwhelming tide of sinister energy surged forth, forcibly repelling the encroaching formation energy and granting him a temporary reprieve. Seizing this opportunity, he accelerated once more, fleeing frantically toward the valley's exit. Little demon, you finally revealed your true colors. The formation spirit sneered, if I allow you to escape, I would become the subject of ridicule. As it spoke, its form flickered and vanished in an instant, clearly in pursuit. Due to the abruptness of this turn of events, it took a considerable amount of time for the others in the hall to awaken from their stupor, each one staring in shock, their expressions reflecting sheer horror. The underworld demonic embryo. Just moments ago, they had mistaken a demon cultivator for a celestial disciple. Even more terrifying was the fact that this demon cultivator nearly implicated their sect leader in colluding with the demon path, almost causing a catastrophic disaster. Chapter 73. Your ambition is quite overwhelming. What are we to do now? Sensing the peculiar stares directed at him, ancient Yuan felt a surge of nausea. He had initially believed that aligning himself with Xin Wuji, a masterful disciple of the demon sect, would effortlessly secure the position of the Falling Cloud Valley's leader. Little did he expect the situation to reverse so dramatically, turning from a smooth ascent to a complete debacle in less than half an hour. The only silver lining was that, despite his actions appearing highly suspicious, he had not directly confronted anyone, thus allowing him to craftily evade immediate suspicion. His only hope now was that Xin Wuji would perish swiftly and reincarnate, and that he would not disclose ancient Yuan's betrayal of Falling Cloud Valley before his demise. Otherwise, everything would be lost. It's all this little rascal's fault. Ancient Yuan cast a discreet glance at Qi Yuan standing within the hall, his heart boiling with murderous intent, filled with deep-seated resentment. As if recalling something, he furrowed his brow slightly and approached Qi Yuan, coldly inquiring, Qi, my son Yin Hong has been missing of late. I heard he previously assigned a task to you at the task hall. Do you have any idea where he might be? You mean brother Yin? Qi Yuan replied, his expression unchanged. I too am unaware of his whereabouts. Perhaps due to his guilty conscience, he fled in fear of being exposed. How dare you speak so? Ancient Yuan's expression darkened to an extreme as his tone grew increasingly frigid. He is known for his integrity. How could he engage in any wrongdoing? He must be traveling outside the sect. When he returns, I shall ensure he teaches you the proper conduct of a person. Now, with the entire assembly watching, even in his wrath, he had no recourse to retaliate against Qi Yuan and could only endure for the time being, vowing that in the future, he would make this detestable junior pay a heavy price. Qi Yuan man shrugged nonchalantly, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his lips. Very well, I shall await your response. He then shifted his tone, adding, however, since Elder Yin has graced us with his presence, I find myself compelled to pose a question. Upon hearing this, Ancient Yuan's expression turned slightly serious, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it upon him. He then replied coldly, feel free to express your question directly. There is no need for circumlocution. With a radiant smile, Qi Yuan nodded and casually inquired, then may Elder Yin clarify before everyone why. As a respected elder of the Dao entrance pavilion, you would conspire with the demon sect to secretly harm your own sect leader? Upon utterance of these words, the hall erupted in an uproar, with most faces displaying expressions of shock and disbelief directed at ancient Yuan. Compared to the suspicious actions of ancient Yuan, the disciples of the Falling Cloud Valley evidently preferred to believe the assertions made by Qi Yuan. It was evident to all that had it not been for Qi Yuan's intervention, the sect would still be naively elevating a demon cultivator to the status of a celestial figure, with unimaginable consequences looming ahead, should this colossal blunder be revealed. Even if the Falling Cloud Valley narrowly escaped annihilation, it would suffer a loss of face, becoming a subject of ridicule for generations to come. Forever unable to regain standing within the righteous circles. Ancient Yuan, so you are a traitor. Beside Qi Yuan, Baishiro was momentarily taken aback, but her delicate features soon turned icy as she rebuked. What a waste of my father's trust in you. How could you commit such despicable acts? Do you have no conscience? Observing this, the recently risen Pu Jinshu crossed his arms and feigned the demeanor of a bystander, commenting, what more is there to ask? This fellow undoubtedly intends to usurp your father's position and eliminate him, to seize control. To think he would covet such power while still at the Golden Core stage. His ambition is indeed excessive. Cheetah, what nonsense are you spouting? As a few elders, with whom he had previously clashed, began to encircle him. Ancient Yuan's face turned ashen, and in a fit of anger, he retorted, do not slander me unjustly. I was merely misled, believing that the demon cultivator was indeed a celestial figure, and thus defended him. Everything I have done is for the sake of the lives of the 3,000 disciples of the Falling Cloud Valley. How dare you tarnish my name? You claim I colluded with the demon sect. Do you have any evidence? You seek evidence, do you? Qi Yuan, weary of further entanglements, withdrew a sound recording talisman from his pocket. Upon activation, a familiar voice resonated throughout the assembly. Recently, I have been persistently marginalized and targeted by certain adversaries within the sect, resulting in a series of misfortunes and a significant decline in my standing. While enduring some personal losses is bearable, should this jeopardize the grand plans of the holy sect, I would be utterly blameworthy. The voice was clear and resonant, leaving no doubt in the minds of those present. Though the message comprised only a few brief sentences, it was evident that the speaker harbored profound and sincere affection for the holy sect. Even the leader of the Insha sect would likely commend and reward such sentiments. Ancient Yuan was momentarily stunned. How audacious! You truly are a traitor. In the blink of an eye, before he could fully grasp the situation, several inner door elders, who had been watching him with predatory intent, swiftly subdued him and bound him securely. Amidst the peculiar gazes of the onlookers, Qi Yuan calmly retracted the sound recording talisman, silently reflecting. Offending anyone is tolerable, but one must never antagonize a woman, especially a woman from the demon sect. Their grudges are as sharp and minute as a needle. At that time, he was en route back to the Falling Cloud Valley from Pu Province when this talisman fortuitously fell into his hands. Accompanying it was a precious communication jade talisman, the source of which was immediately apparent. Clearly, Ji Channer's primary intention was to provide a means of communication for future correspondence, with the sound recording talisman serving merely as an accessory. Nevertheless, he discerned the underlying message almost instantaneously. Ji Channer wished for Ancient Yuan's demise. He held no objections to this, having already dispatched Yin Hong. Allowing Ancient Yuan to join his father in the afterlife seemed rather fitting. After all, neither father nor son from the Yin family were virtuous individuals. They were not only treacherous and malevolent, but had also incurred the wrath of both himself and his beloved. They would be unjustly wronged even if they perished 1,000 times. Qi Yuan pondered silently. The only source of irritation was that communication talisman. If that enchantress insisted on rekindling their past connection one day, what would he do? Would he truly have to traverse 1,000 miles to deliver warmth? Just then, the formation spirit returned to the hall with a disgruntled expression, disregarding the quivering Ancient Yuan bound to the ground. It muttered gloomily, I was careless for a moment, never expecting that fiend would choose to self-destruct his demonic infant, evading a fatal blow and making a hasty escape. However, that cunning fellow has now lost his primordial demonic infant, and his cultivation has diminished by 80%. Even if he miraculously survives, he won't be able to wreak havoc in the near future. Simultaneously, in a concealed underground cave within Kanglan Mountain, a swirling mass of pitch-black fog coalesced, transforming in midair into a sinister-looking man in a black robe, who landed atop a cold, hard rock. Upon landing, Shinwuji immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His aura waning, complexion as pale as death, and his vitality flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. At that moment, there was no trace of joy at having escaped. He expressionlessly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and, after a brief introspection of his internal state, his brow furrowed deeply, his expression growing increasingly grim. Although he had preserved his life through a secret technique involving the demonic infant, the subsequent backlash was exceedingly severe. Not only had his cultivation plummeted to the foundation establishment stage, but his body was also riddled with wounds from the corrosive effects of the nether demonic qi. His foundational essence severely compromised. To return to his former peak would require countless precious elixirs and rare materials, along with at least a century of arduous cultivation. Contemplating the magnitude of his losses, even Xuan Wuji, with his resilient mind, could not help but feel an intense burning rage, wishing for death. Cheetah, falling Cloud Valley. I swear I shall not rest until I have extracted your souls, refined your essences, and shattered your corpses into pieces. Just wait, one day. Xuan Wuji ground his teeth as madness and brutality flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, a melodious feminine voice reached his ears. Shun Shixiao. Did you not say you would treat me as a furnace to be plundered at will? Why are you hiding here now? By the way, who were you just speaking of killing? Would you like your junior sister to assist you? Ji Chan'er. Upon hearing that voice, Xuan Wuji's pupils constricted, his heart sinking to the abyss. Junior sister Ji, I was merely jesting earlier. Please do not take it to heart. Xuan Wuji forced himself to maintain composure, managing a dry smile. Moreover, I have already been discovered by the people of Falling Cloud Valley as an impostor. I was even grievously injured by a formation spirit. Even in that dire situation, I did not drag you down with me. Considering I have not hindered your good fortune, how about letting your elder brother go this time? At that moment, he was filled with both fear and astonishment, yet he still referred to himself as elder brother, desperately attempting to feign an innocent demeanor in hopes of awakening the non-existent compassion within her. As a disciple of the holy sect, he was all too aware of their modus operandi. Although the holy sect traditionally dissuaded its talented disciples from killing one another, they certainly did not prohibit it. Furthermore, this place was millions of miles from the holy sect, and by the time they discovered his soul lamp extinguished and sent someone to investigate, he would likely be long dead. If possible, he would rather face 100 righteous experts than confront this ruthless junior sister. Huh? You still have the audacity to claim you have not hindered my good fortune? As her words fell, an enchanting figure emerged gracefully from the depths of darkness. Clad in a flowing purple gown, her skin was as exquisite as snow, her features like a painting, resembling a purple mandala flower blooming in the night, stunningly beautiful. Under normal circumstances, upon encountering such an extraordinary woman, the beauty-seeking Xuan Wuji would have flirted with her, but now he dared not even glance her way, fearing to provoke this merciless enchantress. With his head bowed, Xuan Wuji pleaded, Junior Sister Ji, this time it is indeed my fault. If you could spare my life, I will immediately vow never to be your enemy in this lifetime. Furthermore, during this time, I have extorted a considerable sum from various false Taoist sects under the guise of being Tianji Daozi. I am willing to bestow all my gains upon you. What do you think? Under the threat of death, his voice trembled, large beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. Spare your life? At this, Ji Chan'er's lips curled into a frigid smile, her tone growing increasingly chilling. If you hadn't disrupted my plans, I would not have left Falling Cloud Valley to seek out Granny Chi for assistance against you. Had I remained there, that thing would not have escaped so easily, and I would not have fallen into an illusion and suffered a great loss. It can be said that all of this was instigated by you. If I do not eliminate you, how can my heart find peace? What? Though Xuan Wuji was utterly baffled by her words, he sensed the lethal intent behind them. Immediately, his body trembled, and he gritted his teeth, declaring, Ji Chan'er, do not forget that I am the direct descendant of the Shin clan. If you kill me, my father will not rest until he avenges me. Do you wish for a war between the Ji and Shin families? With a cold laugh, Ji Chan'er replied, spare me the theatrics. You lack the qualifications to instigate a conflict between the two families. Your father does not have only you as a son. If you die, your brothers might even thank me. With that, she lightly raised her delicate hand, her fair fingertips brushing through the air. Poof! Xuan Wuji's forehead suddenly burst open with a bloodied hole, his gaze dimming in an instant. In his final moments, he wore an expression of disbelief, unable to comprehend what he had done wrong, or why Ji Chan'er was so intent on ending his life. After dispatching Xuan Wuji, Ji Chan'er opened her palm, skillfully extracting his soul. Amidst a series of piercing and tragic screams, Xuan Wuji's soul was instantly reduced to ashes, beyond the reach of even a great Luo Golden Immortal's intervention. Following this, Ji Chan'er swiftly conjured a ball of spiritual fire, quickly incinerating Xuan Wuji's corpse, leaving no trace behind, not even a speck of ash. She meticulously searched the area several times, ensuring that everything was thoroughly cleaned up before letting out a sigh of relief. She picked up a storage bracelet adorned with exquisite patterns from the ground. Killing you does not mean I cannot claim these possessions, Ji Chan'er murmured to herself, then casually wiped away Xuan Wuji's imprint, probing her consciousness into the bracelet to inspect its contents carefully. In the next moment, her eyes brightened, a look of delight crossing her face. Xuan Wuji had extorted an impressive sum from countless sects. His wealth was astonishing. With these resources, she could easily trade for a 9 refinements illusory divine pill, achieving the 1,000 illusions celestial demon body. Meanwhile, in Falling Cloud Valley, ding, the host has successfully completed the primary quest, surviving the crisis in the Falling Cloud Valley, and has uncovered all the hidden spies of the demon sect within. As a reward, they received 800 reversal points. The senior sister, by Xiero, has experienced a significant increase in her fondness for the host, and they have acquired the heavenly grade dual cultivation technique, the Yin Yang Transformation Sutra. Accompanied by the system's notification, Yuan immediately noticed the peculiar gaze directed at him by Xiero, overflowing with tender affection. "Junior brother Qi," she said, her eyes glistening with tears, "I owe you so much this time. If it weren't for your efforts in exposing that insidious and malicious demonic cultivator, along with revealing the traitor within our sect, Falling Cloud Valley would have suffered tremendous losses." At that moment, her eyes were misty as she sincerely expressed her gratitude. Moreover, had you not helped resolve the Array Spirit's inner turmoil, the Array Spirit would not have acted in time to save us. My father might have been killed. With each word, Xiero felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards the man before her, her emotions becoming difficult to contain. Suddenly, she threw herself into Qi Yuan's embrace, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom. A fragrant and enchanting aroma wafted into Qi Yuan's nostrils, and coupled with the soft and delicate form pressing against him, he couldn't help but stiffen momentarily, startled into quickly regaining his composure and reminding himself of his virtuous nature, for reasons unbeknownst to him. Each encounter with Xiero provoked a sensation of uncontrollable desire. Could it be that this esteemed senior sister of Luoyun Valley possessed some extraordinary constitution? He bore the innate pure yang physique, a trait that endowed him with remarkable vitality and rapid advancements in cultivation, naturally attracting certain uniquely endowed women. In the presence of so many onlookers, Qi Yuan dared not delve further into his thoughts. To avoid any embarrassment, he gently pushed Xiero away and shifted the conversation. "Senior sister, you should go attend to your father. He was recently besieged by demonic energy, affecting his consciousness. However, with the intervention of the Elder Formation Master, he should awaken shortly." Upon hearing this, Xiero seemed to awaken from a dream. Her charming face flushed as she nodded in agreement before hurriedly turning to care for the unconscious Qingguo. "Brother." As soon as Xiero departed, Hu Genshue eagerly approached, his gaze towards Qi Yuan brimming with envy. "I never would have imagined that despite your unassuming appearance and modest cultivation, you were quite the expert in matters of the heart, effortlessly captivating such a beauty. Truly remarkable. With your demeanor, how can you even claim that I possess an unremarkable appearance?" With a disdainful arch of his brow, Qi Yuan coldly remarked, "Why have you come to me instead of searching for your lost belongings?" Park Gunsuk initially offered a mysterious smile, then solemnly adjusted his robe, his expression turning grave as he declared, "My dear brother, let us reintroduce ourselves. I am but a humble servant, Park Gunsuk, the disciple of the celestial sacred land. The 5-colored heavenly token you possess is mine. I kindly ask you to return it to me." "Oh, is that so?" Qi Yuan cast a sidelong glance at him, his smile devoid of genuine warmth. "In these times, deceit lurks in every corner. We nearly suffered a great loss at Falling Cloud Valley just moments ago. You claim to be the celestial ultimate Taoist, but what proof do you possess?" Park Gunsuk became flustered, insisting, "I am indeed Park Gunsuk. What further proof do you desire from me?" Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he hurriedly added, "Those 2 disciples from the celestial ultimate sacred land will be arriving shortly. You may inquire with them." To which Qi Yuan retorted, "When did I ever assert that those 2 were disciples of the celestial ultimate sacred land?" Qi Yuan let out a derisive laugh, unceremoniously dousing him with cold water as he declared, "I merely stated that they are disciples of the sacred land. I never claimed they were disciples of the celestial extremity sacred land. In truth, both of them are disciples of the supreme profound sacred land. So how could they possibly know the celestial extremity Daozi?" Upon the utterance of these words, the individuals within the hall once again exhibited expressions of astonishment, their gazes fixed upon Qi Yuan, filled with incredulity, as if they had never encountered such a revelation before. Goodness! It turns out that the demonic cultivator was indeed led to his demise by someone. Hearing this, Park Gunsuk's expression froze, and with a face full of conflict, he inquired, "Then, pray tell, what must I do to prove myself as the celestial extremity Daozi?" Qi Yuan smiled faintly, his tone becoming warm. "I have long heard of the exceptional rarity of the saint-level Dan, the Tianji body refining pill, produced by the celestial extremity sacred land. It is said that only those of noble status can wield it. If you could first present me with 50 pills to demonstrate your capabilities, only then would I believe you to be the celestial extremity Daozi. You desire the Tianji body refining pill?" Upon hearing this, Park Gunsuk's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Chapter 75. Your request makes it quite difficult for me to place my trust in you. Surely, my dear brother, you jest? Park Gunsuk regarded Qi Yuan with a puzzled expression, his demeanor somewhat exasperated. Do you think the Tianji body refining pill is as common as cabbage? Even if one were to empty the secret vault of the celestial extremity sacred land, gathering 50 of those pills would still be an unattainable feat. With a sigh, Qi Yuan displayed a troubled expression. What sort of person was the celestial Taoist? How could he possibly be unable to procure the mere celestial body refinement pill? I find it exceedingly difficult to place my trust in you. This. Park Gunsuk hesitated. It was worth noting that there was still a spirit formation at the transformation stage within the hall, and he could not afford to lose face by using force. As for 50 celestial body refinement pills, that was utterly out of the question. He could not even acquire them by selling himself. Seeing that the other party remained hesitant, Qi Yuan thoughtfully touched his nose and continued, Brother Park, while I find no use in keeping this token, I cannot simply hand it over to you. If the true celestial Taoist were to come seeking it, I would find myself in a considerable predicament. To be prudent, it would be wiser to publish a notice in the cultivation world, informing everyone that I have found the Taoist token of the celestial sacred land. Should no one come to claim it within 3 months, I shall then relinquish it to you. Even if the celestial Taoist seeks retribution against me in the future, I will possess a valid excuse. What do you think? Brother, please do not pursue such a course. Upon hearing Qi Yuan's words, Park Gunsuk's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly interjected. If this notice were to spread, it wouldn't be long before the entire cultivation world learned that the esteemed celestial Taoist had lost his identity token, which had been picked up by another. As the saying goes, good news seldom leaves the house, while bad news travels far and wide. The cultivation world is rife with those eager to witness a spectacle. Embellished tales would surely proliferate, making the rumors even more outrageous. In such a scenario, not only would he suffer immense embarrassment, but the entire celestial sacred land would also be shamed, especially since the token had been lost while he was indulging in debauchery. His own master would undoubtedly take it upon himself to rectify the situation. With this thought, Park Gunsuk immediately abandoned his struggle and with a pained expression, retrieved a jade vial from his storage bracelet, gritting his teeth as he said, Brother, while I do not possess the 50 celestial body refinement pills you seek, I currently have only 3. They're all yours. Simultaneously, his heart felt as though it were bleeding. These 3 pills had been bestowed upon him by the sacred land when he first ascended to the position of Taoist, and due to their extreme rarity, he had always been reluctant to consume them, intending to wait until he was on the verge of breaking through to the transformation stage. He never anticipated that they would end up benefiting someone else. In the realm of alchemy, pills are categorized into 7 tiers based on their efficacy and rarity: immortal, Tao, saint, heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. The yellow tier pills are the most basic and common, such as the qi gathering pills consumed by qi refining stage cultivators, which any alchemist can easily produce. The foundation establishment pills used by cultivators at the foundation establishment stage fall under the intermediate mysterious tier category, and those capable of crafting mysterious tier pills are known as mysterious tier alchemists. The celestial body refinement pill assists cultivators in refining their physical bodies, significantly enhancing the strength of the user's physique. It is indeed a genuine saint tier pill, albeit a primary one, with a value surpassing that of heaven tier pills. In contrast, the creation pill sought by Qi Yuan is a high saint tier pill, even rarer than the celestial body refinement pill. And such pills are treasures that one may encounter but never seek. Their worth transcending mere spirit stones. Well said. Accepting the jade vial containing the invaluable celestial body refinement pills, Qi Yuan maintained an air of calm, though internally, he was elated. This was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. What had begun as a mere test of intentions had revealed that this fellow indeed possessed celestial body refinement pills, and not just 1, but 3. After discreetly confirming the authenticity of the pills, his gaze toward the celestial Taoist grew increasingly fervent, as if he were beholding a rare and unsuspecting fool. Brother, having bestowed upon you the celestial body refinement pills, can you now place your faith in me? Seeing Qi Yuan accept the pills, Park Gunsuk hurriedly rubbed his hands together, urging, Please return the 5-colored celestial token to me. I am eager to visit the Drunken Joy Pavilion to soothe my troubled heart. Only the warm embrace of a lady can mend my wounded spirit. Qi Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he nonchalantly placed the celestial extreme body refining pill into his storage bag. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, Considering our relationship, 3 pills will suffice. However, since I am entrusting you with such a significant item, you ought to provide some token of assurance. That jade pendant hanging from your waist appears quite suitable. What? Before he could finish, Park Gunsuk instinctively covered the jade pendant at his waist, his expression turning vigilant as he fixed his gaze on Qi Yuan. This 9 luminaries Li Luo pendant is an exceptional defensive artifact. Do not harbor any ill intentions. Noticing the other's wariness, Qi Yuan displayed an innocent smile and patted his chest in reassurance. Rest assured, I have no desire for your pendant. My suggestion is merely to keep the pendant with me for a while, and once the commotion subsides, I will return it to you. Consider this. My cultivation is merely at the 7th level of qi refinement, while you are a distinguished nascent soul cultivator. Surely, you do not fear that I would abscond with your belongings? If I were to refuse its return, you could effortlessly reclaim the pendant and give me a sound thrashing in the process. Wouldn't that be a reasonable understanding? As he spoke, he retrieved the 5-colored celestial command token from his storage bag and waved it before Park Gunsuk's eyes. 3 months from now, feel free to come to me, Cheetah, to demand it back. In such matters, the Array Spirit Elder will undoubtedly not intervene. Indeed, no matter how one perceives Cheetah, he is merely at the Qi refinement stage. Could it be that one fears being deceived of their possessions? After contemplating, Park Gunsuk found Qi Yuan's words quite sensible and promptly unfastened the jade pendant from his waist, presenting it to Qi Yuan. Do take good care of it. Please do not misplace it. Qi Yuan nodded with a smile, taking the jade pendant in his hand, and promptly returned the 5-colored celestial order to the other party. Rest assured, with such a splendid treasure in my possession, How could I possibly misplace it? As he gazed at the Daozi token he had regained, Park Gun-soo felt an unexpected wave of melancholy wash over him, a sense of sorrow that contrasted sharply with the joy he had anticipated. Well then, my dear brother, I shall take my leave for now, until we meet again. With those words, Park Gun-soo accepted the token with a gloomy expression, mustering a forced smile as he bowed slightly to Yuan before turning away. His steps were heavy and desolate, reminiscent of a man who, after visiting a brothel, felt both his wallet and spirit utterly drained. At this moment, the members of the Falling Cloud Valley wore expressions of complexity. None among them were fools. The instant Park Gun-soo revealed that bottle of celestial body refinement pills, the identity of the celestial Daozi became glaringly apparent. After all, anyone worthy of receiving 3 celestial body refinement pills would undoubtedly hold a prestigious status within the celestial sacred grounds, and with his cultivation at the nascent soul level. Who else could he be but the celestial Daozi? The arrival of the true celestial Daozi was, under ordinary circumstances, a monumental event for Falling Cloud Valley, one deserving of utmost reverence. Yet, at this juncture, the valley had long been numbed by a series of shocking events, rendering the sudden emergence of a celestial Daozi somewhat less exhilarating. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon one individual's extraordinary prowess, whose every action defied expectations, leaving everyone exhausted and slack-jawed, their jaws nearly dislocated from disbelief. Amidst the eerie silence, Bai Qingwu, the head of Falling Cloud Valley, who had remained unconscious, suddenly broke into a fit of coughs, awakening with a dazed gaze that still bore traces of confusion. Father, you are awake. Master, you have finally regained consciousness. Everyone has been eagerly awaiting your return to guide us. The audacity of that demonic brat to falsely accuse you of colluding with the demonic path. I vehemently oppose such slander. My loyalty to you is as steadfast as the sun and moon themselves. Reporting to the master, we have a traitor among us. Upon hearing the tumultuous voices surrounding him, Bai Qingwu, already disoriented, looked utterly bewildered. What has transpired? Why are so many gathered here? And what was that you mentioned about a traitor? Just as everyone was focused on expressing their concern for Bai Qingwu, the formation spirit approached Yuan, hands clasped behind his back, and remarked approvingly, Young Qi, you have performed admirably. You have not disappointed me. Then, shaking his head gently, he muttered, Falling Cloud Valley must have stumbled upon some extraordinary fortune to attract a talent such as yourself. It seems their fate is not yet exhausted. He chuckled softly. Yuan chuckled modestly, responding, I merely rely on the esteemed presence of the formation spirit before me. As the saying goes, an elder in the family is like a treasure. You are the stabilizing force of Falling Cloud Valley. Spare me your flattery. The formation spirit retorted with a sidelong glance. I still wish to enjoy a few more tranquil years. To speak bluntly, who isn't capable of being the sect leader? If it weren't for the personal favor owed to you, I wouldn't bother with these trivial matters. Now leave me be. Don't trouble me unless necessary. As the spirit's form flickered and vanished into thin air, Yuan suddenly remembered that the 2 prodigies were still en route. He hastily retrieved a communication talisman from his pocket, prepared to activate it, when the task list of the counterattack system reappeared before his eyes, revealing a newly refreshed mission. A new main quest has been issued. The Falling Cloud Valley has encountered a calamity. Elder Yuan has conspired with demonic cultivators to murder sect leader Bai Qingwu and instigate a rebellion. After a fierce battle, Yuan has successfully seized control of Falling Cloud Valley. Due to your early detection of the Yin family's treachery, you not only survived the crisis, but also rescued the gravely injured senior sister by Shiro amidst the chaos, managing to escape with her from Falling Cloud Valley after a harrowing ordeal. However, you have discovered that there remains a trace of ominous demonic energy within senior sister by Shiro, putting her life in peril. Mission objective: before senior sister by Shiro perishes, utilize the Yin-Yang Transformation Sutra to save her, while simultaneously elevating your own cultivation to the foundation establishment stage. Mission difficulty: 3 stars average. Mission rewards: 1,000 counterattack points, 15 top-grade essence condensation pills, the exceptional artifact Dark Light Qilin Sword, an expansion of personal space to 500 cubic units, and the awakening of the talent Soft Rice Hard Eating. You may choose one partner of superior cultivation to bind as a companion. Upon successful binding, you may freely utilize their strongest abilities. Note: the binding partner must be your dual cultivation companion, and only one can be bound at a time. Once the bond is broken, you will no longer be able to use this ability. After a moment of bewilderment, Yuan felt an overwhelming surge of determination, his fist clenched tightly. What the hell? Listen here, system. Is this truly a task that any reasonable system would devise? Which respectable system would impose such a frenzied task upon its host? The absurdity of the mission description is one thing, given the unforeseen variables I introduced to the crisis in Falling Cloud Valley, but what in the world is this mission objective? Currently, senior sister by Shiro is perfectly fine and uninjured. If I were to approach her under the pretense of dual cultivation, I would surely be branded a pervert. My hard-earned reputation would be tarnished in an instant. Even if she were willing, it would still be inappropriate. Not long ago, I was entangled with a demoness from the demonic sect, And now I must turn to discuss dual cultivation with an innocent and virtuous young woman? That would make me a scoundrel. Moreover, like the previous task, this mission is not marked as optional, meaning it is a mandatory quest. Failure to complete it would prevent subsequent tasks from refreshing. Fortunately, the deadline for this task is before senior sister Baishiro's demise. And as she is still lively and well, there remains ample time to devise a plan. At the very least, I must cultivate a proper relationship, or I will become the very scoundrel I fear. On a relatively positive note, according to the system's claims, the current task has transcended Falling Cloud Valley, and I will no longer have to linger in this small sect playing the role of a spy. Lost in thought, Yuan was interrupted as sect leader by Wu, supported by others, took his seat at the head of the hall. He regarded Yuan with benevolent eyes, his voice filled with gratitude. Chida, our sect has faced a grave calamity, and it is due to your valiant efforts that we have weathered this storm. You have made a remarkable contribution, and it is only just that you be generously rewarded. Speak freely of your desires. I shall not be stingy in fulfilling them. Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted in expressions of envy, all echoing in agreement. Shitsu's contributions are evident. He deserves a worthy reward. Indeed, this kindness shall not be forgotten by our sect. With such a prodigy among us, Falling Cloud Valley will surely rise again. Amidst the chorus of praise, Yuan, somewhat bashful, rubbed his nose and replied casually, "You are all too kind. I only wish for senior sister Bai, nothing else." What? The hall fell into a stunned silence, everyone staring in disbelief at him. What did you say? Bai Qingwu's smile froze, and for the first time, he questioned whether his hearing was impaired. Even Baishiro, the subject of his words, trembled, her fair complexion turning a deep crimson. Chapter 77. Allow me to interject. Realizing that Yuan was not jesting, Bai Qingwu's expression hardened, and he replied sternly, "That request is utterly outrageous. I cannot acquiesce. Please propose a different request while there is still time. No need for alternatives." Yuan smiled faintly and solemnly reiterated, "I only want senior sister." Bang! Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Bai Qingwu rose in a fury, slamming the table with conviction. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You little rascal, whatever you desire. The sect leader will agree, but you must not harbor any improper thoughts towards Rower, if you dare." Yet before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Baishiro, who, blushing fiercely, tugged at his sleeve. "Father, Shitsu is not the person you think he is. He must have his reasons for saying this. Perhaps you should listen further." "What?" Bai Qingwu's eyes widened in shock, staring incredulously at his daughter. A sudden unease gripped him. "Rower, this boy is clearly pursuing you. How can you defend him? Given his daughter's usual temperament, she should have firmly rejected such advances. Yet here she was, standing up for him. Could it be? He dared not pursue that thought further. However, he saw Baishiro shyly lowering her head, softly affirming, "Shitsu treats me very well. I am willing to believe in him." "Rower, you." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingwu felt as though the breath had been knocked from his chest, nearly choking on his own indignation. Though his daughter spoke subtly, the underlying implication of her words was unmistakable. The thought of his cherished flower being taken away made him wear an expression of utter despair. Regaining a semblance of composure, his eyes blazed with fury as he fixed his gaze on Yuan, who stood there unfazed, gritting his teeth. "You better give me a reasonable explanation right now, or I shall not hold back." "Father." Sensing the tension, Baishiro quickly stepped in front of Yuan. "Please do not intimidate Shitsu. He is your savior." "This is infuriating." Bai Qingwu's eyelids twitched as he felt on the verge of an explosion. He rolled up his sleeves and strode towards them, declaring, "No. I must first teach this boy a lesson. I can always compensate him later." At this, the surrounding elders, eager for the gossip, hurriedly intervened. "Sect leader, do not act rashly. It is merely youthful folly. Why make a fuss? All of you, leave. The sect leader is dealing with family matters. There is nothing to see here." He continued, "Several of you, take the traitor Yuan to the law enforcement pavilion for scrutiny. His cultivation has been abolished. Keep a close watch on him, and ensure he does not take his own life out of guilt." Some astute elders swiftly cleared the area, leaving only the esteemed members of the sect's upper echelon. Amidst the chaos, Yuan suddenly chuckled lightly and declared, "Esteemed guests, may I interject?" Simultaneously, a formidable aura emanated from him, sweeping across the entire hall. Everyone present froze, instinctively turning to him. This glance plunged them into profound confusion. Some even pinched themselves to ascertain they were not dreaming. Who am I? Where am I? What should I be doing? A torrent of existential questions echoed in their minds, rendering them dazed and bewildered. A nascent soul cultivator, Bai Qingwu, being the sect leader and having recently faced a life and death crisis, was the first to regain his composure. He watched Yuan warily and asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you? And where is the real Chida now?" He sensed that this individual was not merely a nascent soul cultivator, but one of extraordinary caliber. The aura surrounding him was dense and profound, so refined that even as a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, Bai Qingwu felt a shiver of fear, utterly incomprehensible. Such a person would be rare even among top-tier powers, far beyond what a smaller sect could cultivate, and certainly not a rogue cultivator. Bai Qinglu's voice shattered the silence, and the others slowly regained their senses. Their gazes towards Qi Yuan now a mix of shock and wariness. Having just endured calamity, the emergence of another enigmatic nascent soul powerhouse left them trembling with dread. Bai Shiro could not contain her trepidation and stepped back a few paces, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she trembled. You. How did you become a nascent soul cultivator? Are you truly Qi Shidi? Qi Yuan nodded gently, his voice imbued with warmth. Rest assured, senior sister. Since I entered the Fallen Cloud Valley, I have been Qida. At that time, you specifically rushed to rescue that lad Linjin, only to find that I had arrived first. Later, you quietly left without making an appearance. Had I not been Qida, it would have been impossible for me to know of this matter. Upon hearing this, Bai Shiro finally felt a sense of relief, murmuring to herself, indeed. You are truly him. That is reassuring. Fellow practitioners of Fallen Cloud Valley. Qi Yuan initially surveyed the surroundings with a detached expression, then slowly produced a small, luminous seal from his bosom, enveloped in shimmering light. He began, to be candid, I am Qi Yuan, disciple of the Taishan sacred land, sent by my master to traverse the world. During my journey, I detected the presence of a demon sex enchantress who was masquerading as Jin Yuan, stealthily lurking within the Fallen Cloud Valley with unclear intentions. To uncover the true machinations of the demon sect, I chose to adopt a pseudonym and assume the identity of a wandering cultivator named Qida to integrate myself into Fallen Cloud Valley. Subsequently, I discovered that the demon sect indeed harbored sinister ambitions, attempting to conspire with spies to covertly seize control of Fallen Cloud Valley, thereby embedding a thorn within the righteous realm. As he spoke, his visage blurred momentarily, revealing his original appearance. In a bid to thwart the malevolent schemes of the demon sect, I engaged in a fierce battle with the enchantress for several rounds. After driving her away, I returned to deal with another treacherous demon cultivator. Fortunately, your valley is safeguarded by an advanced erased spirit, which easily dealt with that demon sect's true disciple, sparing me the need to intervene. Taishan Daozi. At that moment, the senior members of Fallen Cloud Valley stared in astonishment at the strikingly transformed, remarkably charismatic man before them, rendered speechless by their shock. What a twist of fate. Just after sending away a disciple of the Tianji sacred land, another disciple from the Taishan sacred land appeared unexpectedly. Although there is no definitive ranking among the 7 sacred lands, in terms of influence within the realm of cultivation, Taishan sacred land holds a slight edge over the Tianji sacred land, which dwells in a remote northern corner. Thus, in comparison, the identity of Taishan Daozi carries even greater weight. In the midst of this eerie silence, Qi Yuan turned to Bai Shiro, whose mouth hung slightly ajar, her expression dazed, and bestowed upon her a gentle smile. The reason I wish to recruit the senior sister is that she possesses exemplary character and exceptional talent, fully deserving of superior cultivation opportunities. Should Bai Bofu consent, I would be delighted to bring the senior sister to Taishan's sacred land and recommend her as a true disciple of the sacred land, ensuring her future path is smooth and her prospects bright. To openly and legitimately court the beloved daughter of the Fallen Cloud Valley's master, the most straightforward and effective method was to reveal his true identity, as he had already fulfilled his obligations to the valley and now possessed no reservations, free to act as he pleased. Upon hearing this, Bai Qinglu regained his composure, his eyes widening as he scrutinized the small seal in Qi Yuan's hand. With a complex expression, he remarked, this seal indeed belongs to the Taishan Daozi. Yet I find it hard to believe that a distinguished figure such as Taishan Daozi would come to our humble abode as a mere errand boy. Just then, a disciple of Fallen Cloud Valley reported from outside, reporting to the master, 2 unfamiliar cultivators have arrived, claiming they're here to seek someone. Chapter 78, wishing the Daozi eternal life and prosperity. After learning from several trusted elders that the newcomers were disciples of the Taishan sacred land, Bai Qinglu slightly tempered his emotions and replied, please invite them in. Soon, 2 boisterous voices approached rapidly. Comrades, we have come to assist you. Quickly tell us who the opponent is, and we shall collectively deal with him. Indeed, let us resolve this swiftly. The ladies at Drunken Joy Tower are awaiting us. Bang. Before they could finish their sentences, the hall doors were forcefully kicked open, and in jumped 2 male cultivators. One plump and the other lean, Li Ming Wang and Zhang Kaichang, who had hurried over upon hearing the news. Hey, who just bullied my brother? Step forward if you have the courage. I'm in a hurry. Brother Zhang, don't waste breath on them. With the likes of these, I could handle them alone. Wait, I just came to find someone. Upon entering, Li Ming Wang was taken aback to see a group of cultivators, all at least at the late stage of Golden Core, including one at the late stage of Nascent Soul. He immediately swallowed the threatening words he was about to utter, visibly deflating in confidence. Zhang Kaichang beside him instinctively shrank back, then pretended to search the room earnestly. Even when he spotted a familiar figure, he feigned ignorance and muttered to himself, it seems the person we are looking for is not here. Perhaps they just took a wrong turn. You all carry on. As the 2 exchanged glances, contemplating a hasty exit, yet hesitating to do so, they found themselves in an awkward predicament. Witnessing this scene, Qi Yuan, who had initially turned his back to them, twitched his lips and waved his hand. If you 2 wish to leave, do so quickly. This matter does not concern you. Upon hearing this, The two felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, retreating with haste while exclaiming, "You're a true brother. If you were to fall, we'd surely erect a monument for you." However, upon seeing the transformed figure before them, they were struck as if by lightning, their legs frozen in place, their bodies stiffening uncontrollably. Daozi, how come you are here?" Li Mingwang exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, stammering. "So it was you who issued the task, I thought. I thought you were some noble's illegitimate child left outside." The very thought that he had previously treated the Daozi as a peer and even invited him to indulge in revelries filled him with despair. Meanwhile, Zhang Kaichang's heart raced uncontrollably, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he implored, "Daozi, please allow me to explain. We did not intend to abandon you, but rather to fetch reinforcements. You must believe me." Silence. Qi Yuan's expression darkened instantly as he scolded angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? Luoyun Valley belongs to the righteous path. They are not our enemies. Do you really need to rally support?" The two immediately fell silent, nodding their heads like chicks pecking for grain. Yes, you are right, Daozi." Observing their pathetic demeanor, Qi Yuan waved his hand irritably. "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and leave." "Yes, Daozi, we will take our leave," Zhang and Li exclaimed, relieved, as they hurriedly exited the grand hall, closing the door behind them with great care. Once they had escaped Luoyun Valley, Li Mingwang suddenly slumped, gasping for breath as he addressed Zhang Caiqiang. "Goodness! It truly was the esteemed Daozi. I nearly soiled myself from fright. We're doomed. Do you think Daozi will remember us?" Zhang Caiqiang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling somewhat guilty as he replied, "How would I know?" However, judging by Daozi's demeanor, it seems he is not currently inclined to hold a grudge. Still, I believe we should make amends. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in trouble later. Li Mingwang nodded in agreement, then lamented, for someone of Daozi's stature. Even if we wanted to ingratiate ourselves, we wouldn't know how to go about it. Zhang Caiqiang paused and then said, "It appears we should focus on that task at hand. Did not Daozi encourage us to dig deeper? Let us put in the effort to handle the case splendidly, so that Daozi may regard us with newfound respect." "Brother Zhang, you are indeed both wise and resourceful," Li Mingwang exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with admiration. "In that case, tomorrow we shall apply for positions as servants at the Lord's residence in Puzhou City. I have heard the Lord's wife is a breathtaking beauty. It would be a splendid opportunity to see her." Having exchanged these words, they shared a knowing smile, reaching a tacit agreement. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of Luoyun Valley, the atmosphere grew peculiar after the two left. The expressions of the gathered disciples were complex as they gazed at Qi Yuan, mingled with astonishment and a hint of reverence. Though the two individuals appeared somewhat lacking in intellect, they were undoubtedly disciples of the Taishan sacred land, and their attitude alone was sufficient to validate the identity of the person before them. After a brief moment, Bai Qinggu, the leader of Luoyun Valley, promptly regained his composure. With a solemn expression, he respectfully bowed to Qi Yuan, stating, "I am Bai Qinggu, the leader of the lower sect. I pay my respects to the esteemed Taishan Daozi, wishing you longevity and flourishing celestial fortune." Behind him, all present followed suit, bowing deeply with utmost respect. "We pay our respects to the Taishan Daozi. May you enjoy longevity and flourishing celestial fortune." Their voices resonated powerfully, echoing through the grand hall. Amidst the clamor, Qi Yuan nodded slightly, his expression calm as he addressed them. "Fellow cultivators, there is no need for excessive formality. With Luoyun Valley in a state of revitalization, we need not engage in such ceremonial niceties. You should conserve your energy to address the aftermath. Furthermore, please refrain from disseminating the fact that I once served as a menial here. There is no need for secrecy, but simply deny it if anyone inquires." Upon hearing this, the cultivators present straightened their expressions, solemnly responding, "The lower sect shall adhere to the Daozi's directives." Qi Yuan then said, "You all may leave. I wish to speak with senior sister Bai alone." The others momentarily hesitated, then bowed and took their leave. Only Bai Qinggu remained. Her expression conflicted as she parted her lips, ready to speak, but was gently pulled away by several trusted elders, departing the grand hall. Chapter 79. Are you truly from the Taishan sacred land, or the Hehuan sect? Once the others had exited, Qi Yuan turned his gaze towards the still dazed Bai Xiero and smiled. "Senior sister, would you care to accompany me back to the Taishan sacred land?" Upon hearing this, Bai Xiero finally seemed to awaken from her reverie. She slowly raised her delicate head, a flicker of bewilderment passing through her beautiful eyes, which quickly transformed into a resolute glimmer, as if she had made a significant decision. "Qi Yuan, you need not treat me with such kindness. When you revealed your true identity, I realized the immense disparity between us. Whether in terms of cultivation prowess, status, or the path ahead, it all makes me feel as though the gap is insurmountable. My desire to join the Taishan sacred land is not born from disdain for the place that nurtured me, but rather because it is there that I may have the opportunity to bridge this chasm and not become a burden to you." As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Qi Yuan, her eyes sparkling, and a faint smile gracing her lips. "Moreover, during these past 2 months, even you, the esteemed Taishian Daozi, have had to address me as senior sister. If you were to distance yourself further, it would indeed be quite embarrassing for me as your senior sister. Upon hearing this, Yuan was initially taken aback, then chuckled softly, senior sister, catching up to me, the Taishian Daozi, is not as simple as you might think. With an air of calm, he then retrieved a jade slip from his storage bag, handing it to Baishiro with utmost seriousness. This technique is a closely guarded secret of the Taishian sacred land. Mastering it will undoubtedly lead to significant advancements in your cultivation. Should you have any questions, feel free to consult me at any time. What technique? Baishiro furrowed her delicate brows, hesitating as she spoke. But I have not officially become a disciple of the Taishian sacred land yet. Wouldn't it be somewhat inappropriate for you to impart this technique to me in advance? Yuan's eyes flickered with a mischievous glint as he smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, this skill originally belongs to me and cannot be deemed as a secret technique. You may proceed without hesitation. I firmly believe that with your exceptional talent, senior sister, you will soon grasp it completely. Very well. Observing his demeanor, Baishiro's face revealed a hint of curiosity. She reached out to take the jade slip, allowing her consciousness to penetrate its depths. Suddenly, her delicate form trembled slightly, her breath becoming increasingly erratic, and a blush blossomed across her porcelain-like face. Before long, Baishiro felt as though she had been jolted by an electric shock, swiftly retracting her consciousness. With a piercing gaze from her enchanting, water-like eyes, she shot Yuan a scathing look, her expression a mix of playful ire and embarrassment. You are truly insufferable. How dare you tease me with such a technique while claiming it to be a secret of your esteemed Taishian Holy Land? Are you from Taishian Holy Land, or the Huan sect? Her tone carried a blend of mild anger and profound shyness, rendering her all the more captivating. Yuan had long anticipated the reaction of the other party. With an unchanging countenance and a serious demeanor, he stated, Senior sister, your words are misguided. As the saying goes, the path to immortality is multifaceted. Each route can lead to eternal life. This Yin-Yang Transformation Sutra is indeed a legitimate, celestial-level technique. Mastering this art can harmonize Yin and Yang, facilitating the transformation of heaven and humanity. If wielded correctly, it can significantly reduce the detours on one's path to enlightenment. Baishiro blushed and cast a sidelong glance at him, her tone tinged with a hint of reproach. You speak so eloquently. Have you perhaps practiced this with another woman? Absolutely not. In the face of this veiled and perilous inquiry, Yuan resolutely denied it without hesitation. I, can swear to the heavens that I have never practiced the Yin-Yang Transformation Sutra with any other woman. You, senior sister, are the first to whom I have shared this technique. Upon hearing this, Baishiro instinctively felt a sense of relief. Though her cheeks were still flushed as she retorted, who would want to practice this with you? You can practice it by yourself. With that, she bashfully fled the grand hall. Watching Baishiro's flustered retreat, Yuan let out a peculiar sigh. This absurd system truly lacks humanity. Nevertheless, although the senior sister had initially displayed reluctance, she ultimately accepted the jade tablet. Could it be? There is hope? With this thought, he felt a surge of energy and resolved to put in even more effort moving forward. Not long after, in the outer gate of Falling Cloud Valley, Xuan, the son of fortune, exclaimed in exaggerated disbelief, Brother Qi, you are actually the Daozi of the Taishian sacred ground. His mouth agape. He stared at Yuan as though witnessing a ghost. The memory of having once considered himself a peer to the Daozi of Taishian filled him with an incredulous sense of surrealism. With a serene smile, Yuan nodded and said, You have not misheard. I am indeed the Taoist of Taishian. My infiltration into the Falling Cloud Valley was to thwart the nefarious schemes of the demon sect. Now that this mission has been accomplished, it is time for me to take my leave. Of course, regardless of my identity, it does not alter the bond between us. Do remember to visit the sacred land of Taishian for a drink when you have the chance. Certainly, Xuan replied, his head nodding vigorously. He then gazed at Yuan with eyes full of reverence. As the esteemed Taoist of Taishian, you have selflessly cloaked your identity for the noble cause of righteousness, willingly taking on menial tasks in this humble place. Such integrity and virtue make you a true paragon for us all. Let us not dwell on such matters. Yuan interjected. Yuan waved his hand in exasperation. Brother Lin, please bring forth that esteemed elder. Last time, he mentioned wanting me to assist him with a matter. Were it not for his desire for that precious elixir capable of mending the heavens, he would hardly waste his time with this simpleton, surely. Pursuing the senior sister would be far more rewarding. In the next moment, a slightly astonished voice resonated in his mind. Young friend, I did not expect you to condense your Dao infant so swiftly. Truly, the younger generation is formidable, quite commendable. You flatter me, esteemed elder. A flicker of humility surfaced on Yuan's face. Were it not for the timely guidance of an elder, he would have likely strayed onto a misguided path, making it increasingly difficult to tread the road of celestial truth. Did you not mention previously that there was a matter you wished to entrust to me? Now that I have attained the Yuan-ing of the celestial path, I dare to impose upon you, hoping to offer a modicum of assistance. Haraha. To put it plainly, you seek to learn the whereabouts of the celestial restoration pill from me. No need for such circumlocution. However, you are quite astute. I relish conversing with intelligent individuals, unlike that Lin Zhan, whose exchanges are laborious. After a hearty laugh, a deep and resonant voice followed. This tale is rather lengthy. Over 100,000 years ago, two formidable immortals clashed in the depths of the boundless void. Their battle shattered the fabric of the cosmos, causing stars to fall and even ensnaring some passing great ascension cultivators in the aftermath, leading to their untimely demise. Upon hearing this, Yuan's expression grew increasingly respectful, unable to restrain himself from interjecting. Your description is so vivid that you must have been one of those immortals, correct? Immortals, such magnificent beings. And here I am, encountering one. After a moment of silence, the elder replied in a subdued voice. No, I was merely one of those passing great ascension cultivators. Chapter 80. Is this truly appropriate? Ahem. The two immortal beings exhibit a shocking lack of civic responsibility, unaware of the necessity to engage in their duels in a secluded location, thus entangling you, an innocent bystander, in their conflict. Sensing a hint of sorrow in the other's words, Yuan could only clear his throat awkwardly, offering a couple of complimentary words of solace. The elderly man of the Shi clan seemed to have come to terms with his fate, murmuring softly, "Such is the will of heaven. What can one do? I have traversed the span of millennia, relishing in both benevolence and enmity, vanquishing formidable foes, yet I remain unable to escape the cycle of fate." He then summoned his remaining strength to continue, having failed to embark on the path of the heavenly way. I reached the pinnacle of my cultivation only to find my future obstructed. In my quest for immortality, I can only pin my hopes upon that elusive and ethereal connection to the realm of the divine. Immortal connection? A sudden jolt coursed through Yuan's heart. According to the earlier assertions of this enigmatic figure of the Great Ascension, the path to immortality is fraught with insurmountable challenges. Beyond the arduous and merciless route of the heavenly Tao, there exists an unconventional pathway, the acquisition of celestial fortune. In stark contrast to the tangible and attainable methods of ascension through the heavenly Tao, celestial fortune is akin to waiting for serendipity to bestow its gifts, where success is entirely contingent upon one's fortune. Celestial fortune may manifest as an unexpected artifact of immortality, a miraculous elixir, the legacy of an immortal, or perhaps an individual who is the reincarnation of a celestial being. In essence, anything capable of facilitating a mortal's ascension can be deemed celestial fortune. However, I have always belonged to the unfortunate clan. After finally experiencing a stroke of luck awakening a system, it turned out to be a troublesome and inept contraption, clearly rendering any hopes of achieving immortality through celestial fortune utterly unrealistic. It is far more pragmatic to adhere to the path of the heavenly Tao. Just as his thoughts meandered, the elder continued. At that time, I had already departed from the grand world of Yunming, venturing into the depths of the boundless void in search of celestial fortune, until I encountered an unforeseen calamity. The aftermath of the celestial duel was truly terrifying. Even a mere wisp of its residual energy caused my perfected corporeal form to shatter instantaneously, leaving behind only a fragment of my soul that escaped and latched onto this ring. Subsequently, I expended nearly all my magical energy to guide the ring back to this world, after which I fell into a prolonged slumber until awakened by the young lad Lin. With that, the elder sighed heavily. The abruptness of my demise was such that I could not even arrange for my affairs before vanishing for over 100,000 years. Yuan's expression revealed a moment of confusion. You must be concerned for your descendants, wishing for me to take care of them. Am I correct? You're mistaken, the old man replied. My heart is solely devoted to the great Tao. I have no children or family, nor have I ever taken on a disciple. In my twilight years, I severed ties with my sect in pursuit of immortality, leaving behind all worldly attachments. Upon hearing this, Yuan furrowed his brow and continued to speculate. Then, have you perhaps left behind a vast fortune that remains unclaimed, hoping for the younger generation to retrieve it for you? Young friend, you are mistaken once more, the old man said. All my wealth was contained within a spatial treasure, which has perished along with my physical form. Now, I cannot even gather a single spirit stone. Yuan's lips twitched slightly. Was this old man out of his mind? Could he not engage in a proper conversation and insisted on speaking in riddles? Guessing games were not for him. If he foolishly fell for it again, he would change his surname to match the old man's. At that moment, someone who had failed to guess right even once since entering decided to give up. After a brief silence, the elderly figure, sensing the lack of response, continued speaking to himself. In a primordial ruin, I once encountered an ancient divine beast. Although this innate creature possessed extraordinary potential and an exceptional foundation, it was still in its juvenile stage, far from its peak strength. I employed a powerful secret technique, spending an entire century to implant a bloodline restriction within it, intending to cultivate it as a spirit companion. Unfortunately, shortly after I settled it in my abode, an unforeseen event occurred. The divine beast has an exceptionally long lifespan. Capable of living for millions of years, it has only been over 100,000 years since then, and it is just now reaching adulthood. Given its abilities, it would swiftly break free from the formations of my dwelling after shedding my constraints. What I require of you is to assist in retrieving that divine beast, so that in times of trouble, you may have a reliable ally. An ancient divine beast? Upon hearing this, Yuan was initially taken aback, soon displaying a worried expression. Are you jesting, senior? An adult ancient divine beast would possess at least the combat capabilities of a great ascension level. You wish for a mere junior, who has just broken through to the nascent soul stage, to capture a great ascension divine beast. This seems rather unreasonable. If I were to encounter it, it would likely capture me instead. To be frank, this request was even more absurd than those issued by the system, which merely tasked him with trivial challenges rather than courting death. Anticipating Yuan's reaction, the elder promptly clarified, "Do not be anxious, young friend. With the restriction I placed, that creature, no matter how formidable, cannot stir up significant trouble. Later, I shall impart to you an incantation upon encountering it. Reciting this spell will ensure its obedient submission, leaving it no room for defiance. With your newly formed Taoist nascent soul, you naturally emanate a trace of the Tao's aura, which will instinctively attract the creature. It will not dare to attack you, granting you ample time to recite the incantation. Once you succeed, I shall reveal the precise location of the primordial ruins to you, where you will find all the materials necessary for crafting the transformative elixirs, as well as numerous rare and wondrous beasts, heavenly treasures, and earthly gems. With a stroke of fortune, you might even stumble upon the remnants of ancient powers' abodes, making sudden ascension a possibility." The elder's voice was low and ethereal, imbued with a hint of persuasive charm. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan voiced his lingering concerns. "Senior, you must understand, this realm is vast and boundless. After all this time, searching for an elusive ancient divine beast resembles finding a needle in a haystack. I fear it may prove exceedingly difficult." "Rest assured, young friend," the elder replied. "If you agree, I shall utilize Linjin's assistance tonight to craft a locating compass, which I will deliver to you by morning. As long as the creature appears within 100,000 miles, the compass will automatically pinpoint its location. All you need to do is follow the direction indicated." Yuan hesitated momentarily. Although the reward appeared exceedingly generous, it felt more like a mere promise, leaving him uncertain whether the so-called ancient ruins had been thoroughly plundered. The only aspect that piqued his interest was the primordial divine beast itself. An innate divine beast of the Great Ascension realm, if utilized wisely, could serve as a formidable ally. After all, there was no time limit. He could simply command it for a century or two before returning it. While there were also ancestors at the Great Ascension level within the Holy Land, they were not at his beck and call, secluding themselves in their sect sanctums unless faced with matters of life and death. If he could indeed acquire a combat force of that caliber as an aid, would he not be able to stride confidently through the immortal cultivation world? With this thought, Yuan finally resolved, "In that case, I shall endeavor to give it a try." The next day, after receiving the compass from Linjin, Yuan ventured once more to the back mountain, retrieving the still sleepy little white fox from its den. Shortly thereafter, amidst the heartfelt farewells of the people from Falling Cloud Valley, he boarded the flying vessel with Baishiro. This high-grade magical artifact was originally the exclusive transport of the valley's leader, Bai Qinwu, who graciously relinquished it, with a wave of his hand, for their journey to the Taishan Holy Land. As he watched the vessel transform into a streak of light and soar into the sky, Bai Qinwu let out a complex sigh. Just as he was about to turn back, he was halted by an elder from the library. "Leader, the Taishan Daozi had previously instructed us not to publicize his time here as a menial worker. Should I still record this matter in the library? Are you foolish? Is there any need to ask? Such a rare occurrence must certainly be documented." Bai Qinwu replied with disdain. "Not only should it be recorded, but it should also be publicly announced, so that surrounding sects are aware that the Taishan Daozi graced us with his presence. Moreover, it is essential to emphasize the Daozi's commendation of my daughter's extraordinary talent, which led him to invite her to become a true disciple in the Taishan Holy Land. Do you understand?" The elder, somewhat puzzled, nodded slowly and inquired, "Then, should we mention the Daozi's time working in the outer sect's herbal garden during the announcement?" Confounded, seeing my subordinates remain unenlightened, Bai Qinwu's expression morphed into one of exasperation. "What menial work? What herbal garden?" The Taishan Daozi took precious time from his busy schedule to inspect our Fallen Cloud Valley, providing critical guidance on the infiltration of demonic sect spies and kindly advising us on the cultivation of spiritual herbs. "Oh, and do find a skilled artist to create a grand portrait of Qi Daozi, themed Taishan Daozi inspects work at Fallen Cloud Valley. Once completed, ensure it is prominently displayed where incoming guests can see it immediately." Upon hearing this, the senior members of Fallen Cloud Valley suddenly understood, exclaiming in admiration, "Truly, our leader has devised a flawless plan, and with just a few words, we are enlightened. The leader is wise and courageous, we are in awe." On the flying vessel, the four-eyed spirit fox had shrunk to a foot in size, curling its tail and obediently resting in Baishiro's embrace, casting an occasional awestruck glance at the man reclining on the soft couch. This master was formidable. Previously, the fox demon had harbored fantasies of escaping a certain beast-controlling contract. But now, faced with a nascent soul realm cultivator, all such thoughts had extinguished. During this time, the fox demon had reigned supreme among the myriad beasts in the back mountain of Fallen Cloud Valley, enjoying a blissful life. Little did it know that mere days after its comfortable existence, it was snatched back by this master. Were it not for its charm and knack for endearment winning the favor of this beautiful human woman, it would likely have been imprisoned in a cramped beast-controlling pouch by now. Contemplating the grim fate that awaited it, the fox demon felt a sense of hopelessness. Despairing deeply, Baishiro gently stroked the soft fur atop the fox demon's head and smiled, "Little Bai, I never imagined you could accompany me to the Taishan Holy Land. Since you hail from Fallen Cloud Valley, do behave yourself and listen well once we arrive." The fox demon suppressed its sorrow and replied listlessly, Rest assured, sister, I will definitely be obedient." Having grown up in the back mountain of Fallen Cloud Valley, it had no knowledge of what the Taishan Holy Land entailed, merely wishing to live as a slothful creature, taking each day as it came. Seeing the fox demon's prompt agreement, Baishiro nodded in satisfaction and turned to Yuan. Sure. Daozi, shall we head directly back to the Taishan Holy Land now? Shiro, there is no need to call me Daozi. There are no outsiders here. You may simply address me by my name. Yuan waved his hand dismissively and said, "Of course, you may continue to call me Junior Brother Chi. Perhaps I've become accustomed to it, and it feels somewhat strange not to be addressed in that manner." Seemingly stirred by the affectionate tone in his words, Baishiro's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "Very well then, when we are alone, I shall still refer to you as Junior Brother Chi. But in the presence of others, I will call you Daozi. That is how it should be." With a faint smile at the corners of his mouth, Yuan's gaze betrayed a hint of unease. "We must first make a trip to Puzhou City. There is a matter that requires our attention." Last night, he had unexpectedly received a message from Ji Chan'er, requesting a meeting at a specific location within the city. Initially, he had intended to decline, but after some inner conflict, he acquiesced. As a man of responsibility, it was simply unfathomable for him to abandon someone in need. If he dared to stand Ji Chan'er up, he genuinely feared that the enchantress would recklessly return to Falling Cloud Valley to confront him. I can take Little Bai for a stroll through the streets. Although Puzhou City is quite near Falling Cloud Valley, I have never had the chance to visit," he mused. Baishiro, unsuspecting of his thoughts, chimed in with enthusiasm. "I've heard that Puzhou City is home to millions, so the streets must be bustling with activity." As they conversed, the imposing outline of a grand city emerged in the distance. Meanwhile, within Puzhou City, at the Lord's Manor, a spacious courtyard was lined with a row of newly appointed servants, attentively receiving instructions from the steward. "Listen closely, you all. Upon entering this manor, you must adhere to its rules. The Lord's Manor does not accommodate idlers. Should you dare to slack off or disrupt the order, you will face punishment, be it a beating or expulsion from the manor, never to be reinstated. Do you understand?" At this, the newly appointed servants straightened, responding in unison. "We understand." The steward, with a cold snort, fixed his icy gaze upon them, adding, "Furthermore, anyone who approaches the mistress's quarters without permission will face dire consequences. If you wish to thrive here, you must diligently attend to your duties, ignore what you should not hear, refrain from seeing what you should not, and avoid asking what is not your business. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of leniency. Your assignments have already been allocated. So off you go to fulfill your tasks," he concluded, sweeping away as the servants dispersed to their respective duties. Li Shidi, at this moment, Zhang Caiqiang, blending into the crowd, approached Li Mingwang, who also donned a servant's cap, and quietly inquired, "What task have you been assigned?" Li Mingwang casually scratched his cap. "I've been assigned to serve as a scholar for the young master. What about you, Brother Zhang?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Caiqiang's expression immediately darkened, his face a mask of indignation. "Why do you get to be a scholar while I am stuck cleaning the latrines?" Li Mingwang was taken aback, but then burst into laughter. "Who told you to look so strong? You're perfectly suited for the task of carrying waste." Noticing Zhang Caiqiang's face turning increasingly pale, he quickly redirected the conversation, genuinely attempting to console him. "Brother Zhang, don't be so hasty. Think about it. With this duty, you can roam freely throughout the Lord's Manor under the pretense of cleaning. Besides, the lady of the manor, no matter how mysterious she is, must attend to her needs. Right? You catch my drift?" Zhang Caiqiang paused, then suddenly his face lit up with understanding. "You're right. I was being narrow-minded." Chapter 82, Ji Xianzi. What are your thoughts on Taishan Daozi? Puzhou City. Yuan suppressed his aura and once again assumed the guise of Qida, meandering through the narrow alley until he arrived at a secluded courtyard. "Come in," a melodious female voice called out as the wooden door swung open before he could knock. Raising an eyebrow at the sound, Yuan strode confidently into the courtyard. In the center stood a stunning woman clad in a purple gown, Ji Chan'er, who had summoned him. At this moment, Ji Chan'er appeared to have regained her composure, her gaze towards Yuan imbued with an air of aloofness that seemed to keep him at bay. "Qida," she began, lifting her eyes slightly, her expression impassive. "Has Baishiro sought you during this time? Has she, like me, been intimate with you?" Her voice was ice-cold, laced with an undercurrent of barely concealed tension. It was only yesterday that she recalled having used the Qianhuan Shihun technique on Baishiro, the senior sister from Luoyun Valley, to entice the man before her. Originally, this had been a perfectly orchestrated plan that would lead to the estrangement of the prodigy in Luoyun Valley, compelling him to join the holy sect instead. However, Circumstances had shifted dramatically. The thought that he might have found another woman under her arrangement unsettled Ji Chan'er, stirring a tempest of frustration within her. She felt an urge to strangle him on the spot. As Ji Chan'er posed her question, Qi Yuan sensed the temperature around them plummeting. An almost imperceptible malevolence permeating the air. Realizing the atmosphere had turned ominous, he couldn't help but shiver and promptly replied, Fairy Ji, indeed, the senior sister visited me. But she merely helped tidy my cave and left shortly after. He swore an oath, his sincerity palpable and devoid of any flaws. I vow, aside from that illusion, I have not been with any other woman. Should I utter a single lie, let me be forever cursed to wander alone. Seeing his earnestness, Ji Chan'er's demeanor softened. An almost imperceptible relief washing over her. Could it be that the array spirit at the transformation realm discerned the anomaly and disrupted my soul-capturing technique? As this thought crossed her mind, her expression warmed, and she finally responded with a haughty snort. I shall not concern myself with your affairs with other women. Should you harbor inappropriate thoughts towards me again, I will undoubtedly end your existence. Despite her fierce declaration, Qi Yuan noted that the chilling aura surrounding them dissipated visibly, vanishing without a trace. With the tension easing, he exhaled deeply and feigned casualness as he inquired, Fairy Ji, what is your opinion of Tai Xian Daozi? Why do you ask? Ji Chan'er furrowed her brows, her expression one of curiosity. Nothing of consequence, Qi Yuan replied nonchalantly, scratching his nose. I was merely intrigued. As I heard that Tai Xian Holy Land recently appointed a new Daozi, I wonder if you, a true disciple of the demon sect, harbor any biases against the righteous sect's Daozi? Before revealing his identity, it was prudent to conduct some necessary probing to prevent an old acquaintance from descending into a melodramatic confrontation between good and evil. Even as a Daozi of the Holy Land, Qi Yuan bore no particular prejudice against the demon sect. There were certainly villains among the righteous. If one were to scrutinize every individual as either good or evil and call for violence against all that were deemed wicked, one would be utterly exhausted. With little time left for cultivation, Qi Yuan's judgment of allies and foes was pragmatic, devoid of any ideological bias. Anyone who stood against him was an adversary. Meanwhile, Ji Chan'er seemed to be in good spirits, and after a moment of contemplation, she answered the question, though I am unaware of the caliber of that Tai Xian Holy Land figure. In my view, false Dao practitioners are all alike, especially those from the 7 great holy lands, who are mostly self-serving, hypocritical charlatans. Should I cross paths with him, I shall ensure he witnesses my prowess. With a disdainful smile, Ji Chan'er's tone brimmed with a spirited eagerness for battle. Indeed, Fairy Ji, your ambition is truly commendable, Qi Yuan responded tersely, immediately dispelling any thoughts of revealing his identity. This enchantress clearly harbored deep-seated prejudices against the 7 sacred lands. Should he disclose that he was Tai Xian Daozi, a confrontation would likely ensue. Although he was confident in his ability to subdue her swiftly, it would undoubtedly be an unpleasant affair to resort to violence against a woman he cared for. Furthermore, given Ji Chan'er's proud demeanor, there was a high probability she would not concede gracefully upon defeat. A misstep could lead to a deadly confrontation, resulting in a mutual destruction scenario. Absent an effective resolution, Qi Yuan preferred to remain passive for the time being. After all, her concealed identity in Falling Cloud Valley had already been compromised. With a spirit transformation realm formation spirit present, it was certain she would not dare return there, thus she would remain oblivious to the fact that Qi Yuan was, in truth, Tai Xian Daozi. Just as he was lost in contemplation, he noticed Ji Chan'er suddenly adopt a serious expression and, with solemnity, declared, Qi Yuan, I have summoned you to convey an important matter. You must now depart from Falling Cloud Valley and accompany me back to the Holy Sect. Upon arrival, I shall guarantee you a position as an inner disciple. Qi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his face a portrait of astonishment as he repeated, Me? Join the Insha sect? Upon witnessing his reaction, Ji Chan'er mistakenly assumed he was overwhelmed with joy and nodded affirmatively, as a fellow inner disciple. The cultivation resources available to you in the Holy Sect far surpass those in the Falling Cloud Valley by 1,000-fold. Furthermore, with the protection of the Ji family, no one would dare to bully you. At this juncture, she smiled gently and proudly proclaimed, Just days ago, my esteemed ancestor made a significant breakthrough, ascending to the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, now recognized as the foremost figure in the Holy Sect. It won't be long before the Ji family rises to become the leading family within the sect. As long as you dedicate yourself to serving under me, once I attain the position of saintess, I shall grant you a coveted spot for true discipleship. Qi Yuan was left utterly astounded. As a distinguished disciple of the sacred land, how could he possibly be asked to join the demonic sect? Chapter 83. Stop pretending. You are the unparalleled demon lord. Has this enchanting woman lost her mind? After the initial shock, Qi Yuan found himself at a loss for words. His gaze filled with bewilderment as he looked towards Ji Chan'er. Fairy Ji, what could have led you to such an unusual conclusion? I have always been timid and gentle. The demonic sect is entirely unsuitable for someone like me. However, Ji Chan'er shot him a frosty glare, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she replied. You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. I am well aware of the type of person you are. With her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, she continued in an enigmatic tone, stop pretending. You are an extraordinary demon lord, one that appears only once in a millennium. Me? An unparalleled demon lord? Yuan was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words, observing that the other party displayed not a trace of the panic that one might expect after being exposed, but instead continued to feign ignorance with an expression of bewilderment, as if he had committed no wrongdoing. Xuan could not help but nod inwardly. This individual, remaining unruffled amid such circumstances, indeed possessed a heart as steadfast as rock and an undeniable allure to darkness. It was evident that he was destined for greatness. With this thought, her conviction in her supposition deepened, and she earnestly declared, in that case, I shall unveil your true self now, and see how you will defend yourself. The 3 questions I posed to you previously are in fact the mind-illuminating 3 queries that every disciple of the sacred sect must answer upon entry. Designed to assess the darkness within the initiate, only those who answer these 3 questions aptly qualify to become disciples of the sacred sect, and your responses were even more flawless than the standards set by the demon ancestor. Dare you claim this is not due to your own inherent inclination towards darkness? Upon hearing this, Yuan could not suppress a slight, awkward smile. He had never imagined that his casual responses to what could be deemed trivial inquiries would lead to him being labeled as a natural-born demon. Noticing Yuan's growing speechlessness, Xuan raised her lips in triumph and continued. Individuals like you are often plagued by suspicion and trust no one. To you, Falling Cloud Valley is merely a stepping stone to be exploited. How could you possibly be loyal to such a minor sect? Have you forgotten that in that illusion, your appearance was entirely different? The illusion reflects the truest essence of one's heart, proving that your current guise is a fabrication. If I am correct, Chida is merely an alias. Your name, appearance, and history are all deceptive, clearly indicating preparations to betray Falling Cloud Valley in the future. With such ulterior motives and deceit towards your peers, how can you still claim to be timid and kind-hearted? At this moment, Yuan finally grasped the situation. Xuan had chosen to recruit him precisely because of his inherent wickedness. Although her reasoning was somewhat convoluted, he had to admit that by sheer serendipity, she had indeed hit upon several truths. With his disguise now stripped away, he decided to reveal his true form and replied calmly, Xuan, my real name is Yuan. What else do you know? Do not hesitate to speak your mind. As she gazed upon the familiar, handsome visage before her, Xuan inexplicably recalled the tender moments shared within the illusion. Simultaneously, a delicate blush graced her porcelain skin, and her tone softened unconsciously. Yuan, return with me to the sacred sect. When you ascend to the rank of true disciple, you will attain the qualifications to join the G family. At that time, I can also request our ancestor to bestow upon you a 9 revolution spirit elevation pill to enhance your spiritual root quality. Her words, laden with affection, stirred Yuan's heart, yet he quickly steadied himself and replied with a stiff tone, Woman, are you instructing me on how to act? What? Upon hearing such a cold and unfeeling remark, Xuan was instantly taken aback. In terms of status, she was a nascent soul cultivator. The legitimate daughter of the G family, exalted within the esteemed Insha sect, the foremost force of the demonic path. In terms of beauty, as one of the 4 great beauties of the sacred sect, she was the dream goddess of countless male cultivators, adored wherever she went. Now, she had lowered her guards, extending an invitation to a man whose cultivation was merely at the chi refinement stage, even promising enticing conditions and subtly hinting at a willingness to wed. Little did she expect that his attitude would be so unyielding. Have you lost your mind? Xuan glared at Yuan, her expression filled with disbelief. Yuan smiled faintly and strode confidently towards Xuan, provocatively lifting her delicate chin. In a deep voice, he declared, Listen, I despise anyone attempting to orchestrate my life. And I have no intention of marrying into the G family, so you may as well abandon that thought. Should I ever wish to join the demon sect, I will seek it out myself. I do not require your meddling. Furthermore, the so-called true legacy of the demon sect holds little value in my eyes. I have heard that there is currently no one to assume the role of the holy son of the demon sect, if one is to take on the title. It must be as the holy son. He realized that when dealing with a woman as assertive as Xuan, one must adopt an even more domineering demeanor to seize the initiative. Otherwise, one would merely be led astray, unable to lift their head in future encounters. Given his current state of recklessness, he thought, what is there to fear? This enchantress cannot match my strength. What audacity she possesses. Meanwhile, Xuan was utterly taken aback. She yearned to confront him, to allow this audacious man to experience the ruthless methods of the demon sect's true legacy. Yet, inexplicably, being treated so rudely by Yuan stirred an unusual sensation within her, a strange thrill. A domineering, unrestrained figure akin to a demonic deity is precisely the kind of man worthy of being Xuan as partner. Before long, her gaze became entranced. Her lips slightly pursed as she gradually closed her enchanting eyes, presenting herself in a manner inviting admiration. Observing this, Yuan was momentarily taken aback. However, Having arrived at this juncture, he, as a man, could not possibly concede before the enchantress of the demon sect. With this thought in mind, he felt justified in extending his hands, swiftly subduing the yielding enchantress beneath him. Time passed, though it felt immeasurable. Yuan sat on the ground, feeling a sense of emptiness in life. At that moment, he wished for a cigarette. Meanwhile, Xuan, her cheeks flushed, propped herself up, tidying her disheveled hair and dress, while warning through gritted teeth, how dare you disrespect me once again? If you dare to act this way again, I shall not let you off easily. Yuan shrugged with a smile, his face serene as he remarked, fear not, for I am a man of integrity. Next time, I shall certainly adhere to the rules, unless consent is granted. Xuan found this statement somewhat familiar, yet she did not ponder it deeply. Suppressing waves of weakness that threatened to overwhelm her, she retrieved a storage bracelet from her bosom and tossed it into Yuan's hands. Take this resource for now. The next time we meet, if you have yet to establish your foundation, I shall personally take your life. With that, she cast a fierce glare at Yuan before transforming into a wisp of smoke and departing with haste. Yuan took the bracelet in his hand, and upon scanning it with his spiritual sense, he discovered it was filled with a plethora of spirit stones and rare treasures. Moreover, there were several exquisite top-grade magical artifacts within. Gazing at the storage bracelet, Yuan's expression turned peculiar as he murmured to himself, oh no, why do I feel as though I've been taken in by a wealthy patron? Chapter 84. The city lord's daughter in the bustling city of Puzhou. It was midday, and the streets were filled with throngs of people, the sounds of carriages and horses echoing throughout. Numerous vendors were energetically peddling their wares along the roadside. The expansive streets were alive with not only swift carriages and fine steeds, but also various fantastical spirit beasts pulling palanquins. Baishiro, cradling a four-eyed spirit fox, wandered through the streets, her curiosity piqued as she took in the vibrant scene. Having grown up in the Yuan Valley, this was her first encounter with such a lively and prosperous atmosphere. The spirit fox in her arms was equally exhilarated, its round eyes darting around in excitement. At that moment, Baishiro was adorned in a delicate yellow dress, her hair cascading like clouds, her waist slender as a willow, presenting an ethereal beauty that captivated the attention of many passers-by. Had it not been for the faint aura of a cultivator emanating from her, she likely would have been approached by admirers. Although Puzhou City was a melting pot of mortals and cultivators, the majority of the latter were mere chi-refining practitioners. A late foundation establishment cultivator could easily intimidate most petty characters. Sister Bai, look at that vendor selling candied hawthorn. It looks delicious. Can we buy a couple of skewers to try? The spirit fox exclaimed, nearly drooling at the sight of the candy stall. Baishiro gently patted the fox's head. All right. But you must exercise restraint. Too much will upset your stomach. The fox replied weakly, Sister, I have already reached foundation establishment. I could eat the entire stall without consequence. With a nod, Baishiro led the fox to the stall. Having previously traveled through mundane villages during her sect missions, she was well aware that mortals traded with copper coins or silver, while cultivators used spirit stones. After purchasing candied hawthorn, just as Baishiro was about to leave, a sweet, melodious voice called out to her, Miss, please wait. Startled by the voice, Baishiro turned to see a charming young girl, around 15 or 16 years old, standing not far away, smiling brightly in her direction. The girl, though slightly pale, exuded a faint aura of magical energy, indicating she was a foundation establishment practitioner. Little sister, what can I do for you? Baishiro asked, her curiosity piqued, while secretly astonished by the girl's remarkable cultivation at such a young age. Behind the girl followed several attendants, standing quietly and respectfully, seemingly trained to maintain decorum, their presence not intruding upon their mistress's conversation. You are truly beautiful, sister. The men on the street are utterly captivated. The girl giggled, covering her mouth, then continued, I am Xuan, the daughter of the city lord, in Lingxiu. Upon seeing you, I felt an instant connection and hoped I was not being too forward. Realizing the girl's identity, Baishiro's expression softened. Ah, it is Miss Sin. My apologies for not recognizing you sooner. The relationship between Puzhou City and Yuan Valley had always been amicable, serving as allies in times of need. In Lingxiu, the city lord was a former high-ranking official in the court, now stationed here due to political strife, possessing mid-golden core strength, making him a formidable figure in Puzhou. After some pleasantries, Xuan smiled gently and said, Sister Bai, there has been a report of a mid-foundation establishment ghost moth appearing outside the city. This monster has been attacking passers-by in merchant caravans, claiming the lives of dozens of innocent citizens in just half a month. My father has issued a bounty, calling upon cultivators in the city to hunt it down, and as his daughter, I cannot stand idly by. I have already gathered several foundation establishment practitioners and would like to invite you to join us in hunting the moth. There will be generous rewards from the city lord's residence. Xuan earnestly laid out her proposal, her eyes glimmering with hope as she gazed at Baishiro. Upon hearing the young girl's account, Baishiro's expression turned contemplative. While the reward is not necessary, I am willing to assist for the sake of the innocent townsfolk. However, I have a companion in the city attending to matters, and it would be improper for me to leave without notice. Could you please share the moth's active area with me? Once my companion returns, I will join you in exterminating the creature. Very well, this map outlines the Moth's territory. You will find us there, and Kylon replied, a hint of disappointment in her tone as she produced a map detailing the geography surrounding Puzhou City from her storage ring. After handing it to Baishiro, she hurried away with her attendants. Shortly thereafter, Junior Brother Qi, you are back. Upon noticing Qi Yuan's approach, Baishiro's eyes brightened, and she eagerly greeted him, still holding the fox. Seeing her cheerful demeanor, Qi Yuan quickened his pace, calling out, I have completed my tasks. Let us depart. Thank you for your hard work, Baishiro replied with a gentle smile. Hearing this, Qi Yuan's expression turned slightly awkward. It was nothing. Before he could finish, his expression shifted to one of seriousness as he asked gravely, Senior sister, have you encountered anyone during my absence? At that moment, Qi Yuan sensed a faint yet discernible ghostly energy emanating from Baishiro, indicating a potential threat. Even in broad daylight, this energy lingered, suggesting its source was of considerable rank, at least a ghost general of the nascent soul level. Could it be that Baishiro had attracted the attention of a sinister being? With a furrowed brow and a glint of cold determination in his eyes, Qi Yuan thought deeply. Noticing his grave demeanor, Baishiro frowned slightly and nodded. I just encountered in Kylon, the city lord's daughter. She invited me to join her outside the city to eliminate a monster, accompanied by several Foundation establishment practitioners. As she spoke, she produced the map from her sleeve, indicating the red-marked area where the ghost moth was believed to be, likely already en route there. Indeed, the ghostly energy emanated from the map. Let us go, Qi Yuan said, his gaze sharpening. We must find them immediately. This matter concerns the safety of Baishiro, unless he clarifies the situation. He will certainly not rest until he has resolved it. Chapter 85. I will help you examine your health. Found it. After Qi Yuan and Bai Xiangru left the city, they soon witnessed a scene where 4 or 5 Foundation establishment cultivators, both male and female, were being mercilessly beaten by a fully formed ghost-faced moth. The monstrous creature, with a wingspan exceeding several dozen feet, was as dark as ink, and the white speckles on its wings eerily formed a grotesque visage. With every flap of its wings, it unleashed a tempestuous gale. At that moment, one of the Foundation establishment cultivators lay bloodied on the ground, appearing to draw more breath than he could expel, while the other 4, all injured, struggled to maintain a defensive formation against the relentless assaults of the ghost-faced moth. The expressions of despair gradually emerging on their faces indicated that the annihilation of their demon-hunting team was merely a matter of time. How could they be so feeble? Wasn't he the malevolent spirit supposed to be within Kylon? After a moment of contemplation, Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes and, with a casual gesture, summoned a colossal hand from the void, which descended heavily upon the location of the moth. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the once formidable ghost-faced moth was crushed like a fly beneath the immense hand, leaving behind a flattened mass of blackened flesh upon the ground. Witnessing this, the Foundation establishment cultivators present turned towards Qi Yuan and Bai Xiangru with expressions of astonishment, their eyes filled with profound reverence and a glimmer of relief at having escaped death. To obliterate a peak Foundation establishment ghost in a single strike was a display of terrifying power. Thank you, esteemed senior, for saving our lives. Coming to their senses, the cultivators steadied themselves and bowed respectfully to Qi Yuan. Had it not been for your intervention, we would surely have met our demise in the belly of that beast. I thought I was destined to perish here, but thanks to your timely assistance, Sister Bai, is this formidable senior the companion you mentioned? Upon seeing Bai Xiangru beside Qi Yuan, and Kylon was both surprised and delighted. She quickly wiped the blood from her lips and staggered towards them. Junior sister and Bai Xiangru began to step forward to assist her, but Qi Yuan restrained her, saying, do not approach her just yet, allow me to handle this. If it were some other type of malevolent entity, he might have hesitations, but ghosts were a different matter entirely. For others, these spirits were treacherous and unpredictable. Yet for him, they were merely a source of experience. Eliminate one, and 2 would follow suit. Qi Yuan possesses an innate pure Yang Dao body, brimming with a natural abundance of Yang energy, allowing him to remain impervious to malevolent spirits even in his mortal form. Now, having undergone 2 enhancements by the system, he himself is uncertain of the sheer magnitude of his current Yang energy. Coupled with his own cultivation, he harbors no fear of the sinister specters. Unless he encounters a formidable ghost emperor capable of converting Yang into Yin, even the ghostly king of the void would not instill fear in Qi Yuan. This is solely due to an overwhelming innate talent. Of course, at the level of a ghost emperor, these entities resemble living beings, and even while traversing in sunlight, they emit no trace of ghostly aura, rendering them undetectable by Qi Yuan, a practitioner of the nascent soul realm. Are you the daughter of the city lord, and Kylon? Qi Yuan scrutinized the young girl before him, his heart already harboring a faint suspicion. Her lips bore a bluish hue, and her entire visage assumed a sickly pallor, resembling 3 parts human and 7 parts specter. However, it appeared that Kylon was not the source of this spectral aura. Rather, she seemed to have been permeated by it herself, and to a considerable extent. Of course, to completely eliminate Kylon's suspicion, further verification was required. As senior, I am Kylon. May I inquire what instructions you have for me? Under the weight of that ambiguous gaze, Kylon felt an involuntary flush of embarrassment. a faint blush blooming on her pale countenance. With a faint smile, Yuan immediately adopted a serious demeanor and said, "Little sister, come here for a moment. I shall examine your health." At this utterance, all those present were momentarily stunned, their expressions rife with peculiarity. Is this truly a legitimate health examination? Or does it merely reveal an intent to take advantage of the young lady? Though they harbored disdain within, the recent display of Yuan's formidable abilities silenced any dissenters, leaving only a gaze of suppressed indignation directed at him, as if to intimidate his inappropriate intentions through sheer presence. And Kailan nervously swallowed, as senior. "What do you intend to do?" Observing the situation, Bai Shiro cast a puzzled glance at Yuan. "Junior brother Qi, what is your purpose?" Realizing that his previous words carried an unintended ambiguity, Yuan swiftly waved his hand. "Missen, there is no need for alarm. I merely wish to confirm something." With that, he chose not to elaborate further, extending his hand and, in an instant, drawing in Kailan closer before placing a finger on her brow. "Senior?" And Kailan barely had time to react before she felt a warm current coursing through her body. Where the warmth flowed, all icy sensations dissipated, replaced by an unparalleled sense of comfort and ease that made her involuntarily emit a soft sigh. After ascertaining her condition, Yuan gradually withdrew his finger. And Kailan's mind was clear, showing no signs of being possessed. The lingering ghostly energy she carried was likely a result of prolonged contact with spirits, a passive affliction. Just as his thoughts raced, he witnessed in Kailan, recovering from her astonishment, suddenly kneel on both knees, her expression fervent as she bowed her head to Yuan. Her voice trembling with emotion. "Senior, your righteous magic has saved me. I am eternally grateful. If you could rescue my mother from the city lord's manor, I would dedicate my life to repaying your kindness." "The city lord's wife?" Yuan raised an eyebrow, involuntarily recalling the case concerning the Wang family, and inquired in a solemn tone, "What on earth is happening?" "Indeed." And Kailan nodded sorrowfully, explaining, "I came to hunt the ghost-faced moth because I heard that if one grinds its eyeballs into powder and consumes it, one can see spirits whose cultivation far surpasses one's own. I suspect that my mother is no longer human, but rather a ghost." Meanwhile, within the Lord's manor, Zhang Kai-Chang walked through the corridors with a gloomy expression, burdened by 2 buckets of yellowish-white substance on his shoulders. The servants passing by recoiled, covering their noses and casting disdainful glances at him. "Damn it. I was foolish enough to believe that Li Ming Wang's claims about cleaning the latrines would be an easy task. I found it dirty, smelly, and exhausting. And saw hardly any beautiful women, just a multitude of men." Zhang Kai-Chang cursed under his breath, feeling increasingly frustrated. He was unaware that in prestigious households like the Lord's Manor, latrines were typically reserved for men, while the female residents used toilets in their own rooms, including the maids and matrons. He had even planned to sneak in some tracking talismans when no one was around. Of course, as a member of the righteous sect, Zhang Kai-Chang harbored no impure intentions. He aimed to uncover the malevolent figures hidden within the Lord's Manor. Hence the need to pay close attention to such secluded places. Fortunately, his unique status allowed him to enter any area of the Lord's Manor that had a toilet. And regardless of the outcome, he felt confident about winning the wager with Li Ming Wang. Before entering the manor, he had bet with Li Ming Wang that whoever first caught a glimpse of the mysterious lady of the manor would win 500 high-grade spirit stones from the other. Soon after, Zhang Kai-Chang arrived at a serene and elegant courtyard. Upon seeing the buckets on his shoulders, the guards stationed at the entrance did not attempt to stop him. Instead, they frowned and stepped aside. Success. A smirk crept onto Zhang Kai-Chang's lips as he boldly stepped into the courtyard where the lady of the manor resided. The courtyard was vast and picturesque, adorned with pavilions and flowing streams concealed among lush trees and blooming flowers, showcasing the opulence of the Lord's Manor. Everything was splendid. Yet there was an inexplicable chill in the air. Zhang Kai-Chang pondered silently. Upon entering the lady's courtyard, he walked a bit further before being halted by a pale-faced young maid. While gently covering her nose, she pointed to a 3-story building at the center of the courtyard and warned, "Hey, you, the one with the buckets. Do not approach that building while you are carrying those, as it is where the lady rests. Unauthorized personnel are strictly forbidden from coming near." The maid's face turned green from the stench, and her voice trembled with palpable fear as she spoke of the building. "Oh?" Zhang Kai-Chang chuckled innocently, feigning ignorance. "What do you mean, miss? Does the lady not use the toilet? Are you foolish? The lady is like a celestial being. How could she possibly use a toilet?" The maid shot him a disdainful glare. "I said not to approach, so don't. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." With that, she turned and hurried away, as though lingering would make her ill. Rumor has it that the lady of the manor is over 40. Even if she is a celestial being, she must be an older one. Speaking of which, only someone as lively as Sister Xuan can be called a youthful celestial. Otherwise, they are merely old hags. After a few moments of grumbling, Zhang Kai-Chang casually found a spot to set down his buckets. In a swift motion, he stealthily approached the small building. Peeking in through the window, he noticed that the first floor was entirely empty. Not a single soul was in sight. It seemed everyone was upstairs. Confirming that there were no anomalies, Zhang Kai-Chang adeptly climbed through the window, executing the maneuver without making a sound. As he entered, a chilling aura enveloped him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. This old celestial being certainly lives in a place heavy with energy, he thought to himself, cautiously ascending the staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, his gaze was immediately drawn to the exquisite furnishings within. In the lavishly adorned room, a graceful figure reclined upon an opulent jade bed. Clad in a long dress of deep red adorned with golden embroidery, her hair cascaded like a waterfall over the bed, though her face remained obscured. Her alluring silhouette stirred the imagination. Found you. Zhang Kai-Chang suppressed his excitement, discreetly retrieving a tracking talisman from his pocket, intending to capture an image of his target as evidence of his victory in the wager. Just then, the lady of the manor abruptly sat up, her movement stiff, and slowly began to turn around. Even more disturbingly, Zhang Kai-Chang sensed the air around him becoming thick and stagnant, and his own magical energy started to wane, dulling his thoughts. What in the world is happening? My lady, I merely wish to take your picture. There's no need to be so sensitive. As he felt his actions increasingly restricted, a sudden epiphany struck him. He rushed forward, gripping the lady's shoulder to halt her turning motion, and exclaimed, Madam, please continue to sleep. Do not turn around. I am the Lord. However, in the next moment, the lady's head continued to rotate, twisting around until it faced him, her gaze piercing through with malevolence. At that moment, her face, ears, mouth, and nose were shrouded in hair, revealing only a pair of inky black eyes devoid of any whites. This is wrong. You are not the lady of the manor. What manner of creature are you? Confronted with this terrifying sight, Zhang Kai-Chang nearly lost his composure. Just as he contemplated making a desperate escape, he found himself ensnared by black tendrils that appeared from thin air, rendering him immobile. As his consciousness began to fade into darkness, he summoned all his strength to bite down on a tooth engraved with countless intricate runes. As an elite disciple of the Taishan Holy Land, this enchanted tooth was his last means of survival. Once shattered, his closest friends would receive the signal and rush to his rescue. However, as Zhang Saiqiang contemplated the vast distance of hundreds of thousands of miles separating him from the Holy Land, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. His few reliable friends were too far away to offer immediate assistance, and his life now rested solely in the hands of Li Mingwang. As evening descended, the Lord's residence was adorned with vibrant decorations and a profusion of flowers. The entire household, from the Lord himself to the servants, busied themselves in preparation for the arrival of a distinguished guest. A spacious area had been meticulously cleared in front of the manor for the landing of a flying vessel, with a red carpet laid out and fresh water sprinkled on the streets. Various silks draped from the treetops, creating a scene of resplendent beauty and solemn grandeur. Before long, a lavishly designed flying vessel, disregarding the flying restrictions over Puzhou City, boldly hovered outside the Lord's residence before gently descending. As it approached the ground, Lord Enlingxiu of Puzhou hurriedly emerged with his children, bowing deeply in reverence towards the vessel. I am Enlingxiu, humbly welcoming the esteemed Taishan Daozi. In the next moment, the cabin door swung open, revealing two exceptionally charismatic figures stepping down from the vessel. The man was strikingly handsome, while the woman possessed a captivating grace. They were none other than Yuan and Baishiro. Yuan's expression remained indifferent as he nodded slightly, finally directing his gaze towards the leader, Enlingxiu. In a low voice, he said, Please rise and speak. The Lord of Puzhou City appeared to be in his 40s, with a slender physique and an elegant demeanor, exuding an air of refined scholarship. Upon hearing this, Enlingxiu dared not be remiss. He quickly straightened up and gestured gracefully with his hand. Invitingly, it is truly a great honor for this humble official to receive the Taoist's esteemed presence at my modest abode. I humbly request you to proceed to the main hall. I have prepared refreshments to welcome you and wash away the dust of your journey. As he spoke, his heart raced to an extreme, for how remarkable a figure the Taishan Taoist was, one whom even the emperor of the Xia kingdom would bow to in reverence, let alone a mere city lord such as himself. Then let us proceed inside. Yuan nodded and was subsequently surrounded as he entered the Lord's mansion, arriving at a spacious hall. At this moment, the hall was already adorned with a grand table laden with exquisite delicacies. A procession of beautiful maidens, holding golden trays and jade cups, entered in an orderly manner, standing respectfully beside the table. Yuan unceremoniously took his seat at the head of the table, then surveyed the assembled guests with a casual glance before remarking, I have long heard of the unparalleled beauty and grace of the city lord's wife. Might I inquire why she has not come forth to greet me? Upon hearing this, aside from Baisier, whose demeanor remained composed, the expressions of everyone else in the hall shifted to one of surprise. Many of the noble guests present exchanged peculiar glances, their faces betraying their astonishment. Goodness! To inquire about the whereabouts of the lady upon his arrival, could it be that this Daozi has a preference for married women? With this thought, numerous attendees instinctively turned their sympathetic gazes towards the city lord, a look of pity evident in their eyes. The lady had caught the attention of the esteemed Daozi. Who could withstand such a situation? It seemed inevitable that the city lord, who cherished his wife dearly, might soon find himself adorned with an unwelcome new title. Upon hearing Yuan's inquiry, Enlingxiu felt a chill run down his spine and, trembling, replied, Daozi, please do not take offense. My wife is unwell today. Before he could finish, Yuan waved his hand dismissively, his tone brooking no opposition as he commanded, Bring her here to pour wine for me. How dare the spectre act against a disciple of the Holy Land? Did he truly believe that I, as the Daozi, could be disregarded? Even if it were the Ghost King, he would have to comply and serve wine this time. Chapter 87. The City Lord's wife, just like that, vanished.